Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Yeah, Jay Gunn. You're out front? Okay, you know the pious dot sword, right? Come up quickly. I'm starving to death waiting for you. Park Do-jun hung up the call and put his phone back in his pocket, then grabbed the frying spatula. An unsightly and disfigured egg roll was sizzling in the frying pan. It's weird. It'll turn out delicious looking whenever I'm cooking for myself, but now that I've got a guest coming, the appearance is way off the charts. Park Do-jun grumbled with dissatisfaction, tilting his head from side to side. Park Do-jun was waiting for Ha Jae-gun at his studio today. Cameras were installed in the corners of the house by the broadcast crew, and there was a huge bear equipped with a camera, the program's mascot, sitting on the sofa in the middle of the room. Beep, beep, beep. Oh, I think he's here. Park Do-jun was talking to himself more than usual today. The camera lens followed Park Do-jun's face and eyes closely as he looked toward the foyer. The writer, standing at the border between the kitchen and the living room, nodded at Park Do-jun. Why are you so late? I was waiting for the elevator. It was all the way at the top. Ha Jae-gun was smiling, but he looked slightly nervous. The screenwriter's advice to talk comfortably like normal didn't help at all. The clips would be edited, but whatever they were recording at the moment would still make it to the final broadcast version. I'm not sure what to say. Ha Jae-gun gulped to soothe his parched throat. He couldn't help but be conscious of the multiple cameras and staffers watching his every move. Meanwhile, Park Do-jun was indeed a celebrity. There wasn't much change in him aside from how he was slightly more excited and talking to himself more than usual. It looks like a mess, but just eat them. They're all the same once it goes into your stomach, Park Do-jun said, transferring the messy egg roll onto a plate. Ha Jae-gun sat across from Park Do-jun and picked up the chopsticks. This is good enough. It's already amazing that a man living alone was willing to try cooking egg rolls. I know, right? Yeah. I'm so lazy, I actually just eat raw eggs for some protein. Hey, that's just too much, Park Do-jun asked, sounding incredulous before laughing. Ha Jae-gun stole a glance at the screenwriter and felt relieved. Would this sort of conversation make the cut? Ha Jae-gun's nervousness was slowly going away. Isn't that the leftover cheese from the last time I was here? You left it there without cleaning it away. You should have pretended that you couldn't see it if you're my friend. You didn't wash the wine GLAS either. I've been busy, man, so I haven't come home for a while. Stop it already. Their friendly chat continued for quite a while. After finishing their meal and cleaning up, Park Do-jun and Ha Jae-gun sat down on the sofa next to each other. Park Do-jun turned on the TV, while Ha Jae-gun took out his laptop and started working on his scenario. Park Do-jun sipped on his coffee and asked, "You're working on the scenario, right? Are you almost done?" "Yeah, I just have to complete the ending scene, and it's done." "Do your best. I want to appear in my coolest form." "You already look cool as an actor. Would the scenario even make any difference?" "Wow, writer Ha Jae-gun. You're saying all the good and kind words now with these cameras around us." "Nonsense. I speak only the truth." Park Do-jun took another sip of coffee and asked again, "Did you meet any difficulties when writing the scenario?" Ha Jae-gun looked away from his laptop and pondered for a while. Park Do-jun had just asked a question that required a bit more prudence to answer. Of course, Ha Jae-gun wasn't really planning on saying anything that could be edited in a way that would make his words mean differently than what he truly meant. "It's all good. I didn't have any tough times when working on it. Really, Director Yoon Tae-sung takes my opinions positively, and we always discuss parts that need revisions, but there aren't a lot of those either. Do you think the movie will turn out like what you envisioned while writing the novel? That's the reason you're writing the scenario yourself, right?" "Well, yeah. I think the atmosphere will transfer to the movie from the original novel. The director is highly capable, so I'm not exactly worried as well." Their talks about the movie ended there. The filming continued for a while more, and the cameraman finally took down the cameras after the filming was done. Thanks for the hard work. We got a few good scenes thanks to writer Ha Jae-gun. I didn't do anything much. Thank you for your hard work. Park Do-jun left the house with Ha Jae-gun to send him off. As they took the elevator, Park Do-jun lightly tapped Ha Jae-gun's shoulders. How was it? It was easier than I expected. I still couldn't speak naturally with so many cameras around. Was I too stiff? No. Your comments were witty. You were great at talking too. They got off the elevator and arrived at Ha Jae-gun's car. Lee Yun-woo didn't drive Ha Jae-gun here today, as Ha Jae-gun had personal things to attend to after the filming for I Live Alone. You're heading down to Donghee City later at midnight, right? Probably. I won't be able to see you for 2 weeks. Why don't you come down to hang out for a bit since you're all done with the scenario and have nothing else urgent to tend to? I might have something urgent coming up. Who knows? What would it be? Are you going to work on another new novel? Not a new novel. I'll let you know once it's confirmed. You just made me curious, but fine. Drive safely and call me again. HLO, writer Ha. I hope you haven't had dinner yet. Yeah, we're still cooking dinner. Anyway, why did you call? Aren't you back in your hometown? The person on the other end of the line was Kong Min-ho. They had been seeing each other daily at the writer's office, so there was really no need for them to call each other on a normal basis. On top of that, Kong Min-ho went back to his hometown, so it was a surprise that he would call Ha Jae-gun. I was just watching the sea and suddenly thought of you, so I decided to give you a call. Haha, why would you think of me when you're doing something so romantic like watching the sea? Shouldn't you be thinking of some beautiful woman instead? I know, right? Ha! Kong Min-ho's voice sounded unusually low. His laughter also sounded unnatural, more like self-mockery. Feeling the worries Kong Min-ho was concealing, Ha Jae-gun asked, "Please tell me what's bothering you." My family is urging me to get married. Surprisingly, Kong Min-ho spilled the beans relatively quickly. They nagged me and said that I was 35, but I still had no girlfriend, so they arranged a blind date for me. I've already met the lady once, and now I have to meet her again before I head back to Seoul. She's the daughter of my father's friend. I see. At first impression, she seems pretty nice and kind. She's not bad at all, but you don't feel that way for her, right? Truthfully speaking, yes. I don't feel that way for her. She seemed to be more interested in how much I earned through royalties instead of the content of my novel. Please don't misunderstand. I'm not trying to undermine her or anything, as it's natural for women to consider the man's financial situation if they are looking forward to marriage. I definitely understand that. Yes, of course. I suddenly thought if all the women in this world were like that. Writer Ha, I've barely managed to see the light at the end of the tunnel at my age as an ink slinger, and my future is still quite uncertain. I guess my income will still fluctuate throughout my entire life. Ha Jae-gun silently listened to Kong Min-ho's rants. He hadn't realized it at first, but it seemed that Kong Min-ho had drunk quite a bit. However, I wondered if there'd ever be a woman who would support an ink slinger like me, who would probably never get to own a beautiful house or car. It's quite pathetic of me, right? Ha Jae-gun was suddenly reminded of Jang Eun-young. The two of them had known each other for a long time after meeting for the first time at a literary as back in high school. He could vaguely guess the strange air that was flowing between them. Would I ever meet a woman like that? I think. No, there's definitely someone like that. Ha Jae-gun changed his reply from a guess to one with certainty. Kong Min-ho was probably waiting to hear the name Jang Eun-young from him, and that could be why he called Ha Jae-gun in the first place as well. However, Ha Jae-gun didn't speak her name and instead said, "I think you'll be able to find someone like that if you look around you more closely." The silence that followed made Kong Min-ho's breathing sound louder as well. Ha Jae-in was about to ask Ha Jae-gun where the seasonings were kept, but returned to the kitchen after seeing him talking with a grim look on the phone. "Thank you, writer Ha. I've gained some courage thanks to you." Kong Min-ho sounded refreshed. "I'm sorry for taking so much of your time. Have a good night, and I'll see you again when I return." "Cheer up, writer Kong. Everything will turn out fine. Thank you, have a good rest." Ha Jae-gun fell into deep thought after the call. The silence from Kong Min-ho at the end could be due to fear. What if things went wrong after he confessed? What if their relationship broke down because of it? Kong Min-ho was afraid of the ramifications, and he wasn't sure if he could take the fallout if things went wrong. "Jae-gun, Are you done talking on the phone? Ha Jae-gun was pulled back to reality by Lee Soo-hee's voice. Lee Soo-hee was holding a ladle and a small dish in hand with an AP.R.O.D.N wrapped around her waist. Ha Jae-gun stared at her blankly. Of course, he was still concerned about Kong Min-ho. What's wrong? Did something happen? Oh no, it's nothing. What is it? Can you taste this for us? It tastes fine to Uni and me, but we're not sure if you'd like it. Ha Jae-gun sprung up and closed in on her. Lee Soo-hee held out the ladle for him gently. Before taking a taste, Ha Jae-gun blew onto the ladle a couple of times, making Lee Soo-hee chuckle. It's not hot. You don't have to blow on it. It's just nice. Delicious, right? Dinner's almost done now, so you can come over. The three of them sat around the table and enjoyed dinner together. Ha Jae-in didn't once bring up any topic that would put her brother in a pickle, except the fact that her continuous chatting with Lee Soo-hee had shown Ha Jae-gun that she was extremely pleased with this female friend of his. After dinner, the three had a cup of coffee each, and only when Lee Soo-hee had finally gone to use the bathroom after finishing washing the dishes did Ha Jae-gun say to Ha Jae-in, "It's already 9 p.m. It's too late for you to drive back home, so stay over tonight." Can I? What's with that question? My house is your house. I'm going to talk about work with Soo-hee for a while more and send her back home. Lee Soo-hee returned from the bathroom. She was already prepared to leave, as she had already picked up her coat and bag. Tonight was fun. Thank you for the delicious meal, Uni. I'm sad to see you leave so soon, Ms. Soo. Let's meet again soon, okay? The ladies bade their goodbyes while Ha Jae-gun took his car keys and walked to the foyer. Lee Soo-hee held him back and tightened her grip on him before shaking her head. "I've called a taxi. It'll come in a minute." "Why did you do that?" "I'm going to send you back either way. You're going to let your sister stay alone in this huge house." "Miss Soo-hee, I'm fine. Jae-gun's car must be more comfortable as well. I've already called for one, so I'll just take the taxi back today. It won't take me too long, either. Please rest well, and I'll see you again," Lee Soo-hee insisted politely. Ha Jae-gun followed her out of the house and grumbled disapprovingly. "You're making me feel apologetic when we've agreed to meet up today. If you feel bad, then buy me a delicious meal after the meeting. That's a given, but is there anything else you need to tell me about the work?" I'm not so sure how things will turn out from here on as well. I'll call you again once I've got the meeting date set." A taxi was already waiting for them at the main gate. Lee Soo-hee was about to open the door to the back Pa Esta Singer's seat, but something popped in her mind, prompting her to look at Ha Jae-gun. "I think I've told you before in Pa Esta Sing. Anyway, our director is good at his work, but he's quite straightforward, and he speaks in a light-hearted tone. As long as you keep that in mind, I don't think you'll have much difficulty with him." "All right, thank you for the advice. I'm going now. Have a good time with your sister." Ha Jae-gun watched as Lee Soo-hee's taxi drove out of his sight before finally returning to the house. He then saw Ha Jae-in wiping the table with a complicated look. "Why are you cleaning the table when there's no dust on it? One will be the dumbest man alive if they ever lose such a great woman." "What's that about?" "Yeah, I know, right? I'm going to shower first." Smart writer Ha Jae-gun. Ha Jae-in took a fresh set of clothes and headed to the bathroom. Ha Jae-gun sat on the sofa and thought of Lee Soo-hee. He recalled why they agreed to meet today and took out his phone to check out Nextion's homepage. He wanted to check out what kind of games they had been releasing. The traffic was unusually heavy this morning. While the car was crawling along the streets, Nam Gyu-ho was breathing short and heavy breaths in the back seat. "I'm sorry, Director. I'm not sure why the city roads are so congested today. Isn't it natural for the roads to be congested at this time of the day?" "Ah, yes. I see. Anyway, just make sure we arrive as soon as possible." When they finally arrived at the office, it was already 30 minutes past the agreed meeting time. Nam Gyu-ho opened the door in a hurry and alighted even before the car could come to a complete stop. Nam Gyu-ho's demeanor had always been the epitome of composure, but he was now running toward the elevator. The elevator doors opened, and a few people walked out. Nam Gyu-ho failed to recognize any of them, as he was in a rush. "I'm going crazy." Nam Gyu-ho gnashed his teeth. The workload had increased, and the traffic made him late for the appointment. "BZZT." It was a call from Lee Soo-hee. This was the third call from her. Nam Gyeho picked up the phone and said, I'm in the elevator heading up. Ryder Ha waited for quite a while, and he had just left. What? He left. Yes, he has an interview with a newspaper and said he'll be late if he waits any longer. Lee Soo-hee's businesslike voice sounded colder than usual. Ugh. Nam Gyeho wiped the sweat off of his forehead. He suddenly noticed his own reflection off the GLA.S.S on the elevator wall, and he could see that he was truly annoyed. All right, I'll be in the office soon. Okay, I'm heading for a meeting with the server team now. As Nam Gyeho stepped out of the elevator, he met the marketing team leader. Nam Gyeho brought him to his office and asked to hear the entire story. We kept telling him about the traffic congestion and asking for his understanding, but Ryder Ha said that he couldn't wait any longer as he had an interview with a newspaper company. I couldn't hold him back. Did he say anything else? Nothing. He was reading a book with a stoic look while waiting for you. I couldn't figure out his thoughts at all. Nam Gyeho licked his dried lips and stared into SBC. It wouldn't be strange if Ha Jae-gun were angry. After all, Nam Gyeho was the planning director of Next Ion, the largest game development company in South Korea. I'm not some crude venture company who creates adult-themed ghost-op games. Was 30 minutes that long of a wait? Nam Gyeho scoffed. The team leader kept quiet as he knew that it was a rhetorical question. What do you think? Pardon? We're going to pay him millions just to buy his IP and make a game out of it. But he ups and leaves when it's just a 30-minute delay in the schedule? Is he that much of a big deal? What do you think of him? The team leader fixed his SCS silently, seemingly in distress. Nam Gyeho's gaze remained on him, so the team leader had no choice but to speak after much hesitation. After seeing him today, and also from what I've heard from team leader Lee, I don't think Ryder Ha Jae-gun is a money-driven person. He's probably willing to let his novel be adapted into a game, not because of the money, but for the joy and honor. If someone or something doesn't sit well with him, he'll leave, no matter how much money you throw at him. Plus, he should have earned billions alone this year. Surprise briefly flashed across Nam Gyeho's face. He knew that one of Ha Jae-gun's novels had been adapted into a movie and had even become a best-selling work. But to think that he had earned billions this year alone, it was unbelievable. Do writers earn that much these days? The market for genre novels has been growing exponentially, but every writer can earn that much. We should probably give a raise to all our writers in the planning team before they decide to quit and change careers to become writers themselves. All right, I've roughly understood just what kind of a person he is, so arrange another meeting with him outside. I'll apologize and buy him dinner as well. Okay, I will convey that to team leader Lee Soo-hee. The marketing team leader left the office, and Nam Gyeho started arranging his remaining tasks on hand. Roughly an hour later, a message from Lee Soo-hee came through the internal messenger app. I've just contacted writer Ha Jae-gun. He's busy next week and will also be going down to Donghee the following week to monitor the filming on-site, so he can't confirm his schedule for the time being. He said he would contact us again when his schedule opens up in half a month's time. Nam Gyeho was shocked, his expression saying, "Look at this punk." The corner of his lips was trembling at the ridicule he was feeling. Is he really busy? Or was this a matter of pride? Whichever it was, it didn't matter to Nam Gyeho. What was important was the process and whether things would work out or not. After some pondering, Nam Gyeho pulled out his phone and personally gave Ha Jae-gun a call. "Hello, this is Mr. Ha Jae-gun's manager, Lee Yun-woo. May I speak to writer Ha Jae-gun, please?" "I'm sorry, but who is this?" "He'll know if you tell him that it's Nam Gyeho from Next Ion. He's currently in an interview." Nam Gyeho gulped and asked, "When will the interview end?" "It's a relatively in-depth interview, so it would take at least 3 hours." "Mr. Nam Gyeho from Next Ion, right? Is that all I have to convey?" Nam Gyeho scoffed reflexively. "Mr. Nam Gyeho from Next Ion?" It was his first time being addressed like that. "Please tell him to call me back as soon as possible. Ryder Ha has a lecture right after the interview as well, but I'll make sure to let him know." Nam Gyeho sprung up immediately. "Look, Mr. Manager, I must talk to him today, so please make sure he gives me a call. I will let him know." However, the manager only repeated his words like a parrot. Nam Gyuho loosened his necktie roughly when the call was ended unilaterally, without hearing a definite answer from the other party. His eyes were wide open in anger, glistening like GLA.S reflecting light due to the lenses he was wearing. An hour, 2, and 3 hours later, he still hadn't received a call. It was only when Nam Gyeho arrived home after work and was lying in bed that he received a message. This is Ha Jae-gun. I'm sending you a message instead of making a call since it's late after my lecture ended. I told team leader Lee Soo-hee about my schedule earlier. I'm unavailable in the near future, so I'll contact you again half a month later. Ha ha ha. Nam Gyeho burst into laughter while looking up at the ceiling. He climbed out of bed and headed to the kitchen, taking out a bottle of liquor from the cupboard. He was no longer sleepy. The pantry next to Nextion's planning team was filled with the team members of the planning team. Amongst those who were there to start their day with a cup of coffee were Lee Soo-hee and Jaime. Team leader, what should I do? What do you mean? Lee Soo-hee looked up from her phone while reading the news of newly released mobile games. Jaime shrugged, then looked around discreetly to make sure no one was watching them before muttering. About writer Ha Jae-gun. He didn't get to meet the director and just left, right? Is that going to be the end for Oscar's Dungeon? Well, I'm not sure. Did the director not say anything? Lee Soo-hee smiled reproachingly and asked, You're quite the curious one, aren't you, Ms. Jaime? You weren't like this before, but you've gotten quite nosy these days. Really? I'm just curious. Jaime murmured, teared at Lee Soo-hee's remark. However, Jaime had to report back to someone with news concerning Ha Jae-gun. Anyway, this is definitely the director's fault, right? What use is there to find fault in others when the negotiations have broken down? A long sigh was mixed in Lee Soo-hee's reply. Lee Soo-hee thought that the matter was Nam Gyeo's fault. Nam Gyeho had suggested arranging the meeting for yesterday, and Ha Jae-gun had also made known that he was ready to meet anytime before 3 p.m., as he had somewhere else he had to be. Even Lee Soo-hee thought that it would be best to delay the meeting to another day, because she was aware of Nam Gyeo's tight schedule. However, Nam Gyeo's motto had always been to strike while the iron was hot, so he didn't take her advice. Let's not delay it to another day and meet at 1:30 p.m. Our discussion should take at most 30 minutes anyway, since the team leaders can discuss the details with him. And this was the result of his stubbornness. He had attempted to fit Ha Jae-gun into his extremely tight schedule, and he failed spectacularly. Lee Soo-hee suddenly realized that the pantry had gotten awfully quiet. She looked around in surprise and spotted Nam Gyeho walking into the pantry with his hands in his pockets and standing before the coffee machine. His stiffer-than-usual expression made everyone fall silent. With a hot cup of coffee in hand, he turned around and approached Lee Soo-hee. Lee Soo-hee stood up from her seat and said, Good morning, director. Just stay seated. Nam Gyeho pulled out a chair and sat across from her. Jaime stood up and left him alone to talk while the other employees rushed back to their desks as well. You don't look so well today, director. Lee Soo spoke first after the pantry was cleared. Nam Gyeho stared out the window, silently, and brought the cup to his mouth. His eyes widened in surprise instantly. Aha! You should have been more careful. Did you scald your lips? Lee Soo-hee asked, pulling out a sachet of wet tissues from her pocket. Nam Gyeho pulled out 3 sheets of wet tissue and patted his lips with a groan. I'm not sure where my mind has gone. Did you not sleep last night? No, it's not that. Nam Gyeho looked down, crumpling the wet tissue in his hand. His anxiousness had influenced Lee Soo-hee, making her feel nervous. I called writer Ha yesterday. I received the same response that you told me yesterday, so I wanted to ask you for a favor. Please speak. Nam Gyeho lightly touched his red lips and explained, I need to meet writer Ha Jae-gun as soon as possible. He suggested we talk again half a month later, but with this mess right now, I don't think it's good for us to drag this out for too long. Nam Gyeho pulled out his phone and showed her a post from Laughbooks that stated Oscar's Dungeon had gone into another batch of reprints. Nam Gyeho scrolled down to the bottom of the post and tapped on the number of comments shown. According to my middle school nephew, they would call those who still haven't heard of Oscar's Dungeon a spy. Even female high schoolers like the novel, just because Ryder Ha is close with actor Park Do-joon. Yes, I believe there's that trend. Sometimes, things like this are better indicators than market statistics. It occurred to me that I may have underestimated Ryder Ha. Lee Soo-hee smiled slightly. Nam Gyu-ho continued. In conclusion, I don't want to lose Ryder Ha, and neither do I want to wait for half a month. He's probably doing this out of consideration for our employees' working hours, but please let him know that it doesn't matter when or where. I'm open to meeting him as long as he has the time. Thank you. With that, Nam Gyu-ho stood up. Left all alone, Lee Soo-hee pulled out her phone and sent a message. Jae-gun, can we talk right now? Are you free? A call came in from Ha Jae-gun in less than 30 seconds. Lee Soo-hee smiled and answered the call. That was quick. I could have called you earlier, but I was brushing my teeth. What's up? Well. Lee Soo-hee calmly conveyed Nam Gyu-ho's words. After listening, Ha Jae-gun replied without hesitation. It'd be great if that's possible. I understand that your working hours are from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., so I was going to schedule it with that in mind. Oh, really? Nam Gyu-ho's strategy proved effective. Lee Soo-hee felt relieved, and she felt as if a stone had been lifted from her chest. It should be fine after 9 p.m. I could meet him before I head to Donghee. Let me know what he thinks. Okay, Jae-gun. Thank you. I should be the one thanking you. You're the one helping me earn more money. Lee Soo-hee ended the call and gulped down the coffee in her cup before heading to the washroom with light steps. She was all smiles, even while brushing her teeth. Jae-gun Hyung, are you not tired? I'm fine, but you should be quite tired, I'm sorry. The additional filming for I Live Alone had just ended a while ago. Ha Jae-gun and Lee Yun-woo took a 30-minute nap in the car earlier, and they were now on the road to the next destination. Do you even get 10 minutes of screen time on the show? Why did they have to film you for over 3 hours just for that? It made me wonder how bad it was for Do-joon. I can't even imagine how bad it is for the other celebrities. The night deepened as the time neared 9 p.m. The cold autumn rain was beating against the car window. Lee Yun-woo increased the speed of the wiper and changed the topic of their conversation. I never knew that Nam Gyu-ho was a director. I only found out when I looked him up on the internet. He's 37 this year and still single. Really, he's quite good looking, but I don't like his style. You know, the style that's commonly found among student council presidents? We often have those kinds of students in school. Their every gesture and expression is bursting with confidence and energy. I think I understand what you mean. Ha Jae-gun laughed, nodding in agreement. Lee Yun-woo laughed as well, but his expression soon turned serious as he muttered, Anyway, I don't care whether he's the director or not. If he has made an appointment, he should have turned up on time. How dare he stand the great writer punching you up? You've already said that over 10 times. Stop it. Lee Yun-woo parked at a car park near the sashimi restaurant where Ha Jae-gun was supposed to be for his next schedule. Lee Yun-woo took the umbrella and was about to alight the car first, but Ha Jae-gun stopped him. Don't. You can go back first. I'm fine, Hyung. I could just work on my laptop while waiting for you in the car. I'm not okay with it, so listen to me. I'm sure you're tired, and you didn't even get to eat properly earlier. Head on back and have dinner with the others. Ha Jae-gun took out a 100,000 won cash check and slipped it into Lee Yun-woo's pocket. Lee Yun-woo was teared and confused. Why are you paying me a salary if you're going to keep giving me money like this? Just know that I'll reduce your pay the moment you start earning enough to pay for your own meals. Leave immediately after I alight. I won't go in until you drive off. Ha Jae-gun took the umbrella and alighted. Lee Yun-woo rolled down the window and stuck his head out before saying, Hyung, I'm really not hungry. I can keep waiting here. Ha Jae-gun frowned and stared at him with a grim look. Lee Yun-woo shut his mouth and sat back properly in his seat. Gosh, I got it. Hyung, I'll be going first, then. However, feel free to call me after your meeting. I will come down immediately. Say another word, and I'm going to fire you immediately. All right. I'm going now. Lee Yun-woo turned pale and stepped on the accelerator even before winding up the window. Ha Jae-gun watched him drive away into the distance with a smile and turned around to enter the restaurant. Welcome, Jae-gun. Lee Soo-hee sat on the inner side of the private room and waved at him. Ha Jae-gun's eyes widened in surprise as he took off his shoes and stepped into the room. "Why are you here so early?" he asked. "I was afraid that there'd be no seats since I couldn't make a reservation earlier. But the director and marketing team leader will be here soon." Ha Jae-gun was about to sit across from her, but he stopped and pointed at the seat beside her. "Wouldn't it be better if I sat beside you instead?" "Hmm? I guess so." Ha Jae-gun sat down beside her and took off his coat. Lee Soo-hee adjusted her seating position and shifted her toes to face away from Ha Jae-gun. Was it because Ha Jae-gun was the one sitting next to her? She found it strange that the opposite seat was empty, and she was fluid as tear that Ha Jae-gun was sitting next to her. "It's been a while since I've been here," Ha Jae-gun muttered while folding his coat and placing it beside him. "It's been a while?" "Yeah, back when I was releasing my novels with Starbooks. I've been here once with President Kwon and Ms. Somi. I remember it clearly since it was the day they offered me an exclusive contract with them." "I see. They're good people. You've met them, too." Lee Soo-hee only nodded in silence. However, Lee Soo-hee didn't want to acknowledge Young Somi. For some reason, Lee Soo-hee found Young Somi's existence annoying since she met her back at Ha Jae-gun Studio. She did well with the illustrations for Oscar's Dungeon, Lee Soo-hee said after a while. Ha Jae-gun grinned and said, "So, I was thinking of having her draw the original images as well." "The originals, too?" Lee Soo-hee was surprised. She was about to say something, but the door to the private room was opened. The marketing team leader and Nam Gyu-ho walked into the private room. "Please take a seat, Director." Ha Jae-gun stood up along with Lee Soo-hee. Nam Gyu-ho quickly took off his shoes and climbed into the room. He bowed and extended his hand over to Ha Jae-gun. "Hello, I'm Nam Gyu-ho, planning director at Next Ion. It's nice to meet you." "Yes, hello. I'm Ha Jae-gun." Ha Jae-gun reached and shook his hands. Their eyes met, and Ha Jae-gun calmly accepted Nam Gyu-ho's sharp gaze. "I'm really sorry about the previous incident," Nam Gyu-ho said as he took a seat across from Ha Jae-gun. "I unknowingly disrespected you. I truly didn't expect the traffic to be that congested." "It's all right. I thought it would have been great if you had waited slightly longer that day. I wanted to do so as well, but it was already well past 2 p.m. And even if we had gone through with the meeting, there was no way we could have had a proper conversation in less than 30 minutes. Nam Gyu-ho narrowed his eyes. Ha Jae-gun had never broken eye contact and was replying calmly to him. Ha Jae-gun was smiling slightly, but his eyes showed little emotion. "So, Director, shall we start by ordering some food?" "I've ordered a sashimi platter, Team Leader Park." "Oh, really?" Team Leader Lee is indeed quick-witted. Soon, the table was filled with sashimi and other food items that Lee Soo-hee had ordered. The group entered full-fledged talks with the marketing team leader, kick-starting the conversation. He started off by sharing Nextion's domestic and international market share, the establishment of Oscar's Dungeon development team, and the gamification of certain elements in the original novel. Meanwhile, Ha Jae-gun picked up a piece of sashimi and dipped it into the sauce, chewing on it. To be honest, Team Leader Park's explanation was so boring that it sounded like a rite of sage. Nam Gyu-ho had to step up as a relief pitcher. "That's enough. The night is short, and we have a lot to discuss, so let's go straight to the point." Nam Gyu-ho wiped his hands with a wet towel and said bluntly, "I wish to hear your opinions, Writer Ha. You should know enough about our company by now. I'm not trying to boast, I'm just telling you the truth. I understand. Oscar's Dungeon has been a huge hit in the genre novel market, and the momentum will continue for quite a while. It's important that the original novel is good enough to be made into a game, but something else that I view as important, as that is how big of a hot topic it'll become. I want the game to be installed on the phones of each and every one of your readers, including those who have never played games before." Lee Soo-hee grew increasingly uncomfortable as she watched Nam Gyu-ho speak faster and faster as the seconds went by. Once Nam Gyu-ho got going, he wouldn't care about the other people around him and would speak as fast as a bullet train to share all of his thoughts. "We are prepared to do everything to make the game a reality. Before the game is released, we're also considering creating a webtoon as a form of marketing content. This idea is from Team Leader Park." Nam Gyu-ho gestured to the man next to him and showed credit. Team Leader Park smiled shyly and nodded lightly. Thank you for liking my novel, Ha Jae-gun said as he looked at Nam Gyu-ho. Nam Gyu-ho smiled amiably and shrugged lightly. It was time to hear Ha Jae-gun's answer. Since we're on the topic of Webtoon, have you already read Oscar's Dungeon? Of course, I've read it up till the latest release. Then, you should have seen the il.u.s.trations too. I wish to have the artist of the il.u.s.trations work on the Webtoon as well, including the original images, if possible. Nam Gyu-ho could barely hold in his laughter, but he ended up laughing with his arms crossed. Meanwhile, Lee Soo-hee looked down. She should have brought this topic up with Ha Jae-gun before Nam Gyu-ho arrived. What's wrong? I apologize for laughing out of the blue. The artist's il.u.s.trations were good, but those il.u.s.trations aren't up to par with the standards of our company, especially if you want the artist to create the original images as well. They don't seem to be a known artist, too, so I suggest you reconsider. Nam Gyu-ho picked up his chopsticks and added, Is this because you still need a bit more experience in society? You have quite the naive side. Lee Soo-hee's heart sank. Nam Gyu-ho probably didn't mean anything when he said those words, but it was unclear as his social skill was probably only 8 or 9 out of 10. Fortunately, Ha Jae-gun took it lightly and smiled. I'm asking because I'm not sure how this works. I'll hear about that in more detail from the team leaders in the future. However, if we ever decide to make a webtoon, I hope that we can use the same artist who did my il.u.s.trations. I'm sure we can make up for the lack of direction with a great storyboard. Team leader Park stepped up to answer. Sure, writer Ha Jae-gun. I'll make sure we'll come to an agreement on that. Thank you. I don't have any further objections on this matter. Ha Jae-gun accepted the results of their discussion, and the work conversation ended there. Nam Gyu-ho snapped his fingers and called the server. Bring us 2 bottles of beer and 4 cups. Let's enjoy some soju bombs. Nam Gyu-ho personally mixed soju and beer into each cup with a 3:7 ratio. He handed the first GLA.S to Ha Jae-gun and said, Please have one. Can you drink soju bombs? Well, I have enough experience to drink this at the very least, said Ha Jae-gun. It sounded like a light-hearted joke, but it was actually covered in thorns. Nam Gyu-ho's eyelids briefly twitched, and no one noticed it. It was really nice meeting you. I hope everything goes well for us in the future. I hope for the same as well. The group of 4 held up their GLA.S.SES and made a toast. Nam Gyu-ho tilted his head back and gulped down the entire GLA.S.S. Ha Jae-gun finished his GLA.S almost at the same time. Their eyes met, and they smiled at each other, but their smiles contained many different contrasting thoughts. Meanwhile, at the writer's office, Congratulations, writer Ha. It's definitely going to be a green light. Kwanta 1 and Young So-mi congratulated Ha Jae-gun one after the other after hearing about the verbal agreement for Oscar's Dungeon. Since the novel was published through Laugh Books, these two had to be notified first. The game wouldn't be created in a day or two. I think it should take at least a year. I suppose so. The project plan should be sent over once the IP contract is signed, and I will begin working on the scenario based on that. I've already gotten permission from the director, and I've got quite some time on hand anyway. Young So-mi came back from the kitchen with 3 cups of coffee. Ha Jae-gun looked at her and said, I think they're looking to make a webtoon for the game's marketing purposes. Young So-mi's expression brightened instantly at the mention of a webtoon. That's great. I think it'd be great if we could promote it together with Comic KT. Otherwise, there's always Naven or Dowum too. So I think I'll need your help, Ms. So-mi. Pardon? Young So-mi asked with a smile on her face, looking dazed. Ha Jae-gun turned to Kwanta 1 and said, President, I hope that Ms. Young So-mi can work on the webtoon. Ah, I see. I like Ms. So-mi's drawing, and I think we'll need a good storyboard artist to help bring the webtoon to life. Ha Jae-gun spoke with vigor. Young So-mi had been editing quite a few of his popular novels up until now. The support and encouragement she had provided him, not just as an editor, but also as a reader, couldn't be ignored. Every help Young So-mi had provided to Ha Jae-gun so far had become turning points in the latter's life. I think Ms. So-mi has a better understanding of my novel's world setting. and I'm confident that she can convey it in her drawings accurately. What came next after her skills were her character. There was no difficulty communicating with Young So-mi at work. There had been obstacles, but trust had never been lost. Ha Jae-gun had long verified Young So-mi's character. But writer my drawings are... Young So-mi trailed off, her face stricken with fear. Ha Jae-gun grinned and placed a copy of Oscar's Dungeon on the table. You're a pro, Ms. So-mi. Look at how many il.u.s.trations you've done up until now. I've also seen all the webtoon practice drawings you've done so far. Please have confidence in yourself. The author of the original novel likes it. So what else would you need aside from that? I'm worried that you're the only one who likes my drawings. Writer Young So-mi said, sounding doubtful. No, I think your il.u.s.trations are great, too, Deputy Young. If your skills aren't there, why would I let you continue working on the il.u.s.trations for the other novels? Kwon Tae-won added with a smile. Young So-mi looked down at the book and pondered for a while. After staring at the cover of Oscar's Dungeon for quite a while, she finally looked up and said with confidence, Thank you. I'll do it. I believe in writer Ha's words, and that President Kwon would find a good storyboard artist to assist me. I'll do my best for the webtoon. Yes, that's the spirit. Ha Jae-gun raised his palm up for a high five. Young So-mi smiled bashfully and gave him a high five. I'll leave the rest of the project in President Kwon's good hands. Of course, that includes the contract. Sure, writer Don't be worried and focus on the movie. Thank you. Rika, shall we get going? Rika ran down from her usual spot at the windowsill, where she was watching the world outside. Ha Jae-gun picked Rika up in his arms and stood up. You're unsure when you'll come back to Seoul after heading to Donghae for the time being, right? Yes, I might stay until the last filming day. I have to discuss and edit the scenario based on the circumstances while the filming is ongoing. I told Mom to take good care of you on my behalf, Young So-mi said. She already takes great care of me. Your family's bed and breakfast is a 5-star hotel. All right, I'll be going. Ha Jae-gun was putting on his shoes when he turned around briefly and realized that none of the other writers were in the office. It feels unusually empty today. Yeah, something seems to have come up for everyone. Writer Yang went on a trip with his friends. Writer Jang and writer Lee went back to their hometowns. Ha Jae-gun didn't talk to anyone about Kong Min-ho's problem. Kong Min-ho had sent a message saying that something urgent had come up at home, and he had to stay in his hometown for another week. Kong Min-ho had been working on his ma.in.u. script at home and sending them over through email. It feels lonely to see the always busy office so quiet all of a sudden, Young So-mi murmured in the silence. Ha Jae-gun smiled sadly and opened the door. The stagnant cold air in the hallway inundated him. Nuna, are you really not going to come over? The miser, Hyun Kyung-hyung, is going to treat us to gopchang 1. I don't have any appetite, and I'm getting sleepy too. I'll go to sleep after watching some TV, so enjoy your meal. All right, Nuna. I'll bring some back for you too. Nuna, you remember that I Live Alone is going to be broadcast today, right? You gotta watch it. I know. I'll watch it later. Bye. Jang Eun-young put down her phone and reached for her keyboard. Her typing echoed heavily and slowly in the silent office. She wasn't in her best condition to write today. Did something happen? Her mind was filled with concerns for Kong Min-ho. Kong Min-ho said that he would return after a week, but he was still missing. She hadn't heard any news from him either. She knew why he had to return to his hometown, so she couldn't bring herself to contact him first. When she asked Young So-mi and Pa S. Singh, the only answer she got was, I think something happened back at home. Did things go well with that blind date? It was great news if he had decided to stay for a while longer, because there had been some progress between him and his blind date partner. In other words, it was something she should be happy about. However, Jang Eun-young couldn't smile. Phew, I should stop for today and rest. Jang Eun-young saved her Word doc that UW meant and turned off her laptop. Her story development was bleak, and she felt tired as well. She picked herself up to make a quick dinner. Beep, beep, beep. Just then, she heard the door locks jingle. Someone was typing in the Pa S. sword for the door. Jang Eun-young raised an eyebrow. Ha Jae-gun had gone to Donghae, so it was strange that someone was trying to get into the office. Hyung, have you resolved everything back at home? Of course, the blind date was included in the everything that Jang Eun-young had mentioned. However, Kang Min-ho only nodded dryly in response. Nothing happened during the time I was away, right? I've only been writing in the office, so nothing's new. I see. The two continued eating in the awkward silence without making any eye contact. They soon finished their meal. Kang Min-ho stood up to wash the dishes while Jang Eun-young took his drenched suit and hung it up. It was after they had each brushed their teeth that Jang Eun-young broke the silence once more and said, "The episode of I Live Alone with writer Ha will be showing soon." "All right, I should watch that. Do you want a can of beer?" "Sure." An advertise Iki.nt was on the TV. Jang Eun-young and Kang Min-ho sat beside each other and sipped on their beer. Jang Eun-young sat cross-legged on the sofa and gazed at the TV. Usually, she would have laid down on the sofa and put her legs on Kang Min-ho, and she would have already asked him to sage her stiff legs. However, she couldn't do that anymore. Ever since Kang Min-ho returned to his hometown for the blind date, a wall had formed between them. It was a wall so solid and tough that she couldn't break it by herself. "I've already finished the beer. Do you want another?" "I'll get it. Get one for me, too." Kang Min-ho brought out 3 cans of beer, and I Live Alone was finally showing. Park Do-jun's face filled the screen, and they started talking. Mr. Do-jun looks so natural, but he looks really tired here. It seems that they weren't lying when they said that there's 0 directing. According to Mr. Ha, there was still some directing. They simply made it look as natural and as entertaining as possible. I see. Perhaps because I'm watching this here in the office, but I can relate better than other celebrities. Same here. It's more entertaining. Park Do-jun was currently making what looked like a messy caricature of egg rolls when Ha Jae-gun arrived at his house. Jang Eun-young slapped her knees and exclaimed, "Writer Ha really paid attention to his hairstyle. I guess it's not strange because he's going on TV. Look, he really looks different than usual." "Ha, you're right." Kang Min-ho's voice sounded somber. He felt apologetic to Ha Jae-gun, but he wasn't paying attention to the show at all. He shouldn't be having this conversation with Jang Eun-young at all. Don't you think they'll talk about the movie on the show, too? Maybe talk about director Woo as well. Would they? "Hyung, are you tired? You sound exhausted." "I'm tired because I haven't had any beer in a while." Ha Jae-gun left Park Do-jun's house after having coffee and sharing some conversation after their meal. However, the show didn't end with Ha Jae-gun's departure. The program continued with Park Do-jun and Ha Jae-gun meeting at a cafe. "Oh, so this is the additional filming they did. I heard they loved how entertaining it was when writer Ha appeared in the scenes they had edited, so they added more scenes for him at a cafe." Uh-huh. Park Do-jun and Ha Jae-gun were seen having a casual conversation over coffee on the TV. After some small chit-chat, Park Do-jun changed the subject. "Park Do-jun, I want to go hang out at your writer's office again. I enjoyed that seafood and chicken soup the last time I went." Ha Jae-gun, "Yeah, you've become a star in the office that day. Writer Jang kept complimenting you, saying how cool you were, until her throat turned dry." "Oh my Hyung, we got on TV," Jang Eun-young said and grinned brightly. Even Kang Min-ho sat up the moment they were mentioned and leaned forward in interest. "Park Do-jun, are the writers doing well?" Ha Jae-gun, "Yeah, well." "Park Do-jun, what is it? Why do you look like something has happened?" Ha Jae-gun, "There's a writer with an issue, but I can't really help much." "Park Do-jun, who? Writer Jang? Or?" Ha Jae-gun, "It's not nice to say it on the show. They're probably watching this." Gulp. Kang Min-ho gulped a mouthful of his own saliva. Ha Jae-gun was definitely referring to him. The unexpected development made him freeze with nervousness. Park Do-jun, "All right, then let me know what the concerns are about." Ha Jae-gun, "About a person they like." Park Do-jun, "Wow, that's my specialty. What is it exactly about?" Ha Jae-gun, "The income of writers isn't stable, you know that, right? So they asked me if there was someone out there who would still like them despite that. That's the gist of it." Park Do-jun, "So what did you say?" Ha Jae-gun, "I told them that there's definitely someone like that. He just has to look closer." Jang Eun-young froze over. They fell silent and became conscious of each other But the show continued. Park Do-jun, since they're watching right now, how about you say something to them through the camera? Ha Jae-gun, should I? I wish you good luck, writer Nim. You'll definitely succeed. Ha Jae-gun stared shyly into the camera and pumped his clenched fist into the air. When Kong Min-ho met Ha Jae-gun's gaze, the burning passion that he had been suppressing within him surged violently. Who is it? Who told writer Ha about their relationship problem? Was it Hyun Kyung or Yun Woo? Jang Eun-young mumbled, acting like she were calm as she took 3 gulps of her beer. Kong Min-ho hung his head down before Jang Eun-young, who was fanning her flushed face, and said, "It's you." "Me? I didn't say something like that. I told him about you." Jang Eun-young's eyes widened in astonishment. Kong Min-ho didn't dare to look up as he muttered, "It was a lie when I said that something came up at home. I needed time to think about you. It was only today when I finally made up my mind and decided to go back here." "What are you saying, Hyung? It's all thanks to writer Ha. He gave me the courage to do this. I don't want to think about the future right now. For now, what matters is the present. Even if our relationship ends up changing, I'll still say it." Kong Min-ho looked up at Jang Eun-young and stared straight into her eyes. Jang Eun-young felt tied down by his gaze, and her heart pounded so hard against her chest that she felt like her heart was about to explode. So, I've known you for so long. It's very hard for me to say this, but Kong Min-ho couldn't finish his sentence. Jang Eun-young had grabbed him with her trembling hands, and she had interrupted Kong Min-ho by pushing her lips onto his lips. Their sweet breath was released as their lips slowly opened up. "Don't say it, Hyung," Jang Eun-young whispered and kissed him once more. Kong Min-ho pulled Jang Eun-young in by her waist, and she wrapped her arms around his neck. Their bodies were quickly entangled, and they fell onto the sofa. Wait. "Don't, Hyung. I'll take them off." Jang Eun-young took the remote control and turned off the lights. Soon, their rough breaths filled every corner of the dark living room. 1. Gopchang is a cow or pig's small intestines. It was really entertaining. "Hyung, who consulted you?" "It wasn't me, so was it Hyun Kyung Hyung?" "It's not me," Young Hyun Kyung declared. "Is it Min-ho Hyung then?" "Are you sure the screenwriter didn't just make that up for the show?" "Wait, what if they're another writer from the office?" "Really? Ow, my neck hurts after looking up for so long." Lee Yun-woo looked away from the wall-mounted TV and started saging his nape. The broadcast for I Live Alone had just ended. Young Hyun Kyung was pouring alcohol into his own GLA.S.S. Hyun Kyung Hyung, why are you pouring your own drink? Forget it. Don't you think there's going to be articles sprouting out after this broadcast? What kind? Young Hyun Kyung threw his gaze toward the TV and said, "About the movie that Park Do-jun and Ha Jae-gun were talking about earlier. Netizens are always ready to create issues out of nothing. Plus, there's the previous issue with Summer in My 20s. I think they create groundless rumors and make a mountain out of a molehill with them, then replaying them over and over again." Lee Yun-woo picked up a piece of gopchang and placed it into his mouth before shaking his head. "I'm not so sure. He only mentioned how they liked the director for There Was a Sea, right? I don't think there are going to be any issues." Yang Hyun Kyung stopped dead in his tracks and looked at his phone in a daze. Lee Yun-woo belatedly realized that Yang Hyun Kyung wasn't with him anymore, so he turned around. "Hyun Kyung Hyung, what are you doing?" he shouted. "I was just checking my phone," Yang Hyun Kyung answered with a smile. In other words, Kong Min-ho and Jang Eun-young were by themselves in the office. Yang Hyun Kyung hurriedly replied, "Wow, it's so out of the blue. I just came out with Lee Yun-woo for some beer. We'll come back around 3 hours later then." "Where are you guys? Farm Fritz?" "I'll bring Eun-young over as well. We're not in Bucheon. We've somehow ended up at Giro. The last train should depart soon. Take a taxi back later then." "Yes, see you later." Yang Hyun Kyung put his phone back in his pocket. He looked up and gestured at Lee Yun-woo. "Yun-woo, let's turn back. I think it's better to have some beer to cleanse our palates." "Ha ha, look at you, Hyung. You're regretting it, right?" Lee Yun-woo ran back excitedly. Yang Hyun Kyung put an arm around Lee Yun-woo, and they headed to a nearby hot bar. He looked up briefly and saw 2 stars shining brightly in the night sky. I Live Alone, Ha Jae-gun. Ha Jae-gun novel. There Was a Sea. Park Do-jun. Summer in My 20s, Woo Jae-hoon. Ha Jae-gun Park Do-jun relationship. Ha Jae-gun hairstyle. Ha Jae-gun shoes. From dawn to daybreak, the real-time search rankings on major portal sites were filled with a single subject. The netizens who had seen the episode of I Live Alone with guest Park Do-jun were pouring their opinions on the many different news articles and community forums. They seem really close, Keek. He even knows the house Pa S. Sword. Someone, please go to Park Do-jun's house and teach him how to make a proper-looking egg roll. Interpreting Ha Jae-gun's words, director Yoon Tae-sung is capable, so I'm not worried. Incapable directors like Woo Jae-hoon, who only knows how to ruin original novels, should get lost. Keek. The comment above, you really sound like you're telling the truth when you say it like that. You have a degree in dissing? Truthfully speaking, Woo Jae-hoon can't retort no matter what Ha Jae-gun says, since he ruined the original novel so badly. I'd like to thank director Woo Jae-hoon once again for a comedy out of such a serious book. I think Park Do-jun fell out with Woo Jae-hoon as well. I know someone in the film industry who told me that director Woo Jae-hoon wanted to work on There Was a Sea and wanted to cast Park Do-jun as the male lead again. But Woo Jae-hoon actually lost both the movie and the actor. Please stop spreading groundless news. The entire country knows that Woo Jae-hoon is bad at scriptwriting, so let's stop bringing it up. F.U.C.K. Woo Jae-hoon's reddened face was contorted like a used tissue. He was looking up news articles related to I Live Alone on his phone, and almost every comment was mocking him. All these BSDRDS don't even know a bat's shit about movies, yet they're out here running their mouths. FUCK, do you guys know anything about filming on-site? Do you guys know about distribution? Woo Jae-hoon suppressed the impulse to throw his phone away. He took out a cigarette stick to bite. If he were alone, he would have been yelling curses at the top of his lungs by now. Unfortunately, he was at an interview on his new movie, The Himalayas. The reporter sitting across from him was arranging the remaining questions during their short break. I've rested enough, so let's continue when you're ready, reporter, Woo Jae-hoon said as he put out the half-puffed cigarette in an ashtray. Woo Jae-hoon wanted to finish the interview as soon as possible, as he was boiling with anger. The reporter nodded and opened his laptop. A series of questions and answers followed for quite a while, and they soon arrived at the final few questions of the interview. The production fee for The Himalayas hit 11 billion won. The first concern was if the movie could break even. How popular do you think this movie will be? I always do my best whenever I'm out there producing a film, but the results are up to the heavens. I see. Perhaps Jae-hoon's answer was too standard that the reporter looked disappointed as he drummed his fingers on his laptop. In fact, Woo Jae-hoon's answers have been quite dry and boring after their short break. Even the man's constant glancing at the clock was starting to get on the reporter's nerves. This is the final question. Regarding the movie There Was a Sea by director Yoon Tae-sung, which is also currently in production. Woo Jae-hoon was looking elsewhere and was scratching the back of his head, but his eyes widened abruptly at the mention of the familiar title. The reporter kept their eyes on the laptop screen and was typing away while asking. The male lead actor from your previous movie, Park Do-jun, was cast as the male lead for There Was a Sea. Were you aware of that? Coincidentally, the author of the original novel, Ha Jae-gun, had aided in the production as well by penning the scenario himself. It said that the premiere periods for both There Was a Sea and The Himalayas may overlap. What's the point of that question? Woo Jae-hoon asked angrily. He couldn't hold it in any longer. The reporter reflexively straightened up and gulped in fear. I'm just curious about your opinions toward the director for There Was a Sea. What do you think the movie quality would be? How popular do you think the movie will be? Things like that. Woo Jae-hoon gnashed his teeth, and the corners of his eyes twitched. The lingering fury forced Woo Jae-hoon to give up on his textbook answers. I think breaking even is a matter of luck for them. Is the outlook that bad? The original novel sells quite well, and actor Park Do-jun is the male lead, but the outlook is still quite bleak. First of all, the director is new and inexperienced, and from my understanding, writer Ha Jae-gun has never written a proper scenario before. The ones they wrote back in school as homework are different from the ones written for the sake of real on-site filming. Woo Jae-hoon took out another stick of cigarette and continued talking, even though the reporter hadn't asked him any additional questions. If there is zero communication, the on-site filming will be a mess. We can't undo something that's been done. I heard that director Yoon Tae-sung and writer Ha Jae-gun had discussed all the scenes before filming, but I don't think it'll turn out well. And you said that both movies are going to be released in the same period as ours? That's honestly news to me, but it's all because I'm not really interested in their movie. The reporter was so excited at Woo Jae-hoon's answer that the corners of his mouth had already reached his ears. They could easily create the next headlines using Woo Jae-hoon's aggressive and controversial answer. The reporter's 10 fingers furiously captured Woo Jae-hoon's anger in his words. Jae-gun Hyung, have you seen Woo Jae-hoon's interview? That BSDRD, really? I got so angered that my blood pressure shot up. I had to sage the back of my neck for 10 whole seconds. Don't stress over it. He has always been that kind of person. Just look away. I don't even care. So why are you fussing so much? How could he say that? Art, I'm so mad. Ah, Hyung, I'm sorry. I'm too angry. He was just outright dissing. There was a C. Ha Jae-gun wedged his phone between his ear and shoulder, and then he started stretching. The morning sunlight poured in as he opened the windows, and the sight of the blue East Sea filled his view. And Hyung, there are some malicious comments here and there, but don't worry about them. Even the professional Go player, Lee Se-dol, once said, I couldn't even care less about my fans, so why would I care about the haters? All right, thanks. Nothing's up at the writer's office, right? Everything's great. Please come back earlier, Hyung. It's so empty without you around. Focus on your writing instead. I'll need to hang up now. I have to leave soon. All right, Hyung. Have a good day. Ha Jae-gun showered and changed his clothes, then went downstairs to have some breakfast. As usual, Young Somi's mother took great care of his meals. I'm not sure if you like this thistle rice, one I've made. It's really delicious. Your cooking skills are awesome, madam. Oh ho ho. I do get complimented on my cooking skills. Young Somi takes after me, so she's great at cooking as well. Haha, I see. Thank you for always looking out for me. Ego, you're embarrassed to sing me, Mr. Ha. This is nothing compared to how much you've been looking out for my daughter. Ho ho ho. Ha Jae-gun was enjoying his days at Donghi. He was comfortable staying at the bed and breakfast. The sea view is awesome as well. The discussions with director Yoon Tae-sung regarding the movie went smoothly, and he was always in his best condition whenever he was working on his writing. Filming a movie really takes up a lot of effort. Ha Jae-gun came to a realization of how much effort had to be put in just to produce a movie after observing the entire process on site. Ha Jae-gun finished his breakfast and walked to the filming location to digest his food. He saw Park Do-joon and Kim Ji-won practicing before the cameras were set up around them. The same scene was repeated many times, yet not once did the director give the okay sign. A manager stood by the side, holding onto the actors' coats with a worried look. Ha Jae-gun saw all of that in just a glance. Excuse me, Mr. Do-joon. Please add more anger. You need more anger. I need a more beastly feel. Yoon Tae-sung was giving more directions to Park Do-joon behind the cameras. Of course, Park Do-joon was doing his best. He couldn't redo the exact same scene every time. If they were to get complacent with multiple takes, the movie wouldn't turn out great. They had to get the explosive anger out of Park Do-joon right here and right now. The director and the staffers were doing their best to get it done today. Excuse me, you're writer Ha Jae-gun, right? A few female students approached Ha Jae-gun. The girls started screaming in excitement even before Ha Jae-gun could answer them. I Live Alone was so entertaining. Writer Ha, you actually came all the way here. Where are you staying? Are you staying with Do-joon Appa? Please let me take a photo with you. A few sirs by, and staffers looked at where the commotion was coming from. Ha Jae-gun flashed an embarrassed, said smile, and turned around. He decided to head back to the bed and breakfast after realizing that he could become a hindrance to the filming. Meanwhile, off camera, what? Your grandmother is in a critical state. The assistant casting director tossed his head back and grabbed his neck while on the phone. He had just received news that the supporting actor taking the role of a villager living in the village where Bada was living couldn't come on time. Why are there so many people whose family members are sick today? What? Why can't Suchiol come? What now? Huh? His older sister is giving birth to twins. That crazy. All right, I'm hanging up. The assistant casting director hung up and pulled his hair in frustration. It was part of his job to hire Pa as Sursby, hanging around to fill the spots of those absent supporting actors. Huh? Ms. Nayeon, come here. The assistant casting director discovered Kim Nayeon and beckoned her over. Kim Nayeon's role was the friend of the female lead. Kim Nayeon was curious about why she was called when she was already done with her scenes. What's wrong, assistant director? We don't have enough people for the restaurant fighting scene. I need around 5 to 6 people. Your sibling came along, right? Can you bring them over? My sibling? Yes. Don't you have a sibling? I just need to fill in the head count. Hurry up. Okay, I understand. Please do me this favor. It'll be great if you can find more people. The assistant director finished his piece and pulled out his phone once again before heading off in the opposite direction. Kim Nayeon spun around and hurried back to her accommodation. Yisol, where are you? One, ref called, PR announced as ganjur. In Korean, it's a relatively common green that is added to rice to add texture to meals. There was no one in the room. The perfectly made bed astonished Kim Nayeon. Did Hong Yisol leave for Seoul while she was busy filming? Just then, there was a click from the bathroom door. Hey, Hong Yisol, you were in the toilet. Kim Nayeon yelled. Yeah. Uni, I'm about to shower. What's wrong? I thought you had already left. Hurry up and come out. Help us stand in for some supporting actors who couldn't make it. What? Hong Yisol flung the bathroom door open. Hong Yisol didn't even think of covering up herself as she stared at Kim Nayeon, completely bewildered. It's nothing much. It's just a fight scene between gangsters at a restaurant. You'll just be acting as a villager living here. There's nothing much for you to do either, so hurry up. Uni, can't you leave me out of this? I don't really look that good. Hong Yisol slowly retreated. She wasn't afraid of going on camera. There was a C was hot Jae-gun's movie. She was still not ready to show up in his movie. They don't care about looks at all, so just go. The assistant casting director asked me to get you on it. Help me out, will you? Hong Yisol wordlessly bit her lips. Kim Nayeon's gaze suddenly traveled downward, and she gasped. Look at this girl's hips. You're making me mad, huh? Are you trying to embarrass me? Just how much have you exercised? What are those abs? Stop touching me, Uni. Hong Yisol couldn't withstand the tickles and fell. Kim Nayeon fixed her towel-wrapped hair and turned around. I'll be waiting for you, so wash up and hurry on out, said Kim Nayeon as she closed the door behind her. Hong Yisol stood up. She turned, and her reflection in the mirror seemed to reflect all the worries in the world. Yeah, no. You sent money to me again? Why did you send such a huge amount to me? I've already said countless times to stop sending me money. Should I really get angry at you? Ha Jae-gun squinted one of his eyes and pulled his phone slightly away from his ear. Ha Jae-gun waited until Ha Jae's nagging had simmered down before answering. It's for you. Don't you want to set up your own school? Isn't that more than enough for you to do it? How are mom and father? Ha Jae-gun quickly changed the topic, afraid that her nagging would continue. Ha Jae-in let out an audible sigh. Dad is out looking for jobs again. What? He's complaining that he's feeling sore all over from just staying at home. I've nagged him and told him not to take up any dangerous or arduous work. Which job on earth isn't arduous? Please stop him, Nuna. Do you think he would listen to me? That's true, but what about you? How's life at Dongi? It should be quite cold since we're entering winter now. The wind is strong here, but the temperature is quite high compared to the metropolitan city. And it feels like a dream to be able to see the sea every morning when I wake up. Are you trying to tease me? You're making me want to go to the beach, too. Let's come together as a family again next time. And let's build a vacation house, too. Ha Jae-gun talked on the phone for a while more, then hung up. The world looked quite dreary when he looked out the window, so it wouldn't be weird if it started pouring all of a sudden. The gray sea made the view look desolate as well. I didn't expect that I'd stay here for so long. Ha Jae-gun thought that he would be able to return after a week here, But it was already past half a month, and Ha Jae-gun had even personally torn the month's page on the calendar in his room. Everyone should be doing fine, right? He thought of all the writers back at the office whom he hadn't seen in a long time. How did Kang Min-ho and Jang Eun-young's relationship turn out? After them, the faces of Lee Soo-hee, Park Young-jin, Kwon Tae-won, Young So-mi, and finally Oh Myung-suk appeared in his mind. Meow. Rika, sleeping in a corner of the room, approached Ha Jae-gun. Ha Jae-gun picked her up and placed her on his lap, then turned to his laptop. The screen showed the incomplete ma.n.u. script for Volume 7 of Oscar's Dungeon. I should start picking up the pace with this novel. Now that There Was a Sea had come to an end for him, he should put all his focus on Oscar's Dungeon, as it was contracted with Next Eye On for the game adaptation. Ha Jae-gun let out a sigh as he watched the flickering cursor on the screen. He had been stuck on Volume 7 for the longest time now. The content he had been writing couldn't satisfy him. Furthermore, there was an even larger issue than that. Please say something, Senior. What do you think of the scene where Oscar gets stuck in the dungeon because of the crumbled entrance? Is it interesting? However, Seo Gun-woo didn't reply to him. He had asked countless questions while working on his novels, and Seo Gun-woo had always replied to him. They had been able to hold long discussions over those questions. The conflicts they would find themselves in over the questions had always allowed Ha Jae-gun to find the direction of his story. However, the frequency of replies was decreasing. The same went for Oscar's Dungeon. As Ha Jae-gun started writing Volume 7, he had received 0 responses from Seo Gun-woo's soul, no matter how many questions he asked. Ha Jae-gun felt like his future was bleak. BZZT. His phone rang. A text from Young So-mi had arrived. How's everything going? I've drafted Episode 1 with the help of the storyboard artist that President Kwon introduced to me. I sent it to your inbox, so please take a look when you're free. That was fast. Ha Jae-gun accessed his inbox and opened Episode 1 of the webtoon Oscar's Dungeon. He started smiling while reading it. Wow, this is good. He had always liked her drawing style, so there was nothing for him to fuss about. The angle composition of each scene and position made the reading experience smooth. Ha Jae-gun sent Young So-mi a reply with a smile. It looks awesome. I can see that you've put a lot of effort into it. This is great. Thank you for the compliments. But is it all right to proceed with this? You should do as you feel, not based on my opinion. What I've said aren't empty words. If you were with me right now, I would have treated you to a huge meal. Oh my, you're making me want to teleport to Donghae right now. Ha Jae-gun put his phone down, and his smile disappeared completely after a while. He felt more anxious about his writing after looking at the great work Young So-mi had produced for him. This can't go on, Rika. Regardless of the results, I should at least finish the draft ma.n.u. script and send it over to President Kwon as soon as possible. Otherwise, I might just end up working on Volume 7 until the end of this year. Meow. Ha Jae-gun closed his eyes momentarily and cleared his mind of all thoughts. He threw away the reliance he had on Seo Gun-woo and stopped asking questions. His fingers on the keyboard started typing out the story development he had in mind. Cut. Director Yoon Tae-sung shot his hand up high. Sobbing in each other's embrace, Park Do-joon and Kim Jo-won finally broke off the hug and stood apart, letting out a sigh of relief. Great job, everyone. Let's head back up to Seoul now. The applause from the staffers echoed throughout the site. The scenes in Donghae had finally been filmed. A wave of sadness flashed across everyone's faces who had finally been freed from the arduous routine. You've worked hard, director. You too, Mr. Do-joon and Ms. Ji-won. The scenes were great. Where's the post-editing section chief? What did they say the after-party was? A large crowd formed around Yoon Tae-sung. Meanwhile, Kim Na-yeon and Hong Yi-sol stood by the beach, far from the large crowd. They were drinking coffee from their paper cups. Hong Yi-sol had been acting as a stand-in for a few scenes in the last few days, so she wasn't in her usual outfit. She was currently in flowery work pants and rubber work boots that were stained all over with dirt. This suits you quite well, Hong Yi-sol. Aish, why are you teasing me? Are you showing off that you're acting as Bada's friend, and you get to look all pretty on screen? So what? The movie hasn't premiered yet, and I've already gotten heaps of malicious comments on the internet, Kim Na-yeon said, mocking herself. Hong Yi-sol stomped angrily and yelled, "How dare they say all those things about you? They should learn how to mind their business. You shouldn't worry about those malicious rumors." "Well, it's not all rumors." "Uni, all right, I'm sorry." Kim Na-yeon placed her paper cup down and pulled Hong Yi-sol into a hug. She was grateful to Hong Yi-sol for getting mad for her sake. Of course, she was also thankful that the latter was trying to cheer her up. "Cheer up, Uni. Don't look back. Just focus on the road in front of you." How can extras do this to a supporting actor? Yeah, I will. I've gone through so much to make this happen. Yes, of course. Hong Yi-sol hugged Kim Na-yeon by the waist and tapped her back. She clearly knew Kim Na-yeon's passion for acting, even though she had to enter the streets of the late-night entertainment district due to her family's financial difficulties. "You've made a great decision to get out of that HELL hole early. You didn't have to see the darkness of that world. If you had, you would have turned out just like me." "What do you mean, turn out like you? Why are you always saying that? What's wrong with being like you?" Just then, a commotion echoed somewhere else. Kim Na-yeon and Hong Yi-sol let go of each other and turned. "Looks like it's writer Ha Jae-gun." Hong Yi-sol abruptly turned pale. Kim Na-yeon was right. 20 steps away from them were Park Do-jun and Ha Jae-gun talking to each other. "Writer Appa." "No. Why is Writer Ha here?" Hong Yi-sol quickly corrected herself and asked Kim Na-yeon. Kim Na-yeon nodded in their direction without looking away and said, "I have no idea, but they said that the director and writer would discuss changes in the script during on-site filming. That's why he's here and staying at the bed and breakfast." Hong Yi-sol's lips trembled, and she looked down at her outfit. She started retreating. "What's wrong? I don't feel good. I want to go back and rest." In truth, Hong Yi-sol didn't want to meet Ha Jae-gun in her current state, as she had declared that she would only appear in front of him once she could face him with confidence. She was also not prepared to get her necklace back just yet. "Ms. Na-yeon, Ms. Yi-sol, you guys were here." The assistant casting director recognized the two and approached them. "We're going to have a small after-party at a sashimi restaurant. There are more than enough seats, so do join us together with your sister." "Okay, we will be there soon. Thank you for the invite." Kim Na-yeon turned around after finishing the conversation with the assistant casting director to see Hong Yi-sol already walking far ahead toward their accommodation. Kim Na-yeon ran over and stopped the latter, asking, "What's wrong? You were fine all this while, but you're suddenly feeling sick." "I don't know. I feel a bit hot. I don't think I can go to the after-party." "Uni, you should go and enjoy yourself there. In that case, you should eat something before going back. You'll need to eat something before having medicine, anyway." Hong Yi-sol smiled wearily and shook her head. "I'll get myself a roll of kimbap and head back. Don't worry about me and go, Uni." "All right, I'll be back soon." "No, I'll be sleeping anyway, so you should enjoy yourself there. Bye." Hong Yi-sol wrapped her arms around herself and headed back to the accommodation. Kim Na-yeon watched Hong Yi-sol leave before turning around to head to the sashimi restaurant. "Auntie, please give us another plate of sashimi. We don't have enough soju here. Just bring them by the boxes, not in bottles." The after-party was held at the largest sashimi restaurant in the area. Dozens of staffers and actors chattered loudly among themselves. Assistant director, "Please have a shot." "No, Writer Ha, I should offer you first. I'm the first to offer, so you should accept mine first." The assistant director received the drink with much reluctance, and then he poured a shot for Ha Jae-gun. They were currently seated at the innermost corner of the restaurant. Ha Jae-gun, Yoon Tae-sung, the assistant director, and Park Do-jun were seated at this table. "Ha Jae-gun, what's this? Where's my shot?" Park Do-jun asked and tapped Ha Jae-gun on the shoulder. With his back leaning against the wall, Park Do-jun stretched his long legs out and swung them side to side as if he were an octopus. "You drank a lot. Look at your face. It's all red." "It's fine. Just pour me a shot. Quick," Park Do-jun urged. Whatever. Ha Jae-gun knew that he wouldn't be able to stop Park Do-jun, so he eventually poured him a GLA.S.S. Park Do-jun slowly lifted his GLA.S.S and spoke with hiccups. "Hey, Ha Jae-gun, I'm not saying that because I'm drunk, heek." Unlike his words, Park Do-jun's gaze looked extremely relaxed. He had become much more susceptible to alcohol since the filming had finally ended, which meant that he was no longer nervous. Park Do-jun patted his chest slowly and said, "You don't know how happy I was to be able to act as the male lead of your novel. I'm happy to have you acting as my novel's male lead. I'm really happy to have known a writer like you. This isn't just empty words. I originally thought you were quite arrogant at first and thought you'd be a handful to deal with, Heek. But it turns out that you're a kind person. I really have to thank Chirin, yup." Park Do-jun couldn't complete his sentence because Hot Jae-gun had covered his mouth. Hot Jae-gun whispered into his ear, "Are you crazy? There are so many people here." Park Do-jun seemed to have understood as he nodded in response. He had almost revealed his relationship with Chirin. Ha Jae-gun released his grip on Park Do-jun and poured a GLA-S of cold water for the man. Park Do-jun downed the GLA-S and shook his head violently. "Wow, I can't go on. I think I should go out for some fresh air. I'll go with you." Worried for Park Do-jun, Hot Jae-gun followed suit. The two stepped out with the slippers provided by the restaurant and headed to the car park behind. Just then, Ha Jae-gun's phone rang. "I'll answer this call for a while." "Hello. Hello, Ryder Ha. Have you had dinner yet?" Kwon Tae-won's voice sounded unusually bright. Ha Jae-gun watched as Park Do-jun curled on the bench and replied, "Yes, we're having an after-party. Today's our final day here. What about you, President Kwon? Have you had dinner yet?" "Yes, I'm already full." I've read the draft for Oscar's Dungeon Volume 7. I see. What do you think?" Ha Jae-gun asked in a worried tone. Kwon Tae-won's reply was unexpected. "I think it's great. It was fun. The parts that you pointed out in the email weren't weird to me at all." "Really? I don't say empty words, Ryder Ha. You kept saying how you're meeting difficulties while working on Volume 7 and thinking that it's very boring. I was honestly worried, but it's great." Miss Somi thought the same as well. "I'm very glad to hear that." Ha Jae-gun heaved a long sigh of relief. Seo Gunwoo's absence had been weighing down on his mind. He felt relief as the burdensome weight he had on his mind was lifted off of his mind. "Yes, President. I'll see you soon when I head back up." Ha Jae-gun spoke on the phone for a while more before ending the call. Meanwhile, Park Do-jun was curled up on the bench, scrolling through his own Twitter feed on his phone. "Shall we head back? You'll catch a cold at this rate. Hey, Jae-gun, let's take a photo together for a keepsake. I want to upload it on Twitter. Will you be all right? Your face looks quite red. My life motto is to be natural. Come quick." Park Do-jun put his arms around Ha Jae-gun's and tapped on the capture button. The faces of the two men, smiling broadly at the camera, looked heartwarming rather than absurd. "Hello? Yes, 5 black bean noodles and 3 spicy seafood noodles, please. Remember to add a huge portion of pickled radish. All right? Address? I forgot that it doesn't appear on the phone. This is Park Suk-ji's editing office." That's right. Park Suk-ji's post-editing office was bustling with life, as usual. There was director Yoon Tae-sung, head post-editor Park Suk-ji, and the other staffers on the post-editing team who had worked tirelessly for over half a month. They had been working overtime almost every day as the deadline was extremely tight. "Director, here's your coffee." Thank you." Yoon Tae-sung took a sip from the cup of hot coffee and saged his temples. His haggard face was covered with an unkempt beard. Yoon Tae-sung was often told that he was all skin and bones, and his haggard look would make anyone pity him. Replay that part again. Yoon Tae-sung kept repeating the scenes that he had already seen hundreds of times. Editing was an exhausting job, and it was even more exhausting under the pressure of a tight schedule. The process of preparing and putting all the ingredients together just to present a delicious meal had never been easy. Yoon Tae-sung was thoroughly exhausted, and things were seemingly overlapping in his eyes. He had poured many drops of eye drops into his eyes and washed his face with cold water until his skin peeled, but those were only temporary measures. Why does the scene feel off? Yoon Tae-sung licked his parched lips and tilted his head from side to side. He was watching the scene where a group of hostile gangsters chasing Cho Kong-jae was going on a rampage in a restaurant. There was something off about it, but he couldn't quite point it out, which made him feel annoyed. Just what is it? Yoon Tae-sung was clearly frustrated. His dimming vision made the video look blurry as well. Director, the food's here. Please start eating first. Director, you got the spicy seafood noodles, so you should eat them first. Otherwise, it'll just turn soggy like yesterday. Yoon Tae-sung stood up at that, but his eyes remained transfixed on the screen. His eyes shot wide open at a particular frame. Wait, stop the scene right there. The video playback stopped almost instantly at his orders. Yoon Tae-sung then pointed at the female extra standing in the periphery of the camera view and said, "This girl stands out too much. Pardon, her looks are too outstanding, and her outfit doesn't suit her as well. It makes the scene feel too artificial. She doesn't look like someone living in this village. Let's find all the scenes with her and remove them from the final copy." "All right, shall we have some food then?" Yoon Tae-sung asked in a refreshed voice after finding out the reason behind the anomaly. Everyone gathered around the newspaper-covered tabletop. Yoon Tae-sung split the wooden chopsticks and asked casually to no one in particular, "Who was that lady?" "Lady? Ah, the one you just asked to cut out from the movie." Everyone else looked at each other's faces curiously, but they only puffed their cheeks and tilted heads. Yoon Tae-sung pulled out his phone and decided to call the assistant director. The line rang for a while before the assistant director answered it. "Yes, director. I've got a question about the female extra who appeared in the restaurant scene. Do you know who she is? The one in flowery work pants and rubber work boots." "Oh, she's a friend of Ms. Kim Na-yeon, who is acting as Eun-hee in the movie." "Oh, she appeared in the scene at Eatle Beach as well. I saw only her back in the recordings at the editing office yesterday, too." "What does she do? Is she an actor?" "I'm not sure about that either. I sub her at the last minute since Suchul and a few other extras did not turn up for their scenes." "What's wrong? She looks great on screen, and she looks charming, too. Try getting her contact number if possible." "Okay. All right. Director, do you know where Suchul went that day?" "He went to the Himalayas on-site filming in Seoul. His older sister apparently gave birth there." "DM in it. Really? These people are seriously." "All right, I get it. I'll talk to you again in the evening." "Yes, good luck with the work." Yoon Tae-sung finished his meal and headed back to the editing room. He watched the movie once more without taking even a smoke break. The girl's face looked increasingly charming by the minute, which left a deep impression on him. "You should eat more, Hyung. Don't just drink the alcohol." "I'm eating." "Nonsense. With customers like you, buffet restaurants are going to fail." Kang Min-ho only smiled in response and downed another shot of soju. The cold soju taste felt unusually delicious today. Jang Eun-young sat across from her as she clicked her tongue disapprovingly at him while gathering all the cooked meat onto the side of the grill pan. "Let's go for round 2 after this." "What? We've started with soju, so we should end the night with beer. There's a nice bar that just opened at the cross junction." Jang Eun-young nodded, slightly instead of replying. Kang Min-ho took the tongs from her hand and placed a few more pieces of raw meat in the grill pan, then asked, "What's wrong now?" "Hyung, yeah, I've thought about it a few times, and I still think this isn't right." Kang Min-ho frowned as he poured a shot of soju. He understood what Jang Eun-young was talking about. "I've said it before, being a divorcee is not that unusual in these trying times. Hyung, I don't think everyone will think the same as you. And there's your mother, too. It's not like I don't know her and all. She'll give us her blessings. She's not a traditionalist." Kang Min-ho did not yield. He had already decided on that fateful night that he would get married to Jang Eun-young no matter what. "Hyung, should we just forget about that night? Is that possible? Humans do get lonely after living alone for an extended period of time. And we're adults as well." Tap. Kang Min-ho's face distorted, and he made sure that his GLA.SS would make a sound the moment he placed it down on the table. Jang Eun-young flinched at the loud noise. Kang Min-ho then continued, "You like me, right? Hyung, do you? Or do you not? I like you. I like you as well. I love what happened on that night as well. The thought of doing that again with you has always been on my mind since then." Jang Eun-young's cheeks flushed red. Kang Min-ho drew in deep breaths, and he sounded furious as he said in a loud voice, "And you're asking me to forget about it? What should I do if I want to hug you in my arms again? Should I ask you for permission, then?" "Ah, Jang Eun-young, I'm feeling lonely. We're adults, so can we just do that? No strings attached. Should I beg you like that every time? Lower your voice. What's wrong with you? Kong Min-ho slid his hands underneath his clothes and pulled out a small box. Decide. What's this? You know full well what it is, so why are you even asking? You'll know what it is for sure once you open it, Kong Min-ho said blandly and placed the box on the table. Jang Eun-young took the box and opened it. An elegant gold ring was sitting in the box. Ah! Jang Eun-young hurriedly covered her mouth. Hot tears welled up in her eyes. Kong Min-ho made a sidelong glance at her before saying, I didn't want to give you that here, but you kept on provoking me. A teardrop rolled down her cheek. She picked up the ring with trembling fingers. She had to make a decision right there and then. She would go past the road of no return once she slipped that ring onto her finger. Let's live together, as ink slingers, Kong Min-ho said calmly, but he looked anxious. Jang Eun-young sniffled and slowly looked up. She stared wordlessly at Kong Min-ho for quite a while before she opened her mouth and asked, Will you prepare the meals and clean the house whenever I'm rushing to meet deadlines? Of course. With that, Jang Eun-young slipped the ring on her finger, and it fit snugly. Jang Eun-young raised her hand up to eye level, admiring the ring on her finger. Wow, it's really pretty. My finger, I mean. I don't know what to say. Jang Eun-young burst out laughing. Just then, the phone left on the tabletop rang. It was a call from Yang Hyun-kyung. Yeah, Hyun-kyung. No, where are you? Ryder Ha dropped by the office for a visit. We're about to head out for dinner together. Oh my, really? Min-ho Hyung. He said that Ryder Ha is at the office. He wants to have dinner together. Shall we join them? Sure. We haven't seen him ever since he came back from Donghae. Jang Eun-young and Kong Min-ho settled the bill and left the restaurant. They hooked arms while walking down the street, which made Kong Min-ho numb to the harsh winter wind. Ha Jae-gun held his nose bridge and swallowed a groan. He wasn't alone, and he didn't want to show anyone else his crying face. Seriously, it's so sad. However, he failed, and his breathing felt increasingly hotter the more he tried to suppress his sobs. His watery eyes made the screen look blurry. Soon, the movie ended. Ha Jae-gun watched the rolling credits as he recalled the strong emotions he felt while watching the movie. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to get rid of the void in his heart for quite a while after watching the movie. What's wrong with you? Park Do-joon asked in surprise. The lights had turned back on, and Park Do-joon was sitting next to Ha Jae-gun. Ha Jae-gun awkwardly smiled and wiped the tears in the corner of his eyes with a tissue. Hey Jae-gun, what's wrong? This is a movie made from your own novel. It's just too touching. It's been a while since I felt like this while watching a Korean movie. Are you kidding me? I can't believe that an adaptation has even made the original novel author cry. The movie will definitely be a huge hit. The men were at the movie preview for There Was a Sea. Ha Jae-gun felt entirely different compared to Summer in My 20s. His legs had gone weak from watching the movie, and he found it difficult to even stand. This is enough. Ha Jae-gun placed a hand on his heart and revealed a gratified smile. He hadn't felt a single ounce of dissatisfaction throughout the movie. His written script was fully reflected in the movie, and there was not a single area that deviated from what he had in mind when writing the novel. He was satisfied. Ha Jae-gun wouldn't have any regrets, even if the movie failed. However, Yoon Tae-sung had put so much effort into the movie that the movie had to succeed no matter what. Hello, Ryder Ha. I'm the post editor Park Suk-ji. Park Suk-ji approached and greeted Ha Jae-gun with a smile. Ha Jae-gun stood up and exchanged handshakes. Hello, you did the post-editing for Summer in My 20s too, right? It's nice to meet you. Thank you for doing such a great job on the movie. Whoa, it's not my first time meeting you. I saw you during the preview for Summer in My 20s as well, but you left in a hurry back then. I see. Jae-gun mulled over the depressing moment back then and smiled bitterly. Park Suk-ji looked around briefly, then leaned in to whisper into Ha Jae-gun's ears. The recordings this time were incomparably fresh as compared to Summer in My 20s. I feel that There Was a Sea is going to be a huge hit, so you'll have to be mentally prepared for how busy you'll become in the near future. Thank you for your kind words. Park Do-joon loomed over the two with his towering height. Let's go have some food. Suk-ji Nuna, join us too. Should I? But what about your interview, Dujun? I'm free for 2 hours. There's a place that sells delicious soy marinated crab. One, so let's have that. You know how to eat it, right? Yes, I just couldn't afford it before. They rode a car together to the restaurant. Park Dujun's manager, Tae Bong, congratulated Ha Jae-gun. There was a C sold over 800,000 copies. I think it'll hit 1 million copies after the movie premieres. Park Suk-ji then added, when the movie becomes a big hit, we should be able to hit the red carpet at the end of May. 4 Baeksong Arts Awards. The Best Director, Best Editing, Best Screenplay. I think we should be able to bag all of those. Nuna, why did you leave out the Best Actor? Oh my, I haven't really thought about that. I won't be paying for your share, Nuna. Everyone else burst into laughter aside from Park Do-jun. Ha Jae-gun smiled, then pulled out his phone from his pocket. A call had come in, and it was from Lee Soo-hee. Yes, Soo-hee. How was the movie preview? Did the movie turn out well? Lee Soo-hee had skipped the small greetings and went straight to the point, asking about the movie. Ha Jae-gun turned toward the window and answered in a low voice. I personally like it a lot. I'm not so sure how the others like it, though. All's good as long as the original author approves of it. That's great news. I'm looking forward to it. Lee Soo-hee's bright voice melted all the fatigue in Ha Jae-gun. Ha Jae-gun nodded as if Lee Soo-hee were around and was watching him from somewhere. Now that the movie is all done, I'm going to focus on Oscar's dungeon. I like the summary of the scenario you sent over. I think we can proceed with this. The director likes it, too. Really? That's great. How about the webtoon? The webtoon needed more time, but Young So-mi had been trying her best to finish the webtoon. Fortunately, the release of the game itself was still quite some time away. It's not bad. Looks all right. Lee Soo-hee's reply made Ha Jae-gun wonder. Huh? What did she mean by not bad? Lee Soo-hee had always been the type to not settle for less. As someone who was usually clear about whether she liked or disliked something, her reply was not as straightforward as Ha Jae-gun had expected. Anyway, Ha Jae-gun, I want to ask if you could work on the scenario at our office. And next, Ion. Yeah, isn't it better since we can discuss things during meetings and all? Of course, you must be busy as well, so I'm not asking you to come every day, maybe just twice a week. It's not that difficult, but Ha Jae-gun trailed off. Oh Myung-hoon's face surfaced in his mind. He already felt exhausted just thinking of seeing Oh Myung-hoon's face in person. I'll make sure that you'll always be comfortable. Lee Soo-hee added as if she had read his mind. Ha Jae-gun smiled and said, all right, I'll do it then. Thank you. Enjoy your lunch. I'll call you again. Yeah, you too. Park Suk-ji looked at Ha Jae-gun through the rearview mirror and mumbled, it must be from a woman you like. No, she's just a batchmate from university. We're working together because of the game adaptation. Lies. It usually shows on your face when you're talking with someone you like. Hey, Jae-gun, is Suk-ji Nuna speaking the truth? Is she pretty? Who is it? She's my university batchmate. The traffic light turned green, and the car ran once more. Ha Jae-gun stretched in the running car. He felt that he had just overcome a huge mountain range once more, and he no longer had anything to worry about. There was a sea. 1. Marinating fresh raw crabs either in soy sauce or in a sauce based on chili pepper powder. I'm really scared. Lee Yun-woo nervously bit his thumbnail. He had just completed the drafts for volumes 1 and 2 of his next novel after Marshall G.O.D. management. The novel's title was Objection. The main character of Objection unexpectedly received an amazing oratory skill. His life turned for the better, and he went on a roll in modern society. Why is this taking so long? Lee Yun-woo swallowed as he watched the closed doors. An entire hour had said, ever since Ha Jae-gun said that he wanted to focus on reading the draft, yet there was still no news. Lee Yun-woo couldn't hold back his impatience and turned on his laptop. Instead of just blindly waiting, he thought it would be better if he spent the time waiting anxiously on browsing the internet instead. Wow, there are still articles about Jae-gun Hyung going on I Live Alone. Was it because the movie There Was a Sea would premiere soon? Articles about Ha Jae-gun appearing on the popular variety show I Live Alone were pouring out once more, even though it had been quite a while since the show was broadcast. Lee Soo-hee was working on her laptop in a cafe in downtown Taipei, the capital of Taiwan. She was sitting before a GLA.S.S window, looking at the cityscape. Her gaze fell upon a building with a large billboard. Next, Ion managed to enter Taiwan and was now advertising itself as a game company. There's a second meeting with the Taiwan Computer Association in 3 days. Raindrops finally started falling on the cloudy morning. Lee Sui had just finished her morning walk, and she had managed to grab a seat in this cafe just in time. It was her first rest day in Taiwan, but work still filled her mind. Ironically, she had left Ha Jae-gun for his best interests, and for that, she was determined to return a victor, presenting outstanding performance after 6 months. BZZT. Her phone rang, and Nam Gyeho's name appeared on the screen. "Director," she said, "I received the email that you've arranged a meeting with the Taiwan Computer Association. Have you had breakfast yet?" "Yes, I did. How about you, Director?" "I drank too much last night, so I'm skipping breakfast." Lee Soo-hee looked at the time and saw that it was 8 in the morning. She smiled. There was an hour of time difference. It was 9 in the morning in Seoul. She heard from a team member that they had a company dinner last night along with Ha Jae-gun. She also heard about how happy Nam Gyeho had become as he had drinks with Ha Jae-gun until late into the night. Anyway, how is Taiwan? The people here are quite open-minded. I don't think they have the tendency to reject or belittle games from another country. I visited Taiwan twice, and I feel the same. They accept quite a variety of games as well. Yes, there's a huge active game user base here, and with much lesser resistance to in-game purchases. Don't push yourself too hard, and don't work overtime secretly just because I don't have my eyes there. I know how you work, team leader Lee. This is the most important thing I have to say, so don't just listen. I want you to actually do it. I'll keep that in mind, Director. Lee Soo-hee smiled. Both the advisor and receiver were irresponsible. The two of them were quite similar, and they had to see something to the end upon starting it. I'll be hanging up then. Make sure you have your meals regularly, and let's talk again next week. Yes, Director. I'll be in touch. Lee Soo-hee hung up as well and accessed the internet. The keyword Oscars dungeon had occupied the real-time search ranking since dawn and had never dropped in ranking even once. Lee Soo-hee looked at the search results with satisfaction until her cursor clicked on one article. Best friends Park Do-joon and Ha Jae-gun, rejuvenating themselves in a ginseng chicken restaurant. A few photos had popped up when she clicked on the article. There was a photo of Park Do-joon and Ha Jae-gun eating their ginseng chicken soup, a photo of Park Do-joon with his fans, and the final photo was a photo of Ha Jae-gun and 3 girls. "You must be on cloud 9, huh? Jae-gun." Lee Soo-hee squinted at her screen. He hooked arms with 2 on both sides, and the 3rd girl hugged him from behind. Something in her, Lee Soo-hee, started boiling at the sight. BZZT. Her phone rang. Seeing the name on the screen had Lee Soo-hee thinking, just in time, "Yeah." Lee Soo-hee spoke coldly. Ha Jae-gun responded with a light groan. Have you had breakfast?" "Of course. Look at the time. I just woke up. I drank too much with the planning team last night." "I see. What's wrong? Why do you sound like that?" "No, I'm just tired," Lee Soo-hee responded coldly. However, she soon felt frustrated upon realizing that she was acting like a child. "How is it there?" "It's great. I feel comfortable here. Should I just take a plane over right now? I'm already missing you." "Don't lie." "Why would I lie? There's so many pretty girls in Korea. Why would you miss me at all? No one is as beautiful as you here." "Lies. All lies." Ha Jae-gun's chuckle tickled Lee Soo-hee's ears. Rika's cries came through faintly amidst Ha Jae-gun's chuckle. The peaceful image of Ha Jae-gun and Rika together appeared vividly before her. Lee Soo-hee suppressed her impulse to take a plane back immediately and be together with them. She said, "Congratulations. Oscar's Dungeon is a hit. It's all thanks to you, the director and the planning team. You don't have to say all of this to me. I mean it, especially you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to stand where I am at the moment. You're the light in my life. I'm not saying this because I'm drunk." Lee Soo-hee switched hands to hold her phone and chuckled silently. She didn't feel like sulking anymore. Was it because they're apart? She knew very well what kind of man Ha Jae-gun was, but she actually kicked up a fuss about such a thing. "How's the weather there?" "It's really hot over here. It's been raining. Lee Soo-hee looked ahead as she trailed off. The rain had stopped like it didn't happen at all. The sun was shining over the pot as the Sursby who were no longer using their umbrellas. Mobile game Oscar's Dungeon, based on Ha Jae-gun's original novel, ranks 8th on App Store sales on the first day of release. Oscar's Dungeon ranks 8th, reaching 10th place on the first day of release, a first for NextIon. NextIon Mobile's ambitious project, Oscar's Dungeon, hits 200,000 signups on the official cafe. Unusual sign right off the start. In a past interview with Ha Jae-gun, Oscar's Dungeon is a light fantasy novel with a story that even women can enjoy. It's as director Nam said. Ha Jae-gun muttered as he read the headlines. Nam Gyo-ho was right. Oscar's Dungeon was mentioned in many articles online. It was the same on Twitter. Ha Jae-gun hadn't accessed it for a while, yet his follower count, which was originally 1.5 million the last time he had seen it, was already 2 million. Ha Jae-gun received messages from his fans, Pung Chun-yu's fans, as well as from the fans of both Lee Chai-rin and Park Do-jun. Moreover, users who had seen the game's success had sent him messages, too. Ha Jae-gun reckoned that he would need more than a reply to every single message. I hope it'll maintain its success, Ha Jae-gun muttered as he stroked Rika. NextIon was a large gaming company and had been providing generous support for the game. So Ha Jae-gun knew that the game's success wasn't over just yet. And Ha Jae-gun was right. The craze for Oscar's Dungeon didn't die down even after a week from its release. In fact, the people got even more frantic, and its sales ranking had gone up to 4th place. Even the original novel and webtoon became popular once more. The paperback copies of Oscar's Dungeon were being reprinted by Laugh Books, while the webtoon showed a tenfold increase in readership. We can't scrimp on marketing. Nam Gyo-ho had pushed for a more extensive marketing campaign for Oscar's Dungeon. They had poured generous efforts into marketing across various mediums, including, but not limited to, the internet, public and cable TV channels, subways, and even buses. We can't use a certain celebrity as the face of the game. It should be much cooler, grander, and cinematic. Things were going according to Ha Jae-gun's plans, but he also became busier. The mobile game's success attracted interview requests from all media outlets. There were still dozens of them despite Kwon To-won and Nam Gyo narrowing them down for Ha Jae-gun. After the success of his movie and now the game's release, the response from the media outlets had become much stronger. Ha Jae-gun was stuck in an ironic situation where he was busy with interviews instead of working on his novels. Thanks to the game's success, your novel has gone into reprints again. How do you feel about that? The reporter asked. I'm happy to hear that more and more people are reading the novel. Those who have read the novel will naturally be interested in the game, and I'm hoping that those who only know of Oscar's Dungeon as a game will become interested in its novel, Ha Jae-gun replied. I've heard that the next game, Gyeoja Bathhouse, is a more story-centric game. Can you list any examples of how different it is from the original novel? Unlike Oscar's Dungeon, I've left Gyeoja Bathhouse in the hands of NextIon. There will be many crossroads. It will also feature multiple endings since it's a game. You may not find it boring even after playing it multiple times over. Ha Jae-gun did his best in the interviews, seemingly to live up to the sincerity shown by Nam Gyo-ho and Lee Soo-hee. But at times, there were a couple of tough questions that he couldn't answer. Those questions were personal questions, unrelated to work. I'd like to ask you about the unidentified people who appeared in the photos that have been circulating on the internet recently. There are rumors that the president of the MPC group groveled for forgiveness. Is it true? I won't be accepting any questions unrelated to my work. I heard that you also share a close relationship with Nam Gyo-ho, the director of NextIon. Is there something you'd like to comment on it? I've mentioned it to the other reporters before as well. I won't be answering any questions that are off topic. You're often seen as friendly with EBC's announcer, Park Hae-sang. Can you please share what kind of relationship you guys are in? Isn't it normal to be friendly when you meet someone nice? I'm asking if you have other feelings for her outside of work. You have been asking questions off topic since earlier. I'm not sure why you're asking them when you're not from the entertainment department. Amidst the series of questions, Ha Jae-gun was relieved that he could still control his emotions. Ha Jae-gun believed that his capability to work under pressure had come from his father, and he felt the most grateful for it today. Ha Jae-gun's face and the answers to the questions created a ruckus on the internet that lasted for quite a while. Knock, knock, knock. Nam Gyu-ho frowned at the disturbance. Who is it? Everyone in the office knew that Nam Gyu-ho hated any unwanted disturbance. However, his irritation soon vanished. Huh? Father? No, Chairman. Nam Gyu-ho hurriedly stood up. A half-gray-haired old man in his 60s stepped in with a serious look. He was Nam Gyu-ho's father, Nam Gyu-baek. Why are you here without notice? Can't I come here to see my own son? I was just surprised. You've never come here to see me before. Please have a seat. Nam Go assist Nam Gyu-baek to the sofa and quickly made a cup of coffee for his father. It was the first time he had made a cup of coffee for anyone else in this company. You seem to be doing quite well. The stock prices have been rising too. It's going better than I expected. I heard it's starting next week in China. You seem to have put in a lot of effort. Please look at the sales for the last quarter. Japan is at 10% and Europe at 5%, but China and Korea are on par at 40%. I can't help but put in effort. Everything will work out, so please wait and see, Chairman Nam. Nam Gyu-ho smirked as he brought the coffee to his father. It was a light-hearted smile that could only be seen when his father was around. His father had taken care of him his entire life. At times, he was a strict teacher. At times, he was a best friend. He grew up, well, even without a mother figure. And it was all thanks to his father's upbringing. What brought you here, Chairman? Nam Gyu-ho asked as he put the coffee down on the table. Nam Gyu-baek looked stiff. Nam Gyu-baek looked up and asked casually, "Why did you do that to Woo-hyuk?" Nam Gyu-ho avoided eye contact and remained silent. It was because he treated a family member of a favorite writer whom he was working closely with unfairly. But there was no way his father would accept a reason like this. Are you not going to tell me? You scared me, father, please. What? You punk. You just made me look bad in front of others. I heard he's stepping down from his position after selling the stocks. Everyone in the world knows that you're my son. So what have you been doing? The pizza is going to become more delicious. What? You, father. There was a reason for it. And frankly speaking, it was his fault in the first place. It's an act of tyranny, is it not? Do you really think that you did a great job? Nam Gyu-baek jumped up and raised a palm. Nam Gyu-ho flinched and dropped his head immediately. Nam Gyu-baek clicked his tongue as he saw Nam Gyu-ho acting obedient all of a sudden. I had just met Chairman Han from HW and Gyung Pharmaceuticals. Nam Gyu-ho looked up immediately at the news. There was only one reason his father would meet that man. It was to arrange a marriage with his second daughter, who had just returned from overseas studies. We've arranged to meet next Sunday, so take note of it. Father. I'm here just to tell you that. I'll be going now. Wait, father. You have the coffee before you go. The coffee you make isn't delicious at all, so I'm not going to drink it. No, father. Wait. Chairman, my respectable chairman. Nam Gyu-ho hurriedly stood in his father's way. Their eyes met. Taking the genes of his father, Nam Gyu-ho was relatively tall as well. I have something to tell you. Nam Gyu-ho suddenly knelt down. Nam Gyu-baek was taken aback. Hey, you. Get up. Father, I must tell you this. Nam Gyu-ho grabbed the hem of his father's pants. Nam Gyu-baek turned a shade paler and quickly shook his son off. There's always nonsense coming from you whenever you kneel. I don't want to suffer from insomnia at night anymore. Hey, forget it. I'm going. I found a girl I like. Nam Gyu-baek froze and instantly came to a halt. He turned around, and his gaze fell on Nam Gyu-ho. I found a girl I like, father. Heavy silence covered the entire office. Seeing his own son down on his knees, Nam Gyu-baek realized two things. Nam Gyu-ho had found a girl that he really liked, but the girl's social status wouldn't meet his standards. A girl you like? Nam Gyu-baek asked with a sour look. Nam Gyu-ho, still on his knees by Nam Gyu-baek's feet, nodded. Please stop arranging marriages for me. What kind of person is she? Before answering, Nam Gyu-ho gulped. She's a kind family woman and a gentle. When did I ask about her personality? I'm asking about her job. An educator. What kind of educator? Teaching students. The vague answer got Nam Gyu-baek gritting his teeth. Nam Gyu-ho couldn't help it. If he told the truth, let alone giving him his permission, his father would immediately destroy everything in the office. Are you joking with me right now? Please don't say it like that. It's not like that, father. Nam Gyuho replied, looking up. However, he looked down once more upon meeting Nam Gyu-bek's fierce gaze. How old is she? You can't hear me? How old is she? She's younger than me. Nam Gyu-bek was about to flip. He couldn't hold back himself and yelled, Of course, she must be younger than you. You're already 38 this year. So how old is she? Nam Gyu-bek's loud voice pervaded the entire office. Nam Gyu-ho stood up and begged. Please just wait a while more, father. I'll tell you everything once I'm done with the preparations. What preparations? Are you going to register your marriage and live together without my knowledge? You know that's not going to happen. Please don't say anything more and wait for me. Even a plane needs some time on the runway before taking off. I need some time as well if I'm going to deliver good news to you. Nam Gyuho knew that his persuasion was immensely lacking, contributing to his own impatience. It was difficult to erase the doubts on Nam Gyu-bek's face. Nam Gyu-bek headed to the water dispenser and helped himself to a GLA.S of cold water. He took in deep breaths while looking up at the ceiling, and then he placed the GLA.S down with a loud thud. How long do I have to wait? Half a year, no? Just 1 year. I'll tell you within a year. Nam Gyu-bek turned around coldly. Nam Gyu-ho looked back down on the floor, not daring to face his father's anger. Do you really like her? Yes. So you like her, but you're not at the stage to introduce her to me yet? Yes. And you can't tell me the reason? I can only apologize. Nam Gyu-bek groaned softly and held his throbbing head. He could already tell that the woman who wouldn't meet his standards would most likely fail to become a suitable bride for his son, even if he gave his son a year. However, Nam Gyu-bek couldn't be stubborn either. His son had inherited his stubbornness as well, so things would just become chaotic if they were to continue arguing. After some pondering, Nam Gyu-bek decided to give his son a chance. You will still meet Chairman Han next Sunday, as arranged. Nam Gyu-bek looked at the miserable Nam Gyu-ho and added, It's a promise, so you have to show up, even if it's just to show your face. And as for the girl you like, I'll give you until the end of this year to bring her to me. Father, there's still 5 months until the year ends. Why? You can't do it. And no, I understand. I'll do it. Nam Gyu-ho nodded profusely. He had begged for a year's time, hoping that he could even get a month from his father. However, his father had ended up giving him 5 months. It was a huge harvest. Thank you, father. Don't say that. Will you be heading home? Let me drive you back. Forget it. Don't loiter around and just get out of the way already. Nam Gyu-ho sent his father off to the elevator and returned looking dejected. The employees cast strange gazes at him. Well, I did put out the urgent fire. With this, he wouldn't have to worry about getting arranged marriages for the time being. However, he knew that his peace would inevitably get shattered. He had to make a move, or things would become even more troublesome for him next year. Gyu-ho took out his phone immediately upon returning to his office. He looked up Hot Jae-in's number on his phone. There was a debt that he had yet to collect from her. He didn't force it. Ha Jae-in had insisted on it herself. Hello, director. Ha Jae-in's voice sounded both energetic and surprised. Nam Gyu-ho felt his fatigue vanish as he sat down on the sofa. Are you busy? No, I'm free. Please speak. I was just wondering how you're doing. Are there still reporters hanging outside your house? Please let me know if they are bothering you. I can handle them for you. Nam Gyu-ho felt like hitting himself on the head upon saying that. He didn't mean to talk about this over the phone. Ha Jae-in's laughter entered his ears through the speakers. It's quiet now. Thank you for your concern, director. I see. Nam Gyu-ho stood up. He rubbed his nose, feeling anxious. He couldn't sit still. As he paced around the office, he asked hesitantly, Prince.I.P.Al, do you? Yes? Do you like steak? What I mean is, since we're going to have a meal, why don't we eat something you like? There was no immediate answer. A few seconds of silence felt like a few hours to Nam Gyu-ho. Finally, Ha Jae-in gasped. I see. Director, I was just recalling what you were referring to. I'm sorry, I'm quite slow-witted. You're referring to when I said that I wanted to treat you to a meal, right? Yes, that's right. I do like steak, but I don't have it often. I'm not picky with food, So you may decide with the menu in place, director. Let's go with steak then, Nam Gyuho replied. He already had the best restaurant in mind. It was a place perfect for the General Ha J-In. How about this weekend? This weekend? Do you already have something on? We're going on a 5-day, 4-night family trip. I'm sorry, but can we do it next weekend instead? No problem. I'll see you next weekend then. Sure, director. Thank you. I'll contact you again. Nam Gyuho ended the call, feeling thrilled. He went to stand next to the window and looked out of the city. The sun scorched him, but he could no longer feel the heat as anxiety filled his heart. If only Nam Gyuho had met her a year earlier, he would have been on a trip with her at the moment. Let's work hard together, Mr. Jae-gun. Nam Gyuho hoped that Ha Jae-gun would reach greater heights so that he wouldn't have to scale more than 2 walls. Nam Gyuho repeated those words to himself several times while looking down at the city. I'll be leaving now. What? You're leaving already? You should at least eat first before leaving. I'm going with the other writers. Have a rest first before going. You've been driving a lot lately. Both Myung-ja and Ha Jae-in tried to stop Ha Jae-gun from leaving. The family had just returned from their 5-day, 4-night family trip from Hawaii. I'm not that tired. I've been sleeping on the plane as well. Father and Mom, please rest well today. You should sleep early too, Nuna. Ha Jae-gun put on his shoes and headed to his car. Following Ha Jae-gun, Ha Jae-in asked, You're heading to Chongping? Yeah. The others have deadlines, so we decided to go somewhere nearby. Are you sure you're not tired? Why don't you just take a cab instead? I told you I'm fine. Bye. Ha Jae-gun left his worried sister and started the car. The silver car he had received as a gift from Oh Mi-eung-suk glided along the main road. Soon, he arrived at the writer's office. They had gathered by the road with their luggage in tow. Ha Jae-gun turned the steering wheel and stopped by the roadside. I'm almost late. Get on. Wow, this car looks great. Please excuse me, Writer Ha. Jang Eun-young, Kang Min-ho, Yang Hyun-kyung, and Lee Yun-woo climbed into the car. The back seat was large enough to seat 4 people. Naturally, Young So-mi took the front singer's seat, and Rika curled up on her lap. Rika, how have you been? Thanks for looking after her, Ms. Young So-mi. No, Rika was the one looking after me. She wakes me up better than my alarm. Just then, Lee Yun-woo thought of something. Jae-gun-hyung, I'm sorry. I was thinking about something else and got into the car. I should be driving, so please let me drive. I'm the one who suggested going on this trip, so I'll be the chauffeur today. We'll be setting off then. Ha Jae-gun entered the address of the pension house he had reserved into the navigator and stepped on the accelerator. Seeing the quiet road, Jang Eun-young said happily, I really like how traffic is so great during weekdays. This is one of the perks that we enjoy as freelancers. Thanks a lot, Writer Ha. Kang Min-ho and Yang Hyun-kyung chimed in. Yeah, if it hadn't been for Writer Ha, we wouldn't have something like a summer vacation. There are fast-approaching deadlines. After all, I, Yang Hyun-kyung, will be in charge of the barbecue for the entire trip. Everyone laughed in the car. Ha Jae-gun had arranged the pleasant trip. The writers holed up in the office were intoxicated by the freedom they got to enjoy in the meantime. Wow, Oscar's dungeon is incredible. Jang Eun-young exclaimed as she scrolled through the internet on her phone. Intrigued, Kang Min-ho looked over her shoulder and asked, What news is it about this time? It's a call from Eung-sung's editor-in-chief. I'll be back. Hurry up. Ha Jae-gun left the busy restaurant and answered the call. HLO, editor-in-chief. HLO, Writer Ha. We've recorded 4 million audience counts this week. This is all thanks to you. I really can't thank you enough. It's nothing. The script and directing were great. That's how results are produced. Are you possibly in the middle of dinner? It's fine, please speak. The president of Eung-sung has asked me to arrange a dinner meeting with you. He wants to thank you for producing 2 best-selling books in a row. Eung-sung's president. Yes, haha. Oh Mi-eung-suk sounded happy. Knowing that Oh Mi-eung-suk was the eldest son of the president, Ha Jae-gun chuckled. Of course, it'd be my honor. Please let me know when. All right, I'll arrange for it sometime next week. I'll let you know once it's confirmed. Hanging up the phone, Ha Jae-gun did not head back into the restaurant, but searched for Oh Tae-jin on his phone. He recalled that Oh Tae-jin was also a writer before he became the president of Eung-sung. I should read all his books just in case. He ordered Oh Tae-jin's latest novel, your tragedy, online, and then headed back. Have a shot, Park Young-jin. No, let me pour you one first. Ha Jae-gun returned to his seat and smiled at the sight that welcomed him. In the short while he was away, Park Young-jin and Park Do-jun had already dropped all formalities. You guys are already so close. We have a lot in common, and he's good at billiards, too. We should have a game sometime at jgunsbs.nm.eth and use black bean noodles as a bet. Sure, Jay Guns sucks at billiards, so he can just watch us from the sidelines. Ah, so you know that too. Humanly speaking, he's really bad at it. I'll still win even if I give him a 3-cushion handicap. Ugh, you guys. Hey, let's bet on darts instead. The group erupted into laughter. Amidst the laughter, Park Do-jun pulled out his vibrating phone. The name Kim Na-yeon appeared on the caller ID, but he didn't answer the call. He slipped the phone back into his pocket and acted as if he hadn't received any calls in the first place. 1. This is what they call e-gift cards in Korea. Ah, a groan with an unknown meaning escaped Kim Na-yeon's mouth. She unconsciously let go of her phone to grab a soju bottle. She drank straight from the bottle. She was currently in the studio where she shared and lived with Hong Yi-sol. Kim Na-yeon's eyes looked empty under her loose and wild locks. She grabbed her phone again and opened the browser once more. A host girl? Filthy. To think that a girl like her selling her smiles and body is acting like a good girl character, like Uni, the betrayal T.T. No wonder I thought her charming eyes were rare. It's actually because she's been in those waters. Being a face reader runs in my family. I heard that this lady is famous in the North Gyeongsang province. Kim Na-yeon smiled mockingly at herself. Not only did the rumors keep coming back, but they were getting ridiculous and distorted as well. For example, she had never been to the North Gyeongsang province. It was a simple problem with a simple solution. Avoid reading those malicious comments. Both her roommate, Hong Yi-sol, and Park Do-jun, who gave her the courage to step onto the road of becoming an actor, had told her the same solution. However, she kept drinking the concoction despite knowing full well that it was poison, just like the soju beside her, which she was drinking with an empty stomach and without any accompaniment. Do-jun appa, what should I do? Please give me some advice. Beep, beep, beep. A distinct noise echoed from the door, and the main door soon opened. Kim Na-yeon didn't even bother turning around. Uni, Hong Yi-sol let out a shrill cry upon seeing Kim Na-yeon. You're drinking without eating anything again. Where did you get that soju from? Did you go out and buy them back again? Stop shouting, my head hurts. Then you should not make me angry. Hong Yi-sol SNATC head the soju bottle from Kim Na-yeon and poured its contents into the sink. She then turned on the lights in the room and drew the curtains open. Kim Na-yeon lay weakly on the floor. Let's have dinner, Uni. Should I make bean paste stew? I don't have any appetite. I doubt it. You can go ahead and eat by yourself. Hong Yi-sol wanted to cry, seeing Kim Na-yeon's state. Kim Na-yeon was extremely precious to her. Kim Na-yeon had fed and let her stay with her when she had nowhere else to go. Kim Na-yeon even gave her advice on her acting without expecting anything in return. Uni, Hong Yi-sol forcefully held back her tears. Uni, don't be like this. My heart hurts seeing you like this. Kim Na-yeon closed her eyes, and a teardrop trickled down her cheek. She buried her tear-stricken face into a large pillow. BZZT. Hong Yi-sol's phone rang. She headed to the bathroom to answer the call. HLO, assistant director. I've just sent you the scenario. The director asked you to look at it and give him a call afterward. I'll check it out right away. What's up with your voice? Are you sick? No, I think I'm just tired. You must have been quite nervous during the camera testing today. Take care of your health. I think the director has high expectations of you. Thank you. I'll do my best. All right, I'll be hanging up. Hong Yi-sol hung up and opened her email inbox. The script of a short film written personally by director Yoon Tae-sung was in her inbox. She opened it to read, but she couldn't quite grasp the words within it. Let's have a story up to Volume 3 of Oscar's Dungeon, made into Season 1 for the webtoon. Oscar should already be the owner of a dungeon by the time the players enter the game, and the antagonist would be the guild master, his enemy. I've got no objections. We've also started working on the original image for the dragon. It's not urgent, but if you could clean up the scenario first, the planning team will have an easier time working with it. I've got no objections to that either. You've seen the items list, right? Do you have any suggestions for the TI plea? I'm quite satisfied so far since you've done such a great job. I'm fine with it, as is. Ha Jae-gun's positive response kept flowing like water. Meanwhile, seated across him was Nam Gyu-ho, who looked like something was bugging him. Nam Gyu-ho, Lee Soo-hee, 3 members of the planning team, and Ha Jae-gun were having a meeting at a small conference room in Nextion's mobile planning department. Ha Jae-gun had been a receptive audience to the planning team's plan so far. What's wrong with him? Is he really fine with everything? I thought he'd be quite picky, but this is the complete opposite of my expectations. Nam Gyu-ho was getting frustrated as he couldn't deduce Ha Jae-gun's thoughts. He was the type to get angry if he couldn't grasp the other party's thoughts, and he found it absurd that he was slightly apologetic toward Ha Jae-gun. I want to start an argument, but there's no way for me to. The scenario Ha Jae-gun had sent over was close to perfect. The simple worldview and charming characters were a great fit with what Nam Gyu-ho and Lee Soo-hee had envisioned. Shall we end the meeting here today, then? Nam Gyu-ho asked with nothing more to say, and he began arranging the doc that documents on hand. Just then, Jaime reached her hand into her pocket for her phone, which had been recording the entire meeting's content. Please continue to do a good job, Writer Ha. Same here, Director. I'll see everyone next week then. Yes, please stay safe on the way back. Ha Jae-gun and Lee Soo-hee left the meeting room first. Nam Gyu-ho sat back down in his chair and looked through the proposal once more. The remaining team members gathered around him and started asking flatteringly, "You're really fine with Writer Ha's scenario, right? You've always been meticulous, so we're not that worried. I found the scenario slightly boring before, but you've done a good job improving it with the suggested edits, Director." Nam Gyu-ho looked up from the proposal and said, "What are all of you saying? Are you playing with me?" "Pardon." The faces of the team members turned pale in an instant. Nam Gyu-ho fixed his loosened necktie and stood up. "We've already talked it all out during the meeting earlier. All of you kept praising his scenario during the meeting, but now that he's gone, you're saying the opposite? Are you telling me that everything you said during the meeting was a lie? Are we playing games right now?" "I'm sorry, Director. We didn't mean it that way." The members couldn't even protest properly. With a contemptuous look, Nam Gyu-ho looked at each of them with a smile. "Uh-huh. Are all of you still not sure about my working style? We're not gamers. We're game producers. Stop spouting nonsense and get to work." "Understood. I understand. I'm really sorry, Director." Nam Gyu-ho strode out of the meeting room. The team members lost all strength in their legs, and they fell back into their seats. Meanwhile, Ha Jae-gun and Lee Soo-hee were standing in the lobby, waiting for the elevator. "Are you really okay with everything, Ha Jae-gun?" "That's surprising." "What is?" "I thought you'd made sure everything was clear during the meeting." Lee Soo-hee bit her lips. If the person standing before her were someone else, she wouldn't have been acting this way. "I'm really okay with everything. I thought you planned it out with the Director. The proposal looks entertaining enough, and it felt like I was already playing the game." "I feel better when you say that. I don't have any objections to the items that were brought up at the end either. Actually, I just realized that my naming sense is bad." "Really? I found your naming sense unacceptable since our university days." "That's too much coming from you." Team leader Lee Soo-hee. "Shall I give up on this deal right now? You really put your all into poking me at where it hurts." Lee Soo-hee covered her mouth, chuckling away. The elevator doors opened before Ha Jae-gun. "See you again a few days later. I'll call you. Stay safe, and make sure you have dinner." Ha Jae-gun stepped in the BAS NT car park and opened the passenger door to his car. Lee Yun-woo was in the driver's seat. He was browsing the internet with his laptop. He looked up at Ha Jae-gun with a smile and said, "That was quick, Hyung. Did something good happen? Look at this. Director Woo's The Himalayas just released, but it only got an average rating of 5 stars from the critics. And I thought there was something else that made you so happy. What a refreshing news." "Ah, Hyung. Yeah, this is what you call a true beatdown." He had been dissing you in his interviews, but look, your movie hit the first in the box office rankings just last weekend. There's no way The Himalayas in its first week can beat There Was a Sea in its fourth week. Calm down. We should go now. Haha, okay. We're heading to Mujiodong, right? I'm really happy. I can't wait to see how much there was a sea. With a production cost of 5 billion won, would surpass the Himalayas with a production fee of 11 billion won. Lee Yunwoo grinned and chattered even as he started the car engine and keyed in the address of their next destination. Ha Jae-gun only smiled silently and leaned back in his seat. Just then, he picked up a book. It was Oh Tae-jin's Your Tragedy. Oh no, I totally forgot to read this after purchasing it. Today was the day he was scheduled to have dinner with Eung-sung's president Oh Tae-jin and his eldest son and editor-in-chief, Oh Myung-suk. The time was 5:20 p.m., and there was only an hour left until their dinner arrangement. I never thought I'd be so desperate for the horn-rimmed GLA SCS I left back at home. Ha Jae-gun opened the book and started reading. Noticing that Ha Jae-gun was focused on his reading, Lee Yun-woo turned off the radio and drove the car carefully, making sure that Ha Jae-gun wouldn't be disturbed. Oh, it's in the first-person narrative. The novel started off by introducing the three main characters in the story. The speaker me/my, and my's friend you, as well as that girl/she whom both me and you liked. He must have been an aspiring writer. Me and you were first-year students of the creative writing department, dreaming of becoming writers. The story was written from my's perspective of observing you. I am a youth who writes more diligently than anyone else. However, I haven't been able to catch up to my friend, you, no matter how much effort I put in. Even so, I do not feel any malicious or contemptuous inferiority to you. Instead, I respect it and try to learn from you. You only know of writing and words. You would even stop eating or drinking just to write, making my heart ache. All of a sudden, she appeared in front of us. Ha Jae-gun had fallen deep into the story even before he could flip past page 10. The understated narrative drew his attention, making it feel as if he were watching a real-life story unfolding before his eyes. Soon, the car arrived at its destination. Ha Jae-gun was still immersed in the story, oblivious to his surroundings. Lee Yun-woo didn't disturb him, waiting quietly for Ha Jae-gun. Roughly 20 minutes later, Ha Jae-gun closed the book and looked up in surprise. Oh, what? When did we arrive? He muttered in astonishment. Lee Yun-woo chuckled in the driver's seat and said, I was waiting quietly for a while, seeing how engrossed you were in the book. There's still, let's see, 7 minutes until your next appointment. Was it an interesting book? Yep. You should read it, too. Ha Jae-gun picked up his coat and opened the door. Thank you for today. You can go back to the office now. I'll see you tomorrow. All right, Hyung. Enjoy your dinner. Ha Jae-gun turned around and saw the entrance of a restaurant. He verified the name of the pufferfish specialty restaurant and headed in. Welcome, sir. This way, please. Oh Tae-jin and Oh Myung-suk had already arrived at the neat restaurant. Ha Jae-gun hurried over to them and said, I didn't know you'd be here so early. I should have come earlier to wait for your arrival. I apologize. It's still early until our agreed time. It's because my son, the editor-in-chief, and I had nothing else to do, so we decided to come earlier. Ho ho ho. Oh Tae-jin laughed heartily and reached out his fleshy hand. As he shared a handshake with Ha Jae-gun, he continued, My name is Oh Tae-jin. I'm extremely happy to meet you, Writer Ha. Thank you for bringing in profits to Eung-sung. I'm ashamed. It's my honor to meet the president of Eung-sung Publication Group. Ha Jae-gun sat across from the older man and engraved the latter's appearance into his mind. The grayish yet thick eyebrows and his DY build had a touch of unkempt appearance to it. Oh Tae-jin had to have done some exercises to maintain his good health. Ha Jae-gun was envious of the regular routine the old man had been maintaining, as he had been having the toughest time maintaining a routine. The restaurant is quite shabby, but I vouch for their food. This restaurant has been running for over 30 years, and I've been frequenting this place since my 30s. It's not shabby at all. Amongst the dishes laid out on the table before them were pufferfish skin, salted fish with sauce, fresh kimchi, Korean-style pancakes, and other side dishes. Ha Jae-gun took off his coat and took a seat. Then he spoke in a respectful tone of voice. I would like to ask a favor from you, President. Ha ha ha, from me? What is it? Please speak. Can I get your autograph? Ha Jae-gun asked, and placed his copy of your tragedy on the table. Oh Tae-jin's face, while pouring water into his own cup with a smile, hardened evidently. I was impressed while reading this. The story was extremely vivid. Is this based on a true story? Ha Jae-gun asked. Clack. Oh Tae-jin flinched, and the cup in his hand slipped. The spilled water flowed and trickled. Are you okay? Oh Myung-suk was shocked. He quickly pulled out a few pieces of tissue and began wiping the table. Oh Tae-jin stood up in a hurry. He smiled shyly and said, Agu, what's this? My hand slipped, and I've made a laughing stock out of myself. Of course, it was a lie. Oh Tae-jin was just surprised. Ha Jae-gun's question was closely related to the reason Oh Tae-jin called for this meeting. It's all right, Editor-in-Chief. I'll clean myself up. Oh Tae-jin dismissed Oh Myung-suk with a wave of his hand and pretended to wipe the table calmly. However, his heart was pounding so hard that it felt like it was about to explode. He had prepared himself mentally, but it seemed that his efforts were futile. Two coincidences in a row were simply uncanny. The first coincidence was Ha Jae-gun using the pen name Co Gun-woo during the Digital Literature Award, and the second one was the fact that he lived near Co Gun-woo's grave. These were the very reasons Oh Tae-jin had asked for this meeting. Living and simply forgetting about it had been too difficult for him. He wanted to verify for himself if his assumptions were true. I'm sorry. What did you ask earlier? Oh Tae-jin asked with a smile after he finished cleaning up. He could feel cold sweat on his back. Ah, yes. I was asking if your tragedy was based on a true story. It was too vivid for it to be mere fiction. Ha Jae-gun repeated himself. Oh Tae-jin's head throbbed. Was that all the young lad had for him about his novel? Was his question just part of a huge veil? Was the motive behind his question just purely to find out how Oh Tae-jin was able to create such a piece of work? Ah, who knows? It's probably both. Oh Tae-jin took a sip of water to moisten his dry throat and continued. I've met many literary friends in my lifetime. I listened to a variety of their life events and gathered the fragments of emotions I felt from those stories and weaved them together into this novel. Ah, I see. That's why it can be both a true story and a fictional one. Was my answer quite dull? Ho ho ho. No, I meant to say that I relate to your novel very well as a fellow writer. Ha Jae-gun didn't ask any further questions. Oh Tae-jin managed to take a small breather. As more dishes came out, a huge flame was served along with the main pufferfish dish. While urging Ha Jae-gun to start eating, he was also observing the latter's expression. However, there was not a single part he felt off about Ha Jae-gun. Ha Jae-gun was smiling brightly like a boy and enjoying the delicious dishes before him. In the middle of their meal, Oh Tae-jin thought he should start getting his questions resolved and asked in Pa Sing. By the way, I heard that you're living alone in Seoul, right, Ha? Ah, yes. My family lives in Suwon, but I moved over to Seoul alone after getting discharged from the army. I see. You live in Gangdong, right? I saw there was an ecological park nearby when I said by the area previously. It looks nicely done up. Yes, I sometimes go there for a walk too. It seems like you don't have any relatives or friends in the area. Do you just like the neighborhood? Our son, I'm sorry. It's fine, please speak comfortably. Ho ho, anyway, I heard that you moved to a new house in the area as well. That's why I asked. Oh Tae-jin could only go about it in a roundabout manner. Ha Jae-gun nodded with a smile. I found it quite bursome to move to an entirely new place, and I've gotten used to the neighborhood as well. It's also not that far from the publishing companies and the writer's office, so I chose to stay there. It's not that far from expressways, too. I see. Unless it's a scenic beach or a village in the mountains, everywhere in Seoul is the same. Oh Myung-suk felt that there was something wrong with his father today. Oh Tae-jin had never been the type of person to talk about such trivial topics, not to mention laugh boisterously while talking about such things. He likes Mr. Ha to that extent. Oh Myung-suk wondered, tilting his head. Oh Tae-jin smiled as he pointed out. Oh, I heard that your first award was the Digital Literature Award. That's right. It is an honor that you still remember it. I enjoyed it, that's why. I'm old, but my memory is still good. I even remember your pen name, too. Was it Co Gun-woo? Yes, that's right. You indeed have a good memory, President. You must have seen and met countless writers and their works up until now, said Ha Jae-gun with a smile. Oh Tae-jin went silent. Was I too delusional? The tension that had been keeping Oh Tae-jin stiff was slowly dissipating. He had met countless people throughout his lifetime of 60 years, and he found that not a single trace of deception was on Ha Jae-gun's face. Please eat more, Mr. Ha. Thank you. Please eat, too, President. Editor-in-Chief, too. The amicable atmosphere continued. As Ha Jae-gun excused himself to go to the washroom, Oh Tae-jin said to Oh Myung-suk, "He sounds like a good person." "Really? No wonder you said so much earlier. I guess you like him quite a bit." Oh Tae-jin smiled and nodded. A writer is also a person, so their personality comes first before their writing skills. Dinner was great tonight. Oh Tae-jin then glanced at his wrist.w.tch and said, "It's getting late. I should get going soon. Sorry. Make sure you discuss everything else with him before you come back." "Of course, that's my job. Please go back first." Just then, Ha Jae-gun returned from the washroom and followed Oh Tae-jin out to send him off. Oh Tae-jin headed to his car that was waiting outside. The chauffeur quickly got out and opened the Pa-Singer door for him. Just before he boarded the car, he shook hands with Ha Jae-gun once more. "I'm not sure if you enjoyed the dinner tonight. It was delicious. I enjoyed it a lot, thanks to you, President." "That's great to hear. I'll be able to sleep well tonight. I'll be leaving now, then. Please enjoy the rest of the night." After Oh Tae-jin left, Ha Jae-gun and Oh Myung-suk headed to the cafe next door. Placing the coffee they ordered on the table, Oh Myung-suk jumped straight to the topic at hand. "Mr. Ha, you should expand globally now." "What do you mean?" "I'm thinking of introducing your novels to the overseas markets. Actually, this is the most important thing I wanted to bring up to you tonight." Ha Jae-gun was caught off guard. His novel would be made officially available to overseas readers? Did that mean that both Summer in My 20s and There Was a Sea would be translated into foreign languages and then sold overseas? "Ha, Mr. Ha, was it that surprising?" Ha Jae-gun then recalled the email he had received from an overseas reader a few days ago, saying that they enjoyed the breath a lot and would like to translate it into English to share the story with their friends. "Really?" Ha Jae-gun gulped in disbelief. "Do you really think that my novel can enter the overseas markets?" "I think you're worrying too much. You've already written 2 bestsellers in a row. Summer in My 20s has already said 1.7 million copies sold, and There Was a Sea has already said 1.1 million copies sold. If we don't sell these novels overseas, which novels do you think we should sell overseas?" Oh Myung-suk then took a sip of his coffee. "Actually, the Korean novels that have expanded overseas haven't been performing very well. Even writers Lee Man-yeol, Gong Ji-young, and a few others are struggling in the overseas markets. Although I've only advertised a novel for a certain writer, as their mother had asked me to do it." "Ah, I think I've seen that before on the news. I find that it's because of the Koreans' emotions or sensibility, in a way. There are parts that don't make sense in the foreigner's eyes. It's the same with There Was a Sea. Gangsters in Korea, mafias in Russia, and yakuzas in Japan do not share the same tendencies." "I see." Oh Myung-suk straightened himself and smiled, then continued confidently. "Even so, I think there's potential for your novels to do well overseas. The story itself is interesting enough. It's not just about expressing the inner thoughts and emotional aspects of people. I'm thankful to you for saying such kind words, but I didn't decide on this overnight. Anyway, if you can put your trust in me and leave things to me, I will go ahead with the expansion accordingly." Ha Jae-gun frowned and smiled in bewilderment. He was truly planning on putting his trust in Oh Myung-suk and letting him work on it, as he had always been a reliable and competent editor capable of producing results exceeding expectations. "That's it. Anyway, I look forward to our success." Both men subsequently finished their coffee and left the cafe. It was still early, so Ha Jae-gun was about to head to the subway station, but Oh Myung-suk held him back. "I'll send you back. It's fine. The journey isn't that long if I take the train. I don't feel comfortable letting you go like this. Just please go with me." Oh Myung-suk insisted. As Ha Jae-gun was dragged to the car park, he spotted a familiar-looking car. Yunwoo, Ha Jae-gun's eyes widened in surprise. It was his own car, and Lee Yun-woo hurriedly climbed out from the driver's seat. Why are you here? I told you to return to the writer's office to rest, didn't I? Ah, Jae Gun-hyung. Don't get angry. I was really about to meet my friend in the area, but saw that it was just about time for you to go home, so I came back to take a look. I thought we could go back together if you're done with your business as well. That's all. Lee Yun-woo explained frantically. Oh Myung-suk fixed his GLA.S.SES and then chuckled silently. I'm glad to see that your manager is around. I should return home alone this time, then. Please stay safe on your way back, Mr. Ha. Ah, yes. Thank you, Editor-in-Chief. Please return safely as well. Ha Jae-gun hopped into the passenger seat of his own car and put on his seatbelt before letting out a sigh. Lee Yun-woo started the engine, then glanced at Ha Jae-gun with fear in his eyes. Hyung, are you angry at me? Yeah. Who are you? Ah, Jae Gun-hyung. Why are you like this? I'm your manager. After all, my manager? Ah, I see. I do have a manager, but he doesn't listen to me at all, so I think I'm just going to fire him. What? Is there any problem with that? Ah, Hyung, please don't. I'll be sad. Really, Lee Yun-woo said, looking as if he were about to cry. Ha Jae-gun closed his eyes and shook his head slowly. This is the last time. You already know what's going to happen if you don't listen to me again. Of course. Let's go then. As they headed out to the main road, the radio DJ was enthusiastically expressing his opinion on the box office hit. There was a C. There was a C hit 6 million viewers. How much further will it go? In an interview with director Yoon Tae-sung, devoted his heart and soul to faithfully express the original novel. Satisfied with the results, re-examining original novel writer Ha Jae-gun's comment in I Live Alone, director Yoon Tae-sung actively listens to my opinions. Will lead actor Park Do-joon accept love calls from China? Wow, Kang Min-ho Hyung. The box office hit is really going strong. Isn't it going to hit 10 million viewers at this rate? Jang Eun-young exclaimed as she read the articles on the internet. Behind her, Kang Min-ho was reading a book, showing no signs of answering her. What? Are you suggesting that I shouldn't disturb you since you're reading a book? No, it's because it's an important part. Jinx. Jang Eun-young pouted and continued scrolling through the browser. Director Woo Jae-hoon's new film, The Himalayas, was on the articles list. 5 billion won, there was a CVS 11 billion won, The Himalayas. Which Korean movie is the winner? The title of the article was provocative, and Jang Eun-young could already deduce the content of the article. The Himalayas was expensive, but it was struggling at the box office, while the article praised the success of There Was a Sea relentlessly, which was only half as expensive as the Himalayas. The netizens' comments were harsh. It's not even a blockbuster, just a school play. Nothing was properly established in the first place, be it excitement, directing, or acting. I thought the Himalayas was not that bad. It's not that bad for families to watch it together, but There Was a Sea is undeniably better. Nonsense. Kakik. The Himalayas is not bad? I'm extremely curious about the director's face reading this kakik. I think you're an extra of There Was a Sea. I know that it's a good movie, but the Himalayas is not that bad either. The 11 billion must have been donated to the locals there. Director Woo Jae-hoon must be really embarrassed. Said. He was spouting so much nonsense in the interview. Kakik. I think director Woo Jae-hoon would request a spar with Yoon Tae-sung or Ha Jae-gun if he ever meets them at the bar. Shivers. Wow, look at how people talk these days. They're no joke. If I were the director, I would have already lost my mind reading this. Jang Eun-young smiled wryly and stood up. She saw Kang Min-ho's shoulders shaking as he was reading the book. Hyung, what's wrong? Sob. Ugh, sob. Kang Min-ho's face was covered in tears and mucus. He hurriedly put down the book he had just finished reading and buried his face in his hands. Why are you crying? This book is really, it's really sad and heart-wrenching. Kang Min-ho blew his nose with a tissue and sniffled. Wow, just where can you find such a cool main character in this world? He likes the girl as well, but he decided to conceal his own feelings just to fulfill his friends and the girl's love. The story ends with the main character telling the girl the location of the village where his friend had disappeared, and he even sends her off to the train station. What is this void in my heart? Are you spoiling the book for me? Why did you ask me to read it then? Stop telling me the plot. Jang Eun-young slapped Kong Minho hard on his shoulder and picked the book up. The book was your tragedy, written by Oh Tae-jin. Kong Minho's tears had wet the book cover. The weather is pretty cold. The winds are quite strong, too. Meow. Rika's cries echoed with the cold wind. Meanwhile, Ha Jae-gun was pulling out in TR G the weeds with a weed cutter around Co Gun-woo's tomb. The weather makes me think of having a GLA.S of soju and some hot soup. It sounds great, right? Elder. Ha Jae-gun stood up once he was done. He smiled in satisfaction at the clean tomb. Phew, taking that I'm right. Let me pour you a GLA.S of soju. Ha Jae-gun took out 2 paper cups and poured soju into them. He offered one to Co Gun-woo and brought the second to his mouth. He turned away before drinking it. Kua. Ha Jae-gun drank it on an empty stomach, so the heat from the alcohol quickly warmed him up. I first met Elder when I was just 27. Now, I'm 29. Time really flies. Rika sat on Ha Jae-gun's lap. Ha Jae-gun stroked her neck as his eyes watered. You must have been tired recently. You haven't been answering me, no matter how many questions I asked. I'm getting quite worried. Everyone else says that my novels are good, but I'm not so sure anymore. Are my novels really good? Ha Jae-gun didn't expect to hear any answers to his question, which soon dissipated into the cold wind. Ha Jae-gun sat there for a while more, then finally stood up with his collar closed tightly around his neck. I apologize for the rant. I wouldn't have gotten this far if it hadn't been for you, Elder. I know that you're always watching over me. Thank you. I'll be back again, Elder. He picked up Rika in his arms and turned around to leave. Lee Yun-woo was waiting at the end of the road with his car on standby. Are you all done? Yeah. You said he's an elder? Just who is he? You won't know even if I told you. Let's go now. Ha Jae-gun's schedule was tight today. The first thing on his schedule was a joint interview with director Yoon Tae-sung and actor Park Do-joon at Newton's office, after which would be a scenario meeting at Nextion's office. It's a commemorative interview for crossing 7 million viewers. But what shall we do? Lee Yun-woo asked while driving. The movie will hit 8 million viewers after next week. If they can delay it by a week, the numbers will be perfect. Enough with the fuss, Ha Jae-gun said with reproach, but he was smiling. The movie performed well beyond his expectations. He thought that would be great if the movie broke even, so he was caught off guard when it said 7 million viewers. Which novel is next? What do you mean next? I can't even afford to think of anything else now that I have to focus on Oscar's Dungeon. Well, you don't have to work on a new novel to make another movie. There's Foolish Woman as well as Storm and Gale. Your old novels might even get an offer for a movie adaptation. Look at how well There Was a Sea is doing. Ha, is that so? The car stopped at a red light. Lee Yun-woo turned to look at Ha Jae-gun with a serious expression. And did I say it before, when Do Jun-hyung came to hang out at the writer's office? I like all of Pung Chun-yu's novels. So Oscar's Dungeon has to become a movie as well. You were drunk when you said that. I wasn't. I drank, yes, but I wasn't drunk. My words back then were from the bottom of my heart. All right, I believe you, writer Lee. Ah, so unfair. Lee Yun-woo frowned and held his head. Ha Jae-gun turned to the window, suppressing his laughter. Traffic was smooth, and they soon arrived at their destination. Ha Jae-gun alighted from the car and gestured to Lee Yun-woo, saying, "It's cold out. Let's go in together." "I'm fine, Hyung. I can stay in the car. This place isn't like that. You can stay with me while the interview is ongoing. Bring Rika along, too." "Ha ha, all right then." There were still 15 minutes before the scheduled meeting, but everyone was already present in the office. The reporter, Park Do-joon, and Yoon Tae-sung stood up to greet Ha Jae-gun as he entered the room. "Hello, writer Ha. Hello, all of you are here early." Ha Jae-gun's arrival cued the start of the interview. The atmosphere was amicable, as the three were on good terms. Natural and pleasant conversations continued in the question and answer segment. Lee Yun-woo stood outside the camera angle with Rika in his arms, smiling all the while. "I have another question for writer Ha. You've expressed your trust in director Yoon Tae-sung through various channels so far. Do you still feel that way? Wait, is this considered an NG question? asked the reporter. Ha Jae-gun chuckled before saying, "It's fine, I'll answer that. I definitely still trust him. I would like to work with him again if the situation allows for it." The reporter smiled brightly and looked at Yoon Tae-sung. Yoon Tae-sung smiled and scratched his face bluntly, then said, "I'll most definitely welcome scenarios written by writer Ha Jae-gun. We work well together as well." He came all the way to Donghyun location and discussed various aspects of the scenario with me. He's put in quite a bit of effort. The reporter's next question was directed to both Yoon Tae-sung and Ha Jae-gun. Director Woo Jae-hun's remarks in his past interviews are being brought up again. In summary, he said that it'd be fortunate if there was a C could break even, that writer Ha has never written a proper scenario before, and that the scenario writer Ha has written for an AS assignment was entirely different from an actual movie scenario. Have you heard about his remarks? The two nodded, and the reporter continued. Director Woo Jae-hoon had also said that communication is vital on site. So even though both of you discuss and agree upon decisions made on site, he expressed doubts that you'd produce any good results. However, the movie's view count has just hit over 7 million. So, is there anything you'd like to say? Yoon Tae-sung and Ha Jae-gun looked at each other. Yoon Tae-sung, who hadn't revealed much of his emotions throughout the interview, finally burst into laughter. Ha Jae-gun grabbed Yoon Tae-sung's arm and smiled wryly while looking down. "I think this reaction from us is enough to answer you," said Yoon Tae-sung. His face quickly became expressionless. The reporter covered his mouth to stop himself from laughing before nodding at the two. The camera was even shaking slightly as the cameraman burst into laughter. The interview went on for a while more and soon ended with the reporter giving his well wishes that the movie would hit 10 million viewers at the box office. Then, he said his goodbyes before leaving with the crew. The crew finally left, and the three could finally sit comfortably. Lee Yeon-woo joined them as well, along with Rika. "How have you been doing, director?" "I'm planning to work on a short film. It's a scenario that I had completed back in university, but I only got the time now to film it. I'm looking forward to it. I love all your short films. You can definitely look forward to it this time. I found a face that fits the movie perfectly." BZZT. Just then, Park Do-jun's phone rang. However, he flipped his phone over upon seeing the caller ID. He obviously didn't want to answer it. At the same time, Yoon Tae-sung excused himself to use the washroom. "Why aren't you answering it?" Ha Jae-gun asked after Yoon Tae-sung left the room. The phone was still vibrating, and Ha Jae-gun wondered if the call was from Lee Chae-rin. Park Do-jun finally answered the call with an annoyed look. "Hello. Hello, Appa. I've messaged you so many times, but you still haven't replied to any of them. Didn't I tell you not to call me over personal things? I'm sorry. I wanted to say hi and also ask you a few things about the entertainment industry, since I don't have anyone else to go to." "All right. What do you want to tell me?" Park Do-jun interrupted coldly. Kim Na-yeon sounded hesitant as she revealed. "I'm actually having a hard time. Everyone is cursing at me. What should I do? I'm scared to even go to the convenience store." "Ah, seriously." Park Do-jun glared into the air. The innocent Lee Yeon-woo flinched at Park Do-jun's overwhelming presence. "Did you really think that everyone would like you? Did you really think everyone would only say good things about you? I told you, didn't I? I told you that you'd have to be prepared mentally. You said you were prepared. Did I not tell you that you need to be strong to withstand just about everything if you want to become an actor?" "Why, yes. So what is this whining? Is this your first time seeing the harsh reality of the world? Were you a middle school student?" Sniff. Kim Na-yeon's sobs echoed in Park Do-jun's ears. Park Do-jun closed his eyes and furrowed his brows. He took in deep breaths before ending the call. "Do-jun, are you all right? What happened?" "It's nothing, sorry. I'll share with you next time when there's a chance." Ha Jae-gun could only stay silent, unable to probe any further. Anxious, Lee Yeon-woo's audible gulp echoed throughout the quiet office. "Respect?" A furious voice echoed outside the voice. "How dare you try to teach me about respect?" Park Do-jun immediately recognized the voice and quickly hurried out. Ha Jae-gun also found the voice familiar, so he walked outside. Woo Jae-hoon. Yoon Tae-sung and Woo Jae-hoon stood facing each other in the middle of the corridor. Woo Jae-hoon was waving his huge arms and shouting before the tiny Yoon Tae-sung. "Say that again." Respect? Yes. Please be more respectful. How long have we known each other for you to drop the honorifics while talking to me? Yoon Tae-sung retorted defiantly. Let's not do this and talk about the movies. Aren't you a director as well? What? Why you? Woo Jae-hoon's face flushed red in anger. Woo Jae-hoon was about to hurl a punch at Yoon Tae-sung when Lee Yun-woo jumped out between them. He interrupted both Woo Jae-hoon and Park Do-joon, who was about to step forward and intervene. What are you doing to our director, Yoon Tae-sung? Lee Yun-woo stepped in front of Yoon Tae-sung. Woo Jae-hoon scanned Lee Yun-woo from head to toe and pointed at him. Who are you? Step aside. Sorry, but I think it's better if you step aside instead, Director Woo Jae-hoon. You punk. Woo Jae-hoon reached out to Lee Yun-woo's collar. But even before he could touch Lee Yun-woo, Lee Yun-woo grabbed him instead. Lee Yun-woo even grabbed his other hand. Why, you greenie? Are you not going to let go? You're indeed much famous for sparring instead of movies. This BASDERD. Woo Jae-hoon, confident with his large physique, pounced on Lee Yun-woo. However, it was a wrong move. In terms of physique and strength, Lee Yun-woo wasn't lacking at all. Please excuse me. Lee Yun-woo twisted Woo Jae-hoon's arm. He grabbed the older man's nape and pushed him up against the wall. Arg! And my arm. Woo Jae-hoon's cheek was smashed up against the wall, and he screamed, Why you? I'll sue you. Act. I believe in the fairness of the CCTV. Relax. It'll hurt more if you move. Onlookers were starting to gather upon hearing the commotion. Lee Yun-woo eventually let go of Woo Jae-hoon's arm. Woo Jae-hoon groaned and staggered away to one side of the office with the support of his colleagues. Are you all right, Director? Of course. Park Do-joon started blaming Lee Yun-woo. Why did you step up? That was dangerous. You could have just let me handle him. I'm sorry, my body moved on its own. And I thought Do-joon Hyung would get stuck between a rock and a hard place. I mean, it's Director Woo Jae-hoon, Lee Yun-woo said while sheepishly scratching the back of his head. Park Do-joon watched the latter, dumbfounded. To think that Lee Yun-woo had even considered his long-term friendship with Woo Jae-hoon. It was his first time seeing the considerate and thoughtful side of Lee Yun-woo. Ha Jae-gun picked a great manager. Great job. Even perfect if he were a bodyguard as well. Park Do-joon's compliments were followed by Yoon Tae-sung's praises. Mr. Lee Yun-woo, right? Why don't you become my manager instead? I'll pay you twice your salary. Ahaha. Thanks, but I'm writer Pung Chun-yu's manager for life. Lee Yun-woo laughed out loud. Ha Jae-gun smiled and patted Lee Yun-woo's back. It was a chaotic situation, but the aftermath felt quite refreshing. There's none today. What are you saying? There's a meeting today, but you don't have any recordings? Give me your phone. Oh Myung-hoon rummaged through Haime's bag and pulled out her phone. Haime, still in her lingerie lying on the bed, jumped out in surprise. This is really absurd. Are you not letting go? Oh Myung-hoon shook her hand away. He took her phone and went to the smaller room next door, locking it behind him. Despite Haime banging against the door, Oh Myung-hoon ignored her and began playing the recording on her phone. Wow, what? Is she worried they'll get angry hearing everyone else complimenting Ha Jae-gun? Oh Myung-hoon sneered and listened to the recording through his earphones. The meeting was about Oscar's dungeon. However, there was only Nam Gyu-ho, Lee Soo-hee, and members of the planning team present. Ha Jae-gun wasn't there. There isn't anything special. Foolish people. Look at them trying to milk the original novel just because it's doing quite well. However, unlike the mockery on his face, Oh Myung-hoon was already getting bloated before he had dinner. Oh Myung-hoon was about to take out his earphones and stop listening to the recording, but is writer really unable to produce even a quarter of such quality? Oh Myung-hoon's eyes widened upon hearing Nam Gyu-ho's brusque words. Was this Nam Gyu-ho's final evaluation of Oh Myung-hoon's scenario for Dragon Warriors? Had he evaluated it to be much worse than Ha Jae-gun's scenario? Even after taking off his earphones, Nam Gyu-ho's words continued to echo in his ears. Oh Myung-hoon looked up to the ceiling, trembling in anger. Veins popped up all over him, and a powerful murderous intent began surging from within him. Mr. Myung-hoon! Mr. Myung-hoon! Jaime's voice made him even more furious, as he could feel the pity in her voice. How dare she pity him? Shut up, Oh Myung-hoon yelled as he flung the door wide open. Terrified, Jaime fell on her butt. However, Oh Myung-hoon didn't even look at her as he picked up his clothes and started putting them on. Where are you going? None of your business. Oh Myung-hoon left Jaime in his own studio and left. He had already decided on where he was going. Oh Myung-hoon hopped into his car and stepped on the accelerator. He didn't even use his car's navigator to help him navigate his way to his destination. The dark sky started pouring heavily. Oh Myung-hoon drove through the rain and soon arrived at his destination. He stopped outside the locked garage and alighted from his car. He found his way back to the family home, which he hadn't visited for a long time. Ding, dong. Oh Myung-hoon rang the doorbell and stood outside in the downpour without an umbrella. He cut a desolate figure as he stood drenched in the rain with water dripping down his hair. Is it Myung-hoon? Oh Myung-suk's surprised voice echoed through the intercom. Soon, the door was opened remotely. Oh Myung-hoon entered and hurried through the huge garden. How dare you show yourself here? A furious voice echoed. Oh Tae-jin donned a sports outfit and was standing beneath the eaves of the terrace. A long golf club was in his hand. Father, please calm down. Oh Myung-suk tried to assuage his father's fury to no avail. Oh Tae-jin shook Oh Myung-suk's hand away and pointed the golf club at Oh Myung-hoon's face. You ignored your parents and said bad things to your own brother. How dare you, punk, come crawling back after getting all complacent and acting like a jerk. Get out now. Oh Myung-hoon stood frozen beneath the rain. He wasn't trembling from the cold and the rain, but from his heavily pounding heart. He barely managed to say, I'm sorry, father. Don't call me your father. Please give me another chance. I'll become a better son. Words aren't enough. Get him out of the house now. Chauffeur Kong. Where's Chauffeur Kong? Oh Tae-jin threw his golf club and looked around. Oh Myung-suk felt like stomping in helplessness. He was the eldest son, but he was powerless to stop his furious father. Plop! Oh Myung-hoon dropped to his knees on the cold marble floor. Oh Tae-jin glared back at his youngest son in anger. Thunder echoed as lightning suddenly illuminated the world. Oh Myung-hoon said as rainwater flowed into his mouth. I will do everything you ask of me, even if you ask me to become a low-level employee. You can put me at the warehouse or let me manage some distribution businesses in the rural cities. I'll do it without hesitation. Why are you getting ahead of yourself? Please accept me as an employee of Ungsung instead of your son. I believe that you would also acknowledge that my skills aren't that bad. I'll make sure to improve myself from now on. And I'll treat mother better, too. Oh Myung-hoon then put his forehead to the ground, shutting his eyes tight. He said whatever he could say right there and then. Now, the decision was in his father's hands. He was not going to deny the power given to him since birth. Most adults have been treating him politely when he was young. He didn't have to take public transportation when going to school and could also get whatever he wanted without having to work for it. He had everything since he was born. Oh Myung-hoon had decided that he was going to discard all the pent-up resentment he had up until now. He would use everything he could to grow even further, even if it were for his own mother or to maintain his own personal SBC in his heart. Send him away. Oh Tae-jin roared before walking away. Oh Myung-suk couldn't do anything as Oh Tae-jin yelled once more. Come back in if you don't want to get chased out as well. Yes, father. Yeah, Jae-gun. You're out front? Okay, you know the pious.sword, right? Come up quickly. I'm starving to death waiting for you. Park Do-jun hung up the call and put his phone back in his pocket, then grabbed the frying spatula. An unsightly and disfigured egg roll was sizzling in the frying pan. It's weird. It'll turn out delicious looking whenever I'm cooking for myself, but now that I've got a guest coming, the appearance is way off the charts. Park Do-jun grumbled with dissatisfaction, tilting his head from side to side. Park Do-jun was waiting for Ha Jae-gun at his studio today. Cameras were installed in the corners of the house by the broadcast crew, and there was a huge bear equipped with a camera, the program's mascot, sitting on the sofa in the middle of the room. Beep, beep, beep. Oh, I think he's here. Park Do-jun was talking to himself more than usual today. The camera lens followed Park Do-jun's face and eyes closely as he looked toward the foyer. The writer, standing at the border between the kitchen and the living room, nodded at Park Do-jun. "Why are you so late?" "I was waiting for the elevator. It was all the way at the top." Ha Jae-gun was smiling, but he looked slightly nervous. The screenwriter's advice to talk comfortably, like normal, didn't help at all. The clips would be edited, but whatever they were recording at the moment would still make it to the final broadcast version. "I'm not sure what to say." Ha Jae-gun gulped to soothe his parched throat. He couldn't help but be conscious of the multiple cameras and staffers watching his every move. Meanwhile, Park Do-jun was indeed a celebrity. There wasn't much change in him aside from how he was slightly more excited and talking to himself more than usual. "It looks like a mess, but just eat them. They're all the same once it goes into your stomach," Park Do-jun said, transferring the messy egg roll onto a plate. Ha Jae-gun sat across from Park Do-jun and picked up the chopsticks. "This is good enough. It's already amazing that a man living alone was willing to try cooking egg rolls." "I know, right? Yeah. I'm so lazy, I actually just eat raw eggs for some protein." "Hey, that's just too much," Park Do-jun asked, sounding incredulous before laughing. Ha Jae-gun stole a glance at the screenwriter and felt relieved. Would this sort of conversation make the cut? Ha Jae-gun's nervousness was slowly going away. "Isn't that the leftover cheese from the last time I was here? You left it there without cleaning it away. You should have pretended that you couldn't see it if you're my friend. You didn't wash the wine GLAS either." "I've been busy, man, so I haven't come home for a while." "Stop it already." Their friendly chat continued for quite a while. After finishing their meal and cleaning up, Park Do-jun and Ha Jae-gun sat down on the sofa next to each other. Park Do-jun turned on the TV, while Ha Jae-gun took out his laptop and started working on his scenario. Park Do-jun sipped on his coffee and asked, "You're working on the scenario, right? Are you almost done?" "Yeah, I just have to complete the ending scene, and it's done." "Do your best. I want to appear in my coolest form." "You already look cool as an actor. Would the scenario even make any difference?" "Wow, writer Ha Jae-gun, you're saying all the good and kind words now with these cameras around us." "Nonsense. I speak only the truth." Park Do-jun took another sip of coffee and asked again, "Did you meet any difficulties when writing the scenario?" Ha Jae-gun looked away from his laptop and pondered for a while. Park Do-jun had just asked a question that required a bit more prudence to answer. Of course, Ha Jae-gun wasn't really planning on saying anything that could be edited in a way that would make his words mean differently than what he truly meant. "It's all good. I didn't have any tough times when working on it. Really, Director Yoon Tae-sung takes my opinions positively, and we always discuss parts that need revisions, but there aren't a lot of those either." "Do you think the movie will turn out like what you envisioned while writing the novel? That's the reason you're writing the scenario yourself, right?" "Well, yeah. I think the atmosphere will transfer to the movie from the original novel. The director is highly capable, so I'm not exactly worried as well." Their talks about the movie ended there. The filming continued for a while more, and the cameraman finally took down the cameras after the filming was done. "Thanks for the hard work. We got a few good scenes thanks to writer Ha Jae-gun. I didn't do anything much. Thank you for your hard work." Park Do-jun left the house with Ha Jae-gun to send him off. As they took the elevator, Park Do-jun lightly tapped Ha Jae-gun's shoulders. "How was it?" "It was easier than I expected. I still couldn't speak naturally with so many cameras around." "Was I too stiff?" "No. Your comments were witty. You were great at talking, too." They got off the elevator and arrived at Ha Jae-gun's car. Lee Yun-woo didn't drive Ha Jae-gun here today, as Ha Jae-gun had personal things to attend to after the filming for I Live Alone. "You're heading down to Donghee City later at midnight, right?" "Probably. I won't be able to see you for 2 weeks. Why don't you come down to hang out for a bit since you're all done with the scenario and have nothing else urgent to tend to?" "I might have something urgent coming up." "Who knows? What would it be? Are you going to work on another new novel?" "Not a new novel. I'll let you know once it's confirmed." "You just made me curious, but fine. Drive safely and call me again." "Drive safely. Give us a call, too." "I got it, Nuna." "Father, Mom, please head back in." The road back to the metropolitan city was empty during the major public holiday. Thanks to that, Ha Jae-gun was able to drive at a high speed, and he soon arrived at Noryangjin, where Young So-mi lived. This is the place, right? Ha Jae-gun had learned of Young So-mi's residential address a long time ago through work. He could have asked Kwon Tae-won for it, but didn't want to worry the man and instead searched through his email for it. He parked his car and alighted, then quickly headed up the stairs to the third floor. Arriving at apartment 301, he pressed the doorbell, and the doors soon opened. "It's hello, writer." Young So-mi was drenched in sweat. Her flushed face and the heat she was radiating made Ha Jae-gun feel hot as well. Her eyes were unfocused as she stared at Ha Jae-gun. "Are you sure you're fine? Let me see." Ha Jae-gun placed his own hand on Young So-mi's forehead. Her burning hot forehead made him wince. He immediately took off his coat and wrapped it around Young So-mi. "Come, let's go to the hospital. I've said this before, but don't give me any excuses." Ha Jae-gun supported Young So-mi to his car and started the engine. He inputted the address to the nearest university hospital's emergency room into the navigator and stepped on the accelerator. "She just has to rest a while here." "I see, thank you." Young So-mi was sleeping soundly on the bed after getting a fever reducer shot. A bag of 4-drip was fixed to her. Ha Jae-gun stayed by her side, watching her sleeping face. He recalled all the things they had gone through together, and he could still remember how she was worried over his health. So how come she hadn't been taking care of her own health? "It's great that I'm around." Ha Jae-gun was relieved. He was glad that he finally had the opportunity to repay her kindness to him. BZZT. Young So-mi's phone rang. The phone was in the pocket of her cardigan. He took it out, and the screen said, "Lee Soo-young Uni." Who is this? The name sounds familiar. Ha Jae-gun wondered, but he didn't answer the phone, as it wasn't his place to answer Young So-mi's phone calls. After a while, a text message came in. "Young So-mi, just how sick are you really? Why aren't you answering the phone? I'm heading back to Seoul now. I'll be there soon." Ha Jae-gun read the message and eventually picked up her phone. He called Lee Soo-young. "Hello, Young So-mi. Miss So-mi is currently in the A&E. She's sleeping within 4-drip, so I'm answering the call on her behalf." "Ah, that's a relief to hear." "Ah, I'm Young So-mi's ex-colleague." "Sorry, but who is this?" Ha Jae-gun finally remembered the person on the other line and smiled. "Oh, your deputy Lee Soo-young from Starbucks. I'm Ha Jae-gun." Oh my, it's writer Ha Jae-gun. "No wonder I found your voice sounds so familiar. How have you been? I haven't even said Happy New Year. I'm sorry." "I'm sorry as well. You have been well, right? Is everything fine at Starbucks?" "I'm doing well. I think it would have been better if you had asked what else happened today at Starbucks instead." "Aha, I see. Anyway, I'm relieved to know that you're with her, writer Ha. I could drive safely now." "Oh ho ho. Young So-mi always does her best as long as it's related to writer Ha. We always talk about you when we talk on the phone." "Ego, I've been talking too much. I'll leave her in your good hands then." "Yes, let's meet one day as well," Ha Jae-gun said. "I'll definitely show up if you give me a call." "Oh ho ho. I'll be hanging up then, writer Ha." The phone call ended, and Ha Jae-gun returned Young So-mi's phone into the pocket of her cardigan. The moment he was about to retract his hand from her pocket, Young So-mi's hand grabbed his wrist. "Are you awake? Are you feeling better now?" Ha Jae-gun asked. Young So-mi's unfocused eyes were looking straight at Ha Jae-gun. "Please don't go." "Pardon? Please don't leave. Please stay with me." The door to the emergency room opened, and a new patient was pushed in. However, not even the slightest noise registered in Ha Jae-gun's ears as he met Young So-mi's gaze. 1. Korea's traditional costume. Andy's thoughts. Happy New Year, everyone. May 2024 be filled with good things for all of you. I'm scared. Please stay where I can see you. Young So-mi sounded weak, but her grip was firm as she held Ha Jae-gun's wrist in place. Ha Jae-gun gulped unconsciously. Was it just because she was sick and scared? Regardless, Young So-mi gave off a different air than usual. "I'll stay here," Ha Jae-gun said as he patted the back of her hand, assuringly. "I won't go to the washroom either, so don't worry and get some sleep." A faint smile formed on Young So-mi's face, and she slowly closed her eyes. However, she kept on holding Ha Jae-gun's wrist. Ha Jae-gun stayed by the sleeping Young So-mi's side. After the bag of 4-drip was cleared, Ha Jae-gun gently pulled her up and piggybacked her. The A&E always needed available beds for their patients, so he knew that they could not stay here for too long. Young So-mi woke briefly as she felt the movement. Still drifting in and out of consciousness, she let Ha Jae-gun piggyback her, put her in the car, and sent her all the way home. It all felt like a dream. Ms. Young So-mi, what's the pot? Asked the sword to your door. 6415. Ha Jae-gun carried Young So-mi on his back and pressed the numbers. The door soon opened, and he quickly laid her in bed. Young So-mi's soft and even breathing signaled that she had quickly drifted back to sleep. Her place is quite small. It was Ha Jae-gun's first time stepping foot in her studio, and he took the chance to look around. Her place was much smaller than his old studio. There was a bed, a bookshelf, and a workstation that occupied most of the SPC in the studio. I probably should make some porridge for her. Thanks to his long-time experience of independent living, Ha Jae-gun was confident in making a pot of vegetable porridge. Ha Jae-gun rummaged through the fridge and tossed the ingredients into the pot, boiling with the rice. It was unknown whether it was because of the fragrance of the food or her pleasant dream, but Young So-mi started smiling in her sleep. Young So-mi felt uncomfortable as her back was drenched in sweat. Young So-mi frowned and turned around. As her eyes opened, she spotted someone's silhouette through her blurry vision. Ryder, huh? Her blurry vision soon came into focus, and she saw Ha Jae-gun sleeping on his folded arms at the head of her bed. He's here. Young So-mi looked at the wall clock that showed the current time. It was well past 10 p.m. Her head spun as she tried to sit up in her bed. My gosh, my face. Young So-mi was shocked to see her own reflection in the mirror on the wall. Her hair was in a huge mess, and her face looked pale and haggard. She was embarrassed, Estat said, to show herself to Ha Jae-gun in such a state. Young So-mi carefully got out of bed and headed for the bathroom. She couldn't even turn on the shower, afraid that she would wake Ha Jae-gun up. She changed into a fresh set of clothes and had a call with Deputy Lee before stepping out of the bathroom. A huge cloud of condensation escaped into the room. He even made porridge. Young So-mi smiled and turned on the stove. While she heated up the porridge, she opened the small table and laid out her utensils. She even made egg rolls and kimchi stew for Ha Jae-gun to eat together. When did you wake up, Miss So-mi? Asked Ha Jae-gun. He woke up when he heard noises coming from the kitchen. Young So-mi chuckled as she watched Ha Jae-gun trying to stifle a yawn. Just a while ago. How are you feeling? All better. I got a fever reducer shot and in 4-drip, so I'm fine. I don't really get sick, but when I do, I recover rather quickly. You remember everything. I was just dreamy, not pious to set out. Oh. Young So-mi laid out the dishes she prepared one by one on the table. Ha Jae-gun got out of bed and wanted to help her. I've recovered, really. You shouldn't push yourself. I'm definitely not pushing myself. You couldn't eat properly because of me, right? I'll bring out a bowl of rice for you. Young So-mi sat down across from Ha Jae-gun after setting everything down. Ha Jae-gun had a bowl of rice, while Young So-mi had a bowl of porridge. Thank you for the food. Same here. Thank you for the food. Ha Jae-gun was starving, so he immediately started eating. When he took a bite of Young So-mi's food, his eyes widened in surprise. Your food has your mother's touch, Ha Jae-gun remarked. Oh, really? Yeah. It tastes like the food your mother made for me back at the bed and breakfast. She even said that you take after her a lot, so you're good at cooking as well. I won't deny that. Ha. After finishing their meal, Ha Jae-gun insisted on washing the dishes. Meanwhile, Young So-mi began peeling some fruit for dessert. I'll just have this and leave after, Ha Jae-gun said and raised his cup. He failed to notice the trembling in Young So-mi's eyes. Don't leave in a hurry. Take your time and rest before leaving. You won't be able to rest properly if I stay here. I should leave. Is it because of Rika? Rika is resting well at Suwon. Young So-mi put down her cup and fidgeted with her fingers. She had finally recovered, but how come he was already leaving? She wanted to spend more time with Ha Jae-gun. All of a sudden, something popped up in her mind, and she dragged the bag from the corner of her studio toward her. She pulled out her tablet and asked, I totally forgot that we were supposed to discuss the webtoon. Would you like to look at the draft for episodes 10 to 16 of the webtoon for Oscar's Dungeon? Ah, I totally forgot about it. Let me have a look. Ha Jae-gun took the tablet and slowly reviewed the webtoon she had drawn. There was a hint of admiration from the smile on his face. It's good. It's interesting. And I like the directing as well. Is it really good? I'm glad. I did my best, since team leader Lee Soo-hee said that the marketing plans will probably get pulled up. Is it because there are existing models for reference? She wanted to see the webtoon for up to episode 16 as soon as possible. Ha Jae-gun smiled bitterly and nodded. Whenever Lee Soo-hee said that something was urgent, it would definitely be urgent, as she had never been the type of person to make haste, especially when working. Ha Jae-gun thought that he should pick up the pace as well. Both of you have known each other for a whole time, right? Young So-mi asked casually after taking a sip of tea. Ha Jae-gun nodded. His eyes were still transfixed on the screen. Yes. That's right. We've been friends since university. You do look quite close together. Our habits and tendencies are quite similar when it comes to writing. I learn a lot from her, and she takes care of herself quite well as well. I think so too. She seemed amazing. Miss Somi's talent is quite amazing too, Ha Jae-gun answered with a smile. Young So-mi couldn't probe any further, but she really wanted to know how Ha Jae-gun felt about Lee Soo-hee. Were they really just friends, or was she a member of the opposite gender in his eyes? However, Ha Jae-gun was tactless. He only talked about work. For episode 17, we can start with Oscar obtaining a dragon's artifact in the dungeon, and then we should end the episode with a hint about his conflict with the guildmaster. Yes, I was thinking of that as well. The webtoon story development is faster than the novel, so in the next episode, wait a minute. I should grab my laptop from the car, too. We should write this out in a doc.u.mint. Ha Jae-gun quickly stood up. He put on his shoes and stepped out of the studio. Young So-mi chuckled softly. Ha Jae-gun had just said that he would leave, but now he was on his way to grab his laptop from his car. Ha Jae-gun was still the same workaholic Ha Jae-gun whom Young So-mi had known long ago. Now, shall we start? Ha Jae-gun returned with his laptop, and the two of them started working. Young So-mi worked on her desk, while Ha Jae-gun worked on the dinner table while seated on the floor. The two were talking to each other while typing away on their keyboards. Writer Ha, what do you think of this? Oh, it looks good. Did you come up with this storyboard? You're doing well. Are you sure you still need a storyboard artist? I'm getting slightly better now. Writer Ha, you're working on volume 8 now, right? Ah, I was just reviewing the plot I planned out. As I mentioned earlier, the development is going pretty fast, so I'm getting anxious. I've been playing around too much. Ha Jae-gun sighed with reproach and began typing away on the keyboard. Young So-mi stole glances at Ha Jae-gun from her seat. Now that she had recovered, her heart was pounding hard. She was in disbelief after realizing that she was alone with Ha Jae-gun in her small studio. I'll work for an hour before leaving, Ha Jae-gun said, with his eyes still on the laptop screen. You need a rest. I'm not sure if you'll rest when I'm here working on the storyboard format, but I think you'll keep working if I continue staying here. I'm really fine. I don't believe you. Ha Jae-gun looked up with a smile. He finally saw what Young So-mi was wearing. She was in a fluffy sweatshirt and a pair of shorts. Her feet, intertwined with each other, had on a pair of white socks. The embroidery at the ankle looked familiar. Have I seen this scene in my dreams before? He felt a sense of déjà vu upon realizing how pretty her legs were. He clearly felt the same way when he was alone with Young So-mi before, but he couldn't recall when it happened. The déjà vu kept on bothering him. Young So-mi kept changing the position of her legs while working. She would put her legs up on the chair to hug them, sit on the chair cross-legged, or even put them back down and wriggle her toes. Her legs were restless. Ha Jae-gun was a man. Young So-mi was a cute lady. Her small yet slim figure was just chef's kiss. The beautiful leg line from her ample thighs to her ankle was impeccable. If only I had a chair, too. Ha Jae-gun had never seen Young So-mi's legs in their glory before at the writer's office. He wouldn't have been this distracted if they were sitting on the same level. Ha Jae-gun forced himself to focus on his laptop and hurried on with the rest of his work. Some time passed, said, and he was finally done writing the plot for 2 episodes. Ha Jae-gun sent it via email and turned off his laptop. Miss So-mi, I emailed you what I made. Ah, okay. Are you leaving? Of course. I need you to rest early. Ha Jae-gun said and packed his laptop. Young So-mi was so anxious that she wanted to stomp. She sprung up on impulse and blurted, "Would you stay if I lay in my bed instead?" Ha Jae-gun tilted his head to one side, obviously dumbfounded. Young So-mi was so surprised by her own words that her face turned red. However, she remained steadfast and continued. "Didn't you say that you're going to leave because I'm not resting? So if I rest, are you going to continue working here? I mean, it's weird to stop work midway. Of course, I know you must be uncomfortable here because my place is so small, but you were already working, so..." Ha Jae-gun smiled in understanding. However, he still stood up and picked up his bag. "I'm not feeling uncomfortable in any way. I just want to leave you alone and let you feel really comfortable while you're resting. Anyway, I'm leaving. Don't throw out the porridge. Finish it up." The studio was small, so the foyer wasn't that far. Ha Jae-gun's departing figure filled Young So-mi's eyes. "BZZT." Ha Jae-gun paused while putting on his shoes. He pulled out his phone and answered it upon seeing that the caller was Lee Soo-hee. "Yes, Soo-hee. No, I'm outside right now." "The webtoon? I was working on it with Ms. So-mi too." "Yeah, no, I'm not home." "Yeah, I think things will go according to plan. Anyway, how come a marketing schedule was pulled up so early?" Young So-mi gnashed her teeth upon seeing Ha Jae-gun talk with Lee Soo-hee on the phone. It was clear from the way he talked on the phone that they were longtime friends, which made Young So-mi feel uncomfortable and anxious. Ironically, those feelings inexplicably turned into courage. "Yeah, I'll call you later." Ha Jae-gun hung up the phone and put his phone back in his pocket. Young So-mi took a step forward. She seemed to have heard a certain voice coming from somewhere, saying that if she let go of this opportunity, there wouldn't be any more chances for her to confess her feelings down the road. Under the urging of the mysterious voice, Young So-mi grabbed Ha Jae-gun's arm. Ha Jae-gun flinched and turned around. "Miss So-mi, Ryder, what do you think of me?" Young So-mi was aware that what he had done just now wasn't great, but this was her first time doing it. No man had ever made her feel this way, even when she was in middle and high school, as well as during the 2 years she spent studying at a specialist university. "I want to know about what you think of me," asked Young So-mi while looking down at her toes. Ha Jae-gun gulped rather than answering. He wasn't a fool who couldn't understand what Young So-mi was talking about. In fact, he had felt something strange since he was at the ANE. "You helped me a lot, Ryder Ha, while I was living alone here in Seoul. You had always smiled warmly at me, and you had consoled me whenever I needed it. You also recognized and acknowledged my insignificant skills. I can't express just how grateful and apologetic I am to you." Young So-mi's breathing quickened. Ha Jae-gun stood there solemnly. He knew how much courage was necessary to say those words. "Do you still remember it? The day I first visited your studio. You asked me to turn you into food back then." "Of course. I thought you were weird, asking me to do that out of the blue when we aren't that close at all. Strangely enough, I felt comfortable. I enjoyed working together with you that day. I was happy." Young So-mi slowly looked up. Her huge eyes and lips were trembling with both excitement and fear. She had already said everything she wanted to say. Today, her relationship with Ha Jae-gun would change completely. Young So-mi knew the consequences, but she remained steadfast and continued. "I like you, Ryder Ha. It has been a while since I started liking you. However, I only became certain of my feelings for you when you rushed to me the moment you learned that I got sick." Young So-mi took a step closer to Ha Jae-gun, and she did not let go of his arm. "I know that I'm lacking, and I can't be compared to you as well. I'm young, and I'm still very new to the harsh working society. But still, I want to confess. I'm sorry. I think the fever is making me do all this." Many different emotions swirled in Ha Jae-gun's heart. He tried his best to maintain a calm expression out of consideration for her. Young So-mi's eyes were pinning for an answer as she stared intently at him. "Thank you, Miss So-mi," said Ha Jae-gun after pondering for a long time. "I'm really surprised to know that someone as cute and as pretty as you would like me. It's a miracle for someone like me." Young So-mi's grip on Ha Jae-gun's arm loosened, and she eventually let go of him. I'm sorry, Miss Somi. Ha Jae-gun looked down. It was courtesy to apologize to the party who had worked up the courage to confess. He had to clearly convey his honest feelings to young Somi. I like you as well, Miss Somi, but I can't see you as a woman. Is it because I'm not charming enough as a woman? No. Ha Jae-gun's eyes shone with determination despite the seriousness in his tone. You're definitely a charming woman. You won't fall behind others wherever you go. It's just that. Ha Jae-gun looked away and let out a sigh before muttering into the empty SBC, my heart. It already contained someone for the longest time now. I see. Young Somi smiled bitterly as she looked down. She instantly discovered the identity of the individual Ha Jae-gun had just mentioned was already in his heart for the longest time. If she weren't in my life, I would have accepted you right away. You're that charming. Thank you, Writer Ha. I should be the one who should say that. A deafening silence descended between them as they stood facing each other. Young Somi slowly backed away and looked up at him with a smile. Ah, how refreshing, she exclaimed and even stretched. She then turned around and grabbed a jacket from her closet to put on. Please don't nag at me. I'll watch until you get in the car and drive away. Ha ha ha, all right. And don't look at my face now. I don't hold grudges, so don't worry. I won't make you feel uncomfortable as well, so you can just treat me as usual. You know that, right? Okay. Promise me quick. Young Somi reached out with her pinky, and she hooked it with Ha Jae-gun's pinky before stamping the promise between them. She then chuckled lightly. Young Somi watched as Ha Jae-gun climbed into his car. I don't regret confessing my feelings to you, she said. No one knows what's going to happen in the future, anyway. I'm honestly proud of my feelings for you right now. Of course, I'll probably be awkward around you for quite a while in the near future, but it's fine. I'll eventually overcome it. It's a good thing I did this, or it would have been annoying holding all my emotions because I'm scared to show it. Ha Jae-gun vaguely felt that she said such words because of Lee Soo-hee, so he only nodded without responding to her words. Please rest well. I'll call you again. Please drive safely, Writer Ha. Thank you for today. Ha Jae-gun's car drove away and disappeared into the horizon. Young Somi finally retracted her waving hand. The moment she turned around to head back to her studio, her phone rang in her pocket. It was a text message from Deputy Lee. Is Writer Ha still with you? How's the weather up there on Cloud 9? As sob, her bottled-up feelings finally burst. Young Somi buried her face in her hands and collapsed to the ground. She inwardly chanted a spell she had heard from over the grapevine. This too shall pass. Ha Jae-gun isn't working on his writing and doing interviews again. Why is he just using his mouth as a writer? The One Piece girl who occasionally appears on the real-time keyword search is called Lee Soo-hee, working at Next Ion. I'm working at a game company and have met her a couple of times for work, but her personality is trash. It said she's batchmates with Ha Jae-gun, but I think both of them get along well since they're both trash. I heard that they've been cussing the professors during university, too. They're nuts. Their parents must be digging into seaweed soup and noodles after giving birth to their children. Happy face. These pieces of S.H.I.T. Lee Yun-woo clenched his fist as he read the increasing number of malicious comments. He had started off in a good mood while looking up articles related to Ha Jae-gun, but he soon became furious. They are too much. He would have overlooked the normal malicious comments, but these few comments had gone beyond the line. Lee Yun-woo stood up and headed up the stairs to the second floor. He spotted Ha Jae-gun working on his laptop in a corner of his study. Young, are you busy? No, I'm still all right. Speak. Lee Yun-woo strode up to Ha Jae-gun and showed his phone. Lee Yun-woo would always consider Ha Jae-gun's feelings first, but he just had to bring this up to Ha Jae-gun's attention. These people are too much. I couldn't hold it in anymore, Hyung. Yeah, they are. What? Is that all you have to say? Hyung, are you just going to let them be? Ha Jae-gun stopped typing on his keyboard and stretched his body, laughing. Don't worry, I've taken care of them. Like what? I think they're overstepping as well, so I've discussed it with President Kwon. He had raised a case with the lawyers specializing in copyrights issues. Lee Yun-woo's face brightened instantly. Oh, really? Are you referring to Ko Sung-sub's lawyer office? They're really good at things like that. We should be able to catch all those commenters this time, then. We won't know until we catch them. Ha Jae-gun saved the doc that you'd up mint for Volume 8 of Oscar's Dungeon and closed the program. It was now time for him to head over to Nexion's office. It's time to go. I'll be in your good hands today again, manager. Please wear warm clothes. Hyung. It's chilly outside. As soon as they climbed into the car, a call came in from Oh Myung-suk. Ha Jae-gun put Rika in the back seat and answered the phone. HELO, Editor-in-Chief. HELO, Mr. Ha. The English translation for there was a C is completed. I called you just to inform you of this. I've sent it to your email inbox, so please review it. Ahaha, thank you. I'll give it a read, but my English isn't good enough to catch any mistakes. What do you think of it, Editor-in-Chief? Your English is much better than mine. I think they did a great job of bringing out the emotions of the original work. I've had a few people review the translation as well. I personally think that you don't have to worry about the translation. I will do my best on the overseas marketing. I'm always relieved to hear about your honest opinions, Editor-in-Chief. Please take good care of it. The call ended after a while with more short exchanges between them. Lee Yun-woo started the car and said to Ha Jae-gun, Hyung, you're finally going to enter the American market. I thought the breath would get there first. As a fan of Pung Chun-yu, I'm slightly disappointed to hear that it failed to get there first. There'll be a chance for genre novels in the future. The air in the car soon warmed up thanks to the heater. The streets of the scenic end of March ran quickly past them while on the road. It's a great thing that it entered the American market. The movie hit over 8.2 million viewers, and the original novel is doing well too. The movie will soon be released in China as well. Before Ha Jae-gun could reply, Lee Yun-woo chuckled to himself and continued. Woo Jae-hoon deserves it. Fortunately for him, his movie managed to slightly go over the break-even point. It was announced that the Himalayas had hit 4.4 million viewers at the box office. It had said the break-even point, but its income was insignificant. They also heard from the AS assistant director that Woo Jae-hoon was being criticized by the disappointed investors. People should always be humble and learn how to listen to others. That's how our Ha Jae-gun Hyung managed to enter the American market. Well, if there are critics from America, he would probably ask to spar with them as well. That's enough, manager. As Ha Jae-gun arrived at Nexion's office, the meeting with Nam Gyu-ho, Lee Soo-hee, and the members of the planning team started. It was also Ha Jae-gun's last meeting with them as the author of the original novel and scenario writer of the game. He had completed the first season scenario and quest for Oscar's Dungeon. The response to the game would decide if he would have another meeting in the future with Next Ion. You worked hard. We'll probably see each other again during the game test, Nam Gyu-ho said as he extended his hand for a handshake. Thank you for looking out for me in every way. I look forward to your continued support as always. Ha Jae-gun smiled as they shook hands. Nam Gyu-ho was amazed that he had never gotten into any conflict with Ha Jae-gun so far. The efficiency compared to working with Oh Myung-hoon for Dragon Knights was so high it was outrageous. Ha Jae-gun and Lee Soo-hee remained in the meeting room as everyone else walked out. There were only a few minutes left until 6 p.m., so Ha Jae-gun asked, Shall I wait for you downstairs? You can just wait at the pantry. Yun-woo and Rika are in the car. I'm afraid they'll get bored waiting for me. I should be able to leave by 6:05 p.m. Okay, I'll wait for you then. After a while, Ha Jae-gun and Lee Soo-hee took the elevator down. Ha Jae-gun had promised to bring Lee Soo-hee out for dinner after a meeting, and today was the day he would fulfill it. Team leader Lee Soo-hee, you're looking beautiful as always, Lee Yun-woo said as he shook Lee Soo-hee's hands. He had gotten to know Lee Soo-hee as Ha Jae-gun's manager. Lee Soo-hee had also taken a liking to Lee Yun-woo's friendly personality. You're especially beautiful today. Beautiful dress fitting of the nickname, One Piece Girl. Please hold yourself back, writer Lee. Your outfit looks great as well. Haha me. About an alumni reunion today. Taking the chance, Ha Jae-gun hopped into the driver's seat and started the engine. Hearing the engine, Lee Yun-woo turned around. Hop on. Your reunion is at Hongdae, right? Hyung, what are you doing? I can send you home and then take the bus over. Soo-hee, hop on. Let's abandon Yun-woo and leave on our own. All right. Who? Huh. Wait, Hyung. FLU.S. Teared. Lee Yunwoo quickly hopped into the back seat. Ha Jae-gun chuckled and hit the road. Enjoy yourself and be safe on your way back. Don't drink too much either. I got it, Young. Thank you so much for sending me over. They soon arrived at Hongdae, and Lee Yunwoo walked into the crowd. Ha Jae-gun turned to Lee Soo-hee in the the singer's seat next to him. Where shall we go? He asked. Lee Soo-hee puffed her cheeks and thought for a while before asking. What about your place? You want to go to my place? Lee Soo-hee looked at him wide-eyed and nodded profusely. She wanted to be with him in a quiet place, and there was something she wished to talk to him about as well. I haven't been able to look around your house that day either. I saw that you did a great job doing up your BAS.M.E.N.T. I want to go there and play billiards as well as pinball. Shall we go to the supermarket to grab some groceries before heading back then? Sure thing. What shall we cook, though? Lee Soo-hee clapped happily. Ha Jae-gun spun his steering wheel with a smile. His phone in the pocket of his jacket in the back seat rang for quite a while, but neither of them heard its vibrations. Ha Jae-gun, over here. Here! Lee Soo-hee shouted excitedly from the seafood corner. Ha Jae-gun rushed over with a cart. The oysters looked quite fresh. Shall we have them with some soy sauce and vinegar? Lee Soo-hee asked, knowing that Ha Jae-gun loved raw oysters. Ha Jae-gun nodded and said, let's buy 2 packs. 2? Can we even finish them all? We'll just open them all into a bowl and drink them all up. True. Plus, we can boil the rest and make oyster rice too. Lee Soo-hee slapped Ha Jae-gun's waist and placed 2 packs of raw oysters into the cart. They carefully picked out the other necessary fresh ingredients and added them to the cart. Their menu for tonight was seafood soup. She seems quite different from usual. Lee Soo-hee's smile did not disappear throughout their entire grocery shopping, which was a fresh sight to Ha Jae-gun, as she had this firm and strict demeanor. Did we get everything? Yeah, let's go and pay. Ha Jae-gun pulled out his wallet and handed it to her, then headed beyond the cashier counters to create a few boxes. He made 2 huge cardboard boxes to contain the items they bought. Excuse me. Just then, someone called out to him. Ha Jae-gun turned around and spotted a young couple in their early 20s standing behind him. Are you perhaps writer Ha Jae-gun? Ah, yes. That's right. The female grabbed her partner's arm in excitement. Look, honey, I was right. We're avid readers of your novels. We also enjoyed your latest movie. There was a sea, so much that we watched it thrice at the theaters. Thank you so much. I saw an article saying that the novel is being translated and will be published in America. Does it only apply to There Was a Sea? What about your other novels? There's no other novels in talks for that arrangement so far. Stop asking, he must be busy. The male nudged his partner, giving obvious hints, but to no avail. She would most likely write about her encounter with Ha Jae-gun in her diary and boast about it with her friends as well. Are you not appearing in any more variety shows with Mr. Park Do-joon? Both of you are incredibly close, right? I read the entertainment news mentioning that he is considering appearing on 3 meals a day. It's not confirmed yet. Meanwhile, Lee Soo-hee had paid for their purchases and was putting them into the cart. Ha Jae-gun excused himself and went to help Lee Soo-hee. The female fan's eyes widened in surprise. Ah, the one-piece lady. She recognized Lee Soo-hee immediately. Plus, Lee Soo-hee was also wearing a dress, which was apropos of a nickname that the netizens gave her. You're the one-piece lady, right? Ah, you're not only photogenic, but you're also really pretty. Ah, you're very pretty. The commotion attracted the attention of everyone nearby. Lee Soo-hee's eyes met Ha Jae-gun's gaze, and she smiled shyly. Thankfully, the man remained calm and composed. He grabbed his excited girlfriend before greeting Ha Jae-gun. It was nice meeting you, writer Ha. I look forward to more of your great works. Thank you. Honey, wait. Let's take a photo with him. I told you to stop. The couple left, and the commotion came to an end. Ha Jae-gun picked up the pace as the other shoppers started recognizing him. I'm sorry, Sue. What about? It turned out this way for you since you helped out at the autograph event. You've got so many things to apologize about. I think it was fun. I feel like I've become a celebrity. That's fortunate, then. Let's go. The two headed to the car and drove to Ha Jae-gun's house. Ha Jae-gun handed Rika to Lee Soo-hee and sent them in the house while he moved the boxes in one by one. He then picked up his coat in the back seat. Huh? Do Jun call. Ha Jae-gun saw the notifications on his phone that showed 3 missed calls from Park Do-jun. Ha Jae-gun closed the car door and called Park Do-jun himself. Yeah, Jae-gun? I left my phone in the car. Anyway, what's up? Are you busy today? Do you want to have some drinks? I can't do it tonight. I already got an appointment for dinner. I see. How about tomorrow? Are you busy tomorrow? I can't do it tomorrow. Let's meet next time then. Anyway, just a brief update, but I'm heading to China. China? Is it confirmed? I'll tell you more when I meet you in person. Enjoy dinner. All right, I got it. Sorry. Enjoy your dinner too. Yeah. Ha Jae-gun hung up and headed back in. However, Park Do-jun's low voice disturbed him. Something huge had to have happened, as the schedule for China was decided in the proverbial blink of an eye. Jae-gun, do you want to have the oysters first? Lee Soo-hee asked, with an AP.R.O. in over her dress. Ha Jae-gun smiled brightly while approaching her. He had to focus on spending time with Lee Soo-hee in the meantime. With that, he decided to toss all his worries for Park Do-jun at the back of his mind. You're going to have soju, right? No. I have to drive you back home later. But I'm going to drink it. I can just call a taxi back home later. All right then. I'll take the taxi back with you later. The two enjoyed their delicious dinner at the BAS.M Tea Lounge. Rika stuck to Lee Soo-hee the entire time. Lee Soo-hee had taken quite a liking for Rika. I'm getting thirsty after singing so much, Lee Soo-hee said. Do you want a GLA.S a beer? Come here. I'll be your bartender. Lee Soo-hee smiled and sat on the chair by the bar table. Ha Jae-gun headed behind the bar counter and bowed politely to her like a gentleman. You're funny. What would you like to drink? What drinks do you have available? Soju, beer, rice wine, Siberian ginseng wine, raspberry wine, and many others. Wow, you got quite the variety. I'll have a beer, please. I understand. Ha Jae-gun bent down and reached out for the fridge under the counter to take out 2 cans of beer. He poured the beer into a huge GLA.S. They drank a toast to each other, and their hearts pounded in sync. Thank you, Sui. The game is turning out so well. It's all for my own sake. I was just using my connection with my best-selling author. There's no need for you to thank me. And I'm quite the scary and competent woman when it comes to work, you know? Ego, how scary. Anyway, beer alone is boring, so I'll prepare some cheese for us. Ha Jae-gun turned around and prepared some food accompaniment. Lee Soo-hee took a deep breath as she watched Ha Jae-gun's back view. It was also the time for her to bring up a topic of concern. Lee Soo-hee had 2 things she wanted to tell Ha Jae-gun tonight. She even CLA.S.siffied both of them, one that was Pa.S.siv and the other active. So far, Lee Soo-hee felt that it would be better for her to raise the active topic tonight. However, she thought it was the toughest thing to do in the world. She had already confessed to him once during their university days, but she was rejected, so she found it extremely difficult to do it once more. Try it. Do-jun brought this for me, and it's really delicious. What's up with that serious look? Asked Ha Jae-gun while sitting across from her. Lee Soo-hee was fluid teared upon realizing that she failed to hide her expression. What's going on? No, it's nothing much. Tell me. Lee Soo-hee drank a mouthful of beer. Thinking that she shouldn't keep him in suspense any longer, she decided to be honest. I might get reappointed to an overseas branch. Overseas branch? Where? Either Taiwan or Europe. The market in Taiwan has been growing a lot recently, so I might go there to establish a branch. If I'm going to Europe, I'll be heading there to work on localization. Isn't that a good opportunity for you? Lee Soo-hee smiled faintly and nodded. For an office worker, this was a huge opportunity that she had obtained from Nam Gyeho, but Lee Soo-hee wasn't sure if it was a good thing for her as a woman. What do you think? It sounds great. You should go. You think so? How long are you going to stay there? If it's Europe, I will have to stay there for around 2 years. The smile on Ha Jae-gun's face disappeared. He finally realized that it was a lengthy relocation. 2 years. It wasn't a long time, but Lee Soo-hee would turn 31 in 2 years. Anyway, I still have no idea where I'm going. Lee Soo-hee laughed to lighten the mood upon noticing that Ha Jae-gun's expression was turning dark. However, Ha Jae-gun couldn't bring himself to smile in return. He found it difficult to speak, and the atmosphere didn't return to normal as well. Ha Jae-gun and Lee Soo-hee drank their beers in silence. Midnight was approaching, and they shared conversations about their daily lives. Oh, my time flies. It's midnight soon. Lee Soo-hee quickly got up with her face flushed. However, Ha Jae-gun still sat in his chair with a blank look, occupied with his thoughts. I'll be heading back now. You need to rest as well to work tomorrow. It's your day off tomorrow, but you're going already? Lee Soo-hee trembled as she smoothed out her clothes. Just then, Ha Jae-gun looked up with a calm expression and said, "You can sleep over." Lee Soo-hee's expression changed. Meanwhile, Rika's eyes shone brightly as she curled up on the bar counter. H.E.L. Lo, Editor-in-Chief. Is the head of sales back? Oh Myung-suk asked with a stern face. The two employees standing before him timidly had their hands gathered in front of them. Yes, he's in the office. Oh Myung-suk headed straight for the head of sales office. There was no one who could stop him, as he was the eldest son of the president of Ungsung. Oh Myung-suk flung the door open. What is Mysterium's editor-in-chief doing here without prior notice? Asked the man behind the desk. Oh Myung-suk approached the man, who was none other than his younger brother, Oh Myung-hoon. Isn't this too much? What's too much? I receive calls from Yongpung and Bandy headquarters. What have you done? How dare you change the location of the books on your own at Yongpung's and recall all the new novels from Seymour Publishing at Bandy's? Oh Myung-hoon sighed tirelessly. He put his hands on the desk and asked provocatively, "So what? What? What did I do wrong?" Even father didn't like the location of the books at Yongpung, but he was too kind to say anything about it, so I pushed for it instead. And what about the new novels from Seymour Publishing? It's supposed to be our location from today onward. We're supposed to allow our distributors 4 hours before our books go on shelves. Why must we do that? Why must we be considerate to others? I think you're greatly mistaken. That location is supposed to be ours after midnight, but they can't occupy it just because our books haven't arrived yet. So you threaten to remove them from all our NTS. It's not a threat. I'm just notifying them of the facts. The two brothers glared at each other, sparks flying out from their eyes. Oh Myung-hoon was the first to look away. He let out a sigh, unable to comprehend his brother's logic, and headed to the coffee machine. Just think of it as a difference in practices, Hyung. Are you trying to teach me? Do you really think that I'm unfamiliar with the practices? It's not that. I'm just confirming it once more for you. You're too kind to others. I understand that you're angry, but father even complimented me for it, saying that I did a great job. Oh Myung-suk's face crumpled and remained silent. There was no way he could retort to Oh Myung-hoon's words upon hearing that their father had approved of his methods. He rejected the cup of coffee his younger brother offered and turned around to leave. Just before he twisted the door and opened the door, Oh Myung-suk looked back at Oh Myung-hoon and warned, "You better handle writer Ha Jae-gun's marketing properly." The entire marketing efforts for Ha Jae-gun's overseas market expansion were now spearheaded by Oh Myung-hoon. Oh Myung-suk definitely wanted to do it himself, as he was the brain behind the idea of Ha Jae-gun's overseas expansion. However, Oh Myung-hoon opposed it, saying that the family had to abide by the organization's own system to set a good example for others. Ha Jae-gun's novel? Oh Myung-hoon smiled softly while stirring his coffee. He nodded and calmly replied, "Of course, I'll make sure that everything will go smoothly. We're talking about the company's profits here, after all. I've got a meeting in New York next week. All right, I'll leave it in your good hands." Oh Myung-suk finished his piece and left the office. However, his heart felt heavy. He had lived his entire life with his younger brother, but just now, he couldn't ascertain whether Oh Myung-hoon's words were sincere or not. Team Leader Lee, are you really going to accept the reappointment? Maybe. But nothing's confirmed yet. Anyway, Lee Soo-hee quickly answered her team member and took a sip of coffee. It was already 6 p.m. A day's work had just ended, and it was time for them to knock off. I'll be leaving first. You should leave early too, Mr. Young-gu. Yes, team leader. Please be safe on the way back. Lee Soo-hee took the elevator along and pressed the button to be one. Phew. A sigh escaped as Ha Jae-gun's face surfaced in her mind. Idiot. She didn't manage to hear a proper answer from Ha Jae-gun that night. She had hoped that he would ask her not to go upon hearing news of her reappointment, but Ha Jae-gun congratulated her and even supported her. Lee Soo-hee was both disappointed and speechless. It was the same when he said that she could sleep over for the night. At that point, Lee Soo-hee asked him how a woman could stay over at a man's place when they weren't even in a relationship to begin with. And that was it. Ha Jae-gun didn't say anything afterward. No, I am the idiot. Lee Soo-hee mocked herself as the elevator doors opened to B1. Click-clack. As she walked to her car, her phone rang. It was a call from Oh Myung-hoon. What is it? You still sound cold whenever you pick up my call. What do you want? Why are you calling me when you've completed the scenario for Dragon Knights? I want to talk to you in person. Sorry, but I'm not free. I'm at Dodo's on the first floor. I really have something to tell you. I won't take up too much of your time, so please. All right, then. Lee Soo-hee turned around and headed back to the elevator. Cafe Dodo was located in a corner of the first floor of their office building. Oh Myung-hoon had just picked up his order of Americano and cafe latte from the counter when Lee Soo entered the cafe. You're having a cafe latte, right? Oh Myung-hoon asked. Lee Soo-hee nodded lightly and sat across from him. If you've got something to say, do it quickly. Lee Soo-hee left her bag on the empty seat beside her. Her icy cold ATT I.2 made Oh Myung-hoon smile faintly. I've got many things to apologize to you. If you're going to talk about the past, don't. I've also done a lot of bad things to Jae-gun as well. It's fortunate that you're still aware of that. How's the response for Dragon Knights? SOSO. Her answer was short and straightforward. The performance of Dragon Knights, which Oh Myung-hoon wrote the game scenario for, was doing fine. It couldn't be considered a success or a failure. Its performance was average overall. At the very least, I'm relieved to hear that there are no great losses. I did my best for it with the mindset that it's my last work. Lee Soo-hee's eyes widened at that moment. Your last work? I just joined my father's company. Oh Myung-hoon replied casually. After taking a sip of his Americano, he added, I'm the head of sales in the company, so all the problematic issues come to me. I see. Lee Soo-hee replied dryly with a nod. She had known for a long time that Oh Myung-hoon belonged to the family-running Eung-sung publication group. Congratulations. Do a good job there. Thank you. I'll really do my best. Oh Myung-hoon replied with much determination. I'm doing everything that I can for the sake of the company and for the sake of my father's acknowledgement. Father has recognized my recent efforts. Hyung is definitely angry at my ruthlessness, but father has acknowledged my smart thinking. I'm going to work hard until I get to become the heir of Eung-sung Publication Group. I'll keep climbing until I reach the summit. Sure. I've also started going to a therapist. They say I've got some anger management disorder, but since it's not serious, I should just take it easy, think of good things, and take my medication regularly. I'll be able to recover in no time as long as I remain consistent. I'm even going to the hospital just for the company when I obviously hate it. I'll do whatever I can. Myung-hoon. Lee Soo-hee cut him off and looked at him coldly. I'm not here to listen to your life updates. Why did you call me out here exactly? Why are you telling me all that? Oh Myung-hoon looked down, unable to answer her. Lee Soo-hee let out a sigh of frustration. Just as she reached out for her bag to leave, Oh Myung-hoon yelled, In this world. A few customers in the cafe turned around in shock. Even Lee Soo-hee flinched at his sudden outburst. You're the only one. I can say this to... Oh Myung-hoon's breathing turned rough, and his torso quivered. He took deep breaths to calm himself down, and he even downed his iced Americano in just a few gulps. That's why I'm telling you all this. Lee Soo-hee listened with a stiff look. She was surprised by his outburst, but she felt nothing emotionally. She didn't have even a modicum of trust in Oh Myung-hoon, as she was well aware of his personality. Oh Myung-hoon muttered, I know very well why you dislike me. My biggest issue is the fact that I can't distinguish between work and personal life. Plus, I trample on others if I find something unsatisfactory about them. Right now, I'm trying to change myself. Oh Myung-hoon pulled out a book from his bag and placed it on the table. Lee Soo-hee's eyes widened upon seeing the book. It was the English translation of Ha Jae-gun's There Was a Sea. I'm spearheading the marketing for the U.S. market. What? I'll be heading over to New York soon. Lee Soo-hee's heart was in turmoil for the first time since she met Oh Myung-hoon here. Oh Myung-hoon was in charge of marketing Ha Jae-gun's novel. She thought that things would not turn out well. "Why are you telling me this?" Lee Soo-hee asked, hiding her emotions. Oh Myung-hoon pushed the book to Lee Soo-hee and replied, "I wanted your acknowledgement." "My acknowledgement? I think you would acknowledge me if I successfully marketed Ha Jae-gun's novel in the U.S. market. I want you to acknowledge that Oh Myung-hoon can distinguish between work and personal life." Lee Soo-hee was speechless, but she eventually scoffed and said, "You've got to show good results to your father to become the successor of Eun Sung. Anyway, right? It's your work, too. So even if you don't like it, you still have to make sure that Ha Jae-gun's novel will become a hit in the U.S. market. Don't get me involved here." "Soo-hee, it's really not like that." Oh Myung-hoon smiled bitterly and shook his head. "The readers of the Korean and U.S. markets are different from each other. You must be well aware of that as well. It's extremely rare for a novel to become a hit there. My brother, Ha Jae-gun's editor-in-chief, was the one who came up with this idea, so success or failure doesn't really matter to me here. It won't affect me at all." Lee Soo-hee could not deny it, and only bit her lips. Lee Soo-hee had graduated from the same major. She was also aware that countless local writers tried entering the overseas markets to no avail. As silence ensued for a while, Oh Myung-hoon straightened out his necktie and broke the silence. "I do dislike Ha Jae-gun, and he definitely doesn't like me as well, but my dislike of him is on a different level. The sight of him alone disgusts me, and my blood pressure goes to the roof. These are my honest feelings toward him. But," Oh Myung-hoon pointed at his face, "I want you to know that my disgust toward him is less than how much I like you." Oh Myung-hoon picked up his coat and stood up, leaving Lee Soo-hee in her seat, who was staring into SBAC. "I'll be going first. The English translation turned out well, so take a read. You're good at English, too, so you'll be able to enjoy it," Oh Myung-hoon said before heading for the door. Lee Soo-hee stiffly looked down at the English copy of There Was a Sea. Ha Jae-gun gave a blank look. He had just heard the news of the rookie actress Kim Na-yeon's suicide attempt. Kim Na-yeon had performed as Eun-hee in There Was a Sea. They said her roommate discovered her while she was trying to light up some charcoal in her own car. They're unsure about what would have happened if they had discovered her too late. Thankfully, the reporters have no idea at all. Sat across from Ha Jae-gun was Park Do-jun, who was filling his GLA-S full of whiskey. He had already emptied over half a bottle on his own, but it seemed insufficient for him. "It must be tough on her mentally. I'm starting to regret the fact that I haven't really spoken to her properly, even over the phone. I should have at least pretended to listen when she was complaining about it." Park Do-jun downed the entire GLA-S of whiskey, then let out a long sigh and shut his eyes tightly. "What'll happen to Ms. Na-yeon? They said she'll head back to her hometown to rest. Why did she decide to be an actress with that weak mind of hers?" Park Do-jun mumbled, growling to himself. His anger wasn't directed at Kim Na-yeon, but at himself. Ha Jae-gun understood where Park Do-jun was coming from, so he simply listened to him in silence. "Don't be mistaken. I'm not running to China. I was just feeling frustrated, and that is why the schedule was pulled up. I won't misunderstand. Don't worry. Please help me take care of Chai-rin while I'm away. She's highly emotional, probably because of her love for novels. She'll definitely bother you from time to time, but please console her for me." "Got it." Park Do-jun opened his eyes and stood up. Ha Jae-gun followed out and asked, "Are you leaving already?" "I've got a tight schedule tomorrow morning, so I've got to leave now. Tae Bong-hyung is waiting for me outside as well. I'm here just to talk to you for a while. Let's drink again once I become a world star. Don't get ahead of yourself. And yeah, return as a world star." Ha Jae-gun followed Park Do-jun out of the house and sent him off. Park Do-jun's expression, trying hard to maintain his dignity before Ha Jae-gun, was burned in the retina of Ha Jae-gun's eyes. He could see that Park Do-jun had been struggling, and he had been struggling for quite a while now. BZZT. Ha Jae-gun found his phone ringing when he returned. Rika was pawing on his phone and crying as if asking him to quickly answer it. "Who's calling at this time?" "Huh." The caller ID showed Lee Soo-hee. Ha Jae-gun picked up Rika in his arms and answered the call at the same time. Yeah, Lee Soo-hee, are you home? Lee Soo-hee's voice sounded sharp. Ha Jae-gun subconsciously straightened himself and replied, Yeah, I'm home. I've got something to tell you. So, can I go over there? Now! Or should I go over tomorrow? No. I was just surprised to hear that you want to come over when it's already so late. Where are you? I'll pick you up. I'll go over. I'm actually on the way now. Give me 10 minutes. Beep. Lee Soo-hee hung up immediately. Ha Jae-gun was bewildered, but he hurriedly cleaned up all traces of his drinking session with Park Do-jun. Shortly after he had finished cleaning up, the doorbell rang. Ha Jae-gun opened the door remotely and wore his shoes. You took the cab over? He asked, spotting a taxi outside. Lee Soo-hee nodded with her slightly flushed cheeks. I was at a company dinner earlier and had a few drinks. It was a lie. She actually went to the bar in the BAS.M of their office building and had 3 GLAS.SES of drinks alone after a meeting with Oh Myung-hoon. Still, her tumultuous emotions wouldn't calm down, so she decided to visit Ha Jae-gun. Come in. Ha Jae-gun pulled Lee Soo-hee into his house and sat her down on the sofa. He was about to bring her something to drink when Lee Soo-hee leaned on his back and said, You don't have to give me a drink. I'm here because I have something to say, and I'll be leaving afterward. Oh, okay. Ha Jae-gun noticed the strange atmosphere and sat across from her. Before Lee Soo-hee began, she let out a long sigh. I've decided. I'll be taking up the reappointment. Ah, didn't you agree as well? You said I should go since it's a great opportunity, said Lee Soo. Ha Jae-gun was surprised by her teasing tone of voice. He could swear that it was his first time hearing that kind of tone from Lee Soo-hee. I wanted to share this good news with you first since you're my closest friend in this world. Soo-hee, what's with that look? Aren't you going to congratulate me? Lee Soo-hee tilted her head, finding it strange. Ha Jae-gun gulped, but he didn't reply. There was no way he could congratulate her right away. Lee Soo-hee wasn't the only one who had drinks. Ha Jae-gun also had 3 GLAS.SES of whiskey with Park Do-jun earlier. The alcohol was getting to him, and it made his heart pound harder against his chest. A blanket of silence draped over the two. I don't like it, said Lee Soo-hee. What? Ha Jae-gun looked at her. Lee Soo-hee muttered, I hate getting distracted in front of you. It would be nice if I could make some mistake from time to time, but mistakes aren't allowed, and I don't like it. I also don't like the fact that you wouldn't reach your hand out to me. I don't like how you're a perfectionist. I don't like that the company is sending me overseas just because I'm good at my work. Tears welled up in Lee Soo-hee's eyes. She mocked herself and held her tears back. I don't like how I'm being like this in front of you. I don't like how my pride has disappeared, and now I'm confessing to the man who has already rejected me. I've received many confessions from so many men out there, but here I am again. I'm so pathetic. I'm an idiot. I'm angry. I'm annoyed, and I'm upset. Soo, but what can I do? I was born that way. Lee Soo-hee pulled out a piece of tissue and wiped her tear-stricken face before standing up. I've finished what I wanted to say, so I'll be leaving now. I'll go out and take a breather. Don't follow me. Ha Jae-gun stood there blankly, watching her leave. She stood in the foyer and was about to put on her shoes. It was the pair of flats Ha Jae-gun had bought for her in Japan. The flats that initially hurt her feet now fit nicely. Don't leave. I'm going to leave. I'm not saying that you shouldn't go home. I'm asking you not to go to Europe, Soo. Lee Soo-hee paused and turned around. Ha Jae-gun looked right back at her and gulped. I was ashamed of myself back in university, so I couldn't bring myself to accept you. I had nothing to my name back then, so how could I go out with someone as beautiful as you? I'm currently living a life miles better than my life not too long ago, but I'm still afraid. I couldn't bring it up first, as I was afraid of what our future would turn out to be. Lee Soo-hee's lips trembled. Ha Jae-gun stood just a few steps away from her with his hand on his forehead. I'm not going to worry and think about the future now. I don't know what's going to happen to us. All I know is that I'm going to be selfish from now on. I'm not going to care even if your career progression is stifled because of me. What's all that got to do with me? I'm a selfish jerk. I'm going to just think for myself. Ha Jae-gun put down his hand, then strode over to her. Facing Lee Soo-hee, he muttered, I love you, Lee Soo. Jae-gun. I felt this way ever since the first day I saw you. And now I'm slightly more confident that I'm qualified to confess to an amazing woman like you. I really love you. Really. Lee Soo-hee covered her mouth with both hands, and tears began flowing down her cheeks. Sob. Soo-hee, you really took too long. Ha Jae-gun pulled Lee Soo-hee into a hug. She felt small and thin in his arms. Her usual confrontational appearance couldn't be seen here. After a while, Ha Jae-gun finally let go of her. Lee Soo-hee's plump and seductive lips caught Ha Jae-gun's eyes. Ha Jae-gun slowly leaned in, but he stopped himself in time. Am I going too fast? No. Lee Soo-hee went ahead and kissed him on the lips. She then wrapped her hand around Ha Jae-gun's neck and pulled him closer. As they became one, the two staggered backward and fell onto the sofa. Uff. Huh. Their tongues were entangled in between their overlapping lips. Ha Jae-gun kept caressing Lee Soo-hee's cheeks with both hands throughout the kiss. He was in disbelief. He couldn't believe that he was kissing and caressing his longtime crush since his university days. Lee Soo-hee's sweet, hot breath on his cheeks made Ha Jae-gun feel like going crazy. His hand instinctively reached to unbu-t-ton Lee Soo-hee's blouse. Meow. Rika came down from the windowsill where she had been curled up at for a while. She rushed up the stairs to the study on the second floor. Ah, Jae-gun. Wait. Lee Soo-hee's face turned a shade redder when her blouse was undone. Ha Jae-gun spotted her pale long neck above her chest that Lee Soo-hee covered with her arms. Ha Jae-gun's lips went for her neck. Lee Soo-hee often had her hair up in a ponytail back in university, and her neckline often distracted him during CES. Aya. Lee Soo-hee's body trembled lightly as Ha Jae-gun kissed her collarbone. The tingling feeling coming from her abdomen made her entire body tremble. She couldn't even move a single finger. Jae-gun, please. Lee Soo-hee's desperate pleas made Ha Jae-gun come back to his senses. Ha Jae-gun stopped kissing her and looked up. Lee Soo-hee's eyes were shut tightly, seemingly in agony. Ha Jae-gun asked softly, Sorry, should I stop? No, just turn off the lights. When Lee Soo-hee's words fell, the lights in the BAS.E.M.E.NT went out. It was startling, but the couple weren't in the mood to question the phenomenon. Rika's eyes shone softly in the BAS.NT for a while before they disappeared as Rika turned around and returned to the story. Ha Jae-gun was in a dream. A signboard that read Gyeoja Bathhouse was in front of him. The building looked extremely old and shabby. The permanently closed bathhouse had a poster at its doors that read, No entry, fluttering in the wind. Ha Jae-gun turned around slowly and signboards to Gunshin Public Office and Gunshin Police Station appeared before him. All of a sudden, a sound came from his feet. Rika was acting cute and was hanging onto the hem of his pants. The light coming from somewhere singed Ha Jae-gun's eyes, and he abruptly opened them. A familiar-looking ceiling was in front of him. Looking around, he found himself lying on a bed in a bedroom. Why are there no sheets? Ha Jae-gun wondered as he sat up. He clearly remembered that there were white sheets when he lay down with Lee Soo-hee, but he couldn't find them anymore. Did Lee Soo-hee remove it? Meow. Oh, Rika, how was your sleep? Ha Jae-gun yawned and hugged Rika. Looking at Rika, he recalled the dream he had earlier. Gyeoja Bathhouse? Gunshin Public Office? Have I been there before? While he was occupied with his thoughts, still half asleep, a clatter came from outside. Ha Jae-gun took Rika and headed out of the room. What are you doing? Did you wake up because of me? I was taking out a pot and accidentally dropped the lid. Lee Soo-hee said and smiled awkwardly with a ladle in hand. Ha Jae-gun was in his wide short-sleeved t-shirt without any pants on. His pale thighs looked dazzling under the morning sunlight, and a thought suddenly came to Ha Jae-gun's mind. The stew is boiling, so just wait for a while. Shall I get you a cup of coffee? I'll do it myself. Do you want a cup too? Sure. As Ha Jae-gun made coffee for both of them, he suddenly smelt something strange and squinted his eyes. Lee Soo-hee was walking weirdly around in the kitchen. She was limping, seemingly wounded. Lee Soo-hee, did you hurt your leg? Why are you limping? You look awkward walking like that. Lee Soo-hee's face reddened and shook her head. Titus. No, it's fine. What do you mean fine? Where are you hurt? It's nothing like that, dummy. Why am I a dummy? How did you write your bestsellers when you don't have a clue about women? Lee Soo-hee grinned, but she was dumbfounded by his reaction as well. Rika pawed on Ha Jae-gun's cheeks a couple times, as if criticizing him. Anyway, it felt like a dream. Last night's events felt surreal to Ha Jae-gun. He never thought that love was such a great thing. A smile bloomed on his face. BZZT. His phone vibrated on the kitchen counter. Ha Jae-gun picked up his phone and opened the text message. However, there wasn't just one message waiting for him. There were over 10 missed calls and 20 desperate-sounding messages made to him overnight. Ha Jae-gun checked all the messages and his eyes widened in shock. However, his shock lasted only for a few moments. He had gotten a bit more knowledgeable about the world compared to not too long ago, and he couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Haha, what's wrong? I told the lawyers to sue those who have been posting malicious comments about me on the internet. They caught two, and they just sent me messages. They sound so desperate. That's good news. Don't agree to a settlement. They deserve punishment. Lee Soo-hee responded while watching the stew boil, but her eyes suddenly widened in surprise. Wait, how did those people find your number if you left the job to your lawyers? Well, it's because I know them. You know them. Ha Jae-gun handed his phone to Lee Soo-hee. Lee Soo-hee took it and read the messages, and her jaws dropped open in horror. She knew those names as well. I'm really sorry. I'm really, really sorry. Ha Jae-gun. Tae-young rubbed his palms together, begging, asking for forgiveness. His unkempt mustache made him look haggard. Meanwhile, the cafe owner and other diners were watching the scene with a strange look. I must have been out of my mind. I drank too much and my work isn't working out, nor was my writing doing well enough. I wrote those out of jealousy. I'm really, really sorry. Lee Soo-hee looked down coldly at Tae-young. She recalled how Tae-young acted back during Mi-eung-kyung Arts University's orientation. Tae-young had openly expressed his hatred toward Ha Jae-gun since then, just because Ha Jae-gun was doing much better than him. Let's agree to a settlement. I have to work as a civil servant just to make a living. If I get booked, I will really have to die. My future will be ruined. Ha Jae-gun had no idea what to say. Lee Soo-hee spoke up in his stead. How are you so shameless that you're worried about nothing but yourself even in this situation? I know you're not sorry after cursing using every curse word out there. You're just sorry that you got caught, and you're just worried about taking the civil servant exams. Soo-hee, I'm really sorry toward you as well. Please, please, I'm begging you. Tae-young got out of his chair and knelt down on the floor. He didn't care how others viewed him at this point. Of course, he couldn't really care less about them either. I'm really sorry, Jae-gun. Please let me go this time, sob. Tae-young knelt at Ha Jae-gun and Lee Soo-hee's feet, rubbing his hands while sobbing. Ha Jae-gun rubbed the back of his neck with a complicated look. The crocodile tears that Tae-young shed did not get to him. Just then, you just arrived? Lee Soo-hee smiled and waved at the cafe entrance. The woman standing at the cafe entrance stood stiffly, like a statue. Tae-young glanced, and his teary eyes widened in surprise. Jae-young-mi. Young-mi was the second individual the lawyers caught along with Tae-young. Young-mi stood there frozen and in a daze. She had no idea where to look. Tae-young could not speak and only watched her blankly. He didn't expect to see Young-mi here as a suspect of defamation. He had liked her since university. He clenched his jaws so hard that his teeth felt like they were going to break. If there were a rat hole somewhere, he very much wanted to hide inside it, even if it meant crushing all the bones in his body. Let's agree to a settlement. Ha Jae-gun stood up, thinking that this punishment was more than enough. I hope you'll become a good civil servant. Ha Jae-gun grabbed Lee Soo-hee's hand and left the table. Young-mi remained standing like a frozen statue, even as the couple walked past her. That's good enough, right? Lee Soo-hee asked as they walked hand in hand. Ha Jae-gun held Lee Soo-hee's hand and nodded. Are you okay? I feel nothing. I don't want to be bothered by these little things as well, he said, but he inwardly added, You're the reason I managed to take it. See? Yeah, Jae-gun. You need to set your sights far now that you've become a globally known name. There is a C is the only one going global. Who knows? Perhaps Oscar's dungeon might expand overseas first. I'm a competent team leader, after all. Ha Jae-gun smiled while looking at Lee Soo-hee, then cast his gaze downward. Lee Soo-hee still looked awkward while walking. Ha! Jae-gun crouched down in front of her and said, "Come on. This is Embara.s.sing. Don't do it. I think you hurt your leg. So let me carry you. I can walk, it's fine. I'm going to carry you like this then." Jae-gun. Ha Jae-gun slid one arm under her knees and another behind her back before lifting her up. Lee Soo-hee struggled and Embara.s.meant, but Ha Jae-gun didn't put her down. Spring was definitely coming to them. "We met once when you appeared in our broadcast station's program, A Writer's Study, right? It has been a long while. You look much rosier compared to back then. Or is it just me?" The female MC, Park Hae-sang, in a two-piece outfit, looked up from her script at Ha Jae-gun. Ha Jae-gun smiled calmly at her and said, "Other writers have told me the same. I used to hear that I was too thin. In fact, I think it's because I've recently begun taking care of my own health." Ha Jae-gun was currently at the filming location for the EBC program, Strolling with Literature. The filming wasn't in a studio, but at the park located in front of the broadcast station. Ha Jae-gun was wearing a white silk shirt and navy slacks. The greenery behind them fluttered in the spring breeze. "You look quite relaxed." "Yeah, wealth and fame are good things. I don't think you looked so well when we met back then." The crew behind the camera angle all wore envious looks. Despite having met countless writers before, Ha Jae-gun was on a different level. Few writers could match such phenomenal growth, and they would have to try several times if they wanted to cast those writers on their shows. To get bestsellers for 2 of your novels in a row. "I wonder how much money he earned from them," a staff member muttered while shaking his head. 2 of his novels had become bestsellers, and they had become movies. One of them was There Was a Sea was filmed by a rookie director, and it ended up with 8.2 million viewers in its final run. The Baeksong Arts Awards would be held at the end of May. Countless articles were already speculating that the movie would receive awards in at least 2 categories. "Oh, Sung Gi-hyung, he must have earned a lot, right? Royalties, copyright licensing, and even scenarios. Just how much is he earning per month? How would I know? Plus, writer Ha is originally a genre novel writer, so I think that's where he is raking up the real money." The crew's remarks about Ha Jae-gun raking in money weren't exaggerated. In terms of business achievements, Pung Chun-yu was performing pretty great compared to Ha Jae-gun. The ebook market was growing day by day. The market was simply adding wings to Pung Chun-yu. The Breath and Oscar's Dungeon were being sold at a frightening pace daily, both online and offline. He even made a game with Next Eye on. It'll be disgusting if it becomes popular. I heard that it's going to enter the China and Taiwan markets. Yeah, well, we'll have to wait and see if it becomes a hit. Yikes, stop chatting. The producer is coming. The crew stopped chattering amongst themselves when one of them spotted the producer approaching from a distance. Park Hae-sang and Ha Jae-gun were enjoying a pleasant conversation. "Let's talk about the time when you appeared in A Writer's Study. At that time, Summer in My 20s was about to hit 1 million copies sold. Do you still remember when I asked you how you felt about its amazing performance despite the recession?" Of course, I answered by saying that I was startled by the potential of mystery novels in Korea. "Yes, that's right. But now Summer in My 20s is about to hit 2 million copies sold. After that, you've also published There Was a Sea, which is also approaching 1.5 million copies sold." Park Hae-sang paused for a moment, and her jaws dropped slightly in surprise. Ha Jae-gun looked down briefly, smiling shyly. "Let me ask a personal question here. Writer Ha Jae-gun, were you expecting that you'd become so popular?" "To be honest, no. Whenever I hear the updated numbers from the editor-in-chief, I would always get surprised. I would always doubt my hearing and doubt that my novels actually sold so many copies. I've always felt that way." Park Hae-sang nodded and flipped the page on her script. They would soon arrive at the last page of the script. "It's time for us to discuss There Was a Sea entering the U.S. market. News is you've already sold 50,000 copies for the first print, and another 50,000 copies are being printed at the moment." "Haha, yes. You have made great achievements as compared to other local writers who entered the U.S. market before. Even the New York Times, one of the leading daily newspapers in America, also published a favorable book review on your novels. How do you feel about that?" "Actually, I'm quite worried. The psychology, consciousness, and other things that make up the characters in the novel play a huge part in the entire story. I'm afraid that the unique sensibility specific to Korea might not be understandable to the American readers. Park Hae-sang listened intently with her eyes narrowed. Ha Jae-gun rearranged his thoughts and said, "Ultimately, it's thanks to the help of all the AS assistants who have put in the effort to ensure high-quality translation, good marketing, etc. Many people have contributed to the success of this novel." Ha Jae-gun looked up and saw Lee Yun-woo with Rika in his arms beyond the cameras. When their eyes met, Lee Yun-woo mouthed the words, "Hyung, you're awesome." Warm wind lightly brushed past the tip of Ha Jae-gun's nose as he smiled. Oh Myung-suk sat in his office at Mysterium, staring into SBC with a smile. The initial response to "there was a C in the U.S. market" was great. BZZT. The call was from Chai Eugene. Oh Myung-suk answered the call right away. "Ms. Eugene, why did you make an international call at this hour?" "I called because the night is long and I'm bored." "Why?" Chai Eugene spoke casually. She was a longtime friend and batchmate of Oh Myung-suk's. She was an agent, and her job was to help publishing companies expand into different countries. Myung-hoon seems to be doing well. There was a C should hit its NPR one soon. I heard from a few acquaintances that he even personally approached people to write book reviews. He even has a senior who is a reporter. Has Myung-hoon always been that kind of person? Anyway, I'm proud and thankful as his older brother. Oh Myung-suk smiled and opened a drawer. It was filled with a photo he had taken with Oh Myung-hoon when they were younger. The first prints were sold out, and another 50,000 copies are being printed. I think he'll pull this off well. The novel should get to the New York Times bestseller list. However, I think it'll be hard to go any further than that. "It might get in the top 20 if I leave it in your hands," said Oh Myung-suk. He was half sincere when he said that. He knew that Chai Eugene was a relatively competent agent. She had a deep understanding of overseas markets, and she also had great relationships with leading publishers. Business would only happen if people could meet. The keys to getting things done were affinity and work experience. This also applied to Chai Eugene as a literary agent. Her skill was born from extensive knowledge and abundant experience, but she had always been talented since their university days. "That's smooth. Anyway, you paid, so how could I do a sloppy job? There's no way Sung will miss out on anything." "Well, if your job as an agent is just limited to making sure that there won't be any licensing issues and AS assisting with the contracts, we wouldn't have hired you. If you have the thoughts to do so, just give me a copy of writer Ha Jae-gun's novel. I'll do a good job with the sales." "Wait, is he actually working on a new novel? Something that would work well in the US. "I think he's been busy with game scenarios recently. I couldn't ask him about his plans for a new novel." "You're talking about Oscar's Dungeon, right? The novel has reached volume 8 or 9, I think. It's too long. It's a long shot right from the start." "Yeah, probably. I've reviewed all his previous novels. Foolish Woman, and 90s Kid, even Summer My 20s. But wow, There Was a C was the best. This is the only novel that'll at least gain some standing here. It'll be tough for the others, honestly. Asian writers have never really been popular here, save for a few. The market is a mess as well. His other novels are too unique to Korea, so it's going to be hard." Chai Eugene picked up the pace, as she explained. "Maybe try to get him to write a new literary novel. Any genre is fine. Mystery, horror, romance, or even a fantasy novel set in the modern era. At least something that'll catch the attention of the US market. Focus on the story, okay? I'll try to bring it up if I get the chance." "All right. I have to sleep now. I miss you, Oh Myung-suk. Fly over and visit me sometime, and let's call each other more often." "Okay. Rest well." Oh Myung-suk hung up and entered Ha Jae-gun's number in his phone, but stopped himself. He thought that it wouldn't be too late to bring the matter up to Ha Jae-gun once they saw each other in the near future. The sunlight flowing through the window felt warm. "Wow, Jae-gun Hyung. Your Twitter has over 1.5 million followers now. Your involvement with Doojun Hyung and Applet was no joke. That's not the issue right now. Wow, I think I have to filter this thing." Ha Jae-gun was looking at his monitor with teary eyes. After the publication of There Was a C in the US, Emails from American readers had been flooding in. Of course, they were all in English. It had been a while since he studied English, so Ha Jae-gun felt dizzy trying to understand each sentence. I should still reply to them. Ha Jae-gun took almost 10 times as much time to reply to each of the emails as compared to the Korean readers. He was grateful to them for reading his novel, and the only way he could repay them was to reply to their emails. BZZT. It was a call from Lee Soo-hee. Ha Jae-gun made quick work of the email he was writing before picking up his phone and heading to the bedroom to answer. Yes, Sue? Have you had lunch yet? I'm about to get some. What about you? I'm about to have lunch with my team members later. I think we're going to have beef tartare mixed rice. What are you going to eat with Yunwoo? We should have beef tartare mixed rice as well, then. Ha Jae-gun replied with a chuckle. Ha Jae-gun and Lee Soo-hee had never really shared such long conversations about their daily lives before. But now it was different. Every conversation they shared was sweet. Stop being a copycat. You had the vitamins I got you, right? Yes. And you heated up the stew before eating it? Of course. I follow orders. You left the lid tilted, right? And what did you do with the laundry folded on the sofa? I'm afraid that Rico will start gnawing at them. I've done everything you said, so don't worry. You don't have to take care of everything so perfectly. It's just my personality. Oh, the weather is good. I want to go on a trip. Lee Soo-hee's fresh-sounding voice tickled his ears. Ha Jae-gun suppressed his urge to look for her immediately and answered, Do you want to go? Maybe for 2 days and 1 night over the weekends. Really? Can you go? I'm a freelancer, so it's fine. How about you? Of course, I can go since it's during the weekends. It's going to be fun. It's our first trip together. Where should we go? Where should we go, Jae-gun? Let's discuss it over dinner later when we meet. Okay, let's do that. Jae-gun, I'm sorry. I have to head out for lunch now. I'll call you when I get off from work. Enjoy your lunch. You too. Ha Jae-gun hung up the phone and looked up the internet on his phone. As he searched and looked through the potential places for their first trip, he suddenly thought of something. There's Guncheng-gu, right? The dream that he had before surfaced in his mind. That shabby-looking signboard that read Gyeoja Bathhouse. Then the signboards of Guncheon Public Office and Guncheon Police Station appeared one after the other. It's in Gyeongju. The area was well known for its numerous historical sites dating back to the Silla era. Ha Jae-gun had visited Gyeongju with his family once when he was a high school student. He looked up the things he saw in his dream, starting with Gyeoja Bathhouse first. However, there was no place named Gyeoja Bathhouse in Gyeongju City. He changed his method and looked up Guncheon Public Office and took a look at the surroundings using Street View. However, the results were the same. There was only a new state-of-the-art sauna building in the vicinity. Jae-gun-hyung, I'm starving. All right, let's go eat lunch. They left the office, and Ha Jae-gun continued with his train of thought. He also wondered if Lee Soo-hee would agree with the idea of going to Gyeongju for their first trip together. 1. As sum to be new product revenue. As evening drew close and they met for dinner, Lee Soo-hee readily agreed to go to Gyeongju for their upcoming trip. Are you really okay with it? Yeah, I'm good with it. My last trip to Gyeongju was back during my first year of university with Hyojin, Yoongjin, and a few others. A variety of dishes were laid out on the table. Lee Soo-hee picked up the plate of shrimp sushi and placed it in front of Ha Jae-gun. I remember asking you to join us back then, but I think you were too busy with writing throughout the entire summer vacation. You set out back then, right? Haha. Yeah. Ha Jae-gun replied with a shy smile. Memories of those tough and hot summer days surfaced in his mind. Back then, he had to write while sweating profusely despite having a fan. He was holed up in his room throughout the summer vacation. There was even one day when he had no idea that his nose was bleeding. He could still remember how his father had given him a beatdown back then. I wrote like I went crazy. As if reading his mind, Lee Soo-hee said, I was on the phone with Yoongjin a few days back, and we talked about you, saying that you were always writing something during holidays, lunch breaks, and even after school while drinking with friends. There's no way you would have failed to succeed with the amount of effort you've put into your writing. Yoongjin said that. Yeah, he actually gets more excited talking about you than about himself. Ha Jae-gun looked down and chuckled. Park Yoongjin was one true friend who had given him the strength to come all the way to where he stood at the moment. Ha Jae-gun definitely would repay him. As he reminisced, Ha Jae-gun's downward gaze became clearer. Lee Soo-hee had a BLU.S. tearing chiffon skirt on today. Her long, slender thighs were wrapped in black stockings. They looked even more alluring with the orange lights shining on them. "Where are you looking so intently?" Lee Soo-hee felt his gaze and adjusted her skirt. Ha Jae-gun looked up belatedly. He picked up a plate of sushi and said calmly, "Your legs look beautiful. Look at you, getting more shameless." Lee Soo-hee's face blushed, bewildered. Ha Jae-gun shrugged and smiled in response. Now, he didn't have to steal glances at Lee Soo-hee's legs anymore. He still found it awkward looking at her openly, but at least he would be forgiven if he was caught looking. "I usually like the summer season, but I'm slowly hating it now." "What do you mean?" "I won't be able to see you wear stockings in summer." "You, men really are." "Ha ha. BZZT." Their conversation was interrupted by Ha Jae-gun's ringing phone. It was a call from Oh Myung-suk. Ha Jae-gun excused himself and picked up the call. "Hello, Editor-in-Chief." "Hello, Mr. Ha. Are you available to talk right now?" "Yes, please speak. I would like to arrange a meeting with you this week. I have something to tell you." "Are you available on Friday evening?" I'm sorry. I'll be going on a trip this weekend to Gyeongju, so that's going to be tough. However, I'm free next Tuesday onward." "I understand. I'll arrange for a meeting sometime next week then." "But what is this about?" "I'm curious, so I can't help but ask." "Haha. There are two things I'd like to discuss. Simply put, there are a few commercial requests that came in from a couple of online essay academies, including GigaStudy. They say that your intellectual impression will improve their business's public image." "I see." Ha Jae-gun wasn't all that interested in that proposition. Of course, he would receive handsome remuneration if he accepted them, but that was not what he wanted. He had already earned more than enough money. He needed to find his purpose. Isn't the answer to writing essays just to read and write more of them? It's not like you need to go to an academy for that. If he took up those commercials, he would have to praise them, even if they were inferior. He would get paid, so he would have to do his best. "I'll think about the commercials. I don't really think that there's a reason for me to take up one that soon," Ha Jae-gun replied after a while. Oh Myung's son did not ask further and raised his second topic. "I understand. Secondly, it's about your new novel." "New novel?" "Yes. I was wondering if you would like to consider writing your next novel with the overseas fans in mind as well. Keep the sensibility unique to Korean readers to the minimum and focus more on the story." "I understand what you're getting at. I'm still thinking about it. It could be a horror or even a mystery novel, just something that will capture the U.S. readers. I believe that if you make plans around that, your novel will become popular in that market as well. Probably a few dozen times better than how There Was a Sea is performing. A local agent there shares the same opinion as me. I apologize if this comes off as burdensome for you. It's not. It's all thanks to you that both my novels became bestsellers and even got to enter the U.S. market. I'll think over this carefully for my next novel." Ha Jae-gun soon hung up the call. Sitting beside him, Lee Soo-hee asked, "Talking about your new novel?" "Yeah, he asked me to write my next novel with the overseas market readers in mind. But I still don't have any new story in mind. You can think over it slowly since it's not urgent." "Yeah, I should." Even though he replied casually, worry began filling Ha Jae-gun's mind. He even started wondering what stories would capture the attention of overseas readers. "Myung-hoon did." "Yeah, he seriously." Oh Myung-suk couldn't believe it. His father, Oh Tae-jin, had just conveyed news about Oh Myung-hoon to him. He said he felt that he was lacking in many areas while working as an agent and has decided to remain in America. He also said that he wants to study more before he becomes the CEO and that he needs to build up his connections as well. Oh Myung-suk nodded and smiled. Across from him on the sofa was Oh Tae-jin, sipping on his coffee. Oh Tae-jin said gently, "It seems like Oh Myung-hoon has finally found his path after wandering for a long time. His personality is flawed, but he'll do well in any job so long as he takes it seriously." "I know that too. He's got a wild side once he starts working, so I'm kind of worried." "Don't blame it on him too much. There are times when you'll encounter such unreasonableness when doing business. You can then give him a warning if you feel that it's getting worse." "I understand." He's returning to Korea if that were to happen then. Tae-jin put down his coffee and changed the topic. There's nothing much going on with writer Ha, right? Yes. He's currently planning for a new novel. Because of There Was a Sea, I suggested that he write his next novel with the overseas market in mind. I hope it turns out well this time, too. I know that you'll do well, of course, but don't scrimp on the investment. Of course. The popularity of his There Was a Sea made everyone else scramble to buy the rights to his past novels. I will discuss them over with writer Ha one by one. Okay, that's good. Tae-jin then stood up with a grunt. Are you leaving already? How can a president sit around becoming an obstacle in the editor-in-chief's work? I'll see you later in the evening. Come back early. Your mother made taro soup for dinner. Yes, father. Please return home first. Oh Myung-suk sent off his father, then picked up the phone. He exceptionally missed hearing his younger brother's voice today. Thinking back, Oh Myung-hoon would definitely just give him a curt response no matter what he said. So he stopped himself and chuckled to himself before silently cheering on his younger brother. The trip to Gyeongju was pleasant. Ha Jae-gun and Lee Soo-hee arrived at the hotel they had made a reservation with and checked in before going sightseeing. They walked down the streets while holding each other's hands. We've seen the Gyeonggi and Anapji Pond. Let's go to the museum next. Soo-hee, let's take a rest before going there. How can we rest when it's just a 2 days and 1 night trip? Let's rest at the museum. The sun's coming down soon, too, Lee Soo-hee replied. She was in comfortable jeans and running shoes today. She didn't expect that she would enjoy her trip alone with Ha Jae-gun so much to the extent that she found it a pity that time was passed at sing by so fast. As they stepped out of the museum, Ha Jae-gun found a couple in their 40s. He asked them for a favor. Excuse me, can you take a picture for us? The man took the phone and said, Yes, sure. I'll just press this beauty ton, right? Yes, thank you. Ha Jae-gun quickly returned to Lee Soo-hee's side and stood beside her. He wrapped his arm over her shoulder, and Lee Soo-hee laid her head lightly on him. 1, 2, 3. The flash on the phone went off as soon as they said kimchi. Thanks a lot. If you are, can you give me your autograph? Pardon. The man grinned and pointed at his wife. She looked back with uncertainty and walked over with a book in hand. It was a copy of There Was a Sea. Your writer Ha Jae-gun, right? We're your fans. Ah, I see. Thank you. How did you recognize me right away? I have quite the keen eyes. Look, honey, I told you I was right. Did you see me earlier, too? We were right behind you when you entered the museum earlier. You seemed quite focused on the exhibitions. Haha, yes. I'm not the kind to task. Ah, please give me the book. You're here on a trip with your girlfriend? Asked the man. The moment Ha Jae-gun was about to answer, Lee Soo-hee walked up and said, We're here to look for materials for his new novel. I'm not his girlfriend, but I'm just assisting writer Ha with his work. Ho ho, I see. The man laughed and nodded. He didn't really believe Lee Soo-hee, but he decided to let it go. It was nice meeting you. Please do well in your research. We're looking forward to your next novel. Yes, thank you. Goodbye. The couple walked away in the opposite direction. As Ha Jae-gun and Lee Soo-hee turned around, Ha Jae-gun said, I'm fine with revealing our relationship, though. I didn't do it for you, but for myself. What if I get doxxed and people come after me just because I'm Ha Jae-gun's girlfriend? Ha Jae-gun grinned. Lee Soo-hee's reason was definitely not an excuse. There was also another reason for keeping their relationship under wraps. They wanted to prevent any obstacles from popping up in the future. We've had a late lunch, so I'm not hungry yet. What shall we do now? Lee Soo-hee asked as she took the singer seat. Ha Jae-gun pondered briefly before saying, I want to go somewhere. Let's go then. Where is it? Is it somewhere we haven't visited yet? It's not a historical site. It's just a neighborhood in Gyeongju, Ha Jae-gun said, and entered the location in the navigator. He planned to look for the scene he had seen in his dreams. I think I might have been there a long time ago, but the memory is quite vague. I want to check it out myself. Can we go there? It's not that far. You're weird. I'm fine, so let's go. Ha Jae-gun then drove to Gyeongju outside the city. It was already sunset when they arrived at the Gyeongju public office. It was a small and quiet village. I'm pretty sure I was facing this side, and the public office was behind me. Ha Jae-gun recalled his dream and slowly looked around. However, He got more questions rather than answers upon arriving. Was the dream part of his memories? Or was it from the elder? Are you looking for something? Asked Lee Soo-hee after walking up to him. Gyeoja bathhouse. Huh, actually, I saw this neighborhood in my dreams, Jae-gun replied, looking back at Lee Soo-hee. There should be a place called Gyeoja bathhouse around here. It was definitely here when I saw it in my dreams. In your dreams? But didn't you say you came here a long time ago? That's a question I have in mind now, too. I kept wondering if I've been here before, Jae-gun mumbled, asking himself as he looked around. A group of elderly people walked past on the quiet side of the road. There was also a group of children playing hopscotch in a corner of an alley. The building behind the children playing caught Jae-gun's eyes. It was a single-level building that looked like it had been around for decades. It was surrounded by fresh-looking buildings. Jae-gun, where are you going? Wait. Jae-gun walked toward that building, seemingly attracted to something. However, the entire structure couldn't be seen. He found a narrow walkway next to it, sandwiched with a neighboring building. It seemed like he had to take the narrow walkway to find its entrance. Just then, oh, that Hyung is trying to go into Gyeoja bathhouse, one of the kids playing nearby said out loud. Jae-gun turned around and asked the kid, Gyeoja bathhouse? Yes, that's our secret hideout. Jae-gun swallowed once and shivered. The very same bathhouse he saw in his dreams existed in real life. Lee Soo-hee watched Jae-gun's face turn serious, and she walked up to him with worry. Are you okay? You don't look good. Jae-gun nodded and turned to the kid. Hyung wants to take a look inside. Can I go in? He asked. Sure. If you head down that way, you'll see the door. Thanks. Jae-gun took Lee Soo-hee and walked down the narrow walkway until they soon found an open SBAC. Above the entrance to the shabby building was an old sign tilted to one side. Jae-gun froze upon seeing the signboard. Is this why it's called Gyeoja bathhouse? Lee Soo-hee muttered as she looked at the signboard. She then turned to Jae-gun. Seems like it, Jae-gun said as he bored his eyes on the signboard. It read Gyeoja bathhouse. It was called Gyeoja bathhouse because the wording seemed to have fallen from the sign. It seemed that it had been quite a while since those two words disappeared, as dust had covered the empty spot. Seems like it closed a long time ago. A reception counter could be seen behind the doors. On both sides were the doors to the men's and women's baths. The spider webs behind the tinted GLA.S gave off a creepy feeling. Jae-gun, this is scary. Let's just go. But I want to go in. What? Lee Soo-hee was surprised. Jae-gun turned to look at Lee Soo-hee and said, I want to take a look since I've already come all the way here. But do you really need to go in? It's getting dark, too. I have a flashlight. Jae-gun took out the flashlight from his bag and turned it on before hanging it around his neck. Lee Soo-hee was dumbfounded. Can you wait in the car? I'll take around 5 minutes. No, I'll go in with you then. But we'll leave here soon, okay? Jae-gun pushed the door open. He pondered for a while, then finally decided to enter the men's bath while holding Lee Soo-hee's hands. They took the stairs and headed into the dark BAS.M.E.NT. There would have been a huge problem if I hadn't brought a flashlight, Jae-gun mumbled as they walked through the changing room. The old lockers surrounded them like folding screens. Lee Soo-hee grabbed Jae-gun's arm. Her hands were sweating out of nervousness. It's the baths if we go this way. Jae-gun, must we really go in? Isn't it enough that we've come this far? However, Jae-gun dragged Lee Soo-hee along with him without answering her. It wasn't because he had decided to ignore her. He simply didn't hear her. The familiar sight of the place distracted him more as they walked further in. The walls are gone, Jae-gun murmured as he shone the flashlight on the wall to the right side of the huge bath. Behind the half-demolished wall was the women's bath. Was there another use for it? Lee Soo-hee asked. There's a sauna with state-of-the-art equipment nearby. This building is quite old, and it's locked too. Maybe the wall fell, and they were using it as a storage room. That could be it too. Jae-gun agreed, and shone the flashlight in all directions. Just then, he discovered scribbles beside the showers. Brothers, Kim Young-hwan and Kim Young-suk were here. Lee Hae-young was here. The words were crooked, seemingly written by young kids. Ha Jae-gun repeated both lines in his head. He then visualized two boys and a girl spending their time playing in his shabby building. Let's go now, Jae-gun. Yeah, let's go through the women's bath as we exit. Ha Jae-gun wanted to look around for a while more, but he decided to leave after considering Lee Soo-hee's feelings. They said through the crumbled wall and entered the women's bath. It didn't look any different than the men's bath. However, there was an extra door by the sauna room that the men's bath did not have. Ha Jae-gun looked at the door and stopped in his tracks. What's wrong? Lee Soo-hee asked. No, it's just that door. Ha Jae-gun muttered and cracked his neck. His eyes were unwittingly transfixed on the door in the darkness. His expressionless, stiff face made shivers travel down Lee Soo-hee's spine. What's wrong, Jae-gun? You're scaring me. That should be the toilet. Huh? How do you know? Once you enter, it should be the toilet, and to the right should be the boiler room. Ha Jae-gun then walked to the door, trying to show that he was right. Lee Soo-hee hurried behind him. Ha Jae-gun then pushed open the door without hesitation. Oh, you're right. Lee Soo-hee's jaws dropped midway as she saw through the open door. There was a broken sliding door and the squat toilets behind it. How did you know? You've come here before, right? No, I really don't know. Did I come here before when I was young? The unknown origin of this memory made Ha Jae-gun feel frustrated. He looked to the side and saw the door to the boiler room. Ha Jae-gun was about to grab the door. What be when Lee Soo-hee asked, Why? Are you going to open it? Lee Soo-hee's fear-stricken voice quivered ever so slightly. Ha Jae-gun suddenly had a mischievous thought. He looked at Lee Soo-hee with narrowed, dreary eyes. What's wrong? Soo-hee, do you want to know what's in here? Stop doing that. I'm going to leave. Haha, I'm sorry. It's just a prank. What else would be in here? Ha Jae-gun laughed for a while, then flung the door to the boiler room open. However, a crouched little girl with long hair looked up at them. Her bright eyes stood out behind her disheveled hair. Ah, Kaya! Startled, Ha Jae-gun fell to the ground first. Lee Soo-hee retreated a few steps and struck the wall hard behind her. Who are you? Lee Soo-hee's fear-stricken voice sounded off to Ha Jae-gun. Soon, the girl buried her face in her hands and burst into tears. Wah! Don't cry. Why are you here alone? The Appas don't want to play with me. Ha Jae-gun finally realized that the girl was probably just an elementary school student. Lee Soo-hee let out a long sigh of relief and approached the little girl. They're bad Appas, right? Uni will scold them for you. Come with me. Ha Jae-gun and Lee Soo-hee each held one of the little girl's hands and headed out of the building. They walked through the alley from earlier and arrived at where they had come from to see the same group of children still playing hopscotch. Hey, it's your sister, one of the kids said to another boy. The boy looked up and threw a pebble at the little girl holding Lee Soo-hee's hand. Where were you? I told you to stay where I can see you, didn't I? It's because you guys don't want to play with me. You don't let me play with you guys either. You can't play this game, so we didn't let you join us, dummy. Wah! I'm going to tell Mom. Ha Jae-gun and Lee Soo-hee bought the kids a bag of ice cream to calm them down before leaving. As they headed back to the car, Ha Jae-gun stopped by the real estate office when he chanced upon one. Gyeoja Bathhouse? It's been a while since Mr. Kim, running a logistics company, bought that building. He was going to use it as a warehouse. Ha Jae-gun then handed the agent a drink after opening it while he listened. The building was old, so the former owner only sold it for the cost of the land. It has been a while since they closed the bathhouse, too. Why are you asking this? It's nothing. I thought I'd been here when I was younger, but I can't exactly remember it. Thank you. The couple left the real estate office and got into the car. Ha Jae-gun helped Lee Soo-hee with her seatbelt and apologized to her. I'm sorry you were scared, right? It's not your fault. And I found it funny, actually. Lee Soo-hee looked out the window and giggled. The sight of you falling on your butt in shock. My heart felt like it stopped when that happened. Who would have known that there'd be a little girl in the room? Let's call it quits now, since you've been trying to scare me the whole time. That's karma. With that, the couple headed to a restaurant to have some delicious tofu hot pot for dinner and returned to their hotel soon afterward. Lee Soo-hee was quite exhausted after walking around for the entire day. While she headed off to shower first, Ha Jae-gun took out his fountain pen. I think this can make a story. No story had been formed, yet ideas were dancing and prancing around in his mind. Ha Jae-gun wrote down the things he had seen and felt at the bathhouse, as well as everything that had happened earlier. He didn't want to forget the emotions he felt on this abnormal day. Ha Jae-gun, are you busy? Lee Soo-hee's voice came from behind. However, Ha Jae-gun did not look up, but continued writing on his notepad. No, I'm not busy. Why? Go take a bath before the water cools down. I prepared the bath water for you in the tub. Ha Jae-gun finally turned around and saw Lee Soo-hee in a white gown drying her hair with a towel. Her still damp skin made Ha Jae-gun come to his senses. You're done. Yeah, what's the matter? No, it's nothing. Ha Jae-gun looked disappointed as he entered the bathroom. He still found it awkward to suggest they shower together. While he was taking off his shirt, he heard a MUF-led voice behind him. If you need me to help you scrub your back, just call me. All thoughts of the novel were erased from his mind the moment he heard her words. He decided to postpone thinking about it until after their trip. 10 tonight? You're treating? Shall I close the doors early and look for you then? I'm not getting customers anyway. The cafe owner looked around the place and pondered. There were fewer customers recently, probably due to the recession. Or was he falling into despair? He was leaning toward closing the cafe doors early and going out for some drinks with his friend. Just then, the cafe doors opened and a customer walked in. He recognized the customer immediately and turned serious. Hey, I'm sorry, but I can't be there by 10. I'll be there by 11:20 instead. A customer just walked in. He wants help me close the store. Do you get it? I'm hanging up. The customer walked up to the order counter. The cafe owner grinned and said, Welcome. What would you like to order today? HLO, please give me a regular iced Americano and a double cheesecake. After ordering, the customer went off to their usual seat. The cafe owner knew that as well, as that customer had never once chosen to sit anywhere else before. But he looks quite familiar. Was it because he comes here often? The cafe owner wondered as he prepared the drink and cake. He felt that he had definitely seen him before, not just as a customer, but from somewhere else. The customer at the table pulled out his writing stationery. The customer was none other than Ha Jae-gun. Phew, my muse. Please take care of me today as well. Ha Jae-gun returned here for his new novel, Following the Breath in Oscar's Dungeon. He had just started working on the novel structure, so it was much more comfortable for him to work alone than in the writer's office. The main character would be the younger of the 1 year apart brothers. The older brother is in elementary 6, and the younger in elementary 5. And there's a younger girl called Kyonja in elementary 4. Ha Jae-gun held Seo Gunwoo's fountain pen in hand and started organizing his thoughts on the characters in the story. He created them using the scribble that he had seen back in the bathhouse as a reference, the brothers and a girl. The two brothers lived poorly with their mother. They followed their mother, who works in a canned goods factory, and moved to another neighborhood. The younger brother adapted to his new school and friends, but the shy older brother was having difficulty. One day, as he was on the way home, he found the Gyoja bathhouse. Ha Jae-gun was hyper-focused as he scribbled away on his notepad. The cafe owner brought his drink and food to his table because Ha Jae-gun didn't hear the bell, but Ha Jae-gun didn't even notice the cafe owner. The little girl was teased by others because of the destroyed signboard, Gyoja. It became her nickname. And so, she played alone in the bathhouse, turned warehouse that her father used to store food ingredients. The two brothers that came playing in the bathhouse grew closer to the little girl named Gyoja. 30 minutes, no, an hour later, Ha Jae-gun suddenly felt thirsty. He downed the entire cup of diluted Americano and picked up his pen once again. The artistic older brother drew a picture of the little girl's face one day. The little girl asked him to color it, but the older brother refused because he didn't have any coloring materials. The little girl teased the older brother for it. The older brother, having always felt inferior for coming from a poor family, couldn't suppress his anger anymore and exploded before decisively leaving. While the little girl cried, the younger brother went to steal her favorite chocolate, BZZT. Ha Jae-gun flinched when his phone vibrated. It was a call from director Yoon Tae-sung. HELO, director. How have you been, writer Ha? I'm doing well. How about you? How's your short film going? I'm almost done with it, just left with the post-edits. It's looking great so far. You're going to come for the movie preview, right? Of course. It's your film, after all. Ah, it's my honor. Mr. Du Jun's value seemed to have skyrocketed ever since he stepped into China. Have you seen the news? I heard he's currently filming another commercial. Oh, really? That's great. I do talk with him over the phone occasionally, but Du Jun doesn't really bring up much about his work. I've felt this when we work together. He seems to be quite shy. Ah, writer Ha, are there any updates on your next novel? I'm actually most curious about this. My next novel. Ha Jae-gun read through the things he had written so far in the notepad. He had written them out without much thought, so he was still undecided about the book's genre. Ha Jae-gun recalled Yoon Tae-sung's question and decided on its tentative genre right there and then. I think it might be a horror mystery story. Yoon Tae-sung's voice from the other side of the line sounded quite excited. Horror. I'd love to take a look once the ma.in.u script is done. Do you like horror stories? Of course. It's my personal favorite genre, and I wish to direct one. Writer Ha, when horror genre ma.in.u scripts surface, copyright contract offers come knocking on your doors immediately. I'm confident about that. Is that so? I thought I understood your taste quite well. While working on There Was a Sea with You, I never knew you liked horror stories too. The cafe owner hid himself behind a coffee machine, eavesdropping on Ha Jae-gun's phone conversation. His jaws fell open as he flicked his fingers. Hearing him talk about There Was a Sea made him certain about the man's tie. I understand. I'll send you a copy of the draft once it's completed. Yes, please have a good rest. Ha Jae-gun hung up his phone and picked up his pen again. Just then, the cafe owner came up to him timidly and stood by the table. Excuse me, customer. No, sir. Yes. Ha Jae-gun looked up. The cafe owner twiddled his fingers and had an awkward smile. I've always enjoyed your novels. That's why I run a cafe by the bookstore. Ah, I see. Thank you. I'm really sorry, but can I get an autograph from you? I'd like to hang it on the cafe walls. I'm still not good with my autograph, but if you're fine with it, I can do it for you. Egu, thank you so much. I'll go grab a piece of paper. After getting Ha Jae-gun's autograph, the cafe owner immediately framed it up and hung it in the center of the cafe. And as usual, Ha Jae-gun helped the cafe owner close the cafe. Ha Jae-gun was all smiles because he was 90% done with Gyeoja Bathhouse's story structure. As expected, my judgment was right. Yoon Tae-sung murmured as his eyes remained on the screen, watching the edited video. He was currently at Park Suk-ji's personal editing office, overseeing the edits for his new short film, Girls' War. Girls' War depicted the conflict and reconciliation between two new employees of an SME. As expected of Ms. Hong Yi-sol, she can hold an entire scene without a single dialogue. Perhaps I wrote this in the past, knowing full well that I would meet her in the future. Please stop yourself, director. There are others here, and it's cringy, Hong Yi-sol said as she sat in the chair beside him with her legs crossed. Her smile was full of pride and shyness. Director, thank you for casting someone like me as the female lead, said Hong Yi-sol. It was impossible to count just how many times she had thanked Yoon Tae-sung by now. Even though it was just a short film, she was still its female lead. Yoon Tae-sung was like her benefactor, entrusting the role of the female lead to her despite her short career as an actor. Please don't say that. Pardon. With eyes still on the screen, Yoon Tae-sung said, someone like me. I cast you because you fit the role I was looking for. I want you to take pride in yourself. I apologize. I'll be careful. And don't apologize immediately whenever you get criticized. Sora, I understand. Yoon Tae-sung stopped the video playback and moved his stiff neck. Thinking that he had watched enough of the edited movie, he planned to have a hearty dinner before heading to a bathhouse to rest for the night. Ms. Hong Yi-sol, please take care of yourself and be on standby, Yoon Tae-sung said as he put on his jacket. There might be a next movie coming up. Yes, director. Feel free to contact me whenever. Do you still work part-time at the diner? I'm planning to work at a convenience store this time. The shifts at the diner don't really suit me. Yoon Tae-sung nodded silently. He recalled his youth when he first started out in the film industry and when he had been suffering from the cold and hunger. It actually took him a long time before he could get close to seeing money. Let's continue working well together in the future, Yoon Tae-sung said. There were no other words of encouragement he could give her. He couldn't say something like, paradise would come after hard work. Such words were akin to lies for him. The harsh reality in this industry was that those who couldn't make it would never make it. He had seen countless who had punched the ground in regret or left the industry after shedding blood, sweat, and tears. Give me a call if you're having a hard time. Thank you for your concern. Yoon Tae-sung was about to step out of the office when he paused as a thought came to him. How was Ms. Kim Na-yeon recently? He asked. She's healthy. She's been resting up after returning to her hometown. She's not experiencing any difficulties in her daily life. She's richer than she looks. She's got a considerable amount of savings. That's great. I'll be going now. Yes, director. Goodbye. 10 minutes after Yoon Tae-sung left, Hong Yi-sol's phone rang. The save name that popped up on the screen showed convenience store boss. Hong Yi-sol's face brightened as she had been waiting eagerly for this call. Hello. This is Ms. Hong Yi-sol, right? You mentioned that you're available to work from next week onward? Yes, of course. Okay. Can you come in for a while today? I'll be there in 30 minutes. Hong Yi-sol punched her fist in the air after hanging up. The moment she turned around after picking up her jacket and bag, the office door opened, and a young man walked in. Oh, here you are, Ms. Hong Yi-sol. Oh, it's Mr. Ji-woo. Hello. Hong Yi-sol's smile looked perplexed. This young man was a rookie actor named Kim Ji-woo. He played the role of Deputy Park. The two girls and girls wore fought for his love. Where are you going? My part-time job at the convenience store. I start next week, but I have something to pick up, so I have to go over a while. Oh, really? That's great. Let's have dinner together. I'm sorry, but I have something else to do at home after. Hong Yi-sol was avoiding him on purpose. She had felt some closeness with him since they were of the same age and were both rookies, but she soon realized that the way he looked at her seemed different. Ms. Hong Yi-sol, you're avoiding me on purpose, right? Of course not. I'm really busy these days. Let's have it next time. Ah, the assistant director asked me for dinner, so we can meet together then. I'll be leaving first now. Hong Yi-sol said her goodbyes and walked past him. However, Kim Ji-woo's swift response got to her before she could grab the door. O.B. I like you, Ms. Hong Yi-sol. Hong Yi-sol stopped in her tracks and held her breath. She didn't know that the bashful Kim Ji-woo would confess to her so soon. I've been thinking about this for a long time, and I'm not joking. I don't think of this as a joke. Can you go out with me? I'm sorry. You're rejecting me? Yes. Do you not like me? Why? Ji-woo pressed on with his lanky height. Hong Yi-sol took a deep breath and looked right at him. She then gave him an answer that she had thought of after much contemplation with a determined look. I like someone else. Kim Ji-woo's face darkened instantly. It broke Hong Yi-sol's heart to see his head drop slowly. She knew that he was a good man, but she had to make sure that she wouldn't inadvertently give him any hope. That's why. I'm sorry. Does that person like you too? I don't know. You haven't confessed to him yet. I don't want to talk about it. Goodbye. Ms. Hong Yi-sol. Hong Yi-sol left Kim Ji-woo alone in the office. As the bright lights shone down on the streets, she thought back to a certain day. The steamed chicken we had that day was good. She recalled that person's bashful face as she put her legs on his thighs. Hong Yi-sol giggled and picked up her face. She still had a long way to go before she arrived at her destination. Drink up, Ms. Somi. I'm buying everything today. I'll not hold myself back and eat everything then. Have a GLA.S. Writer Jang. Egu, thanks. Jang Eun-young and Young Somi were at a sashimi restaurant near the writer's office. Jang Eun-young was treating Young So-mi to this meal in appreciation for the well-drawn book cover. The sashimi here is delicious. You can tell just by looking. I can't tell even if I put them in my mouth. I'm from Donghee, after all. I should know how to see the quality of sashimi. The women shared a toast and downed their soju shots. Jang Eun-young put down her GLA.S and casually asked, Did something happen between you and Writer Ha? What? No, nothing's up. What? Really? I thought you guys looked quite estranged now. I can't pinpoint exactly what it is, but you guys don't laugh that much together either. Like, you guys are just working. Nothing is wrong between us. Young So-mi frowned slightly, but she was still smiling. However, She was inwardly shocked by Jang Eun-young's keenness. Was it that obvious? It was true that things had been difficult between them since that day. Even now, her wound had yet to heal, but it was still bearable. Young So-mi was confident that she could suppress her own feelings and continue working without any issues. Is the webtoon for Oscar's Dungeon going well? Yes, thankfully. There aren't any complaints coming from Next Ion either. I think the webtoon is interesting too. It'll definitely become a hit. The responses so far have been great as well. It'd be great if Naven distributes it too. Oscar's Dungeon webtoon was now popular in both Korea and China. The webtoon was made in the first place to market the game, and there was an increasing number of readers of Pung Chun-yu contributing to its popularity. Miss So-mi will soon become a rich woman, too. I'm so envious. Young So-mi smiled widely at her. Being rich was subjective, but it was true that her savings had been increasing recently. It was a result of her following Kwon Tae-won and Ha Jae-gun to laugh books. Her life began to change since then. She would soon gather enough money that would allow her to move into a larger studio. I don't really have that many talents, so I have to do my best. That's right. We should save more while we're young. I envy your youth, Miss So-mi. Ah, the wrinkles on my palm. Jang Eun-young wrapped her cheeks and screamed softly. Young So-mi giggled and poured a shot for Jang Eun-young. How is Ryder Kong, Min-ho, doing? Jang Eun-young stopped checking out herself and smiled bashfully. She had told Young So-mi a while back that they were dating, but she hadn't told the other writers in the office out of consideration for the working atmosphere. Is it because I know of your relationship? That's why I thought both of you looked good together. The calm Ryder Kong and energetic Ryder Jang suit each other perfectly. Jang Eun-young grinned and shrugged. Min-ho Hyung is calm? He's a total beast. Pardon? He's totally different from how he looks. He changes completely at night. Jang Eun-young looked around them and then gestured to Young So-mi to come nearer. Young So-mi did, and Eun-young started whispering into her ear. The latter's face flushed in an instant. He really does things like that. Oh my, you're too surprised at this. Look at how red you look. Ho ho. Young So-mi downed a GLA.S of soju. Her pounding heart seemed like it didn't want to calm down. Ms. So-mi, you should start dating as well. Are you only going to enjoy that pretty face of yours alone in the mirror? You can never imagine how different the world is when you're with someone you like. Yeah, I think so too. Young So-mi's voice sounded so low that even Jang Eun-young did not hear her. She already knew how it felt like being with someone she liked. BZZT. Young So-mi took out her phone from her bag. It was a call from Lee Soo-hee. HELO. HELO, Deputy Young So-mi. I'm team leader Lee Soo-hee. Yes, HELO. I've just finished checking through the rough drafts you sent earlier. You may proceed, as is from the next episode onward. The Chinese audience likes it as well. Please continue working hard on this. I hope for the same. All right, please enjoy your dinner. With that, Lee Soo-hee swiftly ended the call. Young So-mi bit on her lips subconsciously. She felt that she was pathetic because she resented her slightly. I'm really sorry, Jae-gun. You're still doing this now. You don't have to be sorry. Where else are you going to use your younger brother, who is a writer? Ha Jae-gun said as he stood before the mirror, adjusting his necktie. He was now at the academy run by his sister, Ha Jae-in. Ha Jae-gun had decided to give a lecture for his sister's academy, as she had been worrying about the lack of students. The topic of the lecture was reading and essays. How can our great writer give lectures in this shabby? Seriously. I said stop it. Help me fix my necktie instead. Why does it always end up on one side? Ha Jae-in stood up and helped Ha Jae-gun fix his necktie. She smiled softly as the necktie was now neatly done. You should keep wearing suits, too. There'd be more occasions for you to wear them. Or go get a girlfriend who will help you with your necktie. You're at it again. I knew you'd say that. I have to review my materials before the lecture starts. BZZT. The moment Ha Jae-gun was about to reach out for his lecture materials, a call from Lee Soo-hee came in. Ha Jae-gun headed to the room next door to answer the call. Yes, Soo-hee. Are you busy today? The director would like to see you in person to thank you for the great work on the webtoon. He also has something to tell you. Are you available for lunch? I'm sorry. I forgot to tell you. but I'm at the academy giving a lecture to help Nuna with promoting her academy. I see. Would dinner be tough, too? He's okay with dinner. I can't give you a confirmation because I don't know what will happen tonight with my family. Sorry. Really? Then we can't help, what? Ah, Jae-gun. Hang on a moment. Lee Soo-hee's voice disappeared, and the rough voice of a man came through. Writer Ha Jae-gun, this is Nam Gyo-ho. Ah, director. Helo. I have to head to China for an urgent business trip tomorrow. I will personally handle the marketing of Oscar's dungeon there. Nam Gyo-ho placed great emphasis on the word personally. He smiled wryly and continued. I apologize for the sudden call. Because of my urgent business trip to China, I would like to meet with you today as I will only return at least 2 weeks later. Ah, I see. I have something on today as well. What should we do? You're in Suwon, right? Can you meet me if I were to travel over? No, you don't have to do that. It sounds like you have something important to tell me. So if I end my lecture at 3 p.m. and go back to Seoul after 3 p.m.? All right, I'll be there with Team Leader Lee by 3:10 p.m. See you later. The call hung up even before Ha Jae-gun could reply. Time Pa S. said, and 3:10 p.m. soon arrived. Nam Gyu-ho's vehicle stopped in front of the academy. Is this it? Yes, director. It's on the second floor, Jae-in's academy, chauffeur Kim replied. Nam Gyu-ho looked out the window and at the second floor of the building. The academy looks quite small. Is it even profitable? It looks like a neighborhood academy for the students living in the area. I'll be going up first. Tell team leader Lee to come up when she arrives. I understand, director. I'll be waiting here. Nam Gyu-ho alighted from the car and fixed his necktie before stepping into the building. Thinking that he only needed to get to the second floor, Nam Gyu-ho chose to take the stairs instead of the elevator. To think that he made me come all the way here. Nam Gyu-ho went up the stairs, clicking his tongue. He was the kind who couldn't stay still when there was something in front of him waiting for him to resolve. He had to resolve the issue on hand first before moving on to the next issue. Moreover, the work meant to be cleared today was extremely important. Is his older sister's name Ha Jae-in? Nam Gyu-ho peeked through the GLA.S door into the academy as he arrived on the second floor. A lady who had just stepped out of the ladies' room stood with a large flower pot in hand. Sorry, but could you please? Seeing the pot that was dripping with water, Nam Gyu-ho stepped aside for the lady to pass. The lady, whose face was covered by the flower pot, walked past him into the academy. A mild fragrance tickled Nam Gyu-ho's nose. What flower is that? Nam Gyu-ho watched her back and took a deep breath. He liked it, and he found the scent quite familiar. The scent that permeated deep into his lungs slowly disappeared, leaving an aftertaste. Oh my, the lady mumbled and placed the flower pot down before turning around. Their eyes met, and Nam Gyu-ho didn't feel any feelings of unfamiliarity toward her, even though it was his first time seeing her. Are you director Nam Gyu-ho? Nam Gyu-ho nodded lightly. A fresh smile akin to a spring flower bloomed on her face. Hello. I'm Jae-gun's older sister. I apologize for the late introduction. Ha Jae-in bowed politely. Nam Gyu-ho finally realized why he found her familiar. Although they weren't identical twins, Ha Jae-gun and his older sister's facial features looked somewhat similar. Please take a seat here. Jae-gun went to change and will be out soon. Okay. Nam Gyu-ho sat upright on the sofa with hands on his knees. He suddenly felt conscious of his loose necktie and reached up to fix it. Do you want something to drink? I got coffee and juice. I'll have a cup of coffee, please. Okay, please wait a moment. Ha Jae-in stepped away to get Nam Gyu-ho his coffee. Left all alone, Nam Gyu-ho watched the flower pot on the table. He suddenly wanted to confirm something. He leaned toward the flower pot and sniffed it. The scent wasn't from this flower. Nam Gyu-ho leaned back in his seat. If the scent wasn't from the flower, it could only come from one thing. Ha Jae-in soon returned with a cup of coffee on a tray. I'm not sure if you like instant coffee. It's all right. Ha Jae-in bent naturally to place the cup on the table. At that moment, the fragrance from earlier tickled Nam Gyu-ho's nose again. Is the taste to your liking? I like the fragrance. Nam Gyu-ho's answer had an underlying meaning. with coffee as its pretext. Ha Jae-in smiled faintly, taking his response as a polite answer, as there was no way instant coffee would smell good. "Oh, director, you're here." Ha Jae-gun appeared in comfortable clothes. Nam Gyu-ho greeted him as he stood up awkwardly. "Hello, I'm sorry for coming here out of the blue." "No, it's fine. I want to head back up, actually. Have you had lunch?" "Not yet," Nam Gyu-ho replied without hesitation. He wasn't the type to beat around the bush. He was also starving after skipping lunch. However, his original plan was to finish his work first before eating lunch. Nam Gyu-ho immediately added, "I hope we can talk about work first. Do you want to head to a quieter place to talk about it?" Nam Gyu-ho glanced sideways at Ha Jae-in, who was standing next to him, and shook his head before saying, "We can talk here. It's fine. I think Team Leader Lee is running late, so I'll just go straight to the point. I read the plot you wrote for Gyoja Bathhouse." Ha Jae-gun nodded silently. Ha Jae-gun had sent Nam Gyu-ho the new horror mystery plot when the latter asked to take a look at it. "Writer Ha, do you know March 14th? White Day?" Ha Jae-gun shrugged at the random question. "No, the game, March 14th. It's a horror-adventure game developed by Sinuri." "Ah, yes. I've heard of it. It's about a male student trying to escape the school, which he hid until at night to put candy in the locker of the girl he likes, right?" "Oh, you seem familiar with it. I played it when I was a student, but I was too scared to finish the game. It was originally a PC game, but was remade into a mobile game. It was recently launched in 8 other countries, and the response is relatively good. Both Tencent and I are quite interested in such horror-adventure genres. Tencent is one of the internet and game service companies in China. They were the distributor of Oscar's Dungeon in China." Ha Jae-gun could finally guess why Nam Gyu-ho was here today. "I would like to turn Gyoja Bathhouse into a game." "I see. My meeting with Tencent tomorrow in China will not be about Oscar's Dungeon. Have you heard of Evil Spirits Night that we're currently developing? It's a text-based horror-adventure game." "That's right. But Tencent seems reluctant to get Evil Spirits Night as the story is dull and relatively long. That's why I'm thinking of taking it out and proposing Gyoja Bathhouse instead." Nam Gyu-ho did not beat around the bush today either. He looked straight into Ha Jae-gun's eyes and shared his opinion fervently. "Give me a definite answer right now, and I will be able to proceed with negotiations with Tencent on Gyoja Bathhouse. This is why I'm here a day before my business trip." Ha Jae-gun tilted his head in confusion. There was a part he couldn't quite understand. Gyoja Bathhouse hasn't even received a proposal yet. Can negotiations proceed despite that? It's a verbal agreement for marketing. "Oh, I see. The response in China for the webtoon of Oscar's Dungeon is off the charts, and it's handled by Tencent as well. It's better to have a verbal agreement made if we want them to prepare the promotions and events. Even There Was a Sea, which was released in China, is getting good responses, so I think this is an opportune timing." Nam Gyu-ho raised his finger and said with conviction, "The Chinese market has finally felt your power, Writer Ha. Thanks for your encouraging words. I'm only speaking the truth." Nam Gyu-ho finished the now-cold coffee in a gulp. Ha Jae-in, who had been sitting next to Ha Jae-gun all this while, asked, "Director, would you like another cup of coffee? I'm feeling slightly thirsty, so could you please give me some cold water?" Ha Jae-gun emerged from his thoughts and looked up before asking, No, I mean Team Leader Lee. What did she think about this matter?" Nam Gyu-ho put down the cup of cold water that Ha Jae-in had given to him. He was about to reply to Ha Jae-gun when the door was opened. "I strongly support this idea." Everyone turned their attention to Lee Soo-hee. Lee Soo-hee closed the door behind her and continued, "From game, novel, webtoon, to either TV drama or movie. I'm certain that through this novel, you'll be able to see the effect of one source, multi-use much clearer than ever." "Oh my, Miss Soo. Welcome." Ha Jae-in's face brightened. She stood up and held Lee Soo-hee's hands. Lee Soo-hee looked around and said, "Your academy looks clean and pretty, Uni. I apologize for not dropping by sooner." "No, it's fine. How much free time can an office worker get? Oh my, look at me. You are here for business, so I shouldn't interfere. Please take a seat." Ha Jae-in quickly walked away. Lee Soo-hee sat down quietly next to Nam Gyu-ho, then locked eyes with Ha Jae-gun sitting across from her. Smiling, Lee Soo-hee asked, "Director, what have you guys been discussing?" Nam Gyu-ho silently looked in the direction where Ha Jae-in left. Lee Soo-hee waited for a moment before calling him again. Director? HM? Ah, yes. We're almost done with the discussions." Nam Gyu-ho quickly withdrew his gaze and cleared his throat. He then looked back at Ha Jae-gun with eyes longing for an answer. Ha Jae-gun nodded and said, "All right, let's do that." "You've decided?" "Yes. Since both director and team leader Lee are supporting the idea, it should be fine. I feel relieved to be able to leave this in your hands." Seemingly doubtful, Nam Gyu-ho added, "Please do not take verbal agreements lightly. The Chinese tend to put more importance on saving their faces than how things are run." "I will keep that in mind," Jae-gun answered with a serious look. Lee Soo-hee smiled bitterly. Nam Gyu-ho's words just now were unnecessary. Ha Jae-gun had never been the type of person to break his word. "Thank you for listening to me. Now that the important business has been dealt with, shall we talk about the rest over a meal? We can invite your older sister along as well since she probably hasn't had any food yet," Nam Gyu-ho proposed, caressing his stomach. Nam Gyu-ho decided to change his plans after stepping foot into the academy. "Shall we do that, then? What would you like to have? I'll buy the meals since you came all the way here. Anything with rice is fine with me." The four went to a nearby restaurant and ordered a beef hot pot. It was a late lunch, so they continued talking about work. "Please have some of this, director." Ha Jae-in picked up a plate of fish and put it in front of Nam Gyu-ho. The fish had been deboned with clean chopsticks. A wave of emotions struck Nam Gyu-ho's heart as he looked down at the plate. "Do you eat marinated crabs too?" "Ah," Nam Gyu-ho responded by shaking his head. Strangely, he could not give her a proper response. Even he himself found his response ridiculous. Ha Jae-in smiled as she tore the crab and asked, "How does it taste?" "Jae-gun and I frequent this restaurant. We really love the food here. It's delicious," Nam Gyu-ho replied while chewing. Nam Gyu-ho finished all the food that Ha Jae-in had sincerely prepared and handed to him. He had eaten more than usual, but he didn't feel bloated at all. "I enjoyed the meal. I'll see you again in 2 weeks. I'd appreciate it if you could mention your decision to Sung, writer Ha. I'll take care of the rest on my end." "Yes, director. I'll do that. Thank you for coming all the way here. Team leader Lee, you don't have to return to the office. I'll be leaving first, then." "I understand. Please be careful on the way back, director." Nam Gyu-ho opened the car door and got in the back seat. The chauffeur had the car on standby, and they drove off immediately. "Chauffeur Kim." "Yes, director. How long have you been working with me?" "It would be 4 years in 2 months' time." "I see. Time really flies." Nam Gyu-ho crossed his hands and was silently immersed in his own thoughts. When the car stopped at the red light of an intersection, he said, "Chauffeur Kim." "Yes, director. Am I cool?" "Pardon?" Chauffeur Kim was FLU.S.tiered. Nam Gyu-ho had talked nonsense before, but it was the first time he had asked such a question. "Please tell me. Am I cool?" "Why you're cool?" "Really?" "Oh, of course. You've been labeled the handsome CEO on a few occasions on the news, too." I see. Chauffeur Kim. "Yes, please speak, director. Family-oriented ladies are beautiful. Are they not?" "What?" "Ah, yes, they are. Right. Yes, yes. I think family-oriented ladies are beautiful." "Yes, of course." "Ah." Nam Gyu-ho suddenly burst into laughter. Chauffeur Kim flinched and tightened his grip on the steering wheel out of shock. It had been 4 years since he started working for Nam Gyu-ho, but he still couldn't quite grasp Nam Gyu-ho's thoughts. "We'll be going too, Nuna." "Okay. Thanks a lot for today. See you again, Ms. Lee Soo-hee. And thank you for the cup, it's pretty." "You're welcome, Uni. I hope your academy prospers. I'll come by again." As Ha Jae-gun did not drive here, he took the front pa as the singer seat in Lee Soo-hee's car. Lee Soo-hee put on her seatbelt and asked, "Are you going back home or back to the writer's office?" "I'm still in the midst of clearing up the structure of the story, and I like working on that by myself, so I haven't really been going to the writer's office recently." "All right, let's go to your house then." Ha Jae-gun pecked Lee Soo-hee's cheeks. Lee Soo-hee's eyes widened in surprise. "What are you doing? It's been tough holding back." Ha Jae-gun kissed her again, but on the lips. He went for her lips again and again. Lee Soo-hee quivered ever so lightly. Stop it now. I haven't even started yet. Why are you asking me to stop? Ha Jae-gun turned more audacious and pulled Lee Soo-hee in by her shoulders. Their tongues entangled through their lips that stuck together like a magnet. Lee Soo-hee clenched her fists. She felt lightheaded, and her heart pounded madly against her chest. Ha Jae-gun finally let go of Lee Soo. The air in the car was hot. Lee Soo-hee fanned herself with her hands and slowed her breathing. Is it hot? Are you asking the obvious? I can't drive now. You drive. Can I continue then? We should get going. Rika is waiting for you at home. But you're saying we can continue once we reach my house? Lee Soo-hee looked down again as her face flushed bright red. Ha Jae-gun continued teasing her as he found her reaction to be quite cute. Why aren't you saying anything? Lee Soo-hee, I don't want to talk to you, Lee Soo-hee said, sounding angry before stepping on the accelerator. The traffic was smooth, as it was still before office hours. They soon arrived at Ha Jae-gun's house. Ha Jae-gun immediately made another move on Lee Soo-hee once the car was parked in the garage. He hadn't been able to touch her throughout the entire ride, even though she was just next to him. So he had been suffering in silence. As she was pulled in for a kiss, Lee Soo-hee tiptoed and accepted his attacks. No one was watching, so she didn't struggle or fight back. Ha Jae-gun couldn't hold back any longer and carried her up, heading into the house. The raging storm finally calmed down. Wrapped in a blanket, Lee Soo-hee went around the house, picking up the pieces of clothes that were strewn across the floor. Her face contorted as she said, "My stockings are torn. You're so rough. Sorry, I couldn't help it. I'll be showering first. Do you want to shower together?" "No. Who knows what tricks are up your sleeves this time?" "Soo-hee, whatever you say, no. Not that. I'm asking if you want to visit my family." Lee Soo-hee stopped just as she was about to step into the bathroom. Ha Jae-gun sat up in the bed. He was still drenched in sweat. "My parents asked me to bring you back one day. They really like you, both my sister and mom," he said. Lee Soo-hee's eyes shone as she smiled. She had been hoping to officially meet Ha Jae-gun's parents, so she was happy with the news that he had shared with her. "Really? Yeah. Can you come?" "Of course. Just give me a date." Lee Soo-hee answered and entered the bathroom. Ha Jae-gun went into another bathroom and changed into a fresh set of clothes. While he was drying his hair with a towel, Rika approached him. "Where have you been, Rika? Come here." Meow. Ha Jae-gun sat Rika on his lap and turned on his laptop. He opened the Word doc that you meant for Gyeoja Bathhouse and started typing away. Thanks to his meeting with Nam Gyeho, his fingers were working at top speed. "You're already working?" Lee Soo-hee approached from behind with her hair wrapped in a towel. 2 cups of coffee were in both of her hands. Ha Jae-gun accepted a cup of coffee and nodded. "I felt like I had to pick up the pace after meeting Director Nam. How long will the mod end at UDA script take? If the structure is great, it won't take that long. The mod at UDA script won't be long either. I think it'll end with around 120,000 characters." Lee Soo-hee took a sip of her coffee and said, "It's going to work out well this time, too." Even Director Nam thought so, too. He believes in your work, and that's why he made that decision. It's not because of your support. Lee Soo-hee touched Ha Jae-gun's ears and smiled. "Well, I can't deny that. Anyway, come down when it's time for dinner. I'll be watching a movie with Rika in the meantime." "All right, thank you." Lee Soo-hee took Rika to the first floor. Left all alone, Ha Jae-gun focused and continued writing. The sound of his fingers, hitting the keyboard incessantly, filled the room. The older brother, who felt inferior due to the coloring materials, left the bathhouse first, while the little girl, who secretly has a crush on him, cried out loud. During that time, the younger brother opened the little girl's treasure box and stole a piece of chocolate from it before heading back home. On their way to school the next morning, policemen and Pot Sursby gathered outside the bathhouse. The younger brother discovered that the little girl had gotten into an accident overnight in Tadadak. Tak. The younger brother has been having nightmares every day since the little girl died. The nightmares were always identical. The horribly sporadic little girl kept chasing after him, asking him to return her chocolate. While running away, the younger brother ran into the sauna room and close the door. The little girl would then peek through the GLA.S window and hit her head against it until her forehead bled. The window eventually broke, and she reached out, grabbing the younger brother by the collar. He would cry out and wake up from his dream. Even while he was furiously typing away, Ha Jae-gun kept on recalling the scene he had seen in the bathhouse at Jeonju. The dark, dreary, and lonely sight overlapped with his screen. The nightmares and guilt made the younger brother confess to his older brother. He confessed that he had stolen a piece of chocolate from her, crying and spouting gibberish that he had caused her death. However, the older brother was shocked upon learning about the dream. They had been having the same dream. Tadak, Ha Jae-gun was covered in sweat once more. He couldn't feel the sage of time as his fingers continued working like fish in water. Jae-gun, take a break, Lee Soo-hee said from behind. Ha Jae-gun flinched in surprise. He didn't even realize that she was so close to him. How long have you been standing there for? Probably for 5 minutes? Your concentration is insane. I'm going to make dinner. What do you want? I'm fine with anything. We can go out for dinner, too. There are ingredients at home. Maybe some soybean paste stew. Sound great. Please make some egg rolls, too. All right. I'll call you when it's done. Lee Soo-hee went back down, and Ha Jae-gun turned back to his screen. As he was cut off midway due to the conversation, Ha Jae-gun decided to take a break and scrolled up the doc.u.mint. A sense of sudden worry came to him as he read through everything he had written so far. Is this really scary? The genre of this novel was horror mystery, and its objective was to make its reader tremble in fear. However, Ha Jae-gun was worried if the story could truly instill fear as he planned. I find it interesting, but I'm not sure if it's actually scary. Ha Jae-gun took his head to the side and let out a long sigh, wondering how great it would be if the elder were around to give him assurance. Just then, I find it scary. Ha Jae-gun looked up instantaneously with eyes widened. The short sentence just now had echoed in his head. The voice definitely belonged to the elder. Elder? Is that you, elder? Ha Jae-gun looked into the air in front of him with respect. The elder hadn't answered any of his questions when Ha Jae-gun was working on Oscar's dungeon. However, the elder whom he thought had left him entirely returned while he was working on Jeonju bathhouse. I'm curious about how the story will develop, so keep working on it. Yes, I understand. I'll start work on the remainder of the plot now. Tadadak. Ha Jae-gun was now bursting with confidence and began typing away on his keyboard once more. Elder, this is what will happen next. Afraid of the nightmare, the brothers held hands to sleep. However, the younger brother still had the same dream up until the part when he was in the sauna room. But from here, his older brother appeared in it, carrying a picture of the little girl. The little girl took the picture from the older brother and smiled happily before going back home. The younger brother plopped down to the ground in relief. As morning came, he woke up from the dream and realized that his older brother wasn't next to him. What happened to the older brother? He went missing. He disappeared while holding hands with the younger brother while sleeping. The younger brother waited for a day and the next, but his older brother did not return. Their mother reported it to the police, but they could not find any traces of him. I'm not asking as a reader, but asking you, the writer. Ah, I see. A year later, the mother and son moved again due to the issues that came up at the mother's factory. A few days before they moved, the younger brother recalled the chocolate that he had stolen from Jeonju bathhouse. He had kept it hidden under his bed out of guilt. However, when he went to check, there were dozens of the same chocolate there when there should have been only one there. The older brother must have stolen more and put them there then. I think so, too, but I'm not going to put that explicitly in the story. Anyway, the younger brother decided to go back to Jeonju bathhouse that very night. He was late to return the chocolate he had stolen, but he still wanted to be forgiven by the little girl. Ha Jae-gun was about to begin his explanation for the story's ending when he heard Lee Soo-hee calling him from downstairs. Jae-gun, dinner is almost done. Come down here. Her call made him stop working. Ha Jae-gun wanted to continue working to keep the momentum going, but the elder stopped him. Go have dinner before continuing. Oh, okay, elder. He couldn't disobey the elder. Ha Jae-gun obediently saved the word doc.u.mint and headed downstairs. Various side dishes were laid out on the table, and there was a pot of soybean paste stew in the middle of it. Looks delicious. Dig in. You look like you're destroying your keyboard at the rate you're typing. I can hear the sound from here. Yeah, I suddenly feel motivated. I have a good feeling about it. I said that it'll turn out well. It'll definitely be an interesting read. Of course, but more importantly, it should be scary. The scary part should come together. Why are you smiling so much? I'm happy that it's coming to me so smoothly, Ha Jae-gun said before putting a huge spoonful of rice into his mouth. He could not stop smiling, as Lee Soo-hee's food was delicious. He was also grateful to the elder for his advice. Wow, it's so scary. Lee Yun-woo had just finished reading the ma.n.u. script for Gyoja Bathhouse. He was saging both his arms to get rid of the guseb.u.mps. The story was so gruesome and scary that guseb.u.mps broke out all over him. Jae-gun Hyung, I'm not really that brave. Can you not write such stories? It's great that you find it scary. But Hyung, the scene where the young brother went to the bathhouse to return the chocolate. He picked up a picture of the little girl that his older brother had drawn. Right? How did that happen? The older brother didn't even have any coloring materials. So how did he complete it? Did he bring it over after the girl died? Or did he complete it and gave it to her before she died? Yeah, I wonder how that happened. If the older brother gave it before she died, it meant that he went to the bathhouse on the day she died. Does that mean that the older brother is the one who killed the little girl? I don't know either. Ah, Hyung, please tell me. I'm going crazy out of curiosity. BZZT. Ha Jae-gun's phone rang, and an unknown number showed on the screen. Ha Jae-gun signaled to Lee Yun-woo and answered it immediately. Hello. Hello, writer Ha. This is Nam Gyu-ho. Ah, yes. Hello. I've read through the mod and script you sent over. It's great. I'm relieved to hear that. I have a question. When a younger brother went to the bathhouse to return the chocolate, he found the picture of the little girl that his older brother had drawn, right? Nam Gyu-ho was asking the same question as Lee Yun-woo. He then found red traces that were indecipherable, whether they were coloring materials or blood. He followed it, which led him to the vents and opened it. At that moment, something black fell with a thud. Yes, that's right. Nam Gyu-ho let out a long sigh and then continued. What fell to the ground? What was it that made him fall to the ground in shock? And how did he come to terms with the fact that there were dozens of chocolates hidden under his bed? I assumed that it was the older brother's corpse, but I decided not to say it explicitly to give the readers SBC for imagination. I see. So that's why you concluded with this line. Strangely, fear did not grip him when he saw what had dropped in front of him. You wrote that on purpose rather than the story being incomplete, right? Yes, that's right. Do you think that it's better to reveal the truth? No, this is good as it is. I like endings like this. You've done a great job. I'll be contacting you again. Oh, please wait, Director Nam. Yes? Avoiding Lee Yun-woo's ears, Ha Jae-gun whispered softly into the phone. Is the TI all right? Gyoja Bathhouse? It's good. Really? Ha Jae-gun asked once more for confirmation. Ha Jae-gun's naming sense was abysmal, so he found it difficult to believe Nam Gyu-ho's words. It is closely related to the story, and I like it. You can keep it as it is. Why? You want to change it? No. If you think it's all right, we can go with this. Okay, I'll be hanging up then. Please enjoy your lunch. You too, Director. Ha Jae-gun smiled faintly after hanging up. Lee Yun-woo, who was reading the ma.n.u. script, looked up and asked, Who was it? Was it the director who looks like he's a student president from some academy? Yeah. What did you talk about? You look happy. Despite his looks, I think Director Nam Gyu-ho is a good person. Huh? What do you mean? Let's go have lunch. I'm hungry. Before they headed out for lunch, Ha Jae-gun sent out another email to both Oh Myung-suk and Yoon Tae-sung. Of course, the attached file in the email contained the complete ma.n.u. script of Gyoja Bathhouse. Editor-in-Chief, are you not going to have lunch? Please go ahead. I've got to deal with something first. The employees streamed out of the office. Left all alone, Oh Myung-suk leaned back in his seat and started reading Gyoja Bathhouse. Oh Myung-suk chuckled lightly as he flipped to the 20th page. He could tell right off the bat from the first part of the story. There were no superfluous sentences in the text. making immersion even better for the reader. The narrative excluded long-winded descriptions aside from visual descriptions, which meant the story picked up faster. The book wasn't that long, either. Compared to Hai Jae-gun's genre novel, Gyeoja Bathhouse was around 70% long. Oh Myung-suk finished reading the Ma.N.U. script in around an hour, and he grinned once he was done. It's great as usual. Was there any compliment better than this? As the editor-in-chief, it was the best compliment he could give to Gyeoja Bathhouse. Ha Jae-gun did not disappoint him this time as well. Oh Myung-suk checked the wall clock. It was already past 1:30 p.m. Instead of picking up his phone, Oh Myung-suk accessed his inbox. It should be early evening for her right now. Unsure that she might be busy with something else, he thought it would be best to forward the Ma.N.U. script to her for now. After sending the Ma.N.U. script along with a brief portfolio of Ha Jae-gun, Oh Myung-suk turned his attention to some of his other tasks. BZZT. He was about to focus on those tasks when his phone rang. It was a call from Chai Eugene, his friend and agent. Oh Myung-suk finished reviewing the doc that U.Min on hand and signed it before answering the call. Yes, Eugene. I just read Gyeoja Bathhouse. Wow, I've got a good feeling about this. Chai Eugene was loud. The sound of sloshing water made Oh Myung-suk realize that she was taking a bath. It had been a long-standing habit of hers to read while soaking in the tub. It's just what I was looking for. Stories like this will definitely sell in the American market. When will this get published in Korea? I've just gotten a Ma.N.U. script, so probably in a month. It has to sell well in Korea. Chai Eugene mumbled. Novels in Korea had to succeed in Korea first to make their entrance into overseas markets easier. The more popular a novel was in its country of origin, the easier and more confident Chai Eugene would be in promoting it to other countries. It will. It's Mr. Ha Jae-gun's novel, after all. You seem to really like him a lot. You still call him Mr. Ha when you're talking to me. I just got used to calling him that way. Anyway, how about stepping out of the bathtub before you catch a cold? You knew? I could hear the splash. You're picturing my voluptuous body, aren't you? Oh Myung-suk, who is 38 years old this year, smiled silently. He used to get embarrassed said at her mischievous jokes often in the past, but now he could casually laugh them off. That was how long they knew each other. His love for her, which failed to bear fruit, had long been buried in the deepest recesses of his memories. I'm still as firm now, since I've been doing Pilates regularly. If you don't believe me, you can check it out yourself once you meet me. I'm really going to check it out. Oh my, I'm scared. I dare you to. I'll be waiting. Their laughter got mixed up through the line. As their laughter died down, Chai Eugene continued. Thanks for trusting me. Don't worry about the U.S. market, and leave it to me. Let me know again once the publish date is fixed. All right. Rest well. Yeah. Have a good day at work. Oh Myung-suk hung up the call and made himself a cup of coffee. He stood by the window and enjoyed the scenery outside as memories flooded him. The coffee tasted extremely bitter as it had no sugar in it. Writer Ha, please write a scenario for me. With a shot GLA.S in his mouth, Ha Jae-gun stopped and looked at Yoon Tae-sung, sitting across from him, and was grilling some meat over the fire. I would like to direct your next movie. I desperately require your clean scenario again this time. Ha Jae-gun and Yoon Tae-sung met over dinner, as it had been a while since they saw each other. Yoon Tae-sung was holding a copy of the Ma.N.U. script of Gyeoja Bathhouse. Do you really like it? Does it look like I'm trying to ride on your fame by working on your next novel? Yoon Tae-sung joked and chuckled. Ha Jae-gun down a shot and shook his head. I'm quite worried since it's my first time writing a movie of this genre. It's a bit funny because I wasn't really worried while I was writing it. I'm just grateful, and I trust you enough without having to mention it all. Having worked together for There Was a Sea, their personalities were well matched. A good relationship would lead to maximum efficiency. So Ha Jae-gun greatly appreciated Yoon Tae-sung for sticking to the original work. The casting is going to be tough. I think so too. Yoon Tae-sung poured a shot for Ha Jae-gun. The main characters of Gyeoja Bathhouse were all elementary school students. The most worrisome of all was the little girl, as she would have to give off an aura different from the older brother, who was currently undergoing puberty. It wasn't described explicitly in the novel, but it would become clear once it was adapted into a movie. We should open an audition for child actor casting, but we will have to hurry. It's not easy to find a girl who is innocent like the girl in the story while showing subtle emotions in unexpected ways. I feel sorry after listening to that. Maybe I should have set the main characters to be the age of high school students. If they were high school students playing in a bathhouse, this novel would have turned out to be a comedy. The two men shared a toast and burst into laughter. As they had another shot, Yoon Tae-sung snapped his fingers upon thinking of something. But writer Ha, about the naggy female high school student. Ah yes. Ha Jae-gun looked into Yoon Tae-sung's eyes and nodded. The naggy high school girl Yoon Tae-sung had just mentioned was one of the many characters in Gyeoja Bathhouse. She was a juvenile who would often smoke at the abandoned building near the bathhouse. She had a pet I.T figure, and she played an important part in the story's development. There's a particular actress I would like to give this role to. I was able to see her in it immediately when I read the ma.n.u. script. Really? Yes. She appeared in my latest short film, Girls War. She's a rookie, and her name is Hong Yi-sol. I see. There was nothing Ha Jae-gun could comment on since it was his first time hearing her name. Yoon Tae-sung picked up his phone and looked for a photo of the actress he had mentioned, but he ended up with a frown. DMN. I forgot to transfer her photo to my phone. Anyway, she looks pretty cute. She's like a cat. Did you discover her yourself? It was a coincidence. I found her when filming There Was a Sea. We got a few AWOLs for the extras, so we got her amongst a few others to fill in. Oh, is that so? I'll be able to recognize her then. You wouldn't have noticed her. She was so outstanding that I cut out all the scenes that showed her face in the movie. However, you'll see her when you attend the Girls' War movie preview. That's great then. The two men filled their GLA.S.SCS. Was it because Yoon Tae-sung had mentioned that the actress resembled a cat? The face of a certain woman surfaced in Ha Jae-gun's mind. Monster writer Ha Ae-gun's latest novel, a horror mystery, game and movie adaptations of Gyeoja Bathhouse, confirmed ahead of publication. Nextion's planning director, Nam Gyo-ho. I'm confident in the China market as well. While busy in China, Park Do-joon still sends messages of encouragement to Ha Jae-gun on social media. Jae-gun, let's drink happy face. Gyeoja Bathhouse dominating real-time search keyword rankings. Why? Nam Gyo-ho was reading the news on the internet with his phone as he sat in the back singer seat. He had just returned from China, and the view of the Incheon airport was getting smaller as they drove away. Does this guy not have a manager? Who are you referring to? Ha Jae-gun. He should use a better photo on his profile. Does he not know how to smile? Nam Gyo-ho clicked his tongue as he looked at Ha Jae-gun's profile photo on the website. In his eyes, Ha Jae-gun's face was slowly being replaced by a woman's face. Remove Jae-gun's impertinence and give him some elegance. The result is her face. Pardon? I didn't catch what you said. I'm just mumbling to myself. Don't mind me. BZZT. Nam Gyo-ho's phone rang. It was a call from Lee Soo-hee. Nam Gyo-ho answered the phone as he looked out the window. Hello. You must be exhausted, director. I'm still alright after getting a good rest last night. How is the scenario for Gyeoja Bathhouse doing? It's halfway done. I think you'll like it. Unlike a novel with a fixed ending, there were bound to be multiple endings to a game. It was especially so for such horror adventure games where the players had to make choices at every moment. What did writer Ha say about it? He was satisfied with it. It's perfect, he says. That's good. Let's work on the development and launch it soon. Are you returning to the office? Yes or no? Nam Gyo-ho changed his mind and pressed on his nose bridge. I have to go somewhere. I'll see you in 3 hours. I understand. See you later. Nam Gyo-ho hung up the call and ordered, Chauffeur Kim, let's head to Suwon first. Do you still recall the academy we visited before? Ah, yes, director. Nam Gyo-ho leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes. His light smile appeared in the rearview mirror. You're really here. Appa, what kind of first greeting is this? Lee Chai-rin pouted. She was now at an independent theater for the movie preview of Yoon Tae-sung's short film, Girls' War. Park Do-joon had asked Ha Jae-gun about it as well, so he dropped her a call a few days ago. While they were on the phone, they brought up the movie preview and Lee Chai-rin said that she would attend because she would be free by then. I think it won't be that long, since it's just a preview. Yeah, he said it's 32 minutes long. Let's have something delicious after the movie, Appa. Yuri said she'd come over after her shoot with Jui Market. I should send Do-jun Appa a picture to provoke him a bit. Do-jun should be enjoying all the good food in China now as well. BZZT. Ha Jae-gun, answer the call that had just come in. Yeah, no. Are you busy? No, I'm good. What about you? I'm very busy. Thanks to the Great Writers Lecture, students have been signing up with no end in sight. Even 10 of me wouldn't be enough to deal with how busy things have been getting here. You should hire another lecturer and a chauffeur as well. Anyway, that's not what I called to talk about. Director Nam Gyu-ho just dropped by earlier. I called to tell you that. Director Nam? Ha Jae-gun asked, perplexed. Why would he drop by Ha Jae-in's academy when he had just returned from his business trip in China? He dropped off presents he bought from China. Alcohol, tea, and many other things. I think it'll last for a year, at the very least. Oh, really? Ha Jae-gun found it questionable. It wasn't weird that Nam Gyu-ho would send gifts to his family, but handing it personally? And handing it over personally to his own sister at that? Is he gone? No. He went up to the rooftop for a smoke. We agreed to have lunch together. You're having lunch together? He came all the way here, so I asked out of courtesy if he had lunch yet. Then he suggested we have lunch together. Ah, he's coming down. I'll call you again, Ha Jae-gun. Oh, okay. Ha Jae-gun was still tilting his head to the side, even after hanging up, finding the situation weird. Just then, Lee Chai-rin tapped on his shoulder lightly. Appa, the director is here. Ah, okay. Let's go greet him. Ha Jae-gun and Lee Chai-rin walked to Yoon Tae-sung. Yoon Tae-sung was having a conversation with the AS assistant director when he noticed the two. He smiled brightly at them. Thank you for coming, Writer Ha. Yoon Tae-sung was so happy that he held Ha Jae-gun's hand. He noticed Lee Chai-rin beside him and asked, This is Applet. Oh my. How come you recognized me without my makeup? Thank you. I'm an Applet fan, so it's not strange at all. I've memorized all of your songs as well. Yoon Tae-sung immediately started dancing and humming to a song by Applet. His awkward and stiff dance made his upper body and lower body move independently from each other. Ha Jae-gun and Lee Chai-rin burst into laughter at the comical sight. Ah, but Writer Ha, the female lead couldn't make it today. She has part-time work at the convenience store today and couldn't get away. Ah, I see. Ha Jae-gun nodded slowly. Was she trying to make ends meet while working at the convenience store? The life of a rookie actor did not feel foreign to him. Anyway, you should check her out through the movie later. Please go on in. I've reserved good seats for you. Thank you. I'll see you after the movie then. Lee Chai-rin, let's go. Ha Jae-gun and Lee Chai-rin took their seats somewhere in the middle of the audience. Time passed, said, and the seats in the theater started filling up. Soon, the lights in the theater dimmed, and music started playing. The T.I. Tlee, Girls' War, appeared on the screen, marking the start of the movie. This should be fun. Ha Jae-gun kept his eyes on the big screen. The back view of a girl filled the screen in replacement of the T.I. Tlee. She donned a white blouse, a neat navy skirt, and heels. The camera followed after her as she hurried somewhere. She must be Hong Yi-sol. The opening of the movie showed the back view of her taking a town bus, changing to the subway, and then going into the elevator of a building somewhere and pressing the button. How pretty she had to be for Yoon Tae-sung to compliment her to that extent. Ha Jae-gun's expectations were extremely high. Hello, please take care of me. The girl arrived at the office, and her energetic voice rang aloud. The camera finally moved from behind her to show her side profile, and her face was revealed to the public. Ha Jae-gun took in a sharp breath. His eyes widened in shock. The screen turned brighter, making his face look pale. On the huge screen was not rookie actress Hong Yi-sol. It only showed the cat-faced girl whom he had met late in the night on the city streets. It was the very same girl who cried, saying that she wanted to become a celebrity to find her mother, Dis-sol. Why is Ms. Dis-sol? It wasn't easy for him to accept the fact that actress Hong Yi-sol and Dis-sol were the same person. However, the face on the screen was definitely her. That face, which looked much prettier without makeup, appeared vividly in his eyes. Ha Jae-gun trembled like an aspen tree in the wind. The girl who had disappeared after leaving sad tears had just reappeared as an actress. It felt like time had stopped. He couldn't hear anything as well. Appa, what's wrong? Lee Chiron whispered, curious. Ha Jae-gun's shock had been so strong that even she could feel it from beside him. Instead of replying to her, Ha Jae-gun looked around. He could not spot the face he had in mind anywhere in the dark theater. He then recalled Yoon Tae-sung mentioning earlier that she had to work today and thus could not make it. Appa, are you feeling unwell? No, I'm fine. Ha Jae-gun slowly shook his head and plopped back in his seat. He felt exhausted, like someone who had just finished a run. His eyes were on the huge screen, but his mind was empty. Wait for me. I'll return as a totally cool woman in front of you. The farewell cry meant for the deputy whom the female lead liked rang in his ears. Ha Jae-gun felt that it was meant for him to hear, as there was a similar line in the letter she had written for him. She had also mentioned in the letter that she would return to get the necklace from him once she could stand confidently before him. The movie finally ended when the credits finished rolling. As the lights returned to the theater, Lee Chiron's face was stretched with a smile. Wow, the movie was interesting. It was both funny and touching. Appa, what's wrong with you? Are you sure you're okay? No, I found it interesting too. Ha Jae-gun could barely stand. When he turned around, he spotted Yoon Tae-sung looking in his direction, and their eyes met. The two approached each other. How was it, Writer Ha? It was great and interesting, said Ha Jae-gun. However, it was a lie. The complex feelings he felt made him unable to concentrate on the movie. Yi-sol's final words were stuck in his mind. How about the actress? Hong Yi-sol. She's good, right? Thankfully, Yoon Tae-sung's focus was on Yi-sol rather than the movie. Ha Jae-gun calmed himself down and nodded. She's pretty. Her acting was natural and matched the movie. I finally understand why you've been complimenting her so much, right? Don't you think that she'll also fit the role of the naggy female high school student in Gyeoja Bathhouse? As they talked about Gyeoja Bathhouse, something came to Ha Jae-gun's mind. He hesitated for a moment before saying, But director, have you already mentioned Gyeoja Bathhouse to her? Of course. What's wrong? And she knows that I'm the author of the original novel? Yoon Tae-sung looked at Ha Jae-gun blankly. Eventually, he broke out into a grin. Of course she knows. Do you really think that you're just an average writer at the moment? She had even told me that she enjoyed all your novels. Ha Jae-gun was at a loss for words, and he shook his head. It was clear that Yi-sol, knew that he was the author of the original novel. Despite that, she didn't take the initiative to contact him. He could guess why. Writer Ha, would you like to meet Ms. Hong Yi-sol once? No, it's fine. Ha Jae-gun snapped out of his thoughts and smiled, shaking his head. Is there a need for me to meet her? I should just work on the scenario and send it to you soon. Ha Jae-gun decided to respect Yi-sol's decision and wait until she came to him confidently and willingly. In other words, he would have to hold on to her necklace for a while more. Jae-gun Appa, Yuri said she's here. Oh, okay. Director, we'll be leaving first then. You should be quite busy too. Thank you for coming. I'll be waiting for your scenario. Ha Jae-gun left the theater with Lee Chiron. The warm sunshine gradually eased the mixed feelings in him. Ha Jae-gun took off his cardigan as May would soon come. He smiled as he thought of her, who had been working hard to become an actress somewhere where he couldn't see. Editor-in-Chief, it's 10th on Bandy, and it's Lunia's bestseller. This time's response is pretty explosive as well. Please keep up the good work. Make sure the printing goes smoothly. As his staff left the office, Oh Myung-suk let out a sigh of relief. The power of Ha Jae-gun's latest horror mystery novel was showing its prowess once more. 50,000 copies of Gyeoja Bathhouse were sold out at pre-order within a few hours and made headlines. Its official release happened a few days later, creating a huge sensation. The fact that it was also being produced as a game and a movie also empowered their marketing efforts. 10th place in just 5 days? My worries were all for naught. The results were not far from there was a C, which placed 8th on the 4th day of its release. Oh Myung-suk was finally able to relax. He was also finally able to stand tall before Chai Eugene. BZZT. Chai Eugene's name appeared on the screen of Oh Myung-suk's phone. Oh Myung-suk smiled. Speak of the devil. What do you mean? Ah, were you thinking about me? And I called just at the right time? I was about to call you too. Gyoja Bathhouse is doing really well. I've seen it all already. It's all over the news. I'm all prepared as well. Author's biography, his work tendencies, his accolades, and even 50 pages of his translated ma.in.u script as a sample. You're efficient as ever, Miss Chai Eugene. Oh, but I'm now in my Uni's house in L.A. Did you know what I found here? What is it? Your ugly childhood photo. This Nunam was never ugly in her entire life. I'll most definitely punish you for that slip of the tongue when I see you soon. Anyway, I found Writer Hot J. Gunn's novel here. Which novel? The Breath. Ah, I've read that fantasy novel too. I saw my nephew's friend reading it. I asked him where he got the translated copy, and he said a few Koreans in the community were circulating it amongst themselves. He said it was quite interesting too. Oh Myung-suk finally realized that Hot J. Gunn's influence was spreading across the globe. As expected, interesting and popular books would definitely sell well in any country. Mr. Ha's pseudonym is Pung Chunyu, and The Breath was the best-selling fantasy novel under his belt. It's been a while since it was completed, but the novel is still relatively popular. Really? I should read that sometimes too. Who knows? Perhaps Pung Chunyu would just hit a home run here in the U.S. first before Ha Jae-gun does. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, there was knocking on the door. Oh Myung-suk then recalled that he had a meeting arranged with New Dawn and said, Eugene, I have a meeting, so I'll have to hang up. All right, talk to you again later. Oh Myung-suk ended the call and stood up. A staffer opened the door and said, a production team leader from New Dawn is here. What should I do? I'm sorry. I forgot that I have a meeting with them about Gyoja Bathhouse. I'll be there soon. Oh Myung-suk straightened his clothes and stepped out. He picked up the pace, all for the best writer of Unsung. Team leader Lee, it feels like the promotion for the game came naturally since the book is doing well. The number of signups is no joke, said a member of Nextion's mobile planning team as they looked through the internet. Lee Soo-hee was preparing materials for their upcoming meeting. She looked up and smiled. Indeed, I should call the marketing team and tell them to take some money out of the marketing budget so we can eat beef at the company dinner later. Everyone in the office burst into joy. Like Oscar's Dungeon, the development of Gyoja Bathhouse was going swimmingly. The speed was faster than the expected timeline that the team predicted the game's launch to be scheduled for late summer instead. Now, everyone, let's attend the meeting. Lee Soo-hee and her team members headed for the small meeting room. Nam Gyo was already there waiting, reviewing the past meeting minutes while seated at the head of the table. Everyone is here, right? Let's begin, Nam Gyo said briefly and put down the meeting minutes. The establishment of a branch office in Taiwan was the main agenda of the meeting today. I think we must establish it. Lee Soo-hee stepped up with a strong tone. Com2us and Game Bean are already targeting the Taiwan market, so I don't think it's that early even if we start now. It's different from the China market. We'll have to provide services on our own in Taiwan, Hong Kong, and Macau to strengthen our competitiveness locally. We also have to respond to users in real time. Nam Gyo grunted while listening quietly to her. His expression didn't show it, but he had already agreed with her words. The Taiwan market had already grown to the extent that it was now included in the top 5 huge markets on Google Play. It was currently ranked 4th on the list, showing its remarkable growth. The other team members shared their opinions as well. I think that it's also the best market where advertising efforts will directly reflect the relative amount of profits. Compared to our local users who have never paid much while playing games, Taiwanese users have strong purchasing power in games. As the Taiwan game developers are all moving to China, they have a shortage of local developers. It would be best if we could establish the branch office as soon as possible. I have the same thoughts. Oscar's Dungeon will soon be complete, so I think it's best we hurry. Nam Gyo scratched the bottom of his chin and nodded lightly. After pondering over the team's opinions, he finally spoke. We'll need to decide who to send. I'll go. Of course, I should go there. Lee Soo-hee answered as if she had been waiting for him to bring it up. Despite knowing that she would say that, Nam Gyo let out a short sigh. I knew this would happen. Nam Gyo actually didn't want to send her over, as he had been relying on Lee Soo-hee for support for the longest time. He would feel anxious without her around him. Lee Soo-hee's competence shone the most when she was away. Even a seemingly simple task could cause problems in unexpected areas when carried out in her absence. Nam Gaho was also one who would often be complimented for the great job he put in his work, and Lee Soo-hee was the only other person he truly acknowledged to be the same as him. He knew that it was all because of her help that he had been able to stand confidently in his position. Nam Gaho tapped his finger on the table and said, "Let's put together a team." Lee Soo-hee smiled and nodded. Her heart was pounding, knowing that she could personally see to it that Ha Jae-gun's game would get released into the Taiwan market. "Let's have a company dinner tonight. We won't be able to see her for a while if she goes to Taiwan." Nam Gyu-ho dismissed the meeting and left the room first. His calm face turned tearful immediately the moment he stepped out. Why is the world so unfair? I'm running all across China, but you're sitting comfortably in Korea, entering China? Shall we change positions then? Sure, why not? I'll write the novels, and you go on the variety shows. Why don't you? It was midday in May, the not-so-cold weather allowing Ha Jae-gun to wear his short-sleeved shirt. Ha Jae-gun was walking around in his garden while on the phone with Do-jun. "When did you say you'll return?" "I'm taking the 25th night flight back. It's the Baeksong Arts Awards the next day. Time's going to be tight. Let's have a reunion drink after that, along with a trophy as accompaniment. People might think that the most popular award and Best Male Lead award are yours if they heard that. High expectations can lead to huge disappointments. I'm just saying." "Oh, right. I heard from Chai-rin that it's thanks to you that she got to sing the OST for Gyeoja Bathhouse. She's extremely grateful for that. It's not me. The director met her when we went for the movie preview for Girls' War, and he had always liked her voice as well. She's pretty good at singing, too." "Well, I'm not so sure about that. She won on Masked Singer, and you're still saying that?" "Hey, Do-jun. Sorry, but I got a call coming in. I'll call you again later." Ha Jae-gun quickly ended the call with Park Do-jun and jumped on the next call. "Yes, President Kwon. I almost forgot how you sound. How have you been?" The bright voice came from Taewon. "Oh, Writer Ha, isn't today the autograph session for Gyeoja Bathhouse?" "Yes, I'm about to leave the house soon as well." "You must be busy. The autograph session, then the Baeksong Arts Awards. You also have to work on a movie scenario for Gyeoja Bathhouse and the game quests, all on top of Oscar's Dungeon as well. It's not that tough on me as you say. There's nothing much for me to do on the game side, actually. They create the variables based on the story's development. So that's an area that the Nextion's planning team is more specialized in." "That's great. Please take care of your health." I've actually got a piece of good news for you." "Good news?" Ha Jae-gun asked, his eyes widened. Whenever Kwon Tae-won said that something was good, it would be quite incredible. "I've received a call from Next Ion." "Next Ion? What is it about?" "They said Teen Cent from China contacted them, and they would like to officially translate Oscar's Dungeon and service it as an ebook." "Oh, I see." Ha Jae-gun replied with a puzzled look. He had expected this to come someday, but he didn't expect it to come so quickly. The game was still unreleased as well. Miss Omi's webtoon must be doing really well. Haha. Anyway, it will be released to a country with a population of 1.35 billion. I thought the breath would get there first, but I guess I was mistaken. Ha Jae-gun felt something behind him, and he turned around to find Lee Soo-hee wearing a dress that fluttered in the breeze. She had just finished all preparations prior to her departure. Ha Jae-gun smiled at her. He wanted to deliver the good news to her first. "I'll let you know of the details after I've ironed them out. I've held you up for too long since you've got an autograph session to attend." "I'm sorry, Writer Ha." "No, please call me anytime. Have a good day." Ha Jae-gun then hung up. Lee Soo-hee came to him and dusted his shoulders, then asked, "Something good happened?" "It's the president of Laugh Books. I think Oscar's Dungeon is going to be released in China as an e-book. He said Teen Cent proposed it. Do you know anything about this?" Lee Soo-hee responded with an ambiguous smile instead of a verbal reply. She stood on tiptoe and wrapped her arms around Ha Jae-gun's neck, pulling him in. "Seems like our writer Ha is going to conquer China first. You already knew that, didn't you? Tell me, quick. Stop it." "Aha." Lee Soo-hee couldn't hold back her laughter and squatted down on the ground. Ha Jae-gun went behind her and started tickling her on the sides. Meanwhile, Rika was standing by his feet and was looking up at the lovey-dovey couple. These are happy times. It wasn't in the past, but in the present. His beloved Lee Soo-hee was within his reach, and that was more than enough for him. There was nothing else Hot Jae-gun could wish for. Don't go anywhere, Hot Jae-gun said as he pulled her into a hug after all the fun and laughter. I'm so happy that I'm feeling anxious. Why are you saying this? Lee Soo only glossed over it, unable to continue her words. She realized his words pierced at her conscience. She had planned to tell him about it after dinner tonight, afraid that Ha Jae-gun would worry needlessly. You're dazzling today, as well, Lee Soo-hee. You're still the #1 queenka of Myeongkyung University of the Arts. Ha Jae-gun complimented her as he fixed her collar. She had on an elegant dress, but it wasn't because of the autograph event. There was a much more important appointment waiting for them tonight. Shall we head out now? Of course. We're bringing Rika along, right? Yeah. Yunwoo is going to look after her. We're going to meet at the bookstore. Like before, the autograph session for Gyeoja Bathhouse was being held at Bandy and Lunia. It was also a huge success. His avid fans grabbed a copy of his latest novel and stood in line. Some of them had even flown in from Jeju Island, and their efforts touched his heart. This is why I can't do a sloppy job. He would look back into his part and compare it with the present every time he had an autograph event. He would also reflect upon himself every time he gave an autograph and grow from there. Ha Jae-gun liked this feeling a lot. Mr. Ha, there was a C is going to the Baeksong Arts Awards, right? I hope you will receive the Best Scenario Award. Your latest novel was both scary and sad, too. I only talk about Gyeoja Bathhouse with my friends these days. Every fan in the line gave him words of encouragement and support. There were even some familiar faces as well. Senior, we're here again. Please give us your autograph and take a photo with us again. Seo Ji-soo, Young Yi-in. Are you guys dating? You look prettier than before. No way. A week flies by when we're just doing AS assignments. When will you drop out of school again? Please come again, senior. Meanwhile, Lee Soo-hee sat in a cafe a distance away from the bookstore, watching the autograph event. She had already been labeled as the One Piece girl, and she didn't want to bring more attention and speculation by going over there. Did he really change? Lee Soo-hee suddenly thought of Oh Myung-hoon, who had left for America. She had been hiding her relationship with Hot Jae-gun from Oh Myung-hoon. Oh Myung-hoon was in charge of the marketing for There Was a Sea in the U.S. market. Lee Soo-hee could not guarantee that Oh Myung-hoon would not jeopardize Hot Jae-gun's novel if his temper would flare up. Moreover, Oh Myung-hoon was the second son of Eung-sung Publication Group. Once he was finished with his studies, he would become part of the executive team and would have the authority to trample on any particular writer he disliked. I might be just overreacting, Lee Soo-hee muttered. Chirin's here. Where? Where? The sudden commotion made Lee Soo-hee turn around. She saw a huge commotion at the autograph event site. Someone had just discovered Chirin in the crowd with a mask on her face, waiting to get an autograph from Ha Jae-gun. Hello, sir. I'm Lee Soo-hee. Thank you for having me over. Lee Soo-hee greeted respectfully with her hands gathered in front of her. Ha Suk-jae stood unmoving while staring at Lee Soo-hee in astonishment. Father, where are Mom and Nuna? Ha Jae-gun asked. Ha Suk-jae finally snapped back to reality and cleared his throat. They went to the supermarket. They forgot to buy oysters and mackerel. They said they'll return soon. Ha Suk-jae sounded quite uncomfortable, making Ha Jae-gun worry as well. Even Ha Suk-jae's neck looked stiff, making it look as if something had gone wrong. Did something happen at home? Ha Jae-gun looked beyond his father's shoulders and peered into the living room. The living room, brightly lit by the TV, looked warm and welcoming like usual. Father, is something wrong? No, nothing. Please come in. Then, please excuse me. Ha Suk-jae took a cushion and placed it on the floor. Lee Soo-hee sat down on her knees on the cushion, and Ha Jae-gun whispered to her, just sit comfortably. I will. Don't worry. Ha Suk-jae sat on the cushion next to her with his legs crossed, watching the weather forecast playing on the TV. He then said, the weather forecast seems to be wrong these days. Ah, yes, sir. Even though science and technology have advanced so much. I thought it was quite strange as well. The economy isn't doing well, too. Yes, indeed. The shipbuilding industry is also experiencing a severe recession. Ha Suk-jae was doing his best to talk to Lee Soo-hee, but it wasn't going well. Sure enough, Ha Suk-jae stood up with his usual blunt look and disappeared into his room. Ha Jae-gun finally burst out into laughter after suppressing it for so long. Why are you laughing? My father's cute. He doesn't know what to say because he's so nervous. Are you sure it's not because he doesn't like me? Did I do something wrong? No way. He must be tiered seeing how beautiful you are. Ha Suk-jae came out of his room a few minutes later. Ha Jae-gun stole a glance at his father as he sat back down on the same spot, almost bursting out in laughter again. Ha Suk-jae had changed into a neat shirt and cardigan. Should I change the channel? No. Please watch whatever you like. I'm always watching the news anyway. Ha Suk-jae hesitated with the remote control in hand before putting it down again. Ha Suk-jae seemed like an interviewee, sitting with his back upright, looking dignified. He maintained that pose even when Myung-ja and Ha Jae-in were already back home. Oh my, Ms. Soo-hee, you're here already? Lee Soo-hee took the shopping bags from them and said, Yes, ma'am. I hope you've been well since the last time I met you. You're very pretty today, Ms. Soo-hee. Jae-gun, is she alone? Where's Young-jin? Yeah, Young-jin said he's busy today, so he'll drop by next time. Myung-ja's face brightened immediately, and he clapped her hands. I should hurry up and prepare dinner for everyone then. Ms. Soo-hee should be starving too. I'll help out, ma'am. No, you're our guest. Please let me help. I'm confident that I won't become a nuisance. Yeah, Mom. She's great at cooking. I already told you about it. All right. Ho, ho, ho. Then can you make the grilled fish, Miss Sooey? The ladies brought the shopping bags with them to the kitchen. Soon, laughter rang from the kitchen, filling the house. Ha Suk-jae then said to Ha Jae-gun, who was smiling, If you decided to marry her, you'd better hurry. How did you know? Ha Jae-gun looked back at his father in surprise. Ha Suk-jae kept his eyes on the TV with indifference. I'm already old, but I'm not senile. You should always treat her well. You should always treat her well, so that you'll live comfortably until you're old, like me. Yes, father. Their conversation stopped there. However, their conversation seemed to continue in silence. Ha Jae-gun was thankful to his family for liking Lee Soo-hee, and he couldn't help but keep on smiling. The ladies' laughter in the kitchen continued for a long time. Director Yoon Tae-sung and Yi-sol sat across from each other in one of Nudin's many offices. Yi-sol's hands were trembling as she held onto an envelope of cash, which she had just received from Yoon Tae-sung. It wasn't her small casting fee. It had come from Tae-sung's personal wallet. You wouldn't be suffering for a while with this amount of money. Make sure you quit working at the convenience store. I'll be calling you more often for acting gigs. Thank you, director, but I'm not sure if I can accept this money. Yoon Tae-sung's eyes turned grim. Focus when you should. I picked you myself, Ms. Yi-sol. If you're going to ruin my reputation with trash acting, you should just quit right now. The amount isn't that huge either. Others might even think that I gave you a car in exchange for your acting. Yoon Tae-sung clicked his tongue and stood up. He wanted to end this conversation as soon as possible, which was why exactly he was so straightforward. However, Yi-sol understood the motive behind his actions, and she went silent. I should get going soon. I'm going to meet Mr. Do-jun. You should leave first, Yoon Tae-sung said as he took out his phone. Yi-sol stood up hesitantly. She was about to express her gratitude when Yoon Tae-sung looked up at her and said, I'm going to make a call, so don't talk to me. Yes, director. Thank you so much. I already said not to talk to me. Yi-sol turned around and opened the door with a forced smile. While she walked through the long walkway to the exit, Yi-sol steeled her resolve to become an actress, even if it was for Yoon Tae-sung's sake, who had put his trust in her. Just as Yi-sol was about to go through the main entrance, a group of people standing by the entrance spotted her, and amongst them was director Woo Jae-hoon. Who is she? Woo Jae-hoon asked as he put a cigarette stick into his mouth. The manager beside him lit up the cigarette and said, She's Hong Yi-sol. She got the role of a female high school student in Gyeoja Bathhouse. Woo Jae-hoon frowned. Gyeoja Bathhouse was Ha Jae-gun's novel, and its director was Yoon Tae-sung. In other words, the woman was a member of the group of people he disliked. Yoon Tae-sung seems to like her a lot. He even cast her as the female lead in Girls' War, said the deputy of the production team. I heard she's extremely close with Kim Na-yeon. Really? Yeah. She got to be an extra, and there was a C because of her connection with Kim Na-yeon when they went to the set together. Kim Na-yeon is laying low right now, right? I heard she went back to her hometown after that host girl scandal. Could Hong Yi-sul be from the same circle? What do you think, director? Woo Jae-hoon let out a huge puff of smoke before revealing a sleazy smile. Who knows? She might even be worse. Birds of the same feather flock together. Who knows what they're made of? Woo Jae-hoon then tossed the used cigarette to the ground. Just then, someone's shadow was cast over him. Woo Jae-hoon looked up, shuddering in fear. The shadow belonged to Yoon Tae-sung, and the latter was staring down at him coldly. You better watch what you say. I won't let you off lightly if you dare to spread any groundless rumors. What? What did you just say? Huh? Agu, director. Please calm down. The manager and deputy held Woo Jae-hoon back. Yoon Tae-sung turned around calmly and headed to his car. He didn't need to say anything more as directors talked to each other with their portfolios rather than their mouths. Taiwan. Ha Jae-gun stopped taking a spoonful of his stew and looked at Lee Soo. They were having dinner together at Ha Jae-gun's house. Why are you going to Taiwan? To establish a branch office there. I'm not overseeing it, just giving some support. When will you be going? Probably before autumn hits. Why are you only saying this now? I was worried that you'll get worried. Plus, it felt strange to tell you this before meeting your parents. I'm sorry. Ha Jae-gun put down his spoon. He had already lost his appetite. The harmonious atmosphere was immediately broken. Lee Soo-hee bit her lips in confusion at the abrupt silence. After a while, Ha Jae-gun sighed and asked, If you go, how long will you be staying there? Around 6 months. Taiwan isn't that far, Jae-gun. It's only around 2 hours of flight time. I'll fly back to see you whenever I can. How is that possible when you're there to work? You can also come over for a holiday when you're free. Ha Jae-gun smiled bitterly and nodded. They had just started dating, and something like this had to happen. He didn't want to talk about it anymore, afraid that he might say something hurtful. You're angry, right? Lee Soo-hee asked carefully as her shoulders drooped. Ha Jae-gun shook his head and stood up. He still had about half a bowl of rice. I'm sorry for the leftovers, but I'll eat them later. I need a cup of coffee right now. Ha Jae-gun took a cup and headed for the coffee machine. Lee Soo-hee hugged him from behind. I really hope that your game will become a huge hit in Taiwan. Lee Soo-hee buried her face into his back and continued. It's a game made from your novel, and your girlfriend is overseeing it for you. It's meaningful to me, so I hope you'll understand. I understand. Really? Ha Jae-gun pulled her arms away from his body and turned around. Looking slightly angry, he said, But I'm not a machine. I understand it in my head, but I hope you'll give me some time for my heart to accept it. Ha Jae-gun took his cup and walked past Lee Soo-hee. He went to sit on the sofa, and Rika came to sit on his lap. Ha Jae-gun felt complicated as he met Rika's eyes. BZZT. Ha Jae-gun pulled out his phone. It was a call from Park Do-jun. He walked out to the garden to answer the call while cooling his head off. Yeah, Do-jun? Are you back already? I arrived 2 hours earlier than expected. Where are you? In the office? No, I'm at home today. I see. I just had some tea with Director Tae-sung, and I'm heading over to you now. I could drop by, right? Ha Jae-gun hesitated to tell him about Lee Soo-hee. During that hesitation, Park Do-jun continued talking. I got a truckload of presents for you. I'll be there in 20 minutes, so wait for me. I'll be extremely busy from tomorrow on, so it'll be hard for us to meet for the time being. But Do-jun, Taebong-hyung, it's here. Hey Jae-gun, I need to hang up now. I'll see you later. Park Do-jun didn't even give Ha Jae-gun a chance to talk and ended the call unilaterally. Left without a choice, Ha Jae-gun headed back into the house and sought Lee Soo-hee's understanding. He explained that Park Do-jun would be coming soon, and shock filled her face. He must be exhausted, but he still brought presents for you. He's really a good friend. I'm fine, so don't worry about me. He'll be busy tomorrow, so he probably won't stay for too long. It's fine if he stays for longer. Thanks to you, I'm about to see the global top star up close and personal, Lee Soo-hee said jokingly. However, her joke didn't make Hot Jae-gun smile. It had just been a few minutes since he heard news of her heading to Taiwan. Lee Soo-hee soon erased the smile on her face and looked down. Leave the dishes be, I'll do them. No, I can do them. We should keep the place clean before he comes. You can rest in the living room. The two didn't talk to each other until Park Do-jun arrived. The intercom rang, and Hot Jae-gun slowly put on his slippers and went up to the door. That's fast. Hello, Tae-bong-hyung. Writer, huh? How have you been? Woo Tae-bong greeted Hot Jae-gun politely as he got out of the driver's seat. Park Do-jun followed behind, taking off his sunglasses. He looked around first, looking quite guarded. Tae-bong-hyung, you're sure you shook them off, right? I said you don't have to worry. What's wrong? Hot Jae-gun asked. Woo Tae-bong then explained. There were reporters following us from the airport. I had a hard time shaking one of them off earlier. I don't exactly remember, but they could be from Dispatch. Whatever. Jae-gun, come look at this. Let me prove to you how much I care about you. Park Do-jun pulled Hot Jae-gun with him to the trunk and opened it. The trunk was filled with various types of alcohol, tea, and dolls, including traditional costumes for women from China. You can enjoy the alcohol and tea however you like. This is a cheap how. I bought one set for Chiron. I think she'll look good in it, and I bought another set for you. Why for me? Park Do-jun grinned and poked Hot Jae-gun in the ribs. Get yourself a girlfriend and have her wear it. You have my blessings, so you'll definitely get a girlfriend soon. Hot Jae-gun smiled and carried as many presents as he could with both arms. Woo Tae-bong and Park Do-jun both gave him a hand and carried them in. Jae-gun, how long are you going to drive that around? Park Do-jun gestured to Hot Jae-gun's car with his chin. The front bumper had gone through wear and tear, and it had been quite a while since the car was sent to the car wash, so it looked exceptionally shabby. For at least 10 more years. Change cars. You're earning more than me, so why keep the Avant? It's fine as long as it runs. Arg, seriously. You're making me want to buy you a car instead. When is your birthday? I've already received so much tea, so you don't have to buy me more. Ha Jae-gun laughed as he held up his arms full of Chinese tea sets. Park Do-jun stared at Ha Jae-gun speechlessly before laughing. Oh, what's this? You got a guest. Park Do-jun asked upon seeing the pair of shoes left in the foyer. Ha Jae-gun took off his slippers first and stepped into the living room. Lee Soo-hee had just finished cleaning the kitchen and stepped out to greet the guests. Park Do-jun and Woo Tae-bong's eyes both widened in shock at the same time. Hello, I'm Lee Soo-hee. It's nice to meet you. Hello, are you? Park Do-jun trailed off, and then he turned to Ha Jae-gun before muttering, is she the one-piece girl who's been trending on the internet? Yes. Are you guys dating? Yeah. Park Do-jun was speechless for a while as he stared alternatingly between Ha Jae-gun and Lee Soo-hee. All of a sudden, he stood straight and saluted Lee Soo-hee. Sorry, let me just do an armbar on Jae-gun. Pardon? Lee Soo-hee was stunned and confused. Park Do-jun immediately knocked Ha Jae-gun down and grabbed his arm, twisting it like some mixed martial arts player. It was a punishment for dating such a beautiful woman and keeping his secret. However, Ha Jae-gun still didn't laugh despite Park Do-jun's prank. We're almost there, father. Drive slowly. We're in no hurry. It would have been great if Soo-hee could join us. Mom, how can an office worker go anywhere they want so freely? How is that an office worker, then? Ha Jae-gun's family were all in his car. Their destination was the social hall where the Baeksong Arts Awards was held. It was fortunate that they left earlier as the traffic was relatively bad today. It would have been great if you sent the car to the car wash this morning. It looked quite messy when we got on. Ha Jae-in complained, dusting the seats. Even Myungja, sitting next to her in a hanbok, agreed. Jae-gun, make an appointment and send your car for a wash and service. Your bumper and even your door had scratches. Really? I had no idea. Myungja leaned in the seat and clicked her tongue. You're my son, so how come you're so dull? What kind of life would you have led if you weren't a writer? That's why such a pretty girl like Soo-hee is having such a hard time with you. Wait, Mom, why are you bringing Soo-hee up here? BZZT. Ha Jae-gun's phone rang. It was a call from Oh Myung-suk. He put on an earphone and answered the call. Yes, Editor-in-Chief. Hello, Mr. Ha. You are on the way, right? I've arrived, and I was wondering where you are now. I'll be there in about 5 minutes. You know how to enter the designated car park area, right? There's a valet parking service here, so you can leave your car keys with the staff. Yes, I remember. I'll see you soon. I'll be waiting for you. Ha Jae-gun arrived at the destination earlier than he had mentioned. He had seen the route guide earlier and had memorized it, so he easily found his way to the designated car park. Wow, it's a sea of foreign cars, Ha Jae mumbled with wide eyes. The long line of cars were all expensive imports. Even the one right in front of them was a yellow sports car only seen in movies. Jae-gun, what kind of car is that? I'm not familiar with cars. Is that not a BMW? Hey, that's the name of the robot. Oh my, the car behind is another sport car too. Huh, the person driving is that celebrity. Isn't he Oh Woo Bin? Oh Woo Bin, the main character of my daughter, is Jium Owul. W where? I want to see him too. Myung-ja exclaimed. You guys, Jae-gun is driving, so be quiet. It's fine, father. We're almost there, anyway. The cars slowly moved along, and it was finally Ha Jae-gun's turn. The staff in charge of parking hurried over to his side, waving his arms wildly at Ha Jae-gun. What's he saying? Are we not supposed to be here? It's the right place. Wait a minute. Let me talk to him. Ha Jae-gun tilted his head and wound down his window. The staff approached and bowed slightly before shouting, You can't come in here. Please turn around. Pardon? Seriously. Didn't you hear from the start of the line that we're prohibiting cars from the public? This is the designated car park for those attending the awards ceremony. The young staff had a buzz cut as if he had just been discharged from the military. He looked annoyed as he continued. How many times has it been? Please turn around. Look here. What is it? I'm an attendee for the Baeksong Arts Awards, too. Ha Jae-gun spoke calmly. Ha Jae-gun was angry at the staff who had raised his voice at him and his family. Ha Suk-jae was pretending to be calm out of consideration for Ha Jae-gun, but not Myung-ja and Ha Jae-in were trembling in the back seat while holding hands. You are an attendee? The staff asked in a puzzled tone. He scanned the car's exterior with a frown. He couldn't understand. There was no way the owner of a car like this was an attendee of the award ceremony. Just then, a man with a huge build stood behind the staff. Is there something you have to say to Mr. Ha Jae-gun? The staff turned around, and the blood drained from his face. Park Do-jun was staring down at the staff with narrowed eyes. He used the very same look as seen in There Was a Sea. Do you have something you want to say to Mr. Ha Jae-gun? And Mr. Ha Jae-gun? Yes. He's the author of the original novel, Summer in My 20s. Don't you know? Overwhelmed by Park Do-jun's domineering aura, the staff retreated, and his back hit the car. Meanwhile, Park Do-jun growled as he approached the staff and asked, Are you a contractor? Do you guys not memorize the list of attendees? I am really sorry. I was tied up as there were many cars from the public driving, and so... I'm really sorry. I'm really, really sorry. Mr. Ha Jae-gun, I'm really sorry. The staff turned around to Ha Jae-gun and apologized profusely, bowing deeply. In fact, the staff didn't have a huge interest in books, so he wasn't aware of Ha Jae-gun up until now. Park Do-jun's words made him realize that Ha Jae-gun was someone of huge significance. That's enough. Ha Jae-gun looked at Park Do-jun past the staff. Park Do-jun signaled at him as if he was saying, Please be understanding. Ha Jae-gun smiled wryly and nodded. Can I go in now? Why, yes, Mr. Ha. T this way. Ha Jae-gun grabbed the steering wheel and stepped on the accelerator. His day was ruined just like that. He felt bitter. It would have been fine if he were alone, but his family was around, and he felt thoroughly uncomfortable as well as annoyed. It's fine, punk. It's nothing to be angry over. Ha Suk-jae looked ahead while patting Ha Jae-gun's shoulder. Ha Jae-gun's nose tingled. He felt both thankful and apologetic for his father's consolation. Meanwhile, he had no idea that Oh Myung-suk was staring at him from afar. 1. In Korean, both car and T use the same word. Geez. Oh Myung-suk hid as Ha Jae-gun's car pa-est said by the entrance. He wanted to approach Ha Jae-gun's car when a staffer stopped Ha Jae-gun's car at the entrance. Oh Myung-suk took the long route back. Park Do-jun had already made quick work of the situation, so he decided to just meet Ha Jae-gun normally. Meanwhile, Ha Jae-gun's family was greeting Park Do-jun after the car was handed over to the valet. Oh my, oh my, oh my. Myung-ja and Ha Jae-in were both in shock as they gawked at Park Do-jun standing in front of them in a tuxedo suit. Moreover, he was the male lead of the novels Ha Jae-gun wrote. Oh, dear. I thought they were exaggerating when they said that the handsome celebrities all had halos behind them. It's really true now that I'm seeing one myself. How are you so handsome? And how do you look like a statue? Park Do-jun dismissed their compliments with a wave of his hand. I should be the one surprised. Jae-gun said that he'd be bringing his family along, but I wondered why he brought two female actresses along. Mother and Nunim, you're both beautiful. If both of you wore fitting dresses, you'd both look like nominees for the awards ceremony. Oh ho ho, you don't have to make such a joke. Myung-ja and Ha Jae-in's faces both turned red, and they giggled nonstop. While Park Do-jun was laughing together with them, he winked surreptitiously at Ha Jae-gun. He wanted Ha Jae-gun to forget about the unpleasant encounter earlier, to which Ha Jae-gun smiled bitterly in return. You've arrived, Mr. Ha. Editor-in-Chief. Ha Jae-gun shook hands with Oh Myung-suk before introducing his family to the latter. I've mentioned him many times before, but this is Eungsung Publication Group's editor-in-chief, Oh Myung-suk. HLO, my son compliments you a lot, saying that you're a great person. Thank you very much for your help and for allowing him to achieve greater heights. Myung-ja grabbed the hem of her hanbok and bowed. Oh Myung-suk bowed deeply in return as well and said modestly, don't they always say that talented people will naturally stand out? Mr. Ha would have eventually become famous even without me. I was just lucky enough to have gotten to know him before he was famous. Despite meeting for the first time, Ha Jae-gun's family could feel the sincerity in Oh Myung-suk's voice, and they were gratified to know that someone like him was on Ha Jae-gun's side. Mr. Ha, let me take care of your family. You may follow Do-jun from here on. Oh Myung-suk proposed. As a nominee for the awards, Ha Jae-gun and his family were assigned different seats. I'm grateful, but also sorry that I have to be there too, so there's no need for you to apologize. Myung-ja then approached Ha Jae-gun. She fixed his shirt and necktie. She dusted both his shoulders before finally hugging him. See you later, son. Don't feel burdened either. It's already great that you could attend an award ceremony like this, so I'm really proud of you. I will, Mom. Don't worry about me, and go take a seat. You too, Father. Nuna, see you later. Oh Myung-suk led Ha Jae-gun's family to the far end, leaving Park Do-jun and Ha Jae-gun alone. Park Do-jun finally stopped smiling and sighed. Didn't I tell you to change your car earlier? Yeah. Park Do-jun put up his finger, emphasizing, I'm telling you again right now, I don't think that it was your fault. I might sound funny, but that's what I'm saying. I'm not sure about you, but that was unacceptable. You were with your family, after all. That's what I think. Thank you for thinking of me. Arg, I almost flared up earlier, Park Do-jun grumbled. Just then, Wu Taebong approached from behind. He looked around carefully before saying, Do-jun, we should be going now. All right. Jae-gun, I'm sorry, but I've got something to attend to. I'll see you later inside. All right. See you later. Park Do-jun hurried off to the car park. Before Wu Taebong followed him, he explained to Ha Jae-gun he has to walk the red carpet first. He saw that something was happening when your car arrived, so he alighted and rushed over here first just before the march. Ha Jae-gun's eyes widened in shock. This meant that Park Do-jun had spotted him from afar and ran to his aid. Did he not think twice because of the unpleasant encounter Ha Jae-gun was facing earlier? Ha Jae-gun actually found it weird seeing Park Do-jun in the car park earlier. I'm really sorry. I'll see you later then. Wu Taebong finally hurried after Park Do-jun in the distance. Ha Jae-gun watched Park Do-jun get in the car once more. Ha Jae-gun had always thought that it would be hard for him to meet another good friend like Park Young-jin, but now his heart pounded faster at the thought of having met another great friend. The huge hall that could hold up to 4,000 people was filled to the brim. Ha Jae-gun's family, along with the other audience members, filled up the seats on the second floor, whilst the people related to the awards ceremony, directors, actors, and staffers filled the seats on the first floor. Ha Jae-gun sat in a row with director Yoon Tae-sung, Park Do-joon, and a few other staff members. Just then, someone extremely familiar approached Ha Jae-gun, who was sitting on the leftmost chair. "It's nice to see you here." "Oh, Chai-rin." Lee Chai-rin grinned like a small child and sat down in the row in front. She was in a piece of elegant off-shoulder dress, and her hair was in a bun, making her look more mature and beautiful than she was. "I got nominated for the TV variety category." "I see," Ha Jae-gun replied, and looked toward Park Do-joon at the same time. Park Do-joon only looked forward, not even throwing a quick glance in their direction. Lee Chai-rin was the same as well. They seemed to have agreed to pretend not to know each other. Ha Jae-gun concluded in his mind and smiled at their effort. "Appa, you look great in a suit today. You look more like a celebrity instead of a writer." "Thanks. You look like a geodess, too." "Lies. Yuri kept teasing me that I look like an Ajumma. She's just envious. But what if rumors about us come about if people see us talking so sweetly together?" Lee Chai-rin covered her mouth and burst into a chuckle. "I'd be thankful if there were rumors of me and Jae-gun Appa. I'd probably be thankful to that cool, chic guy a few seats away for helping me get closer to you, too." Ha ha! The awards ceremony began with an opening show by a famous Hollywood actor. The extravagant lights and sound effects filled the entire hall, and the audience's roar also reached its peak. "I hope Do-joon will get an award. Even if it was from There Was a Sea or Summer in My 20s. Ha Jae-gun hoped that Park Do-joon would get nominated for at least one category. Park Do-joon might not have shown it on his face, but Ha Jae-gun could tell how much he was hoping to receive an award this time. As expected of Shim Dong-yeep, how could he be so smooth with words? Ha Jae-gun exclaimed with admiration inwardly and fell for the host's charms. He was able to enjoy the moment without feeling burdened about getting awarded. However, Park Do-joon couldn't relax. Park Do-joon was so anxious that his legs were choking, and he even began biting his nails. His desire to win an award had dominated his mind so much that he couldn't hear the host. The host continued. "Official photos of the awardees will be uploaded in real time on the official Twitter account. We will be giving gifts through a lucky draw later, so we're looking forward to everyone's partic.i.p.ation. Now, let the 51st Baeksong Arts Awards ceremony begin." The first category was the Best Rookie Actor TV Award. The names of 5 nominees were called, and their videos were shown on the large screen, and the name of the final winner was then allied out. The awardee then made their way up to the stage. Park Do-joon's anxiousness was at its peak. It was soon his category. The next award was the Best Rookie Actor Movie Award. "Where's the camera at?" Park Do-joon's eyes darted around. All the staff of the award ceremony, including the host, already knew the details of the awardees. This meant that the cameras would be capturing them from their angles first in order to capture the surprise looks on the awardees. Park Do-joon was well aware of that as well. Lee Chai-rin next to Ha Jae-gun looked anxious as well, and she was busy twiddling her fingers. Ha Jae-gun couldn't watch anymore. "Don't worry, he'll get an award tonight," he muttered. Lee Chai-rin smiled bitterly and shook her head. "I'm actually hoping that he won't get an award." "What do you mean? Isn't it a good thing to own an award tonight? He'll definitely cry later. It'll break his heart to be crying in front of others when it's not even a movie." Ha Jae-gun looked at Park Do-joon and smiled. "Didn't you also say that he's a cool and chic person? How will someone like him cry in front of others?" "He will definitely cry." Ha Jae-gun couldn't continue further and looked away from her. Was there some other special reason for an actor to burst into tears aside from the sense of accomplishment he would get from winning an award? No matter how Ha Jae-gun thought about it, he wasn't able to get an answer. Now, shall we take a look at the nominees for the Best Rookie Actor Movie category? Ha Jae-gun perked his ears up and looked ahead. The lights in the hall dimmed, and a video played on the large screen. The images of 5 actors played through one by one, and the last was Park Do-joon for There Was a Sea. Now, I'll be announcing the winner. The winner of the Best Rookie Actor Movie award in the 51st Baeksong Arts Awards is As the expectation in the hall climbed to its peak, the hall went silent. Park Do-jun shut his eyes tight. There was nothing but darkness. The name of the winner would be announced, and the lights would be turned on in just a few seconds. However, there was no cameraman on him. That's it. I'm sorry. I'll do my best in my next project. It would be the end for him if he couldn't get this award right from the start. He thought that there wouldn't be any more opportunities for him in the future. Park Do-jun kept apologizing to the people who loved him in his heart. But immediately after, Mr. Park Do-jun from there was a C. Congratulations! The audience's roars echoed in his ears, and dazzling lights filled his eyes. The camera was so close to the bewildered-looking Park Do-jun. Ha Jae-gun reached out from behind Yoon Tae-sung and slapped Park Do-jun on his shoulders. What are you doing? Can't you hear the applause? Get on stage. Huh? Oh, okay. Park Do-jun started moving after the push from Ha Jae-gun. The host continued to speak as Park Do-jun made his way onto the stage. Mr. Park Do-jun played the role of a gangster in the movie who had to survive the toxicity of the harsh reality. He showed off a realistic and human touch in his acting. He is growing day by day and has established his image as an actor with a pas for acting. Congratulations! Park Do-jun accepted the trophy and bouquet amidst the continuous cheers and applause. He then stood in front of the microphone, about to deliver his speech. He smiled shyly at the audience and said, thank you so much. Thank you to all the viewers who enjoyed watching There Was a Sea. And, Director Yoon Tae-sung, thank you for trusting and supporting me as well. And, Park Do-jun looked upward and shook his head lightly. His unique, indifferent voice was still there, and his face seemed to be provoking his haters, daring them to curse at him again. However, that wasn't his intention at all. Lee Chae-rin, his manager Tae-bong, and even Ha Jae-gun knew. They knew that Park Do-jun's heart had to be pounding heavily against his chest at the moment. He had to be having a hard time breathing while standing on the stage. I would like to thank Tae-bong Hyung for always helping me out during on-site filming. And to the writer who wrote the best novel and my friend, Ha Jae-gun, thank you. And also to the few staff who had been putting in so much work for me, thank you. I know it's never enough. Park Do-jun's words slowed, and his speech was slowly getting filled with filler words. His eyes were getting moist to the extent that Ha Jae-gun could even see it clearly from his seat. Park Do-jun gnashed his teeth, trying hard not to cry. As the huge screen was showing his face, the audience on the second floor gave him cheers and applause as encouragement. Ironically, their encouragement only served as a trigger for his emotions to burst. In this world, even Woo Tae-bong felt his heart ache, and he looked away. He could already guess what Park Do-jun was about to say. And my most beloved Hyung in this world. Park Do-jun's cries broke his speech. Ha Jae-gun finally knew of the fact that Park Do-jun had an older brother and fixed his eyes on him, gulping. He had only heard that Park Do-jun was estranged from his family, but he wasn't aware of the details. Thank you for raising me in father and mother's stead. I'm very thankful, but Park Do-jun scrunched his nose and paused his speech again. He couldn't control his tears, which were dripping down onto his shoes. I've won this award, but can't even see you. My brother had painted all the exteriors of the buildings in the neighborhood. You've worked so hard for me. Hyung, how can I show this to you? I've become an actor and even got an award. I managed to keep my promise, but you've left. I miss you, Hyung. I miss you so much. Sob sob. Everyone waited for Park Do-jun, who covered his face while still holding the bouquet in hand and sobbing. A considerable number of people in the crowd sniffled in the silence as well. Woo Tae-bong sobbed while holding his nose. Soon, Park Do-jun calmed down and continued. And I've got another friend whom I'm extremely grateful for. He has been supporting me. So thank you, really. Those were for Lee Chae-rin. Tears finally flowed down Lee Chae-rin's face. Ha Jae-gun handed her a piece of wet tissue, but he was struggling to breathe as well. Park Do-jun finally left the stage. It was now time to award the Best Rookie Director. It was unknown if it was because of Park Do-jun, who had just won the Best Rookie Actor award, but Ha Jae-gun had a good feeling about the next award as the host took over the microphone. Director Yoon Tae-sung from there was a C. Congratulations. The slender Yoon Tae-sung rose up next to Ha Jae-gun. He headed toward the stage with an extremely calm expression. He looked as if he was going to receive what he deserved. Thank you for giving me this amazing award. A senior whom I liked before once said this. A good scenario makes up 70% of a movie. It became clear to me that he wasn't lying while I was directing There Was a C. I'm extremely thankful to writer Ha Jae-gun. Even the director thanked Ha Jae-gun in his speech after Park Do-joon. The camera panned to Ha Jae-gun and broadcasted his awkward and shy smile across the country. Woo Jae-hoon sat among the crowd in the social hall with fury evident on his face. This darn, how are the judges put together? The best rookie actor and the best rookie director were awarded to them. After the entertainment and educational categories, it would be the best screenplay award. What if the award went to Ha Jae-gun as well? The thought alone was enough to make Woo Jae-hoon feel like going crazy. There was already a strong public opinion that Woo Jae-hoon had ruined a great original work. If there was a C won all 3 awards, everyone's ridicule would become much more acrimonious and stark. Director, are you feeling unwell? No, don't mind me, Woo Jae-hoon replied, feigning a calm demeanor. The awards that followed didn't attract his attention. Soon, the Best Screenplay Award was about to be awarded. The 5 nominated movies and the names of their writers were shown on the huge screen. The winner of the Best Screenplay Award is... The host trailed off to build up suspense. Woo Jae-hoon clenched his fists unknowingly. He had attended many film festivals, and he was often nervous whenever they announced winners. He usually prayed that others would fall short rather than praying to receive an award for his own work. At the moment, he prayed that a certain work would fall short. Writer Ha Jae-gun, congratulations. Woo Jae-hoon almost stood up in fury. Amidst the thundering applause, Ha Jae-gun stood up hesitantly. The moment made him think that it was great that he had made quite a few appearances on TV shows. If it weren't for those experiences, he would have felt like his heart would explode from the overwhelming emotions. As Ha Jae-gun headed to the stage, the host introduced Ha Jae-gun. He has written great works, from Summer in My 20s to There Was a C. On top of that, the original novels are both bestsellers, boasting phenomenal performances, even entering the US and China markets. Writer Ha Jae-gun is also currently working on the scenario for his new movie, Gyeoja Bathhouse. Congratulations once again. Ha Jae-gun accepted the trophy and bouquet, and then he stood at the microphone to deliver his speech. It wasn't anything special, but it was sincere as always. He expressed his thanks to his beloved family and listed everyone else whom he was grateful for, one by one. The list included his family in the audience, Soo-hee and Young-jin, the writers in the office, and even Laugh Book's Tae-won and So-mi, who were watching the live broadcast at the moment. Cue. Meanwhile, Woo Jae-hoon was the only one staring at Ha Jae-gun with much hatred. Thankfully, the camera didn't capture his hatred-filled face. Ha Jae-gun was nearing the end of his speech when he paused and swallowed, then continued. There's also an elder who helped me grow as a writer, so much so that I could receive this award today. I'd like to express my gratitude to him as well. His growth was all thanks to that elder. He used to worry about his day-to-day livelihood, but now he felt like he no longer had to worry about running out of money. The greater the achievement, the deeper the gratitude. Ha Jae-gun suddenly recalled his previous visit to the elder's grave. Seo Gun-woo's son had already gone when he visited. Ha Jae-gun only heard that the elder's son had left for someplace and returned home without further news. I will continue to live as a writer, cherishing every word and sentence. Thank you. Ha Jae-gun ended his speech and left the stage amidst the applause. Woo Jae-hoon stood up just then. He was so furious that his stomach hurt. There was no need for him to stay here any further, as the remaining awards in the first part of the ceremony were the Style and Supporting Actor Awards. Woo Jae-hoon headed into the innermost cubicle in the toilet and locked the door, sitting on the toilet bowl. He was doing his best to empty his bowels when he heard a few people sharing a conversation enter the toilet as well. Wow, There Was a C received all 3 awards. I think they also deserve the Best Movie and Grant Award. Woo Jae-hoon squinted his eyes. The voices sounded all too familiar. He put his ear against the door to hear the conversation clearer. Director Woo Jae-hoon must be furious. He's so stubborn and unreasonable. I thought he did a bad job on Summer in My 20s as well. How could he ruin such a good novel like that? Watch what you say. What if he get asked to spar as well? Sparring? You're hilarious. Woo Jae-hoon buried his face in his hands, trembling. The back of his head was tingling as he had been hit there with a steel hammer. What's his next movie? No idea. I think it was some comedy spy movie. I'm not that interested anyway. How great could it get? The investor's eyes are so. I just hope the movie isn't as bad as Yuck and The Jigu or Summer in My 20s. Ugh. These be to A.S.T.A.R.DS. If it were the usual Woo Jae-hoon, he would have stomped out of the cubicle and grabbed the men by their collars. However, he couldn't do that at all. The Baeksong Arts Awards had trampled on him, so he had lost most of his confidence. The two men outside chattered and chuckled to each other. The two men's words made Woo Jae-hoon suffer, even during the second part of the award ceremony. There was a C won the Best Movie Award, achieving the record of snagging 4 award categories. Even before the second part of the ceremony ended, Woo Jae-hoon and his manager disappeared from the scene. He hadn't been awarded a trophy since last year. Writer Ha Jae-gun, congratulations, said Park Hae-sang. She was an EBC announcer and the backstage live host. Ha Jae-gun was surrounded by his family when he heard her voice and turned around in surprise. You must be ecstatic. I knew you would get an award. This is just the beginning. You will be able to receive even bigger and more awards in the future. Thank you. I also enjoyed the broadcast. You look beautiful today as well, and your performance was pretty great as well. Park Hae-sang smiled deeply. As she made eye contact with Ha Jae-gun's family, she bowed and said, "Hello, I'm announcer Park Hae-sang. I met writer Ha Jae-gun while filming Strolling with Literature. I apologize for the late introduction." Egu. Hello. Myung-ja and Ha Jae-in greeted her shyly. They hadn't been keeping an eye on Ha Jae-gun's shows, but they were still familiar with EBC's most familiar face. I enjoyed reading Gyeoja Bathhouse. I'm looking forward to its movie adaptation. I'm sure it's going to be a great movie as well, Park Hae-sang added. Thank you always. If you are, please treat me to a meal next time. What? Oh, sure I will. Park Hae-sang's large round eyes turned into a pair of crescent moons. Thank you for going along with me. I'll be leaving now. I hope to see you again soon. Sir, ma'am, and Nunim, I hope you'll get home safely. Park Hae-sang bade her goodbye and left. As she walked further away, Myung-ja mumbled, "She looks lovely as well. Elegant with poise. She must be very talented." Surprised, Ha Jae-in turned around and said, "Soo-hee is much more beautiful." But, Jae-in, don't you think that lady likes Ha Jae-gun too? Otherwise, why would she come all the way here just to talk to him? Please stop it. Hey, Jae-gun, you can't look at other girls now. You know what I mean, right? Yeah, she's pretty, but I think Mom also agrees that Soo-hee is much prettier. As they turned their target to himself, Ha Jae-gun smiled with a slight frown. Both his mom and sister were right. He then pulled out his phone, planning to give a call to the most beautiful woman in the world. Movie there was a C bags 4 awards at Baeksong Arts Awards. Writer Ha Jae-gun, winner of the Best Screenplay Award, grows immensely in China as Peng Chunyu. There was a C enters 3rd print in America. Is his entrance in the market successful? EBC announcer Park Hae-sang and writer Ha Jae-gun, a happy moment together at the awards ceremony. Director Yoon Tae-sung. Most of the credit should go to writer Ha Jae-gun. All kill in the domestic market. Where is writer Ha Jae-gun's next target? The hottest topic of the 51st Baeksong Arts Awards was there was a C. The public's interest in Ha Jae-gun, who had written the original novel and the scenario, significantly increased. All media outlets were shedding light on all his previous works and the path he had walked on so far. Unlike the chaotic news, Ha Jae-gun was spending his day quietly and comfortably. He worked on Oscar's Dungeon and the movie scenario for Gyeoja Bathhouse at the same time. It was now the middle of June, and Ha Jae-gun met with Oh Myung-suk, who suggested having lunch together. Happy birthday, Mr. Ha. Wah. T this. A 2016 Genesis EQ 900 limousine. Lee Yun-woo exclaimed. His eyes sparkled at the new silver vehicle before him. Unlike Ha Jae-gun, Lee Yun-woo knew a lot about cars, so he knew that its price tag was a whopping 150 million won. This car is a birthday present? Ha Jae-gun looked at Oh Myung-suk stunned. He had agreed to have lunch with Oh Myung-suk and brought Lee Yun-woo along without thinking too much about it. So who would have known that a super luxury sedan was waiting for him as a birthday present? Oh Myung-suk fixed his GLS.SES and said, I know that you're not a fan of imported cars, so I thought for a long while and finally picked out this car for you. I hope you'll accept it. Ha Jae-gun looked at the car, still in a daze. He then wondered if Oh Myung-suk had also witnessed the unpleasant encounter back at the award ceremony. Otherwise, it didn't make sense for Oh Myung-suk to give him a car out of the blue. This is nothing compared to everything you've done for us at Eung-sung, Mr. Ha. Oh Myung-suk added, afraid that Ha Jae-gun would reject it. Lee Yun-woo was still snooping around the car, unable to stop himself from admiring the new car. Oh Myung-suk then handed the car keys to Lee Yun-woo and said, I should hand the keys to the manager then. Ah, yes. Thank you. Can I take on a short drive? You should ask Mr. Ha instead of me. Ah ha ha. That's right. Ha Jae-gun Hyung, quick. You should get in the car first. This is your car. Lee Yun-woo and Oh Myung-suk both urged Ha Jae-gun to get in the car for a test drive. Ha Jae-gun bowed slightly toward Oh Myung-suk and opened the front pa-s singer door. Wow, Hyung. This is totally like a first CLA.S seat on the plane. There's reading, video playback, and even a relaxed BUT ton that allows the seat position to change accordingly. You're going to hyperventilate at this rate. Look at how wide the seats behind are. You can even play soccer here. Ah, how exciting. I'm not kidding. I'm really serious here. He wasn't making a fuss this time. Lee Yun-woo excitedly grabbed the steering wheel. He was trembling as if he were extremely cold. It wasn't strange, as Lee Yun-woo was currently inside the best Korean car. You should have bought a car like this earlier, Lee Yun-woo said in a serious tone. You're more suitable for this kind of car, Hyung. I'm sure you don't care, but I was quite upset about how people have been looking at you, considering that car of yours. This car is great. I'll be able to proudly show everyone that this is your car, Ha Jae-gun's car. Stop it and just buckle up. Are you not going for a test drive? Okay, Hyung, but really, can I drive it out first? You're my manager. What's there to ask? Ah, Hyung, I love you a lot. I'll turn on the radio too. Lee Yun-woo turned on the radio, and the breaking news corner came through the speakers. Yesterday evening at the Siademan police station in Seoul, it was news about a huge corporation's president assaulting a security guard. However, Ha Jae-gun couldn't pay attention to the news due to Lee Yun-woo making a fuss. You can wrap it up neatly, right? Please don't worry, President. I've even taken care of the CCTV. Department head Kim replied, with his hands gathered in front of him. Inwardly, he thought to himself, how many times have I dealt with such situations now? What kind of petty security guard is that? How come he has no sense of association at all? The president fussed. He was MPC Group's president and chairman, Young Woo-hyuk. He had just said 60, but his rough and rugged personality from his youth was still there. Is it that difficult to apologize after doing something wrong? They already got beaten up for it as well. Young Woo-hyuk was currently at a luxury salon that he frequented. Ladies in smart-looking dresses flanked him on the seat. As one of the ladies offered him a plate of accompaniment, Young Woo-hyuk said, I offered to pay for his drink and let things go, but how dare he reject and report me? Department head Kim, does that make any sense? That's right. I find it ridiculous, too. That darn bastard. That's why he's still a security guard at his age. I'm tired. MPC Group was a local Korean restaurant corporation. They were also listed on Kosdaq, with a market capitalization of over 240 billion won. They were most known for their pizza franchise, Master Pizza. Young Woo-hyuk pointed his finger at department head Kim and said, Anyway, make sure you set things straight and make sure that what happened won't affect me or the company. Yes, President. You know me. Why are you standing there? Sit down and have a drink. Thank you. Let me pour you a GLA.S.S. Feeling relieved, Young Woo Hyuk accepted the GLA.S.S of drink. Soon, the room rumbled with excitement and laughter. He got hit twice. Where? On the face. Ha Jae-in swallowed her tears, her nose tingling. But her puffy eyes were soon filled with tears again. How did he get hit in the face? At first, it was just a punch, but he's not sure if the second was a punch or a slap. He just said that he got hit twice. Ha Jae-gun felt like going crazy. He was on a test drive with Lee Yun-woo when Ha Jae-in called him urgently. Thankfully, Lee Yun-woo was the one driving instead of him. If he had heard such news while driving, he could have gotten into an accident himself. When did he start working there? Ha Jae-gun asked in a low tone. He had no idea that his father had started working as a building security guard. The incident that started it all wasn't really that big of a deal. It was time for his father to close the doors, and he closed them as instructed. However, the president of MPC Group was still in the restaurant located in the building. The president called the management office, and his father hurried back to open the doors for him. The interval between Ha Suk-jae's closing the doors of the building to the management office's call was just a few minutes, but the president of the MPC Group grabbed Ha Suk-jae by the collar and struck him twice in the face. I'm asking you, when did he start working again? Ha Jae-gun asked once more with a look of deep resentment. His low growl sounded like a beast, making Ha Jae-in flinch in fear. She had always thought that she knew her own brother like the back of her hand, but she felt that she had been mistaken. It's been a while. He said he was bored staying at home, so why did you not tell me? He made me not tell you. He knew you'd hate it. Of course I would hate it. Sorry, Jae-gun. I never thought that something like this would happen, sob. Ha Jae-in buried her face in her hands and sobbed. Ha Jae-gun looked up at the ceiling. The anger in his heart felt like it was going to explode anytime soon. His father's injuries weren't that serious, but it would still take around 2 weeks for him to fully recover. As there were only tears around his mouth, he didn't have to go to a hospital to receive treatment. However, Ha Jae-gun didn't think that was at all fortunate. His father got hit for no reason at all. His father had been living all his life abiding by the rules, putting his family first. He was the type that found even spending 1,000 won on himself a waste of money. How dare someone lay their hands on his father? His father was supposed to be living a comfortable life now that he was about to step into retirement, but his father actually found work and got beaten up for no reason at all. Ha Jae-gun was furious about everything. He felt like he could finally understand the true meaning of the words murderous intent. His 2 fists were clenched and were trembling in anger. Jae-gun. Ha Jae-gun shot up from his seat. He went up to the 2nd floor to where his parents' room was located. Ha Jae-in couldn't stop him at all. Father, are you in? Ha Jae-gun asked and rapped on the door. Hearing not a single response, Ha Jae-gun grabbed the door and Odapi and said, I'm going in. Ha Jae-gun opened the door slowly. His father was sitting with his back facing him. The sight of his father's tiny back made Ha Jae-gun feel like crying. Have you had dinner, father? Yes. Ha Jae-gun nodded, and then he mustered the calmest tone of voice possible and said, I see. You did a great job getting a medical certificate and reporting the incident. You did great. Ha Suk-jae didn't respond. He also didn't turn around to look at Ha Jae-gun. He remained sitting in a cross-legged position. Ha Jae-gun suppressed the words he very much wanted to say. He was able to understand the pain his father was going through, who found it hard to face his own son. Instead, Ha Jae-gun said something else. I'll be staying here for the time being, so don't be worried about anything else. I'll handle the rest, father. You should continue working. How can you concentrate here? Tears eventually welled up in Ha Jae-gun's eyes, and he burst into a chuckle. Despite getting hurt himself, his father was still worried about Ha Jae-gun. Ha Jae-gun concealed his pain and replied indifferently, I have a room, and I brought my laptop along. Plus, this is originally my house, too. There's no way I'd feel uncomfortable here. Okay, please rest well then, said Ha Jae-gun. He retreated and was about to close the door when his father called out to him. Ha Jae-gun. Yes, father. I apologize. I'm sorry. Ha Jae-gun shut his eyes. He closed the door behind him and left. His father shouldn't have said that. Ha Jae-gun decided to pretend that he hadn't heard it. Something happened at home, so I don't think I'll be able to attend the planning meeting 3 days later. I called to apologize personally. Ah, I see, Nam Guho replied as his eyes twitched. One of his eyes would always twitch whenever he was annoyed. I was just going to make sure that the final chapter of the scenario was well made. Anyway, I'm sure you and the planning team have done a great job. Yes, but as I've mentioned before, it's a meaningful day, and I'd like to have dinner with you, Writer Ha. I wanted to bring you to a good restaurant, and the team is looking forward to it as well. It's slightly disappointing to hear that you can't make it. I'm thankful just hearing about it. Let's treat it as if I had enjoyed a great dinner with you. It seemed that Ha Jae-gun couldn't be persuaded. Nam Gyu-ho decided to give up and let out a small sigh. He nodded to himself before asking out of courtesy, I'm worried about what you said. I hope it's not something huge. Yes, it's fine. I understand. I hope it'll get resolved soon. Let's reschedule another meeting next time. Thank you. I'll be contacting you again in the future. Nam Gyu-ho put down his phone after the call. He loosed his necktie and mumbled, seriously? This Jae-gun, I'm really not fond of him. Nam Gyu-ho tapped his finger on the table, lost in his thoughts. He suspected that something huge had to have happened back at home. If it was something so serious that he had to call and apologize to me personally, something feels off. If Ha Jae-gun had said that something had cropped up, Nam Gyu-ho wouldn't have been so concerned about it. However, Ha Jae-gun mentioned that something had happened at home, and Ha Jae-in was part of it. It's bothering me a lot. Nam Gyu-ho tilted his head sideways and paced around his office mindlessly. He suddenly looked at the time and found that it was 10 minutes before noon. Most of the employees had to have already left the office for lunch. I don't have another motive for looking for him. Persuading himself, Nam Gyu-ho picked up his phone and wallet. Ha Jae-gun is the author of the original work for our game. I had to take good care of him. I have to be worried and look out for him. He didn't spell it out, so I need to look for his family. It's just an extension of my job. Chauffeur Kim was summoned, and Nam Gyu-ho immediately headed for the car park. Chauffeur Kim opened the door for Nam Gyu-ho, who sat in the back Singer's seat. I'm sorry for calling you back after asking you to rest, Nam Gyu-ho said. No, it's my job, Chauffeur Kim replied with a smile. It had been 4 years, and he hadn't been treated unfairly while working as Nam Gyu-ho's chauffeur. Nam Gyu-ho had actually been taking great care of him. If he could choose, he would love to continue working as Nam Gyu-ho's chauffeur for the rest of his life. Where are we going, director? To Suwon. Understand. Chauffeur Kim was quick-witted. He didn't ask for a specific location, and he didn't write any address to the navigator. He started the car and grabbed the steering wheel before stepping on the accelerator. The traffic is smooth. I think we should arrive in 40 minutes. All right, then let's grab some gifts on the way there. Wasn't there a bakery near the academy? Yes, there is. I think some bread is good. Nam Gyu-ho soon arrived at his destination without delay and entered the building with a large bag of handmade bread. He felt happy as soon as he saw the sign, Jae-in Academy, on the second floor. Is anyone in? Nam Gyu-ho opened the door and asked. Oddly enough, the lights were off, but the door is open. Nam Gyu-ho stood blankly in the middle of the reception area. Just then, Ha Jae-in stepped out of the toilet in the corridor outside. She saw Nam Gyu-ho and muttered, Director? Prince C.I.P.al. Hello. Nam Gyu-ho spun around immediately and greeted. He was worried that she wasn't around, so he was happy to see her. Why are you here? I'm sorry. Let me turn on the lights. Ha Jae-in quickly turned on the lights in the reception area. Nam Gyu-ho looked around the quiet academy and asked, Is it a rest day for the academy today? Yes. Something happened at home, so I decided to make up for 3 CLA.S.SES that had to close. I came back to take a few things, so. Oh, would you like some coffee? Yes, please. Please have these later. Please don't buy things every time you visit. Thank you, Director. Please have a seat. Ha Jae-in made a cup of coffee and placed it on the table. Nam Gyu-ho took the coffee and took a look at Ha Jae-in. She didn't look energetic like usual. Her grim face looked quite similar to a sick person. Did something happen? Nam Gyuho recalled his conversation with Ha Jae-gun earlier. His gut was telling him that something huge had happened to Ha Jae-gun's family. I was on the phone with writer Ha Jae-gun earlier. He said something happened at home, and he will be unable to attend the meeting. Ms. Jae-in, no, Prink Adapita AL's face doesn't look good either. Thank you for your concern, but it's nothing much. Nam Gyo noticed something and added, I don't think it's nothing much, so I decided to ask you. Writer Ha Jae-gun's words made it feel like it wasn't a small issue. He sounded quite grim. Nam Gyo lied, trying to get the truth out of Ha Jae-in. Actually, Ha Jae-gun's voice sounded as polite and as calm as usual. I hope you'll share with me and not think that I'm just poking my nose into your family's business. Writer Ha Jae-gun is extremely important to us at Next Ion. It's natural for me to show concern and ask. Actually, Ha Jae-in had been twiddling her fingers for a while and finally decided to confess. Nam Gyuho's expression remained the same as he listened to her in silence. There was nothing on the CCTV, and the other party only said that it was just an argument and claimed they knew nothing of my father's injuries. They're covering it up, huh? I understand, Nam Gyuho said and smiled momentarily. He took a sip of his cold coffee and stood up. The truth will always prevail. Please do not worry too much and wait for the time being. Thank you for your words. You haven't had lunch, right? I've been starving since morning. Even if you have no appetite, I'd appreciate it if you could join me for lunch. Ha Jae-in frowned and nodded with a smile. She appreciated Nam Gyuho showing his concern and stood up as well. You've come all the way here, so of course I should. Shall we go back to that same restaurant? Sure. The food there was great. After they got a table at the restaurant, Nam Gyuho excused himself to the toilet and stepped out. His smile he had kept on for Ha Jae-in had disappeared without a trace. He took out his phone and made a speed dial call. Hello, Director. Department Head Co., I've got a favor to ask. Please don't say that. What is it? The man sounded energetic. He was Nam Gyuho's subordinate, but he wasn't Nextion's employee. It's about NPC's Young Woo-hyuk. Nam Gyuho stole a glance at Ha Jae-in in the restaurant while explaining. Department Head Ko soon replied, I'll do my best. I'll look through all the black boxes of the cars parked nearby first, and I'll give you a report as soon as possible. I'll leave it to you then. Yes, Director. Nam Gyuho ended the call and smiled bitterly. Young Woo-hyuk's character wasn't news to him. Young Woo-hyuk would trample on the weak and portray himself as weak before the strong. Putting it nicely, he was a smart person, and putting it badly, he was a despicable snake. The chairman's brain had turned into dough after making pizza for too long. He has no idea just how dangerous the world has become. He ended up messing with the wrong people. Nam Gyuho mumbled and turned around. A gentle expression found its way back on his face as he looked at Ha Jae-in. Nam Gyuho received Department Head KO's report on that very same day. Is this the place? A man in his 30s with a backpack muttered as he looked outside the detached house. His name was Ju Sang-yeol. He was a reporter for a regional online news agency and was here to do an in-depth cover of Ha Suk-jae's assault. Seeing an unfamiliar man loitering outside their gate, Myung-ja approached him from behind. She held all the bags in one hand, then called out, Who are you? Excuse me. Is this Mr. Ha Suk-jae's home? Yes, but who? Apologies for the late introduction. I'm Ju Sang-yeol, a reporter with the online news agency. Good Suwon, Ju Sang-yeol said, and politely handed her his name card. As Myung-ja took his name card, he added, I understand that you must be very upset. As a fellow person, I'm also deeply regretful that tyrannical acts are still happening in this time and age. Myung-ja's expression turned complex. It had been a few days since Ha Suk-jae's assault, and the mental pain she was suffering from grew day by day. Can I ask what he did wrong? He only locked the doors as instructed at the stipulated time. So how could the president hit someone over that reason alone? The president even tried to shirk responsibility by claiming that he knew nothing about the incident. How can there be a victim without an assault person? This is ridiculous. Myung-ja's eyes eventually turned red with tears. Ju Sang-yeol then softened his tone and asked earnestly, The responsibility as a reporter brought me here. I understand that it's difficult and exhausting for you, but please give me some time. I will do my best until more people come across this incident and the truth is revealed. But now my man is having quite the hard time. I won't take up too much of your time. 30 minutes, no, even just 15 minutes is fine. As expected of a reporter, Ju Sang-yeol did not give up easily. Just then, the steadfast gate opened behind him. It'll be tough today. Ju Sang-yeol's eyes widened in shock as he turned around. The man before him looked extremely familiar. Meeting countless people was his job, and he quickly recognized the man standing before him. "Are you writer Ha Jae-gun?" Ju Sang-yeol stuttered. He had seen Ha Jae-gun on TV and the internet numerous times, and even read quite a few of his novels that he remembered how the man looked like. "I'm right? You're writer Ha Jae-gun." "No, Mr. Ha Jae-gun, right?" "Yes, I am." Ju Sang-yeol's jaws dropped, unable to speak. It was the author who sold millions of copies of his novel and swept the largest literary awards. As Ha Jae-gun had also just recently won the Screenplay Award at the Baeksang Arts Awards, he had become one of the most famous writers in Korea. Ju Sang-yeol never expected that he would meet one of Korea's most famous writers, who was entering overseas markets here. Ju Sang-yeol was shaking all over in astonishment and joy. With an expressionless face, Ha Jae-gun said, "My father is still unwell. If you could leave your name card, I will contact you as soon as possible." "Your father?" Ju Sang-yeol asked, stupefied at the confusion. His mind was trying to piece the puzzles together. The son of the man who was the victim of a tyrannical act was Ha Jae-gun. This wasn't the normal picture he'd get. "Goodbye then, and Mr. Ha Jae-gun." Ju Sang-yeol held onto Ha Jae-gun, who came out to bring Myung-ja in. "I'd appreciate if you could leave a comment about this lamenting situation. I won't put up the article without your consent. I'm confident that I haven't done anything against my conscience in my 8 years as a reporter. Please trust me, and you may publish the article." Ha Jae-gun cut in. Ha Jae-gun held onto Myung-ja's hand while looking down and said, "I won't let things go easily as the son of my father." No further explanation was needed. Ha Jae-gun added strength into his grip. "Goodbye." And Mr. Ha Jae-gun closed the gate firmly on Ju Sang-yeol. Ju Sang-yeol then stood on tiptoe and yelled, "I'll be waiting for your call, Mr. Ha. Please do give me a call." However, he didn't get a response. Ju Sang-yeol digested Ha Jae-gun's words and slowly turned around. The astonishment in his face was still lingering. Victim of recent tyrannical assault act, the security guard turned out to be famous writer Ha Jae-gun's father. Writer Ha Jae-gun's anger. "As my father's son, I will not let it slide," reiterating Ha Jae-gun's past thank you speech, full of love for his parents. Phone interview with Ha Jae-gun's longtime friend, a friend who has a special family love since university. Actor Park Do-jun's Twitter, "Ha Jae-gun, I'm with you too," earns explosive retweet count from netizens. MPC Group's president, Young Woo-hyuk, there was yelling, but not a single trace of violence. "I'll gladly accept any punishments if I am found guilty." What's all this? Young Woo-hyuk was sitting in his office reading the news online with a dark red color on his face. The sudden addition of Ha Jae-gun into the mix brought the assault controversy to a new level. Just who is this guy? Isn't he just some ink slinger? President. I don't think we should gloss it over that easily. Department head Kim mumbled hesitantly, his hands gathered in front of him. Young Woo-hyuk gave a side scowl. Department head Kim shook his head and continued, "You should have read in the news, but Ha Jae-gun is a famous local writer. Actor Park Do-jun is not only an avid fan of his, but also a close friend, and so writer Ha Jae-gun also has a huge fan base. The company's image might be damaged if things roll out of control under the public's opinion. Just tell me the conclusion. What is it?" "As so, I think that it's best if you could meet with him and come to an amicable settlement." "Amicable settlement? I did my best, didn't I? Didn't you call them and even went to their house a couple of times already? What I mean is that to resolve this earlier, it's best if you could go down personally and show your sincerity." Young Woo-hyuk leaned back into his chair and glared at Department Head Kim. He gave a ridiculous scoff and burst into a snort. Department Head Kim, did you eat something wrong? No, President. Then why are you spouting nonsense? You want me to visit them personally and apologize to that old man? Are you telling me to go down on my knees and beg him to come to an agreement? I definitely did not mean it that ugh. Department Head Kim yelped and grabbed his abdomen. He was .h.I.t by a golf ball, which rolled onto the floor. Make sure you think before speaking. Otherwise, this will be served to you next. Young Woo-hyuk handled the GLA's ashtray in his hand. Department Head Kim replied with a groan, nodding profusely. I'm already bursting at my seams, and yet you want to add oil to fire? You haven't been in your right mind, huh? Has it been a while since you tasted the wrath of my golf club? Do you want to try it again? Young Woo-hyuk stood up from his seat and went into a corner of his office. He pulled out a golf club and swung it around, scaring Department Head Kim, his face turning white as ghost. Tell me, shouldn't I only apologize if I'm guilty of crime? Why, yes, President. Young Woo-hyuk tapped the golf club lightly on Department Head Kim's forehead and asked, Am I guilty? Do they have any evidence? No, you're not guilty, nor is there any evidence for them to get their hands on. I haven't thought it out well. Please forgive me, President bowed down deeply, begging for forgiveness. Young Woo-hyuk's irritation had eased to a certain level and put down the golf club in hand, then clicked his tongue. Even if he's famous, he's still an ink slinger. You want me to come to an amicable agreement with the old man just because you're scared of him? Am I the boss of a random convenience store? Public opinion? I'm not scared of them at all, so let him come at me. Young Woo-hyuk yelled. Immediately after, Department Head Kim's phone rang, and the man hurriedly pulled out his phone. Hello, yeah. What? Department Head Kim glanced anxiously at Young Woo-hyuk. He then covered the receiver on his phone and asked shakingly, President. Now, what is it that got you trembling like that? Director Nam Gyu-ho would like to meet you. Young Woo-hyuk's eyes widened, and he stiffened like a stone statue. There was only one person he knew with the name, and TI director Nam Gyu-ho. Nam Gyu-ho? Why would he? I'm not sure either. They said he's already here. Already here? Young Woo-hyuk's one leg gave way unknowingly. Nam Gyu-ho was someone he couldn't even bluff about before his confidant. Despite being the president of a large corporation, Nam Gyu-ho was someone who could still show up unannounced and no one could question him. There's no way he'd come here just to see me. Why would Nam Gyu-ho come to him? Young Woo-hyuk could not make an educated guess, as he had more than one weakness held in Nam Gyu-ho's hand. What shall we do, President? What else? Bring him here first. While Department Head Kim stepped out, Young Woo-hyuk quickly fixed his clothes. A knock on the door came a few minutes later. Please come in. The frightened Young Woo-hyuk even thought he sounded pathetic. The door flung open, and a tall man in a gray suit entered the office. It's been a while, President Young. Egu, welcome. Young Woo-hyuk chuckled and greeted Gyu-ho. Gyu-ho's eyes shone like GLA.S.S. A faint smile showed on his face. Please take a seat. How has the president been? Young Woo-hyuk asked about the chairman, who was none other than Gyu-ho's father. They might hold the same TI, but they weren't of the same level. Gyu-ho's father and Young Woo-hyuk were on entirely different levels, similar to the comparison of convenience stores versus departmental stores. He's healthy, Gyu-ho replied briefly as he sat down on the sofa. Another knock came, and a female secretary brought in 2 cups of coffee. As she placed down the cups, Gyu-ho said, I have something to talk to you personally about, President. Of course. Department Head Kim, please leave us. As Department Head Kim left and closed the door behind him, Gyu-ho raised a finger firmly at Young Woo-hyuk and asked, Do you know what I love the most amongst everything that my father has told me about before? What kind? To be a good person indefinitely to another good person. Similarly, be the worst person one can be to someone otherwise. Young Woo-hyuk gulped nervously. He was afraid of Gyu-ho, realizing that the man was not here on friendly terms. I'd like to ask you one thing, President. Yes, sure. Please ask away. Did you hit him or not? Pardon? Despite being fear-struck, Young Woo-hyuk was bewildered. Gyu-ho slowly looked up, and their eyes met. You, are you possibly asking about that incident right now? That? Do you mean that you've hit more than one person? You, no. I meant to ask. If you're asking about that security guard, not the security guard. What? The smile on Gyuho's face had disappeared. The glare from Gyuho was enough to suffocate Young Woo-hyuk. Gyuho added, he could be my future father-in-law. Young Woo-hyuk thought Gyuho was just messing with him. How could a mere security guard be his father-in-law? It didn't match with his family background at all. And his son, writer Ha Jae-gun, is currently working with me. Yeah. So, did you hit him? Young Woo-hyuk groaned, his teeth chattering in fear. The relationship between Gyuho and the security guard was an issue for later. He had now provoked someone close to Gyuho, and was also closely related to the famous writer. About that, Director Nam, what exactly happened was... Forget it. Gyuho did not want to listen any further and took out his phone. He accessed the internet and soon looked up a piece of headlines. He opened it and showed it to Young Woo-hyuk, who was too shocked to breathe. Part 1. Assault black box video between president of large corporation and security guard secured. This is... I had a hard time finding this. Gyuho stood up from the sofa and walked to the desk. After going through the articles, he spotted an autobiography published by Young Woo-hyuk himself and picked it up. To think I'll be seeing President Young's autobiography here. I enjoyed it a lot. I remember that it sold pretty well after you removed the advertising fee and forced them to sell the book. Anyway, I was able to learn that you were a good person from this book. Director Nam, whether I'll be a good or bad person is entirely on you, President Young. Do you understand? Gyuho's eyes laid on the golf club on the floor. Young Woo-hyuk had forgotten to put it away after scaring department head Kim with it earlier. Gyuho picked it up and put it in Young Woo-hyuk's hands, who was now shaking like a man who had contracted malaria. I'll give you a minute. Decide whether you'll go with me along with this, or continue staying here. It was a proposal that Young Woo-hyuk could not refuse. Young Woo-hyuk broke down, slowly falling to the ground. Meanwhile, Gyuho called department head Ko on the phone. I've committed a grave sin. I made an irreversible mistake after drinking, and not even 10 mouths could explain myself. Please forgive me just this once. Ha Jae-gun was at his parents' home in Suwon. Young Woo-hyuk stood in the lit foyer, bowing 90 degrees to Ha Suk-jae and Myung-ja, along with Jae-in, who stood with them looking shocked. What is happening? Behind Young Woo-hyuk was Ha Jae-gun, stunned. He never imagined that the president of a large corporation, who had been so brazen and ignorant up until now, would beg for forgiveness in front of them now. Although video evidence had spread like wildfire, it still didn't help him understand the man's actions. Just then, Ha Jae-gun's eyes met with Gyuho, who stood by the door. Gyuho looked quite cool, his mouth shut tight, and signaled Ha Jae-gun with a nod of his head. Ha Jae-gun finally realized that Gyuho had used his authority to reveal the truth. I am not purely asking for forgiveness. I'm also here to apologize, and I'm willing to do my best until you find it satisfactory. I don't need your money, Myung-ja yelled, angry at his words. Young Woo-hyuk then handed the golf club in his hands to Ha Suk-jae. Ha Suk-jae had no thoughts of taking it, and only stood there blankly. Young Woo-hyuk forced the golf club into the older man's hand and knelt down on the ground, his butt raised high. Please hit me. I'll accept it. Young Woo-hyuk's voice raised a tone higher, and his butt also was raised along with it, trembling slightly. Ha Suk-jae only looked down at the pathetic sight and threw the golf club into a corner. If I were like you, my son would not have grown up so well-educated. That was all Ha Suk-jae said. Lacking stamina, Young Woo-hyuk fell flat to the ground on all fours. Dad, Jae-in held Ha Suk-jae by his elbow and looked at Gyuho. Gyuho did not acknowledge her gaze as a call came in at the same time. She finally saw Gyuho in a new light and found it hard to forget this fateful night. Hello, Director. Good morning. Nam Gyuho raised one hand in greeting as he stepped into the pantry. The employees COC'd their heads as they found his reaction strange. His usual response was to put his hands in his pockets and nod his head. I need a cup of coffee. Nam Gyuho even lied that he hadn't had his coffee and pressed a BUT-ton on the coffee machine. He had already glanced at his wrist, WTCH thrice while the coffee was dripping. "May I join you?" Nam Gyu-ho ignored the other empty tables in the pantry and approached the planning team members at their table instead. The team was fluid U.S.tiered, yet still awkwardly moved to make SBAC for him to join them. "What? Yes, of course. Please have a seat, Director. What's with all of your expressions?" "No, it's just, you usually choose to sit alone or head straight back to your office, so I'm thinking of spending more time with all of you to improve our communication," said Nam Gyu-ho. But he looked at his wrist, W.TCH once more. The employees had noticed it earlier, and one of them decided to ask, "Are you waiting for an important guest?" "No, why?" "Because you've checked your watch a few times now." "Well, I'm just checking to see if my watch is working properly." Nam Gyu-ho's vague reply bewildered everyone. Just then, Lee Soo-hee appeared from behind him with a smile. "That's a new watch. It's pretty," she said. "Ah, this watch," Nam Gyu-ho replied, and his face brightened immediately as he extended his arm to Lee Soo-hee. It was a gift from writer Ha Jae-gun. "Writer Ha?" Lee Soo-hee asked, feigning ignorance. However, Lee Soo-hee was actually asked by Ha Jae-gun to help him choose the watch meant for Nam Gyu-ho. "Yeah, well, he said he was thankful to me for quite a few things, and he gave me this watch as a present. Thankfully, the watch's design was to my liking as well." Lee Soo-hee bit her lip to suppress the laughter that was forcing its way out. To her, Nam Gyu-ho looked like he was still contemplating whether to show off the watch or not. "Anyway, Writer Ha is also, how should I say this? Well, I should get going now." "Yes, Director. See you later." Nam Gyu-ho picked up his cup of coffee and left after achieving his goal. As soon as Nam Gyu-ho stepped out, the team stopped Lee Soo-hee and started clamoring for answers. Why did writer Ha give him that watch? Did their relationship get better? Lee Soo-hee only smiled and answered that she wasn't sure while shaking her head. As Lee Soo-hee returned to the office after making herself a cup of coffee, another team member said casually, "Anyway, MPC seems to be in big trouble. Their market share dropped by 30 billion won. Yeah, I feel sorry for the franchisees and investors." Lee Soo-hee smiled bitterly in return. News of the AS Salt Security, who was Writer Ha's father, had already spread across the country. Naturally, the team who had been working closely with Ha Jae-gun would be more interested in the news than anything else. What's the use of a public apology after the video was revealed? Are they performing a gag concert? Sigh, rich people are just too much. I heard that he's going to sell his stocks and step down from his position. But that should just be rumors, right? The topic of the conversation naturally switched to MPC Group. Lee Soo-hee somehow felt uncomfortable listening as it reminded her of Ha Jae-gun's face, which had grown very thin. The moment Lee Soo-hee stood up from her seat. "Huh, what's this photo?" The same team member who was looking at their phone exclaimed. The others curiously gathered around them. "What photo is it? Isn't this Writer Ha's father and MPC Group's president?" Lee Soo-hee sat back down, her eyes widened in shock. The team member showed Lee Soo-hee their phone and asked, "Right? Team leader Lee." Lee Soo-hee could not believe her eyes. Young Woo-hyuk was kneeling before Ha Jae-gun's father. Myung-ja and Ha Jae-in stood next to Ha Jae-gun's father. It was slightly blurry since the photo was taken from afar, but Lee Soo-hee still recognized them. There are more photos. The MPC president is lying on the ground here. Wow, it's true. Where did this photo come from? It's not from a media outlets, but from an anonymous site. It's going viral on social media. It's at the top of the search portal ranking. Lee Soo-hee turned pale and pulled out her phone. As her team members said, clicking on MPC president groveling for forgiveness showed countless photos and social media posts on the search results. Just what's happening? I think this is fake. How could someone like the MPC president be groveling for forgiveness? Is he asking for a beating in the second photo? Fabrication? That's bull. He's obviously MPC's president. The person whose back view is the only thing that can be seen in the picture is obviously Ha Jae-gun. I'm his fan, so I can tell right away. If this is real, then Ha Jae-gun is awesome. Keek keek. He could even make NPC's president kneel and ask for forgiveness. Kikik. Is Ha Jae-gun that great? What kind of family does he have? Just who is he? Wow, the shivers. His dignified aura is... I peed in my pants. You dumba... SCS. Can't you distinguish between reality and drama? This is definitely fake. Regardless of how famous writer Ha Jae-gun is, does it make sense for someone like NPC's president to grovel at him like that? I don't think this is fake. The comments section was flooded with netizen speculations. In fact, more and more comments appeared while Lee Soo-hee was reading the old comments. Did some reporter take a picture and leak it? Because they couldn't upload it immediately with an article? It was the only conclusion she could come up with. Worried, Lee Soo-hee stepped outside and called Ha Jae-gun. Yes, Soo-hee. Did you see the articles? Yeah. Yun-woo showed it to me. Just what happened? I'm not sure either. There was a reporter who came to our house. His name's Ju Sang-yeol from the local online news agency. Did he secretly take that picture? Ha Jae-gun's voice didn't sound as grim as she had expected. Lee Soo was slightly relieved and asked, How about you? Are you okay? Yeah, well, I'm a bit surprised, but it's fine. Thank goodness. Yeah, don't worry about it. What are you doing now? I'm at the writer's office to work. I'll see you later in the evening. Yeah, okay. Good luck then. Beep. Ha Jae-gun let out a sigh after hanging up the phone. Best Lee Yun-woo was still scrolling through the webpage with shock evident on his face. Jae-gun Hyung, is this real? Lee Yun-woo gulped nervously, looking curious while waiting for an answer from Ha Jae-gun. Ha Jae-gun only smiled bitterly before standing up. I'm sorry, but I hope you won't ask anymore. Okay, Hyung. I'm sorry. You don't need to apologize. You haven't had breakfast, right? It's kind of late, but let's go out for breakfast. Sure. Shall we have oxbone soup? The two stepped out and headed to a nearby restaurant. On their way over, Ha Jae-gun looked down, lost in his thoughts. Lee Yun-woo noticed it, and he got worried for him, but he couldn't bring himself to ask about it first. Even after they grabbed seats at the restaurant, the silence continued. Ha Jae-gun didn't speak even a single word aside from when they had to order. The two of them didn't share even a single conversation, even after they finished their meal. I'm so bloated. Lee Yun-woo scrunched his face and rubbed his belly. It was also the first time he had eaten in silence with Ha Jae-gun around. It felt like he couldn't digest his meal properly because he was so worried for Ha Jae-gun. Thanks for the meal, Hyung. Lee Yun-woo, shall we take a walk? Ha Jae-gun suggested, pointing to a quiet road. Lee Yun-woo smiled and nodded. I want to take a walk as well. I'm feeling a bit bloated. I think it's because of me, I'm sorry. No, Hyung. It's because I ate too fast. The road led to the library, so it was relatively deserted. Looking at the trees by the road, swaying in the winds, Ha Jae-gun spoke. Please understand, I have a lot going on in my mind. Of course. Don't say it like that. Lee Yun-woo looked up into the sky in anger, and he clenched his fist tight. Ark, seriously. If he were in front of me, I'd stuff GLA's noodles down his throat and turn him into blood sausages. How dare he touch Ha Jae-gun Hyung's father? Ha Jae-gun smiled softly and looked up as well. The clear blue sky filled his eyes. He hoped the world would be as peaceful as the clear skies. Just then, a crisp noise echoed, breaking Ha Jae-gun's peace. Arg FUCK. Who left the cart here, blocking the road? An angry driver yelled as they rolled down the car windows. The driver seemed to be in his early 40s. The car was obviously a luxury export, and a shabby-looking cart was blocking the road. Ego, I'm sorry. I'll finish in 30 seconds, so I left it there. I didn't know a car would pass that by in the meantime. An old man apologized in a hurry while carrying a huge stack of waste paper. He would have to put down the waste paper in his arms to pull the cart out of the way, so he placed them on the ground. Just hurry up. Yes, I'm sorry. I need to put this down first. Arg, FUCK this, seriously. Stupid things have only been happening to me today. Kayak too. The driver spat beside the cart after his long curse out. The old man could only pull his cart away without protest. Just then, the words, one-way traffic, that was blocked filled Ha Jae-gun's eyes. Gun Hyung. Ha Jae-gun strode up to the cart. He helped the old man with the cart and said, Please don't be upset, sir. There's too much trash that can't be recycled in this world. The gaze in the driver's eyes changed. There was no way he wouldn't understand Hot J Gun's words unless he was a fool. The man's face read, "Look at this punk?" Afterward, he got out of his car and rushed toward Hot J Gun. "What did you just say? Did you just call me trash?" Hot J Gun let go of the cart and turned around. While Lee Yun-woo ran over and helped push the cart away, Hot J Gun calmly replied, "You got it right away, huh? How old are you?" I don't think it's a question worth hearing from someone who just cursed at an old man. And can't you see this? Ha Jae-gun pointed at the sign that read, "One-way traffic," before pointing at the man's Byum-per. The driver's face reddened in anger. "You busybody. Don't stick into other people's business and just go on your way. If you step up like this, you might just grow old picking up trash like him. Keep your head straight if you want to make a living." Lee Yun-woo stepped up, looking fierce. Ha Jae-gun raised his hand to stop the latter and said, "I'm living quite well, so you should just keep to yourself." "Ah, seriously? You don't want to lose, huh? I don't earn much, but I still earn 50 million per month, all right? And how much do you earn?" "I earn 500 million per month, at the very least." The driver was stunned. His boast of earning 50 million per month was just overwhelmed by Ha Jae-gun's words. "Huh, are you joking with me right now?" "R. Slam." The driver kicked the cart out of anger. The cardboard boxes that the old man had painstakingly stacked up collapsed instantly. Lee Yun-woo could not take it any longer and pushed the man roughly. "Oh, did you just push me? I can't explode before Hyung, you know? So just drive away quietly now." This rude beat at A.S.T.A.R.D. The driver grabbed Lee Yun-woo by his collar. Lee Yun-woo did not back down either and confronted the man. Seeing that things could lead to a fight, Ha Jae-gun took out his phone. Just then, a few policemen appeared from a distance like a miracle. "What are you guys doing?" The driver yelled at the top of his lungs when he saw the police running over. Eventually, the group was brought to the nearby police station as the situation could not be controlled or resolved on the spot. "Sir, you're at fault. Why did you enter a one-way street and make such a fuss?" "Arg, how many times do I have to say that I was busy? Can't I just pay a fine and go? I'll pay for the cart and the waste paper, too. Is 500,000 enough?" "Ugh, piece of shit." The policeman's eyes widened in surprise after checking Hot Jae-gun's identification card. He looked up and down between the photo on the card, as well as Hot Jae-gun himself multiple times before jumping out of his seat. "Mr. Ha Jae-gun." Everyone's attention turned to Ha Jae-gun at the young man's words. Even the old police chief signaled with his eyes, asking the policeman about Ha Jae-gun's ident.I.tie. "You've seen the movie There Was a Sea." Writer Ha Jae-gun is the author of the original novel. He even won the Best Screenplay Award in the Baeksong Arts Awards, the young man exclaimed in excitement. The police chief looked quite welcoming as well, despite his large physique. "Ah, really? Ah, Mr. Ha Jae-gun. I enjoyed the movie a lot. It was great. My wife and daughter like your novel a lot as well. Thank you for your compliment." Ha Jae-gun smiled in return. The driver was left bewildered by the sudden turn of events. His face soon turned pale upon realizing that he had seen Ha Jae-gun's face on TV before. "Arg, F.U.C.K. It wasn't a bluff." The man's face turned red immediately afterward, and he looked down, keeping quiet as Ha Jae-gun stared at him. Should I thank him? Ha Jae-gun wondered as he looked at the trembling man. The incident involving his father had been making him panic, and he had just experienced another act of tyranny. However, Ha Jae-gun was enlightened by both experiences as to what path he should take going forward. Things went swimmingly afterward. The culprit of the incident kept his head low and did not utter a single word. Like an obedient child, he became a yes man before the police, and he didn't steal even a glance in Ha Jae-gun's direction. "I'm sorry for holding you up when you must be busy." "No, it's fine. It's natural since it's part of our job. We serve and protect the people, after all. Please be safe on your way home, sir." Ha Jae-gun and Lee Yun-woo left the police station and went to the writer's office. On the way, Lee Yun-woo said, "Hyung, relax. I'm fine. It's fortunate that you're here with me. Self-centered people like him are a dime a dozen. They look down on the weak but cower before the strong," said Lee Yun-woo. He then frowned as if he had recalled an unpleasant memory. Do you still remember how obedient he became after discovering your identity? People like him judge people based on their wealth. Ha Jae-gun smiled bitterly and looked at the world before him. A fresh scene in his eyes unfolded before him as they went past the market. A grandmother sat by the roadside selling vegetables while a man who had just walked past her was carrying a large bag full of glutinous rice cakes and was going around selling them. Why would he mess with those who were making an honest living? Hyung, what did you just say? No, it's nothing. Let's go. Ha Jae-gun walked briskly back to the office and placed Rika on his lap upon returning. He had just decided his next novel at the police station earlier. It was now time for him to come up with the characters and story composition. A picaresque one novel might be fitting. Ha Jae-gun was leaning toward writing his novel in a way where every character shared the same world setting, but they all had their own story to tell. Using the market as the setting sounds good. As for a short-form novel that tells the story through different characters that exist in the same S.P.A.C. He drew the scene he had seen in the market earlier. With the bustling market as the novel's background, the first character would be the grandmother selling vegetables. The second character would be the glutinous rice cake seller. The third character would be the delivery man, and so on. Meow. Rika cried out and pawed at Ha Jae-gun's chest. Ha Jae-gun was pulled back to reality, and he stood up from his seat. Lee Yun-woo, I'm going to go into my room to work. Don't disturb me if I don't come out. Go ahead for lunch on your own first. Okay, Hyung. Lee Yun-woo watched blearily as Ha Jae-gun went into his room. The only times he would retreat into his room would be when he was working on story compositions or reading someone else's novels. Seeing how he brought his notepad along, he should be working on a story composition. Is he stuck with Oscar's dungeon? Or is he working on his next novel? Ha Jae-gun did not leave his room even well past noon. All the other writers had soon returned to the office after running their own errands. Lee Yun-woo joined them for a late lunch, and then he returned to his desk to work on his novel. Everyone is working hard, but why is it not going well for me? Lee Yun-woo saved the nape of his neck, blaming himself. His gaze slowly moved from the door of Ha Jae-gun's room to Kong Min-ho and Jang Eun-young, and then to Yang Hyun-kyung. Everyone was working hard on their own novels. So I might just mess up my next novel at this rate. Progress on his next novel, tentatively T.I.tled objection, had been sluggish since the third volume, and this had been going on for quite a while now. If it weren't for Ha Jae-gun's goodwill, he would have already left the office to find another livelihood. This is a big problem. I'm not sure how I can continue the story from here on. Lee Yun-woo looked up at the ceiling in anguish. Jang Eun-young decided to take a short break and turn around. Lee Yun-woo, are you feeling unwell? She asked. No, I was just thinking about the story. It's not going well. Maybe you're just hungry, and it isn't helping your brain with creative work. You should have dinner later. Yeah, I should call Jae Gun-hyung along too. Lee Yun-woo headed to Ha Jae-gun's room and knocked on the door. However, he received no response. He tried again to no avail. Is he sleeping? But he said he has an appointment tonight. Ha Jae-gun had instructed him not to enter the room, but Lee Yun-woo still decided to open the door. His eyes widened in shock upon seeing the sight before him. What's going on? Scribble, 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 scribble. Ha Jae-gun was scribbling away on his notepad like a madman. He didn't even realize that Lee Yun-woo had entered the room. His face was covered in sweat. Dozens of A4 papers were seen, with long sentences scrawled across them. A few of them had even fallen to the floor. Lee Yun-woo picked one of them up and read it. It was the first half of a short-form novel portraying the daily life of a security guard, while another piece of paper told the tough life of a wife selling kimbap. Jae Gun-hyung, what's all this? When did you come in? Ha Jae-gun looked up belatedly with sunken eyes. A drop of sweat trickled down his nose bridge. Hyung, isn't this a short-form novel? I thought it would help shape the characters this way if I wrote in short-form novels. But these three pieces look like they're all different main characters. Does each of them contain a short story with different main characters? Of course. Lee Yun-woo felt a chill go down his spine. He was reminded once again that the writer whom he respected the most was a madman when it came to writing. Oh, it's past 6 p.m. already. Thanks to Lee Yun-woo's appearance, he came back to his senses. He hurriedly gathered the papers. He had to hurry if he didn't want to be late for his dinner appointment with Lee Soo-hee. Ryder, huh? Are you leaving without dinner? Ah, everyone is here. I'm actually late for my appointment, so let's have dinner next time. Good luck with writing. Ha Jae-gun picked up Rika and left the office. Lee Yun-woo stared at the door, even though Ha Jae-gun had already left. He couldn't help but think that perhaps he wasn't destined to become a writer in his current life. My goodness, what if something dangerous happened? So, there weren't any issues when you left the station? I didn't do anything wrong. Ha Jae-gun and Lee Soo-hee were enjoying a cozy dinner at his house. Lee Soo-hee put some deboned fish in Ha Jae-gun's bowl. She didn't eat much and only kept taking care of Ha Jae-gun. Ha Jae-gun noticed that and said, I'll take care of myself, so you should eat more before you go to Taiwan. Lee Soo-hee bit her lips and looked down. She couldn't believe that the topic she hadn't been willing to bring up all this time was brought up again when Ha Jae-gun had just suffered from a bad encounter. Should I not go then? To Taiwan. Director Nam told me to let him know if I ever change my mind, and you've been having a tough time. So if I stay in Korea? Ha Jae-gun reached his hand out across the table. He smiled as he held Lee Soo-hee's hand. I'm fine, so go. I've given it some thought while putting myself in your shoes. I would choose to go to Taiwan for your sake as well. I'm serious. Like you said, it won't take too long, and Taiwan isn't that far away either. Plus, I could just bring my laptop over and find you there, right? He had known her for so many years, so he knew very well that Lee Soo-hee was a career-minded individual. As such, Ha Jae-gun had been planning to send her off so that she could work with peace of mind. Moreover, Lee Soo-hee's decision was born from her desire to oversee the development of the game that was based on Ha Jae-gun's novel. I'm thankful to hear that, but do a good job if you are. Make sure my game becomes a hit in Taiwan. Let's dig in. Lee Soo-hee eventually picked up her chopsticks and began forcing herself to eat. The grains of rice felt like sand. The reality was starting to sink in as she would soon depart for overseas. She wouldn't be able to see Ha Jae-gun for a while. I'll do the dishes, so go and shower and change your clothes, Ha Jae-gun said. Okay, thank you. Lee Soo-hee headed off to shower while Ha Jae-gun started washing the dishes. Just as he wiped off the water on the last plate, his phone rang. It was a call from Ha Jae-in. Yeah, Nuna. Have you had dinner? Of course. What about you? I just had dinner with Mom and Dad, too. But there are lots of reporters outside the house, and it's all because of that photo. Thankfully, the fences are high enough. How is Father doing? He's doing much better now. He's playing Go with Mother, and he's been tending to the garden as well. If it's okay with Director Nam, he said he would like to treat him to dinner. I'll try to ask him. He's usually quite busy. The moment he turned around while saying that, Ha Jae-gun stiffened as he saw Lee Soo-hee between the divider between the kitchen and the living room. Ha Jae-in had said something over the phone, but he didn't pay attention to it. Nuna, I'll call you again later. All right. Ha Jae-gun hung up the call and smiled. Lee Soo-hee was fanning her flushed face. You wore that. You were the one who kept bugging me to wear it a while back. Lee Soo-hee was wearing the chi-pao that Park Do-jun had bought for Ha Jae-gun when he returned from China. Her gorgeous figure was accentuated by the tight-fitting dress, and the side slit that came all the way up to her thighs made her look much more seductive. It looks weird, right? No, never. You look stunning. Lies. I shouldn't have worn this. You're done staring, right? I'm going to change. No way. Kaya. Ha Jae-gun lifted Lee Soo-hee up, princess style. Rika watched as the two of them rushed upstairs to the second floor and disappeared into a corner. Soon, the lights on the second floor went off. Worship the overwhelming scale of the dungeon that will overtake this summer. The guild leader's stamp will be given if you download the game now. It's so cool. Young So-mi exclaimed inwardly as she stood on the subway platform on her way to work. She was standing before a full-page advertisement for the mobile game Oscar's Dungeon. A ginormous dragon and a blonde-haired Oscar arm with a sword and shield were charging toward it, and the scene almost filled the entire screen. Mada S advertising had just begun before the game's official release. Oh my webtoon is also mentioned as well. So-mi bent her knees to look at the mention at eye level. A guide to her webtoon was also mentioned at the bottom of the billboard. The sight filled her with pride. BZZT. Her phone rang just then, and it was a call from Kwon Tae-won. With her eyes still fixed on the billboard, Young So-mi answered the phone. Yes, President. Deputy Young, please go to the office in Bucheon today. You may work there while discussing the ill.u.s.trations with writer Jang Eun-young. Ah, yes. I understand. I'll do that. I'll see you in the evening. Ah, President. Young So-mi hurriedly called out as she recalled that she had something to ask. When will the Chinese version of Oscar's Dungeon novel be released? It's going to take some time. It might be released a week later than the game's launch, but what about it? I'm at the subway station and just saw the mobile games advertised .nt. So I was just wondering and looking forward to it. Kwon Tae-won burst into laughter. I'm quite excited as well. I thought it would do well as well, but popularity really depends on luck. Fortunately, writer Ha is a great writer, so let's put our trust in him and monitor the situation. Yes, President. I'll see you later in the evening then. Young So-mi hung up. She looked up Ha Jae-gun's name on the internet, and many news articles appeared on the search results page. News of the Oscars Dungeon game, its Chinese novel, the movie Gyeoja Bathhouse, and the game of the same name Nexion was making, as well as There Was a Sea, which was slowly gaining popularity in America, had all appeared on the search results. Writer Ha is really amazing. It felt like she could see at a glance how many characters Ha Jae-gun had written so far. How much further could his works go? As a fan, she was truly looking forward to it. Did he go to the office today? The wound in her heart was still recovering. Young So-mi had been keeping herself busy to make sure that the Band-Aid she had put on herself wouldn't fall to the floor. Why should I care? Why am I such a fool? The subway finally arrived, and Young So-mi entered it. Her destination was the writer's office. Mr. Ha, we've sold 400,000 copies of Gyeoja Bathhouse so far. The genre is quite niche, so the rate of sales is slower than your previous works. But of course, it's also because your past works were so great, so this is actually an above-average performance. I think so too. I'm quite satisfied with it. Ha Jae-gun replied while closing all the windows. The cool air was flowing out of the office where no one else was in. The sales will go up again once the movie is released. A highly competent agent is also preparing for the launch well in America, so don't worry about it. The publishing company, Kin Ob Lee, has the highest potential at the moment. They've been around in the industry for a long time, and they are quite well known, too. They seem to be highly interested in your novel as well. Ah, I see. Kin Ob Lee. I'll look them up. How is your work these days? I'm quite free these days. I'm not working on anything else in particular aside from Oscar's Dungeon. Ha Jae-gun chose not to mention anything about his next novel, as he wasn't sure how it would turn out. There was no need for him to reveal it now and add pressure to himself. He planned to keep it from everyone, not just Oh Myung-suk. Of course, except for one person. Ha. If you're free, can I arrange some work for you? The Ministry of Culture and Tourism has been calling quite a few times these days, wanting to invite you to a global web content festival. Various broadcasting stations and MNCs have been calling us multiple times every day as well. They want to invite you too. It's scary just hearing it from you. If I have 10 of myself, no, if my stamina isn't so poor, I wouldn't have been afraid. Ha Jae-gun laughed along with Myung-suk. Oh Myung-suk's voice abruptly sounded serious. Mr. Ha, I didn't want to ask this if possible, but how is your family doing recently? Of course, he was referring to the A.S. Saul case related to Ha Jae-gun's father. Ha Jae-gun nodded and said, yes, he's doing much better now. Thanks for your concern. That's most fortunate. Please don't skip your meals. I hope you and your family will get back on track soon. Ha Jae-gun talked for a while more with Oh Myung-suk before ending the call. He stretched for a while until he received a message from Nam Gyu-ho. Writer Ha, this is Nam Gyu-ho. If you're free today, how about having dinner together? I also have something related to work that I'd like to talk to you about. Ha Jae-gun immediately replied. There was no reason for him to reject the man after the recent events. Yes, tonight is fine. I'll meet you if you decide on the place and time. I'll send my staff over at 7 p.m. to pick you up later. Are you at home today? No, I'm at the office in Bucheon today. All right, I'll see you later in the evening. Ha Jae-gun put down his phone and reached for his keyboard. He then began to slowly work on the ma.inf.u. script, which he wasn't sure when he would be able to complete. It was a short-form novel, and only one person knew of its existence. 1. The picaresque novel is a genre of prose fiction. It depicts the adventures of a roguish but appealing hero, usually of low social CLA.S.S, who lives by his wits in a corrupt society. Picaresque novels typically adopt a realistic style. There are often some elements of comedy and satire. H.E.L.O. Director. Good morning. Nam Gyo raised one hand in greeting as he stepped into the pantry. The employees COC'd their heads as they found his reaction strange. His usual response was to put his hands in his pockets and nod his head. I need a cup of coffee. Nam Gyo even lied that he hadn't had his coffee and pressed a BUT-ton on the coffee machine. He had already glanced at his wrist, .w.tch thrice while the coffee was dripping. May I join you? Nam Gyo ignored the other empty tables in the pantry and approached the planning team members at their table instead. The team was fluid U.S.tiered yet still awkwardly moved to make SBAC for him to join them. What? Yes, of course. Please have a seat, director. What's with all of your expressions? No, it's just, you usually choose to sit alone or head straight back to your office. So, I'm thinking of spending more time with all of you to improve our communication, said Nam Gyo, but he looked at his wrist .w.a.tch once more. The employees had noticed it earlier, and one of them decided to ask, Are you waiting for an important guest? No, what? Because you've checked your watch a few times now. Well, I'm just checking to see if my watch is working properly. Nam Gyo's vague reply bewildered everyone. Just then, Lee Soo-hee appeared from behind him with a smile. That's a new watch. It's pretty, she said. Ah, this watch, Nam Gyo replied, and his face brightened immediately as he extended his arm to Lee Soo-hee. It was a gift from writer Ha Jae-gun. Writer Ha? Lee Soo-hee asked, feigning ignorance. However, Lee Soo-hee was actually asked by Ha Jae-gun to help him choose the watch meant for Nam Gyo. Yeah, well, he said he was thankful to me for quite a few things, and he gave me this watch as a present. Thankfully, the watch's design was to my liking as well. Lee Soo-hee bit her lip to suppress the laughter that was forcing its way out. To her, Nam Gyo looked like he was still contemplating whether to show off the watch or not. Anyway, writer Ha is also, how should I say this? Well, I should get going now. Yes, director. See you later. Nam Gyo picked up his cup of coffee and left after achieving his goal. As soon as Nam Gyo stepped out, the team stopped Lee Soo-hee and started clamoring for answers. Why did writer Ha give him that watch? Did their relationship get better? Lee Soo-hee only smiled and answered that she wasn't sure while shaking her head. As Lee Soo-hee returned to the office after making herself a cup of coffee, another team member said casually, Anyway, MPC seems to be in big trouble. Their market share dropped by 30 billion won. Yeah, I feel sorry for the franchisees and investors. Lee Soo-hee smiled bitterly in return. News of the AS Salt Security, who was writer Ha's father, had already spread across the country. Naturally, the team who had been working closely with Ha Jae-gun would be more interested in the news than anything else. What's the use of a public apology after the video was revealed? Are they performing a gag concert? Sigh, rich people are just too much. I heard that he's going to sell his stocks and step down from his position. But that should just be rumors, right? The topic of the conversation naturally switched to MPC Group. Lee Soo-hee somehow felt uncomfortable listening as it reminded her of Ha Jae-gun's face, which had grown very thin. The moment Lee Soo-hee stood up from her seat. What's this photo? The same team member who was looking at their phone exclaimed. The others curiously gathered around them. What photo is it? Isn't this writer Ha's father and MPC Group's president? Lee Soo-hee sat back down, her eyes widened in shock. The team member showed Lee Soo-hee their phone and asked, Right? Team leader Lee. Lee Soo-hee could not believe her eyes. Young Woo-hyuk was kneeling before Ha Jae-gun's father. Myung-ja and Ha Jae-in stood next to Ha Jae-gun's father. It was slightly blurry since the photo was taken from afar, but Lee Soo-hee still recognized them. There are more photos. The NPC president is lying on the ground here. Wow, it's true. Where did this photo come from? It's not from the media outlets, but from an anonymous site. It's going viral on social media. It's at the top of the search portal ranking. Lee Soo-hee turned pale and pulled out her phone. As her team members said, clicking on NPC president groveling for forgiveness showed countless photos and social media posts on the search results. Just what's happening? I think this is fake. How can someone like the NPC president be groveling for forgiveness? Is he asking for a beating in the second photo? Fabrication? That's bull. He's obviously NPC's president. The person whose back view is the only thing that can be seen in the picture is obviously Ha Jae-gun. I'm his fan, so I can tell right away. If this is real, then Ha Jae-gun is awesome. Kik. He could even make NPC's president kneel and ask for forgiveness. Kik. Is Ha Jae-gun that great? What kind of family does he have? Just who is he? Wow, the shivers. His dignified aura is, I peed in my pants. You dumba.s.ses. Can't you distinguish between reality and drama? This is definitely fake. Regardless of how famous writer Ha Jae-gun is, does it make sense for someone like NPC's president to grovel at him like that? I don't think this is fake. The comments section was flooded with netizen speculations. In fact, more and more comments appeared while Lee Soo-hee was reading the old comments. Did some reporter take a picture and leak it? Because they couldn't upload it immediately with an article? It was the only conclusion she could come up with. Worried, Lee Soo-hee stepped outside and called Ha Jae-gun. Yeah, Soo-hee, did you see the articles? Yeah, Yeonwoo showed it to me. Just what happened? I'm not sure either. There was a reporter who came to our house. His name's Ju Sang-yeol from the local online news agency. Did he secretly take that picture? Ha Jae-gun's voice didn't sound as grim as she had expected. Lee Soo-hee was slightly relieved and asked, How about you? Are you okay? Yeah, well, I'm a bit surprised, but it's fine. Thank goodness. Yeah, don't worry about it. What are you doing now? I'm at the writer's office to work. I'll see you later in the evening. Yeah, okay. Good luck then. Beep. Ha Jae-gun let out a sigh after hanging up the phone. Lee Yeonwoo was still scrolling through the webpage with shock evident on his face. Jae-gun Hyung, is this real? Lee Yeonwoo gulped nervously, looking curious while waiting for an answer from Ha Jae-gun. Ha Jae-gun only smiled bitterly before standing up. I'm sorry, but I hope you won't ask anymore. Okay, Hyung. I'm sorry. You don't need to apologize. You haven't had breakfast, right? It's kind of late, but let's go out for breakfast. Sure. Shall we have oxbone soup? The two stepped out and headed to a nearby restaurant. On their way over, Ha Jae-gun looked down, lost in his thoughts. Lee Yeonwoo noticed it, and he got worried for him, but he couldn't bring himself to ask about it first. Even after they grabbed seats at the restaurant, the silence continued. Ha Jae-gun didn't speak even a single word aside from when they had to order. The two of them didn't share even a single conversation, even after they finished their meal. I'm so bloated. Lee Yeonwoo scrunched his face and rubbed his belly. It was also the first time he had eaten in silence with Ha Jae-gun around. It felt like he couldn't digest his meal properly because he was so worried for Ha Jae-gun. Thanks for the meal, Hyung. Lee Yeonwoo, shall we take a walk? Ha Jae-gun suggested, pointing to a quiet road. Lee Yeonwoo smiled and nodded. I want to take a walk as well. I'm feeling a bit bloated. I think it's because of me. I'm sorry. No, Hyung. It's because I ate too fast. The road led to the library, so it was relatively deserted. Looking at the trees by the road swaying in the winds, Ha Jae-gun spoke. Please understand, I have a lot going on in my mind. Of course. Don't say it like that. Lee Yeonwoo looked up into the sky in anger, and he clenched his fist tight. Arg, seriously. If he were in front of me, I'd stuff GLA.S noodles down his throat and turn him into blood sausages. How dare he touch Ha Jae-gun Hyung's father? Ha Jae-gun smiled softly and looked up as well. The clear blue sky filled his eyes. He hoped the world would be as peaceful as the clear skies. Just then, a crisp noise echoed, breaking Ha Jae-gun's peace. Arg fuck, who left the cart here, blocking the road? An angry driver yelled as they rolled down the car windows. The driver seemed to be in his early 40s. The car was obviously a luxury export, and a shabby-looking cart was blocking the road. Ego, I'm sorry. I'll finish in 30 seconds, so I left it there. I didn't know a car would pass by in the meantime. An old man apologized in a hurry while carrying a huge stack of waste paper. He would have to put down the waste paper in his arms to pull the cart out of the way, so he placed them on the ground. Just hurry up. Yes, I'm sorry. I need to put this down first. Arg, fuck this, seriously. Stupid things have only been happening to me today, kayak, too. The driver spat beside the cart after his long curse out. The old man could only pull his cart away without protest. Just then, the words, one-way traffic, that was blocked filled Ha Jae-gun's eyes. JJ Gun Hyung. Ha Jae-gun strode up to the cart. He helped the old man with the cart and said, "Please don't be upset, sir. There's too much trash that can't be recycled in this world." The gaze in the driver's eyes changed. There was no way he wouldn't understand Ha Jae-gun's words unless he was a fool. The man's face read, "Look at this punk." Afterward, he got out of his car and rushed toward Ha Jae-gun. "What did you just say? Did you just call me trash?" Ha Jae-gun let go of the cart and turned around. While Lee Yun-woo ran over and helped push the cart away, Ha Jae-gun calmly replied, "You got it right away, huh? How old are you?" I don't think it's a question worth hearing from someone who just cursed at an old man. And can't you see this? Ha Jae-gun pointed at the sign that read, "One-way traffic," before pointing at the man's Byumper. The driver's face reddened in anger. "You busybody, don't stick into other people's business and just go on your way. If you step up like this, you might just grow old picking up trash like him. Keep your head straight if you want to make a living." Lee Yun-woo stepped up, looking fierce. Ha Jae-gun raised his hand to stop the latter and said, "I'm living quite well, so you should just keep to yourself." Seriously? You don't want to lose, huh? I don't earn much, but I still earn 50 million per month, all right? And how much do you earn? I earn 500 million per month at the very least. The driver was stunned. His boast of earning 50 million per month was just overwhelmed by Ha Jae-gun's words. Are you joking with me right now? Slam. The driver kicked the cart out of anger. The cardboard boxes that the old man had painstakingly stacked up collapsed instantly. Lee Yun-woo could not take it any longer and pushed the man roughly. "Oh, did you just push me? I can't explode before Hyung, you know? So just drive away quietly now. This rude B.A.S.T.A.R.D. The driver grabbed Lee Yun-woo by his collar. Lee Yun-woo did not back down either and confronted the man. Seeing that things could lead to a fight, Ha Jae-gun took out his phone. Just then, a few policemen appeared from a distance like a miracle. "What are you guys doing?" The driver yelled at the top of his lungs when he saw the police running over. Eventually, the group was brought to the nearby police station as the situation could not be controlled or resolved on the spot. "Sir, you're at fault. Why did you enter a one-way street and make such a fuss?" "Arg, how many times do I have to say that I was busy? Can't I just pay a fine and go? I'll pay for the cart and the waste paper, too. Is 500,000 enough?" "Ugh, piece of a shit." The policeman's eyes widened in surprise after checking Ha Jae-gun's identification card. He looked up and down between the photo on the card as well as Ha Jae-gun himself multiple times before jumping out of his seat. "Mr. Ha Jae-gun?" Everyone's attention turned to Ha Jae-gun at the young man's words. Even the old police chief signaled with his eyes, asking the policeman about Ha Jae-gun's tie. "You've seen the movie There Was a Sea. Writer Ha Jae-gun is the author of the original novel. He even won the Best Screenplay Award in the Baeksong Arts Awards," the young man exclaimed in excitement. The police chief looked quite welcoming as well, despite his large physique. "Ah, really? Mr. Ha Jae-gun. I enjoyed the movie a lot. It was great. My wife and daughter like your novel a lot as well. Thank you for your compliment." Ha Jae-gun smiled in return. The driver was left bewildered by the sudden turn of events. His face soon turned pale upon realizing that he had seen Ha Jae-gun's face on TV before. "Arg, F.U.C.K. It wasn't a bluff." The man's face turned red immediately afterward, and he looked down, keeping quiet as Ha Jae-gun stared at him. Should I thank him? Ha Jae-gun wondered as he looked at the trembling man. The incident involving his father had been making him panic, and he had just experienced another act of tyranny. However, Ha Jae-gun was enlightened by both experiences as to what path he should take going forward. The culprit of the incident kept his head low and did not utter a single word. Like an obedient child, he became a yes man before the police, and he didn't steal even a glance in Ha Jae-gun's direction. I'm sorry for holding you up when you must be busy. No, it's fine. It's natural since it's part of our job. We serve and protect the people, after all. Please be safe on your way home, sir. Ha Jae-gun and Lee Yun-woo left the police station and went to the writer's office. On the way, Lee Yun-woo said, Hyung, relax. I'm fine. It's fortunate that you're here with me. Self-centered people like him are a dime a dozen. They look down on the weak but cower before the strong, said Lee Yun-woo. He then frowned as if he had recalled an unpleasant memory. Do you still remember how obedient he became after discovering your identity? People like him judge people based on their wealth. Ha Jae-gun smiled bitterly and looked at the world before him. A fresh scene in his eyes unfolded before him as they went past the market. A grandmother sat by the roadside selling vegetables while a man who had just walked past her was carrying a large bag full of glutinous rice cakes and was going around selling them. Why would he mess with those who were making an honest living? Hyung, what did you just say? No, it's nothing. Let's go. Ha Jae-gun walked briskly back to the office and placed Rika on his lap upon returning. He had just decided his next novel at the police station earlier. It was now time for him to come up with the characters and story composition. A picaresque one novel might be fitting. Ha Jae-gun was leaning toward writing his novel in a way where every character shared the same world setting, but they all had their own story to tell. Using the market as the setting sounds good. As for a short-form novel that tells the story through different characters that exist in the same SC, he drew the scene he had seen in the market earlier. With the bustling market as the novel's background, the first character would be the grandmother selling vegetables. The second character would be the glutinous rice cake seller. The third character would be the delivery man, and so on. Meow. Rika cried out and pawed at Ha Jae-gun's chest. Ha Jae-gun was pulled back to reality, and he stood up from his seat. Lee Yun-woo, I'm going to go into my room to work. Don't disturb me if I don't come out. Go ahead for lunch on your own first. Okay, Hyung. Lee Yun-woo watched blearily as Ha Jae-gun went into his room. The only times he would retreat into his room would be when he was working on story compositions or reading someone else's novels. Seeing how he brought his notepad along, he should be working on a story composition. Is he stuck with Oscar's dungeon? Or is he working on his next novel? Ha Jae-gun did not leave his room even well past noon. All the other writers had soon returned to the office after running their own errands. Lee Yun-woo joined them for a late lunch, and then he returned to his desk to work on his novel. Everyone is working hard, but why is it not going well for me? Lee Yun-woo saves the nape of his neck, blaming himself. His gaze slowly moved from the door of Ha Jae-gun's room to Kang Min-ho and Jang Eun-young, and then to Yang Hyun-kyung. Everyone was working hard on their own novels. I might just mess up my next novel at this rate. Progress on his next novel, tentatively T.I.Tlet Objection, had been sluggish since the third volume, and this had been going on for quite a while now. If it weren't for Ha Jae-gun's goodwill, he would have already left the office to find another livelihood. This is a big problem. I'm not sure how I can continue the story from here on. Lee Yun-woo looked up at the ceiling in anguish. Jang Eun-young decided to take a short break and turned around. Lee Yun-woo, are you feeling unwell? She asked. No, I was just thinking about the story. It's not going well. Maybe you're just hungry, and it isn't helping your brain with creative work. You should have dinner later. Yeah, I should call Jae-gun-hyung along too. Lee Yun-woo headed to Ha Jae-gun's room and knocked on the door. However, he received no response. He tried again to no avail. Is he sleeping? But he said he has an appointment tonight. Ha Jae-gun had instructed him not to enter the room, but Lee Yun-woo still decided to open the door. His eyes widened in shock upon seeing the sight before him. What's going on? Scribble, 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 scribble. Ha Jae-gun was scribbling away on his notepad like a madman. He didn't even realize that Lee Yun-woo had entered the room. His face was covered in sweat. Dozens of A4 papers were seen with long sentences scrawled across them. A few of them had even fallen to the floor. Lee Yun-woo picked one of them up and read it. It was the first half of a short-form novel portraying the daily life of a security guard, while another piece of paper told the tough life of a wife selling kimbap. Jae-gun-hyung, what's all this? When did you come in? Ha Jae-gun looked up belatedly with sunken eyes. A drop of sweat trickled down his nose bridge. Hyung, isn't this a short-form novel? I thought it would help shape the characters this way if I wrote in short-form novels. But these 3 pieces look like they're all different main characters. Does each of them contain a short story with different main characters? Of course. Lee Yun-woo felt a chill go down his spine. He was reminded once again that the writer whom he respected the most was a madman when it came to writing. Oh, it's past 6 p.m. already. Thanks to Lee Yun-woo's appearance, he came back to his senses. He hurriedly gathered the papers. He had to hurry if he didn't want to be late for his dinner appointment with Lee Soo-hee. Writer, huh? Are you leaving without dinner? Everyone is here. I'm actually late for my appointment, so let's have dinner next time. Good luck with writing. Ha Jae-gun picked up Rika and left the office. Lee Yun-woo stared at the door, even though Ha Jae-gun had already left. He couldn't help but think that perhaps he wasn't destined to become a writer in his current life. My goodness, what if something dangerous happened? So, there weren't any issues when you left the station? I didn't do anything wrong. Ha Jae-gun and Lee Soo-hee were enjoying a cozy dinner at his house. Lee Soo-hee put some deboned fish in Ha Jae-gun's bowl. She didn't eat much and only kept taking care of Ha Jae-gun. Ha Jae-gun noticed that and said, I'll take care of myself, so you should eat more before you go to Taiwan. Lee Soo-hee bit her lips and looked down. She couldn't believe that the topic she hadn't been willing to bring up all this time was brought up again when Ha Jae-gun had just suffered from a bad encounter. Should I not go then? To Taiwan? Director Nam told me to let him know if I ever change my mind. And you've been having a tough time. So if I stay in Korea... Ha Jae-gun reached his hand out across the table. He smiled as he held Lee Soo-hee's hand. I'm fine, so go. I've given it some thought while putting myself in your shoes. I would choose to go to Taiwan for your sake as well. I'm serious. Like you said, it won't take too long, and Taiwan isn't that far away either. Plus, I could just bring my laptop over and find you there, right? He had known her for so many years, so he knew very well that Lee Soo-hee was a career-minded individual. As such, Ha Jae-gun had been planning to send her off so that she could work with peace of mind. Moreover, Lee Soo-hee's decision was born from her desire to oversee the development of the game that was based on Ha Jae-gun's novel. I'm thankful to hear that, but do a good job if you are. Make sure my game becomes a hit in Taiwan. Let's dig in. Lee Soo-hee eventually picked up her chopsticks and began forcing herself to eat. The grains of rice felt like sand. The reality was starting to sink in as she would soon depart for overseas. She wouldn't be able to see Ha Jae-gun for a while. I'll do the dishes, so go and shower and change your clothes, Ha Jae-gun said. Okay, thank you. Lee Soo-hee headed off to shower while Ha Jae-gun started washing the dishes. Just as he wiped off the water on the last plate, his phone rang. It was a call from Ha Jae-in. Yeah, Nuna. Have you had dinner? Of course. What about you? I just had dinner with Mom and Dad, too. But there are lots of reporters outside the house, and it's all because of that photo. Thankfully, the fences are high enough. How is Father doing? He's doing much better now. He's playing Go with Mother, and he's been tending to the garden as well. If it's okay with Director Nam, he said he would like to treat him to dinner. I'll try to ask him. He's usually quite busy. The moment he turned around while saying that, Ha Jae-gun stiffened as he saw Lee Soo-hee between the divider between the kitchen and the living room. Ha Jae-in had said something over the phone, but he didn't pay attention to it. Nuna, I'll call you again later. All right. Ha Jae-gun hung up the call and smiled. Lee Soo-hee was fanning her flushed face. You wore that. You were the one who kept bugging me to wear it a while back. Lee Soo-hee was wearing the chi pao that Park Do-jun had bought for Ha Jae-gun when he returned from China. Her gorgeous figure was accentuated by the tight-fitting dress, and the side slit that came all the way up to her thighs made her look much more seductive. It looks weird, right? No, never. You look stunning. Lies. I shouldn't have worn this. You're done staring, right? I'm going to change. No way. Kaya. Ah Jae-gun lifted Lee Soo-hee up, princess style. Rika watched as the two of them rushed upstairs to the second floor and disappeared into a corner. Soon, the lights on the second floor went off. Worship the overwhelming scale of the dungeon that will overtake this summer. The guild leader's stamp will be given if you download the game now. It's so cool. Young So-mi exclaimed inwardly as she stood on the subway platform on her way to work. She was standing before a full-page advertisement, E.M, E.NT, for the mobile game Oscar's Dungeon. A ginormous dragon and a blonde-haired Oscar armed with a sword and shield were charging toward it, and the scene almost filled the entire screen. Ma.S. advertising had just begun before the game's official release. Oh my webtoon is also mentioned as well. So-mi bent her knees to look at the mention at eye level. A guide to her webtoon was also mentioned at the bottom of the billboard. The sight filled her with pride. BZZT. Her phone rang just then, and it was a call from Kwon Tae-won. With her eyes still fixed on the billboard, Young So-mi answered the phone. Yes, President. Deputy Young, please go to the office in Bucheon today. You may work there while discussing the ill.u.s.trations with writer Jang Eun-young. Ah, yes. I understand. I'll do that. I'll see you in the evening. Ah, President. Young So-mi hurriedly called out as she recalled that she had something to ask. When will the Chinese version of Oscar's Dungeon novel be released? It's going to take some time. It might be released a week later than the game's launch, but what about it? I'm at the subway station and just saw the mobile games advertisement. So I was just wondering and looking forward to it. Kwon Tae-won burst into laughter. I'm quite excited as well. I thought it would do well as well, but popularity really depends on luck. Fortunately, Writer Ha is a great writer, so let's put our trust in him and monitor the situation. Yes, President. I'll see you later in the evening then. Young So-mi hung up. She looked up Ha Jae-gun's name on the internet, and many news articles appeared on the search results page. News of the Oscar's Dungeon game, its Chinese novel, the movie Gyoja Bathhouse, and the game of the same name Nextion was making, as well as There Was a Sea, which was slowly gaining popularity in America, had all appeared on the search results. Writer Ha is really amazing. It felt like she could see at a glance how many characters Ha Jae-gun had written so far. How much further could his works go? As a fan, she was truly looking forward to it. Did he go to the office today? The wound in her heart was still recovering. Young So-mi had been keeping herself busy to make sure that the Band-Aid she had put on herself wouldn't fall to the floor. Why should I care? Why am I such a fool? The subway finally arrived, and Young So-mi entered it. Her destination was the writer's office. Mr. Ha, we've sold 400,000 copies of Gyoja Bathhouse so far. The genre is quite niche, so the rate of sales is slower than your previous works. But of course, it's also because your past works were so great. So this is actually an above-average performance. I think so too. I'm quite satisfied with it. Ha Jae-gun replied while closing all the windows. The cool air was flowing out of the office where no one else was in. The sales will go up again once the movie is released. A highly competent agent is also preparing for the launch well in America, so don't worry about it. The publishing company, Kin-Oh-Blee, has the highest potential at the moment. They've been around in the industry for a long time, and they are quite well known too. They seem to be highly interested in your novel as well. Ah, I see. Kin-Oh-Blee? I'll look them up. How is your work these days? I'm quite free these days. I'm not working on anything else in particular aside from Oscar's Dungeon. Ha Jae-gun chose not to mention anything about his next novel, as he wasn't sure how it would turn out. There was no need for him to reveal it now and add pressure to himself. He planned to keep it from everyone, not just Oh Myung-suk. Of course, except for one person. Ha, if you're free, can I arrange some work for you? The Ministry of Culture and Tourism has been calling quite a few times these days, wanting to invite you to a global web content festival. Various broadcasting stations and MNCs have been calling us multiple times every day as well. They want to invite you too. It's scary just hearing it from you. If I have 10 of myself, no, if my stamina isn't so poor, I wouldn't have been afraid. Ha Jae-gun laughed along with Myung-suk. Oh, Myung-suk's voice abruptly sounded serious. Mr. Ha, I didn't want to ask this if possible, but how is your family doing recently? Of course, he was referring to the AS Salt case related to Ha Jae-gun's father. Ha Jae-gun nodded and said, yes, he's doing much better now. Thanks for your concern. That's most fortunate. Please don't skip your meals. I hope you and your family will get back on track soon. Ha Jae-gun talked for a while more with Oh Myung-suk before ending the call. He stretched for a while until he received a message from Nam Gyeho. Writer Ha, this is Nam Gyeho. If you're free today, how about having dinner together? I also have something related to work that I'd like to talk to you about. Ha Jae-gun immediately replied. There is no reason for him to reject the man after the recent events. Yes, tonight is fine. I'll meet you if you decide on the place and time. I'll send my staff over at 7 p.m. to pick you up later. Are you at home today? No, I'm at the office in Bucheon today. All right, I'll see you later in the evening. Ha Jae-gun put down his phone and reached for his keyboard. He then began to slowly work on the ma.n.u. script, which he wasn't sure when he would be able to complete. It was a short-form novel, and only one person knew of its existence. 1. The picaresque novel is a genre of prose fiction. It depicts the adventures of a roguish but appealing hero, usually of low social status, who lives by his wits in a corrupt society. Picaresque novels typically adopt a realistic style. There are often some elements of comedy and satire. The door chime echoed 30 minutes later. Ha Jae-gun quickly saved his Word doc that you'd mint and closed it. Soon, the door opened, and Young So-mi entered the room. Hello, writer Ha. Ms. So-mi, welcome. Ha Jae-gun smiled as he greeted her. Young So-mi was in shorts, making it obvious that the summer weather was scorching today. Oh, I heard from President Kwon that you've moved. Yes, my previous studio was a bit too small. Thanks to you, my financial situation has improved, and I got to move to a bigger place. Rika ran down from the windowsill and to Young So-mi. Young So-mi picked Rika up and embraced her before rubbing noses with her. Ha Jae-gun smiled at the sight. Fortunately, the awkwardness in their relationship seemed to have vanished. You must be here for writer Jang's ill.u.s. doctrations. Yes, that's right. Ah, and I also saw the advertisement NTS for Oscar's Dungeon on my way here. The ill.u.s. trations turn out great. I saw it as well when I took the subway earlier, but I was slightly disappointed that the mention of your webtoon was quite small. It's good enough as it is. Oh, what happened to team leader Sui? The in charge for the webtoon is no longer her. Young So-mi naturally changed the topic to Lee Soo-hee. Ha Jae-gun took his empty cup and headed to the coffee maker. She went to Taiwan. Taiwan? To establish a branch office there. Ah, I see. How long will she be away? For about 6 months? Miss So-mi, would you like some coffee? Sure. Just then, the door behind Young So-mi opened, and in came Jang Eun-young and Kong Min-ho. Their arms were filled with second-hand books. Young So-mi wanted to talk for a while more with Ha Jae-gun, but concealed her disappointment and greeted the couple. Hello, what books did you guys buy? And how come you bought so many? I was finding research materials for my new novel and somehow ended up with this many books. Where are writer Yang and writer Lee? Are they not coming? They said they'll look for more books, so we came back first. Soon, everyone went to their respective workstations and began working. Young So-mi was extremely curious about Ha Jae-gun and Lee Soo-hee's current relationship, but she couldn't bring it up at the moment. Time said, and it was soon evening. Ha Jae-gun received Nam Gyeho's call and proceeded to save his mod.n.u. script. Then, he turned off his laptop and said, I've got an appointment, so I'll be leaving first. Please take care of Rika for me. Yes, writer Ha. Goodbye. Young So-mi watched as Ha Jae-gun left and closed the door behind him. She smiled bitterly once he was gone. She no longer had any reason to send him off. She could no longer help him fix his clothes, make meals for him, or can him when his deadlines were due, as someone else would do all those from now on. There's only one thing I can do for him now. Young So-mi steeled her heart and grabbed her tablet and pen. The only thing she could do for Ha Jae-gun right now was the webtoon for Oscar's Dungeon. There's going to be a lot of work-related discussions, so we prepared Chinese dishes for the evening, Nam Gyu-ho said as he gestured to the elevator doors that opened. Ha Jae-gun said, I like Chinese food, and it's been a while since I've been here. Have you been here before? No, just the 63 building. I've been here with my family when I was young to visit the aquarium. Of course, we ate here as well, Ha Jae-gun said while staring in SBC and reminiscing about his childhood. Nam Gyu-ho smiled and fixed his clothes. The elevator soon picked up speed. Oh, my ears. It's ringing. The elevator finally arrived on the 57th floor, and its doors opened. Ha Jae-gun followed Nam Gyu-ho out of the elevator and to the Chinese restaurant. The interior of the restaurant was luxurious. Petal patterns adorned the ceiling and reflected the marbled flooring. It was a luxurious sight through and through. Welcome, director. A neatly dressed chef stood by the reception desk with a sign that read Kian Ryang. Nam Gyu-ho reached out for a handshake. Is everything going well? Everything's going well, thanks to you. Thank you for your concern. The two men exchanged greetings. Nam Gyu-ho soon introduced Ha Jae-gun. This is the man I told you about, Mr. Ha Jae-gun. Ha Jae-gun was slightly surprised at how Nam Gyu-ho had addressed him. Of course, he didn't really mind it. Hello, Mr. Ha Jae-gun. I'm the owner and head chef of Kian Ryang, Wang Jin sang. I'm extremely honored that our restaurant will serve you tonight. Thank you for coming. He bowed deeply to Ha Jae-gun before leading them into a private room. A pair of green, opaque, automatic double doors opened, leading them into a room for two. The subtle lighting and dark gray walls made it a comfortable sight for the eyes. One of the four walls was a huge pane of GLA.S.S, and it allowed them to enjoy the breathtaking night cityscape. Shall I start preparing the menu? Yes, please. Jin Singh left the room, and a female server walked in with a tray and 2 cups of tea. Ha Jae-gun looked around as the fragrance of the tea enveloped him. This restaurant looks great. I want to come back here with my family. I'm glad to hear that. I think writer Mr. Ha will like the food here, too. Nam Gyu-ho stopped himself mid-sentence to remind himself of the change in address. Ha Jae-gun didn't show it on his face, but he found it weird. Was Nam Gyu-ho trying to ask him for a favor? The side dishes and alcohol were served first. After a while, a cold shrimp salad was served. Nam Gyu-ho picked up his chopsticks and said, I like this watch a lot. Nam Gyu-ho waited for Ha Jae-gun to glance at the watch on his wrist before saying, I've been wearing this everywhere I go. I'm glad to hear that you like it. Nam Gyu-ho then signaled with his eyes at Ha Jae-gun's watch and said, Mr. Ha, is there a story behind that watch of yours? You seem to be wearing a lot. In fact, I've never seen you wear another watch aside from that. Ah, yes. Ha Jae-gun smiled shyly and nodded. The other writers at the office pooled money together to buy this for me. Their financial situations had just started kicking off back then. I didn't really do much for them, but they still gave this to me as an expression of their gratitude. It's indeed a watch with a backstory. Yes, it's a precious watch. I'm planning to wear this for the rest of my life or until it breaks. Nam Gyu-ho loosened his necktie. He had started seeing Ha Jae-gun's more casual side after meeting him the last few times under work circumstances. He could feel their relationship getting closer, step by step. Nam Gyu-ho smiled warmly at the thought that their relationship was improving slowly but surely. Please have a drink, Mr. Ha. Thank you. Let me pour you a GLA.S.S2. The servers began serving the course dishes one by one. The two men enjoyed their food while talking about work. They talked about the marketing for the Chinese localized version of Oscar's Dungeon, how it would be serviced to the readers, and a mobile game development and timeline for Gyoja Bathhouse, along with other topics. In a country with a huge population of 1.35 billion people, the market size is incomparable to Korea's market. Marketing is crucial as well because the audience is fickle. And that's exactly why I'm here, Nam Gyu-ho explained confidently. His eloquent speech made Ha Jae-gun feel like the expansion into China was already a success. Most importantly, he knew that Nam Gyu-ho wasn't just a man who knew how to boast, and that was why Ha Jae-gun took his words seriously. I'm showing off to you right now, but it's also because I'm this confident in the China market, so you may leave it to me. I've always been doing that and will continue to do so. Thank you. It's been tough on you to just listen to me. The server cleared the empty plates on the table and served new dishes. Nam Gyeho took a sip of the alcohol and looked out into the cityscape, then brought up another topic. There's something else I'd like to talk about now. Please go ahead. Nam Gyeho turned back to look at Ha Jae-gun and said, the CEO of Tencent's affiliated company, Tencent Literature, Ren Shui, will be coming to Korea at the end of the month for the Web Contents Festival that is to be held in GW.A.N.Ju. Ha Jae-gun then recalled the conversation he had with Oh Myung-suk before. He recalled that it was an event held by the Ministry of Culture and Tourism. CEO Ren Shui will be meeting me on one of the 5 days during their trip here. I have known them closely for a long time, but I'd like to bring you and the representatives of the publishing companies that signed your novels along to the meeting. Surprise filled Ha Jae-gun's face at the unexpected news. But why me? It's because you're the author of Oscar's Dungeon, the game and novel that will be distributed through Tencent. Gyeoja Bathhouse will also be distributed by them, and they said they would like to have a good time with you aside from work. They said they've read all the Chinese translated versions of your novels and love them a lot. Nam Gyeho pulled himself nearer, reducing the distance between them. I've mentioned this to you in Pa S.Sing before as well. We can't overlook the element of friendship when dealing business with the Chinese. Tencent Literature has a market share of over 50% in the ebook market there. I think this is a great opportunity for you to impress them. And it's great that they were the ones who suggested meeting you first. It was a proposal that Ha Jae-gun had no reason to refuse. The CEO of China's largest ebook company likes his work and wants to meet him. It was definitely a meeting that would be beneficial for Ha Jae-gun. Sure, let's do that, Ha Jae-gun answered without hesitation, with a light smile, thanking Nam Gyeo's sincerity. Tencent Literature CEO must have a relatively good eye and experience in the industry. It's not directly related to the game industry like Next Ion, but thank you very much for arranging this meeting that would help me in my career, Jae-gun said. You're welcome, and you've made the right decision, as businesses will only come together when people meet. As the novels are under the jurisdiction of Ung-sung and Laugh Books, I will contact them soon. Nam Gyeho finally relaxed in his seat. He was done with every important and work-related discussion he had for today. In the relaxed atmosphere, Nam Gyeho then asked in Pa S.Sing, this question might be out of line, but are you not planning to date anyone, Mr. Ha? Pardon. Ha Jae-gun looked up. FLU'd teared. It was the first time he had received such a personal question from Nam Gyeho, since he knew Nam Gyeho was not one to ask such questions in the first place. No, I'm just... It's because you've always just been working hard on your novels and work, and I just thought of it out of the blue, so I figured I should ask. Haha, I see. Well, I'm planning to think about it after seeing my older sister get married first. Ah, is that so? Nam Gyeho raised his eyebrows in delight. In fact, it was a calculated move from Nam Gyeho as he planned to ask about Jae-in from him as well. Nam Gyeho then pretended to be vaguely recalling something and muttered, I heard that both of you are 3 years apart. Yes, she's older than me by 3 years. She doesn't seem to be in her 30s, but I'm still quite worried. I hope she'll start dating before she gets any older, although this would be depending on her own will. Nam Gyeho nodded with a serious look while singing with joy inside. He interpreted Ha Jae-gun's words to mean that Jae-in hadn't been in a relationship for a long time and is currently still single. However, he could not ask further now. If he did, Ha Jae-gun might catch on his motives. Nam Gyeho then decided to wrap up and change the topic. I'm sure a good man will appear for her. Thank you. Please have a GLA.S director. Their pleasant dinner continued late into the night. It was the first time Nam Gyeho had made a sound and even laughed in front of Ha Jae-gun. Stay safe on the way back, director. Yes, Mr. Ha. I'll be leaving first then. Nam Gyeho left in the car that quickly drove away. Ha Jae-gun then set off for his own home. He felt lonely walking through the dark garden. He could clearly feel Lee Soo-hee's absence in his life. Maybe I should have brought Rika back from the office. Hot J-Gun regretted belatedly as he headed for the living room. As he went to the bathroom while taking off his clothes, his phone rang. It was a call from Oh Myung-suk. Yes, editor-in-chief. Hello, Mr. Ha. Have you had dinner? Yes, I've just returned from dinner, actually. I actually called with regards to Teen Cent. Teen Cent. Ha Jae-gun stopped taking off his clothes midway. He had been talking about Teen Cent with Nam Gyu-ho for the entire evening today. But what is Oh Myung-suk going to say about them now? Teen Cent is going to distribute the game, ebooks, and even join in the movie production. So they had established a company called Teen Cent Pictures, and their CEO would be attending the upcoming Web Contents Festival. They would like to meet you during their trip if possible. Ah, me? Ha Jae-gun could only reply with a question like how he did to Nam Gyu-ho earlier. Specifically, they would like to meet you, and lead actor Park Do-joon as well. They found out that both of you are friends through the news articles, plus he is the vice president of the strategic team at Teen Cent Group. He also complimented there was a C, saying that it was very impressive. MMIC. Thankfully, the movie There Was a Sea released in China had crossed the break-even point, and its recognition had contributed greatly to Do-joon's popularity in China. Your novels that have been adapted into movies are performing well in Korea. I think they'd like to discuss about the movies, including the upcoming Gyeoja Bathhouse. They suggested to have a comfortable meeting. What's your opinion on this? Editor-in-chief. Before I give you an answer, I also have something to tell you. Ha Jae-gun then gave Oh Myung-suk a detailed explanation about his decision to meet Teen Cent Literature CEO Rin Shui through Nam Gyu-ho. Oh Myung-suk was quite surprised after hearing Ha Jae-gun's explanation. Director Nam Gyu-ho's connections are out of this world. Rin Shui was the executive editor before and was only recently appointed as the new CEO. Sung was also planning to get in touch with him sometime soon, but anyway, this is quite amazing. Even Oh Myung-suk, who is always calm, began drooling at the newfound facts. Ha Jae-gun felt strange. He switched hands to hold the phone and asked, I think it's my first time seeing you so surprised. Is this something that's surprising? I hope you won't misunderstand me. It doesn't matter, please tell me, Ha Jae-gun asked. However, Oh Myung-suk took some time to process the words in his mind before he answered Ha Jae-gun. Actually, the companies in China don't appreciate writers as much as how we do in Korea, probably because they have a large population. In China, they deal strictly with writer and their works with money, so they dominate the market with quantity over quality. Oh Myung-suk paused for a while, seemingly to take a breather before continuing. Of course, Mr. Ha is one of the top writers in Korea. Your sales are overwhelming, and your work has been recognized both in the literature and commercial sides. You are definitely someone that Teen Cent Literature is interested in, but, in my opinion, I doubt CEO Rin Shui is really an avid reader of yours. Otherwise, Oh Myung-suk trailed off his sentence with hesitation. Ha Jae-gun seemed to have caught on and decided to bring it up instead. So you're saying that the meeting could be arranged and initiated at Director Nam's request, who has a personal relationship with CEO Rin Shui, right? I apologize if this has offended you, but it definitely feels different from the movie side. Ha Jae-gun smiled and shook his head. Most certainly not. I have been hearing lots of stories about business dealings in China. It's fine even if the meeting was requested by Director Nam. I think what's important is that this meeting has been successfully arranged. I'm relieved to hear you say that. Maybe I should have a talk with Director Nam as well before deciding. I need to find out if the CEOs of both Teen Cent Literature and Teen Cent Pictures are aware of their intentions. I'll let you handle it then. Ha Jae-gun stayed on the line with Oh Myung-suk for a while more before hanging up. He rolled his tongue as he stepped into the bathroom. He thought the connections that heirs of large corporations had were of different scales. I think writing a corporate story using Director Nam or Editor O as the models would be fun. Ha Jae-gun burst into laughter as the water rained down on him. Looking back, the appearance of Nam Gyu-ho and Oh Myung-suk were amazing gifts for him. He could always interview them if he ever chose to write such a novel. How many writers in this world would have this opportunity to interview heirs of large corporations as he did? I still think my connections are the best. Ha Jae-gun finished his shower and fell into a deep sleep. In his dreams, he flew across the blue sky, and beneath his feet was the vast continent of China that stretched endlessly. The billiard ball emitted a rattling noise as it rolled down the table. It bounced off thrice before hitting 2 red balls in a row, marking the end of the game. "What's this?" Park Do-jun asked in disbelief, his mouth hanging open. "Have you just been practicing billiards without writing? What is this absurd rate of improvement? Billiards and meals are on you today." Ha Jae-gun smiled as he put away the cue sticks. The billiard room at noon on weekdays was almost empty. There was only Ha Jae-gun, Park Do-jun, and the elderly man manning the counter. The elderly man was the owner of the billiard place, with half-grayish hair fluttering in the wind coming from the air conditioner. He was dozing off at the counter. "Arg, I'm getting angry. Jae-gun, let's go for another round. I'm going all out this time. I thought you said you need to be at the studio by 2 this afternoon. We'll need around an hour to have lunch. Let's continue another time." Ha Jae-gun forcefully pushed Park Do-jun out of the place. The hot weather of July engulfed them as they stepped outside. "Where do you want to go for lunch?" "Someplace with strong air conditioning." "Why is it so hot today?" "How about that ginseng chicken soup restaurant?" "Sure. Let's hurry up. I feel like I'm melting." They called Taebong over, and the three went into the restaurant. Unlike the billiard room, the restaurant was BR.M.M.N.G with diners. Most of them were office workers. They were here to rejuvenate from the hot summer. "Phew, now I feel alive." Park Do-jun downed a GLA.S.S of cold water and took off his sungla.S.SES. Just then, a few diners exclaimed, "Oh my, isn't that Park Do-jun?" "Really? I think it's really him." The person sitting across from him looks familiar, too. "Isn't that Ha Jae-gun?" The author of There Was a Sea. "All right. I watched his speech at the Baeksong Arts Awards." "Wow, so they're actually close?" "I thought their friendship was just for show." The commotion slowly spread across the tables. Park Do-jun was about to wear his sungla SES when Ha Jae-gun smiled bitterly and held him back. "We should have just met at my house, right?" "No, you were in the area for an interview. Anyway." "Oh, Taebong Hyung, give me my MP3. I should let Jae-gun listen to it, too." Woo Taebong pulled out the MP3 player from his bag and handed it to Park Do-jun. A sweet piano melody accompanied by Lee Chai-rin's clear voice flowed out. It was the theme song for Gyeoja Bathhouse. "My dark heart in this silent place, with the memories of you that I left behind, it doesn't disappear over time, remaining still like legendary magic." Ha Jae-gun listened to Chai-rin's song with his eyes closed. It was a song reminiscing the lonely summer during a sunset. As the song reached its climax, the faint chilling vibe sent made Ha Jae-gun break out into a cold. The song eventually ended. Ha Jae-gun took out the earphones out of his ears. Park Do-jun asked, "How is it?" "It's good. The song sounds great, and the lyrics are great as well, too. I thought the lyrics were too straightforward. They don't sound sophisticated, you know what I mean? Isn't it better to use simpler vocabulary for lyrics? Anyway, send me a copy of this song. Just take the MP3. It's going to be annoying if the song gets leaked, so be careful." 3 bowls of ginseng chicken soup were soon served at their table. While he's sprinkling salt into the boiling bowl of soup, Park Do-jun said, "I met director Yoon Tae-sung at Newton's office, and he praised Hong Yi-sol so much, saying that her concentration was incredible whenever she's in front of the camera. I think she's got potential as well, that girl." "That's great," Ha Jae-gun replied calmly, picking up his spoon. A corner of his heart ached as he thought of Hong Yi-sol. He hoped that she could quickly become famous and find her mother. When would he meet her again? "Jae-gun, why are you in a daze? Here's the pepper." "Aw, thanks." They updated each other about their lives while they had their meal. They chatted about the events at the Baeksong Arts Awards, then talked about each other's tough times since the last time they met. However, time passed said too quickly for them. They finished their meal. Their dessert, persimmon punch, was soon served. Excuse me." The ladies dining at the table next to the men approached them and asked Park Do-jun, "Could you take a photo with us? I'm a huge fan. I've been waiting for you to finish your meal." "Sure." Park Do-jun shrugged and stood up. The ladies gathered around him, jumping in joy. He's gotten a lot brighter these days. Wu Tae-bong said with a smile. He was looking at Park Do-jun, who was posing with his fans by the window. He hasn't been drinking alone these days. He has been smiling a lot while talking to more and more people as well. Wu Tae-bong's gaze fell on Ha Jae-gun, and he said, I think this is because of you, writer Ha. I'm extremely grateful to you. Ha Jae-gun smiled shyly and scratched the back of his head. I'm the one who received his help. I learned from Do-jun that I should always be confident in front of other people. I hope you'll always stay good friends with Do-jun. Is that cringy? Ha ha. Just then, a few diners approached Ha Jae-gun from behind. Wu Tae-bong spotted them acting hesitantly and signaled to Ha Jae-gun. Writer Ha, behind you. Ha Jae-gun turned around and saw 3 female university students behind. One of them was holding a book and was shyly holding it out to him. Hello, writer Ha. I enjoyed your Gyeoja bathhouse. Can I get your autograph, please? Of course. Thank you. Ha Jae-gun took the book and signed it before saying, I thought only Do-jun's fans were here. I'm quite touched. Aha! We're actually from the literature club, and all of us are huge fans of yours. Everyone might flip if we went back and share the news. They'll probably stomp out of frustration, regretting their decision to order black bean noodles just because they're lazy. Writer Ha, can you take a photo with us as well? Ha Jae-gun gladly agreed to take a photo with the girls. The 2 girls stood on each side of Ha Jae-gun and grabbed his arms, while the last girl grabbed his shoulder as she stood behind him. I'm taking it. 1, 2, 3. Kimchi. Wu Tae-bong pressed the shutter button at the same time. The female student standing behind him then asked with a regretful look, I think I looked weird. Can we take another photo? Please. Sure. 1, 2, 3. Kimchi. The moment Wu Tae-bong pressed the shutter button, the girl standing behind Ha Jae-gun suddenly hugged Ha Jae-gun's neck, and she brazenly stuck her face to Ha Jae-gun's face. The photo was captured with that pose. Ah, thank you. Afraid that the photo might get deleted, the girl quickly grabbed her phone back from Wu Tae-bong. The girls returned to their seats, and a lively laughter soon broke amongst them. It seems like the photo came out quite well. You must be fluid, you'd teared. Writer Ha. Wu Tae-bong asked, seemingly tired of their actions while shaking his head. He looked bewildered about the girls' actions just now. It's crazy with Do-jun, too. They would kiss him while taking photos, or even slide their hands into his clothes. He had even argued with Chai-rin once because of it. I think putting their hands into clothes is a bit too excessive. Ha Jae-gun immediately thought of his girlfriend. If the photo went online, Lee Soo-hee might see it in Taiwan. Just then, Park Do-jun came back to their table after taking photos with his fans. Come to think of it, it's tomorrow, isn't it? Park Do-jun said as he sat back down. Unsure what he was referring to, Ha Jae-gun looked up in curiosity. Oscar's Dungeon. Ah yeah. Ha Jae-gun nodded. Tomorrow was the release of Oscar's Dungeon's mobile game. I saw that there were already over 100,000 members in the official cafe. I think it's going to be a hit. I'm just hoping that Next Ion won't suffer a loss. Ha Jae-gun was half expectant and half afraid. He was hoping that the results would bring smiles to the entire team at Next Ion, specifically Nam Gyeho, Lee Soo-hee, and the planning team. It's going to do well. I'll help you advertise it on my Twitter, too. Actually, I'm already doing it. Thank you. You don't have to. It's thanks to you that I got to come into contact with Teen Cent Pictures, too, so what's a big deal about helping you with some advertising? Our president has been dancing to dubstep every time he sees me. Park Do-jun held up his cup of persimmon punch high. Let's toast for the success of Oscar's Dungeon. Ha Jae-gun smiled and raised his GLA's as well. Although the drink was already lukewarm, it still tasted delicious. Ha Jae-gun didn't hesitate to accept Park Do-jun's blessings. Assistant team leader, let's set up a guild first. It says we can only create a guild from level 10 onward, though. Oh, really? There's a name I would like to use for it. Should I just pay for it? Why are you already thinking of spending money before you even understand the game system? The employees were streaming out of the office as it was lunchtime. Park Young-jin had risen from deputy to section chief, while section chief Lee had risen to the rank of assistant team leader. The logo of Oscar's Dungeon, which had been released this morning, filled the screens of their phones. Assistant team leader, How did you set up the trap? Please show me. Ah, explore the game on your own, man. Why are you always asking me questions? Are you sure you're a game planner? After a while, a assistant team leader Lee asked, Huh? What's this? Section Chief Park, I got the wand from the pre-order special weapon box. Can I even use it when my character's job isn't a mage type? Seriously, a assistant team leader. Try equipping it first before asking me. You're a game planner too, aren't you? The two men had totally forgotten about eating and only focused on their game. Their common interest was that they were huge fans of Ha Jae-gun's work. Of course, it wasn't the only reason they were so immersed in the game. The game is well made. The UI is done neatly too. Yeah, it's easy to use, so I think girls will play it too. The two could live without rice, but definitely couldn't live without games. They began to burn through their lunch hours on Oscar's Dungeon. Of course, Park Young-jin wasn't the only one playing Oscar's Dungeon. Many who knew Ha Jae-gun embarked on their adventure with weapons in hand. Young So-mi and the writers in the office, Hong Yi-sol, who was on standby on location for Gyeoja Bathhouse, Park Do-jun, who was resting while filming a new drama, and even Applet's Lee Chai-rin, who had just finished a rehearsal for a live broadcast. Everyone was raiding a dungeon on their phones. Even Ha Jae-gun's father, Ha Suk-jae, was one of the many warriors. What's this green monster? Why isn't it dying? Ha Suk-jae sat in a chair in the corner of the garden, struggling with the dungeon raid. He didn't even realize that Ha Jae-in was approaching him from behind. Dad, let's have dinner. Okay. FLU.S.tiered. Ha Suk-jae's phone fell out of his hand. Ha Jae-in picked up his phone, and her eyes widened open, seeing the game on the screen. Dad, why would I play this? You and your mom said that Ha Jae-gun wrote the story, so I just installed it for fun. But you're already at level 8? Ha Suk-jae Ma.S. saved his cheeks, which were getting sweaty. Well, I didn't do much aside from fighting a few times. Seriously, how do people play these? My eyes hurt just staring at the screen, and the letters are tiny too. Ahem, let's go have dinner. Ha Suk-jae immediately left, but he looked like he was running away. Ha Jae-in's shoulders shook as she held back her laughter. Her eyes landed on the screen of Ha Suk-jae's phone. Ha Suk-jae's in-game name was Ha Jae-gun. Should I tell Jae-gun? She couldn't suppress her laughter anymore when she imagined seeing them with their faces flushed red and embarrassed as that Smith. She eventually burst into laughter in the middle of the garden. The nickname is already in use. What? Who used my name? Ha Jae-gun murmured in frustration. He regretted starting the game late after getting occupied with work. Ha Jae-gun lay down on the sofa with his phone in hand while Rika lay beside him. Rika, someone used your name too. I can't use Oscar either. I could just come up with a random name, but why do I always overthink when naming my characters? Ah, someone is already using Pengchen Yu too. Could they be Yun Wu? BZZT. A call came in, and the game was minimized. Nam Gyu-ho's name filled the screen. Ha Jae-gun sat back up and answered the call. Yes, Director Nam. Congratulations, Mr. Ha. And you should congratulate me as well. What do you mean? Oscar's Dungeon had just hit first place on the App Store's free games list. What? First place? Ha Jae-gun asked, looking stunned. He looked at the clock on the wall. It hadn't even been 10 hours since the game was released. How come it had already taken first place in the rankings? Nam Gyu-ho's following words brought a greater surprise to Ha Jae-gun. More importantly, sales have already reached 8th place, just within 6 hours of release. It's record-breaking even for Next Ion. The news tomorrow will definitely be a fun read tomorrow. Ha Jae-gun was speechless and could only stare at Rika in a daze. He had been hoping that the game wouldn't bring losses to Next Ion, but it actually broke Nextion's records on its first day. Ha Jae-gun's heart pounded madly against his chest. So the planning team is going to have a company dinner tonight. Can you attend if you're available? The team would love to see you there. Sure. Where is it? Ha Jae-gun jumped out of the sofa. He wedged his phone between his ear and shoulder before putting on his pants. Ha Jae-gun lost his balance, and his BUTT struck the ground with a dull thud. However, he was grinning as if it weren't painful.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500 plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.